Chapter 391 The Crisis Brought by Brother Chow's Messenger. Lin Xiao nodded. Are you talking about the elemental tide? Did you feel it? Too? Yes. It is the elemental tide. In our words, it is the revival of spiritual energy. The will of this plane is about to awaken. The restrictions on the plane's extraordinary have been released. The extraordinary is beginning to appear. This is very unfavorable to us. Xinhua pointed to the sky and said, the bosses outside the crystal wall of the plane have discovered the changes in the plane. The bosses of the three forces met and decided to cancel the original competition. They are ready to come down to compete for faith. Lin Xiao's face changed slightly. Have they all come? Yes. Brother Chow and the others have come. I am the messenger of the message. Brother Chow is ready to gather everyone's strength to occupy a kingdom as the base first. Drive out other dissenters first. And then defeat the Holy Church. Finally, we divide all the faiths of this plane. This power of faith can replace the power of the gods. This plane is so large and has so many people. The accumulated faith is enough for us all to be promoted to formal totemists, or even totem lords. Lin Xiao's heart sank when he heard this. Sure enough, the changes in the plane could not be hidden from the Adventers outside the plane. They certainly knew what benefits would come after the plane will awakened. So they came to grab the territory. Of course, they did not ask him to give up or seize the existing territory, let alone seize his existing power. This plane is so big that even if there are 40 or 50 of them, each can get the territory of several provinces. He was mainly worried about whether Brother Chow had other ideas, such as the same ideas as him, which would be troublesome. If he had the same ideas as himself, he would definitely try every means to seize the dominance of the Adventers. What should he do then? Maybe he was silent for a little longer. Xinhua thought he was worried about something, and said with a smile, don't worry. Brother Chow will not interfere with your actions, nor will he let everyone give up the existing territory. Especially Brother Luo'er. You are now the best developed among all people, owning 3 provinces. The second one is a son of the spirit domain named Ding Nulan. He owns 1.5 provinces, half less than you. The remaining largest one only has half a province, which is not as good as you. Brother Chow is also optimistic about you, and is ready to call some brothers to help you. Lin Xiao. After a little contemplation, he said seriously, such a change in the situation is indeed unexpected. As a human being, we must contribute to the expulsion of the Son of Nightmare and the Son of the Spirit Domain. Brother Xinhua, you stay here for a few days. I will prepare 1,000 people for you, all equipped, with at least more than 200 professional soldiers in 10 nights, and equipped with food and grass along the way. After a pause, he made up his mind and said, Brother Chow helped me before. I am grateful. This is my support for Brother Chow. As for the brothers who come to help, no need. I have enough strength to defend the current territory. Brothers should go to help Brother Chow. This was considered a polite refusal, and Xinhua's excited expression when he heard that he supported 1,000 people slowly disappeared, and he looked at Lin Xiao deeply, and smiled again and said, in that case, that's fine. I'll thank you on behalf of Brother Chow. You're welcome. We're all family. Next, there was some meaningless communication. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after he refused other people to come to help, Xinhua's attitude towards him changed a lot and became a little distant. He had no way to deal with it. Anyway, this request would never be agreed. Let them come to help. It's hard to say whether they are here to help or to seize power. The so-called help is definitely not to help you govern the place. It is 100% to command the military power. Once this army is given to them, it will basically be impossible to take it back in the future. After thinking about it, he decided to refuse. This refusal basically means that he will be rejected by most of the Adventers in the future. But if he doesn't want to give up the faith, territory, and army that he has built with great difficulty, he can only refuse. This 1,000 troops are considered to be a repayment for Brother Chow's previous favor. And it is enough to repay the previous favor. As I said before, whether the favor is heavy or not is not simply determined by the things given. At this time, Brother Chow had just arrived. He was poor and had no troops. Even if he summoned other dissenters, it would be difficult to suppress them. Now he had 1,000 troops to support him, plus the things he brought when he arrived, which was enough to make his strength instantly surpass other dissenters except Lin Xiao. This was definitely a great gift, and it was definitely comparable to the previous favor. After returning the favor, the next step was normal friendship. If it was not as he imagined, he would be willing to help in the future. But if it was really as he imagined, Brother Chow had other thoughts. Then I'm sorry. He couldn't just give up this great opportunity because you helped me once. That was a stupid thing that even the Saint Mother would not do. If someone really did this, it would not be the Saint Mother. It would be pure stupidity. Fortunately, the troops in training have not started to strengthen now. A group of professional soldiers and militiamen who have not yet been fully naturalized have been selected from them and handed over to Xinhua. At the same time, a group of convoys were prepared, loaded with supplies to send them away together. After watching him leave, Lin Xiao returned to the parade ground after a long time and began to strengthen the believers. The arrival of big men like Brother Chow put him under tremendous pressure. In addition, with the upcoming birth of the Holy God, time waits for no one, and he must quickly strengthen himself to have the power to protect himself. At the same time, he sent a large number of believers disguised as merchants or wanderers to various places in the plain. The world was turbulent, and the situation was changing. He needed more intelligence. The following days were spent constantly strengthening himself, strengthening the believers, and stabilizing the territories of the 3 provinces. Every day, a large amount of resources and pure faith power are refined and integrated into himself. Every day, a large number of believer soldiers become church knights or holy warriors through strengthening. Every day, a large number of civilians throw themselves into the arms of the God of life and wisdom. And every day, a large number of faith lines are connected to themselves. It is worth mentioning that the soldiers who took the giant mixture before have digested the potion and turned into a small giant of more than 3 meters. The giant bloodline has stabilized and has begun to take the advanced giant mixture. After taking the high-level giant mixture, their appetite increased dramatically. Lin Xiao specially prepared a large amount of meat, including some essence extracted from the flesh and blood of magic beasts to replenish their energy and help them maximize their potential. As the giant blood was activated, their body size also increased rapidly. 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters, taller day by day. And the amount of food consumed was also extremely exaggerated. But compared with the increased strength after activating the giant blood, this consumption is completely worth it. After a month, the giant blood was completely activated until it stopped growing. There were already 50 giants with a height of nearly 10 meters in the barracks. Normally, the giants formed by the high-level giant mixture are only 7 or 8 meters tall. But the nutrition he gave them was too sufficient, and the power of the blood was fully tapped. So they grew so tall. He was busy developing here. But the whole plane became more and more chaotic with the arrival of 3 forces outside the plane crystal wall. This time, the 3 powerful people came. With their powerful strength and influence, they gathered a large number of descenders, and their strength increased dramatically. They have begun to occupy a large area of land, no longer occupying a small piece here and there as before. Compared with the natives of this world, they have changed from the previous mustard moss itch to the current one that cannot be ignored. Even the kingdom of Noel has also united with the interference of new descenders. Several sons of nightmares and sons of spirits who have descended in the kingdom of Noel have united. Several sons of nightmares have gathered together, and several sons of spirits have also united together to increase their strength. According to the news from the intelligence personnel sent out, they have defeated the largest lord in the local province respectively, and they only need to defeat the local holy church to unify that province. In addition, the intelligence personnel did not find any traces of the sons of the human divine domain, but they found traces of the sons of the human divine domain in several provinces. But they disappeared not long ago. Lin Xiao guessed that they should have been taken away by Xinhua. After all, there was a behemoth like him in the North province. Others could not compete with him at all, and he was unwilling to cooperate with them. So he had to leave. In this way, the entire North Kingdom was an enemy no matter which side it was. There was no need to consider other things. Just push forward all the way. After a short preparation, Lin Xiao officially issued an internal order, and the 4 paladins, Manda and Demon, Bartis and Cameron, were divided into 2 groups, each with 1,200 elite soldiers, and officially launched the first phase of the full-scale attack on the North Kingdom. He needed to conquer more territory and gather more strength in the final stage. After integration, he already had a full 4,000 elite soldiers under his command, including 4 paladins, namely Alfonso, Manda, Bartis, and a Holy Church Knight commander from the Korot province, who surrendered and converted later. Demon was the giant leader. In addition, hundreds of holy warriors were strengthened one after another. And now there are 358 in total. 50 giants whose strength exceeded that of the 6th order extraordinary level were comparable to the legendary paladin's military strength in this world. And 200 second batch giant potion users. And 3,500 church knights. The two armies were assigned 100 holy warriors, 15 giants, 50 giant potion users, and 1,000 church knights. After entering the enemy's border, the two armies attacked deep into the enemy's territory with overwhelming force, heading straight for the capitals of the two provinces, where the Holy Church and the main forces of the kingdom were already waiting. After such a long period of preparation, the Holy Church finally assembled a church knight group of more than 5,000 people, and the kingdom also assembled nobles of all provinces and royal troops, assembling a huge army of more than 15,000. 15,000 is a drizzle for any son of the gods' domain, but it is already a super large scale in this plane equivalent to the Middle Ages. After all, the Gibson family only had 100 or 200 people in the territory at the beginning, and most of them were militia. When Lin Xiao first received the news, he thought there would be a fierce battle, but the result was also unexpected. Just when the main forces of the two armies were gradually approaching the capitals of the two provinces within 20 kilometers, the Church Knight group suddenly retreated, directly abandoned the province and retreated, and the two sides did not even meet. Chapter 392 Battle of the Unified Kingdom. On the other side, the kingdom's army did fight, but the two sides only met outside the city. It can be seen that the kingdom's army was prepared to fight with a force 10 times theirs. But when they saw the dozen or so giants nearly 10 meters tall dragging 20 or 30 meters of giant trees as weapons, their morale collapsed. They left a cannon fodder behind, and the main force ran away. Imagine how mortals feel when they see a 3-story high giant. Even the bravest knights will flee in panic. The size difference is too big, and even the cannon fodder surrendered directly. In this way, the capitals of the two provinces were captured almost without bloodshed, and the kingdom directly gave up the two provinces. Later, the two church army commanders took the opportunity to capture 2 more provinces in one go, and the frontiers were close to the border of the province, where the capital was located before stopping, until the entire kingdom of 15 provinces. Lin Xiao had occupied 7. The next 7 provinces are located on the other side of the province, where the capital is located. To go there, you must capture the capital. After receiving the intelligence of the battle, Lin Xiao decisively ordered the troops to garrison at the border and transferred another 1,000 people there. He guessed that the Holy God might be able to condense successfully. He is now using almost unlimited resources to grow rapidly without encountering any bottlenecks along the way. The opening of the plane to the extraordinary restrictions is faster than he expected. Now the plane's restrictions on extraordinary power are estimated to reach the legendary level. According to Lin Xiao's estimation, the Holy God can be born as long as the extraordinary level that this plane can carry reaches the 8th level legendary level. Of course, the power of the newly born Holy God is still subject to the restrictions of the plane, and it will not be too strong at the beginning. Moreover, the Kingdom of Noel is not the headquarters of the Holy Church. Even if the Holy God is really born, it will not be able to do anything to him for a while. But once the Holy God is born, he can bestow divine arts, and the Holy Church will give birth to priests and other extraordinary professions. With the territory and foundation occupied by the Holy Church, once the restrictions are lifted, its strength will expand faster than his. It will be very difficult to defeat the Holy Church at that time. Moreover, Lin Xiao is very worried. He is afraid that the awakened plane will designate the newly born Holy God as its will agent, which is equivalent to the son of the plane. And this is not the most terrible thing. What he is most worried about is that the awakened plane will directly incarnate the newly born Holy God and directly occupies his body. That would be troublesome. If the plane will comes in person, they are equivalent to confronting the entire plane. The rejection of the plane alone is enough for them to drink a pot, not to mention the blow from the entire plane. Therefore, he has to make more preparations. The most important thing is to be promoted to a totem lord before the Holy God completely masters his divine power. Only by becoming a totem lord with the privileges granted by the crystal wall universe can he confront the plain will. The Kingdom of Noel probably also knows about this. Then the two sides have a tacit understanding to confront each other with 2 provinces as the boundary, and neither of them crosses the boundary. The actual ceasefire lasted less than 3 days. Lin Xiao summoned his subordinates for a secret meeting. The next day, Alfonso sent a large number of messengers to all the lords, big and small, in the 7 provinces in his territory, ordering them to gather at the Cathedral of Life in Dells. At the meeting, Alfonso officially announced several major events, including the establishment of a duchy based on the existing 7 provinces and the reduction of lords' rights. The establishment of a duchy is mainly about centralization, so as to coordinate the territory and the army. The reduction of lords' rights is mainly concentrated in the 3 aspects of military power, coinage, and law. That is, depriving the lords of their armies, not allowing the establishment of large-scale private armies, not allowing private printing of coins, and abolishing all territorial laws and formulating unified laws. All lords basically agreed to establish a duchy. Anyway, he was already the actual ruler of the 7 provinces and had the qualifications to establish a duchy. However, the proposal to reduce the rights of lords was opposed by all lords, and all lords of all sizes who attended the meeting opposed it 100%. This opposition was of course useless, and Alfonso had already prepared it when he summoned them. As soon as the negotiations broke down, the church and the team that Alfonso had already sent out took action at the same time, first detaining all the summoned lords, and then disarming each territory by force or other means. There may be some disturbances, but without the lords to preside over it, there were only sporadic resistances in the territories, which were suppressed one by one. Alfonso did not deprive the lords of their territories, but only deprived all the troops of the territories, removed the redundant checkpoints in the territories, took away most of the independent authority and ownership of some strategic resources of the territories, and restricted the territories from establishing armies again. Doing so will definitely make the lords resentful, but they have lost their military power and cannot resist no matter what. Moreover, he did not do it to the extreme. The lords' privileges were not abolished, but they lost their military power, and they still retained the authority of the limited guard team. So most of the nobles, who had no ambitions, did not react much to this, and such lords accounted for the majority of all noble lords. Moreover, under the guidance of Lin Shao, Alfonso established a supervisory department to monitor the major lords. Once abnormalities were found, they would be arrested and their territories would be directly deprived. Time passed as the territory was gradually digested. 2 months later, Alfonso announced the establishment of the Principality of Alfonso, with its capital in Del City, and the Church of Life and Wisdom as the state religion. At the same time, the 4 sons of Nightmare united to defeat the combined forces of the Church Knights and the local overlords in the province of Orm on the other side of the kingdom, and captured Orm City in one fell swoop, with Orm City as the center. They quickly cleared out the surrounding rebels, intending to seize the entire province. Half a month later, in the neighboring province of Ghana, the 3 sons of the spirit realm also united to mobilize all their forces to attack the capital of Ghana province. The troops approached the city and attacked the city after a short rest. 8 days later, the information about the defeat of the sons of the spirit realm appeared in Lin Zhao's hands. He was silent after reading the information. An hour later, Alfonso and the holy knights appeared in the cathedral. He handed the information to them and said in a deep voice, "Our advantage is gradually disappearing. When they are ready, they will pose a greater threat to us. We need..." He pointed to a certain direction on the sand table in the hall. Boom! One after another, giants as tall as 10 meters, wearing steel plate armor thicker than red bricks, rushed to the city wall with a huge stone as big as a house, and swung the stone to smash it hard, breaking more than a dozen gaps in the city wall with one blow. And the follow-up troops rushed into the city. After the kingdom marshal was captured alive by 2 paladins who broke into the city, the defenders in the city desperately announced their surrender. Posa city fell, and the kingdom's main force of nearly 19,000 people who had been transferred from various places to accumulate here in the past few months all surrendered. The kingdom was shocked when the news came, and the church knights of another line of defense quickly withdrew to the capital. The most practical feedback was that Alfonso secretly met with many special envoys that night. 5 days later, the great lords of the 3 provinces and the lords of all sizes announced the expulsion of the Holy Church, leaving the kingdom of Noel, and joining the Principality of Alfonso. At this time, the church forces in these provinces had been transferred away before, and there was almost no strength left. Otherwise they would not dare to do so. At this point, the Principality of Alfonso occupied 10 of the 15 provinces of the kingdom. The Nightmare Sons coalition occupied 1, and the kingdom of Noel only had 4 left. And these 4 provinces were also in chaos, with the pro-war faction and the surrender faction fighting each other. And the chaos was unbearable. At this time, the main force of the Principality of Alfonso had already arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Noel, confronting the last force of the kingdom, which was mainly composed of church knights. As for the other provinces, most of the troops had surrendered with that battle, and coupled with the internal chaos, they could not withdraw troops to support the capital at this time. Under the royal city of Noel, there was a camp established by 25,000 elite soldiers, 5,000 of whom were the main force, and the other 20,000 captives were located behind the camp and did not participate in the battle. 50 giants, 10 meters tall and wearing thick plate armor, stood in the camp, giving the defenders on the city wall a huge psychological pressure. Not to mention that they had never seen such a huge giant. There were legends of giants in some mythological books, and there were legends of powerful ancient paladins killing giants or behemoths. But that was just a legend. There were so many giants in front of them, and the key was that they were wearing a layer of full-body armor thicker than a brick, even with a face armor, which made them scream, damn it. Even if they had firm beliefs, and even if there were priests to comfort them, their morale had fallen to the bottom. Yes, priests had been born in the Holy Church at this time. Not long ago, Lin Xiao also received news that several sons of the spirit realm in Ghana province attacked Ghana's city. In this battle, priests appeared in the Holy Church defending the city and displayed their magic, which inspired amazing fighting spirit and morale. And they held off several elite sons of the spirit realm and defeated them. It was after receiving this news that Lin Xiao did not dare to slowly digest the existing territory, and directly attacked and captured the main force of the kingdom, and attacked the capital in one go. It is now certain that the Holy God has been born, but he is too far away from the kingdom of Noel. In addition, he lives in the city of Dale, where the believers of the Holy Church are extinct, so he did not sense his birth at the first time. Fortunately, it is just born and can only bestow divine arts. There are not many priests who really master divine arts, so there is still a chance. After a short rest, the army left the camp. 20 giants in thick plate armor walked out of the city, walking towards the city wall with heavy steps and trembling pressure. The morale of the defenders on the city wall plummeted. Even the knights of the Holy Church, although they are devout in their faith, it is useless to face such a terrible giant. Several priests of the Holy Church walked up to the top of the city to show divine arts and inspire morale. Although it was just a simple blessing, it did inspire morale. Seeing this, Lin Xiao chuckled, took a step and appeared in the air, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Although the spiritual energy revival was extraordinary, no one could fly in the air now. His move was quite magical. But this is not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is, of course, he took out a large book made of pure gold, which looked like a door panel, and opened it. He muttered something, and the pages full of golden texture turned to a certain page. With a wave of his hand, a ball of golden light condensed on the page and turned into a light ball that slowly rose up. Everyone's eyes fell on this light ball. Chapter 393 Dimensional Attack. Lin Xiao held all the golden books of wisdom and tapped them gently. The ball of light rose up until it suddenly exploded thousands of meters high, turning into beams of light falling down, landing accurately on every soldier who participated in the battle. The next second, all the soldiers cried out softly, and a ray of light stretched out from behind them. More and more. It soon turned into a beam of light forming wings. The light feathers behind the soldiers fluttered, and they shouted and danced in the air. Others followed suit and continued to fly into the air. The Supreme Lord of Life and Wisdom, you are light. You are the only one. Alfonso and the holy knights knelt on one knee, praying and calling devoutly. The morale of the soldiers reached its peak at this moment. The kingdom soldiers who had just surrendered behind the camp knelt down one after another when they saw the scene. At this moment, more than 16,000 soldiers established a line of faith with Lin Xiao, and more lines of faith were established in the following. Super Group Light Feather Technique. In order to show off this wave, he directly consumed the 100 units of divine power stored in the Book of Wisdom to perform this super large-scale divine art. More than 5,000 soldiers, from ordinary soldiers to 50 giants, all used this divine art to gain the ability to fly. This scene shocked the surrendered soldiers outside the city and the defenders inside the city unimaginably. When thousands of people flew over the city wall and into the city, most of the defenders were still in shock. Or even if they reacted, They were at a loss as to what to do. After all, most of the defenders did not have bows and arrows. Divine soldiers descended from the sky and attacked Huanglong directly. 10 giants flew directly to the center of the royal city. And another 20 giants and a large group of elites went straight to the kingdom cathedral. In Lin Zhao's perception, there was an extremely powerful aura slowly emerging there. Incarnation of the Holy God? Or a messenger of God? Although Lin Zhao sensed it, he was not too worried. At this time, the Holy God had just been born and was not that strong himself. And the incarnation or messenger of God would not be that strong. So he was not afraid. The following battle was one-sided, with one side occupying the air superiority, the city defense being useless, and the individual strength being crushed. So there was no point in fighting. Before the 10 giants fell, the royal city had already raised the white flag and surrendered. The Holy Church Cathedral was still resisting. But unfortunately, after the 20 giants fell, they went berserk and directly demolished the cathedral. The powerful aura that was being summoned disappeared before it was completely formed. Absolute strength suppression plus dimensionality reduction strikes. The victory was without suspense. So far, the Kingdom of Noel was officially declared extinct, and the original royal family obtained a duke title and retained a small piece of territory, equivalent to a viscount territory, and completely withdrew from the mainland stage. In the next few days, the remaining 3 provinces of the Kingdom of Noel sent envoys to surrender one by one. In the Oem province, the Oem city lord's mansion, 3 sons of Nightmare sat around a round table and fell into deep thought while looking at a piece of information in front of them. The hall was quiet, with only the slight crackling sound of the fireplace. After a while, someone said in a doubtful voice, "Do you think this is true? What is not true? Is this Church of Life and Wisdom really the son of the human divine domain? It is not very clear, but it is likely. That is too abnormal. The 3 of us joined forces to conquer a province with great difficulty, and he directly destroyed a kingdom. How can we fight? There was no fighting, and we withdrew to the Sarnos Empire to join everyone." Someone asked unwillingly, "Just withdraw like that?" Another glanced at him and said, "What do you want to do? Fight head-on before leaving?" Aye. The hall fell into silence again, and someone sighed after a long while. "Then let's go." According to the news received, he doesn't know how to cast divine arts, which we can't compare with. It's also strange. The plane will awakens, the aura revives, and everyone is treated the same. Why can't we bestow divine arts, but he can? Maybe he has many believers, and has accumulated enough faith power. Soon after, Lin Zhao received the news of the surrender of the last province. From then on, the kingdom was officially unified under the Principality of Alfonso, and the Church of Life and Wisdom also unified the faith of the entire kingdom. Although the faith power accumulated by the subsequent provincial parishes for thousands of years was taken away by the born Holy God, he also took the faith power accumulated by 7 provinces for thousands of years, adding up to more than 160,000 divine powers. But the most important thing is that the faith of the entire kingdom belongs to him, which can provide him with a lot of faith power at all times. These are all active faith powers, and the number is more than imagined. It can accumulate the equivalent of 21 divine powers every day, and up to 7,600 divine powers in a year. It seems that it is only 1/3 of the divine power accumulated by any province in the previous 1,000 years, and it can be matched in 3 years. This is because most of the faith power accumulated before has dissipated. The faith power is accumulated on the statue, and it will slowly dissipate if it is not taken away for a long time. Moreover, the Holy Church previously herded believers in a free-range manner, and only focused on towns and cities, giving up the countryside. The quality and quantity of believers were not as good as his, and the faith power collected every day might not be more than 1/10 of what it is now. And this is just the beginning. Lin Zhao, who has rich experience in believer management, believes that there is still potential to be tapped in terms of faith. Now that the Kingdom of Noel has just been unified, most of the areas have not changed. After the society is stable and some reforms are carried out, he believes that the faith power harvested every day will definitely increase dramatically. He expects that the faith power provided by the Kingdom of Noel for him will be converted into divine power at least 50 points per day, unifying the entire Kingdom of Noel. Lin Zhao's mind is much relieved. Gathering the power of the entire kingdom, a sufficiently strong and large army can be built, with the continuous accumulation of resources. As long as it reaches the level of 5,000 elites in hand, it will be enough to protect itself after the plain will is fully awakened. As time went by, Lin Xiao spent most of his time sitting quietly in the Cathedral of Life in Del City, and occasionally went to the Cathedral of Wisdom in the capital of Nor. Most of the time he spent improving his own strength, training the army, and strengthening the army. After Alfonso unified the kingdom, he immediately levied all the private armies of the noble lords by force, reorganized them, and did not want the old disabled and the old oily, and recruited some from the people, and finally established an army with a total of 35,000. A country has only 35,000 regular troops, which is not enough for the family of any son of the second-level god realm. But in this plane, 35,000 is already a lot. The main reason is that the level of civilization in this plane is very low, and the grain production is not high, so too much can't be supported. Lin Xiao did not think about the idea of climbing technology to change productivity. But it is still possible to improve people's livelihood in moderation, such as popularizing sweet potatoes and potatoes to increase grain production. With more food, more people can be fed, and these are all prepared believers. Half a year after Lin Xiao unified the kingdom of Nor, civil strife broke out in the Sarnos Empire, one of the three major empires in the plain. The old emperor of the empire died of illness. The second prince suddenly launched a coup with the support of the Church of the God of Vengeance, but was suppressed by the Holy Church. The second prince fled to his own territory and started a war, and united 6 great nobles to fight against the eldest prince and the royalists. In the chaos, several other princes fled the imperial capital and returned to their own territories, and started a war to fight for the throne. The huge Sarnos Empire suddenly fell apart. In the intelligence, Lin Xiao saw the active figures of the sons of the divine realm. They did not directly start a rebellion, but used a prince as a shield to fight for the throne. This move was quite clever. Once successful, they directly seized a huge empire. At the same time, another of the 3 major empires in the plain, the Ika's empire, also underwent a huge change. The eldest prince, who was highly regarded by the public, was assassinated. The imperial marshal, who held nearly half of the empire's military power, killed the emperor in a coup and massacred the royal family. Only one prince escaped from the imperial capital, and then summoned the nobles loyal to the royal family to attack the former imperial marshal. In this coup, Lin Xiao also saw the figure of the Son of God, but it was not clear whether it was the Son of Nightmare or the Son of Spirit Realm. In addition, during this period, several kingdoms or principalities had civil strife, which more or less had the figures of the Adventers, but also the figures of other churches. With the revival of spiritual energy, other indigenous churches in the plain that were suppressed by the Holy Church also felt this change. They were unwilling to be suppressed by the Holy Church and chose to resist. The Holy Church, which gradually mastered the extraordinary divine arts, was particularly strong at this time. It directly sent troops to intervene in the civil strife of several kingdoms supported by other churches, but did not intervene in the civil strife of the 2 empires. Perhaps in the eyes of the Holy Church, the civil wars in the 2 empires were just a struggle for secular power, and the civil wars in those kingdoms involved the heretical church, so they were the main targets of attack. In this great change that affected the entire plain, the early unified kingdom of Alfonso was quickly digesting the dividends brought by this victory, and its strength was growing stronger day by day. At the same time, Lin Xiao quietly stayed in this corner and watched the outside world turmoil. This chaos lasted longer than he expected. The several indigenous churches that had been suppressed by the Holy Church showed amazing potential strength, or they had been prepared for too long and too much. Even with the armed intervention of the Holy Church, the situation in these kingdoms was becoming more and more chaotic. The armed intervention of the Church not only failed to suppress the chaos, but became more and more chaotic, with a trend of intensifying. The key point is that in addition to the fact that the indigenous churches in these remote kingdoms have a strong faith management, the most important thing is Lin Xiao's support. He did not send troops in person, but secretly supported a batch of ordinary giant beast potions and a batch of standard missing armor. Although this is only the most basic thing in his hands, it is an incomparable treasure for the indigenous church. 300 giant beast potions can create 300 knights. In this plane, it is already a force that can change the power comparison of a country. The power sent by the Holy Church, which was underestimated, can't suppress them at all. There was an intention to transfer troops from other places to suppress the rebellion. But as the war between the Sarnos Empire and the Ika's empire became more and more fierce. The situation became more and more tense. What surprised everyone most was the rise of a prince among them. Chapter 394 Plain Situation. This 7th-ranked prince used to be inconspicuous. But in this turmoil, he got support from nowhere and defeated several brothers in one fell swoop, occupying 6 provinces in one breath, becoming the 3rd most powerful force in the empire. The church also smelled an unusual atmosphere from the chaos, and did not dare to transfer the local church forces at all. The plain situation was temporarily stagnant. This is good news for Lin Xiao. The more chaotic the world is, the longer the time drags on, the more beneficial it is for him, which will give him enough time to make more adequate preparations. That day, Lin Xiao met an acquaintance again in the Cathedral of Wisdom. Xinhua and several companions clenched their right fists on their chests, bowed slightly to the figure sitting on the throne above the hall, and said in a deep voice, "I haven't seen you for many years, and Brother Luo Er has become more and more powerful." Lin Xiao's eyes swept over Xinhua, and then fell on the beautiful figure standing beside him. Seeing the tear mole on her forehead, he smiled and nodded. "Miss Lisa. Long time no see." This beauty was Lisa, whom I met at the base. At this moment, she said with a complicated expression. The golden unicorn was originally a creature in the pond, but it turned into a dragon when it encountered wind and clouds. I didn't expect that you, Luo Er, would have such good fortune after descending into this world. Now you are the strongest in the entire plane. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Of course, the faith of an entire kingdom belongs to me. So of course, I will be more powerful." Several people showed envious expressions, and Xinhua asked, "Brother Luo Er, are you going to take the path of faith to become a god?" Lin Xiao pretended to smile bitterly, raised his hands, and the power of life emerged, saying, "There is nothing in this plane. I only have the power of faith to replace the power of the gods. But I don't have anything else to light up my talents. What can I use to improve my strength? I can only take the path of faith to become a god." Xinhua nodded in understanding. "It is indeed a pity. If there is no sacred god, I can collect the power of faith first, and use it after leaving the plane." "What a pity." Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "There is no if in the world. If I could, I would not be standing here." He changed the subject and asked, "By the way, why did Brother Xinhua come this time?" Xinhua smiled and said, "I came this time to ask Brother Luo Er to send troops." Without waiting for Lin Xiao to speak, Xinhua stretched out his hand and said, "Brother Luo Er, listen to me first before deciding whether to send troops." He paused, sat down again and listened. "Maybe Brother Luo Er has guessed that we have contributed to the civil strife in the Sarnos Empire, and our supporter is the 7th Prince. Now the Sarnos Empire is in a 3-way confrontation, and needs external forces to break the deadlock. So I came to Brother Luo Er on behalf of Brother Chao this time." "Wait a minute." Lin Xiao interrupted him directly and said, "Let's talk about the point. What benefits can I get? You know, I am so far away from the Sarnos Empire, and need to cross a country for an expedition. If the benefits are not enough, please forgive me for not being able to agree." In fact, he didn't want to agree at all. As he said, an expedition across a country was a joke. But he couldn't refuse directly, so he could only say the ugly words in advance. However, Xinhua looked confident that he could convince him, which made him a little confused. Xinhua said, "Before talking about the conditions, let me tell Brother Luo a secret. When a plane will awakens and the element tide surges, if there is enough strength to force the element tide and expand the scale of the surge, when it reaches a certain point, it can temporarily shake the underlying basic rules of the universe. At this time, the crystal wall of the universe will produce a small fluctuation, resulting in a very small crack. At this time, the inside of the universe can briefly communicate with the outside of the universe. At this point, Xinhua looked at Lin Xiao and said in a tempting tone, "Brother Luo may not know what this means. This means that we can temporarily break through the blockade of this totem universe and communicate with Gaia's will, thereby establishing a Gaia node. Once the Gaia node is successfully established, the feedback from Gaia's will make our real body's strength surge, and we will get unimaginable benefits. If the real body is a demigod, if you are willing to be deified, no matter what level you are, even if you are just an ordinary son of the god realm, the feedback from Gaia's will is enough to make up for all your previous shortcomings, and you will be deified instantly, and your potential will never be worse than those elites from higher education institutions." Xinhua talked freely. His tone was full of temptation. To be honest, if it were someone else, he would be easily fooled. But Lin Xiao didn't listen to his nonsense, but waited for him to tell the truth before asking a question that got to the heart of the matter. If I send troops, what can I get? Xinhua paused and said, if you send troops, you will get half of all our gains in this plane after the matter is accomplished. And everyone can help you unify the surrounding countries and expand your scope of faith. How about it? What else? Lin Xiao opened his mouth slightly, feeling a little unhappy. However, Xinhua was also stunned for a moment and said, isn't this okay? No. He denied it expressionlessly. What a joke. This is also considered a benefit. This is completely taking him for a fool. Do they need to unify the surroundings? He can do it by himself. It just takes some time. Half of all the gains after the success? After the success, the territory and income he occupies will be more than theirs combined. If he develops better by then, can he return part of it to them? And the most important thing is that he didn't mention the core interests at all. If who should be credited with the establishment of the Gaia node? This core interest was not mentioned at all. And it was obviously not sincere. Lin Xiao resisted the urge to curse and said, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in this. After that, no one spoke in the hall, and it was extremely quiet. Xinhua's face looked a little ugly, but he had nothing to say for a while. He smiled dryly for a while and said, Brother Luo, don't you really want to consider it? If you think it's too little, we can discuss it again. At this time, a companion behind him said with some displeasure, 50% of the profit is not enough. You are too greedy. Are you going to take it all? Lin Xiao glanced at the person who was talking, and he didn't know whether he knew about the Gaia node or not. If he didn't know, it was normal. If he knew, it would be equally bad. Regardless of what they said, Lin Xiao shook his head firmly and rejected it. If a man doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. I finally have my current territory now. If I can help you if it's not far away, I will help you. But now you want me to pay a huge price to help you across borders, which is impossible. After a pause, without waiting for them to speak, Lin Xiao continued, just like the rules in the Advent organization, the premise of mutual help is not to affect the interests of others and within one's own ability. Your request is beyond my ability and will have a huge impact on my interests, so it is reasonable for me to refuse. At this point, the few people were speechless. The other female Adventer in the team and the beautiful Lisa were even more silent. Even though Xinhua had persuaded them before, they did not follow his lobbying. It seemed that they were not on the same path. Since he said so, Xinhua naturally had nothing to say. He smiled dryly and spread his hands and said, since that's the case, it's a pity. Let's talk about something else. After a few words, Xinhua's face quickly became normal, as if the displeasure just now had never happened. He said, since Brother Luo'er can't send troops, can you sell us some supplies, and we will pay for it? Lin Xiao did not agree immediately, but asked first, I wonder what supplies you want to buy. 1,000 giant beast potions, 500 enhanced giant beast potions, and 200 giant potions. Wait a minute. Lin Xiao interrupted him directly. 500 giant beast potions, 50 enhanced giant beast potions, and the giant potion is gone. Not to mention the advanced giant potion. I have used up this good stuff a long time ago. What a joke. He asked for 1,000 giant beast potion and 500 enhanced giant beast potion. How could he give so many of these killer weapons that allowed him to crush the indigenous kingdom? Isn't this asking for trouble? 500 is too small. 900 is better. Only 500? No more. Lin Xiao patiently explained. It's great that I can still save so many of these good things. I also need to keep some for my own use. What should I do if I give them all to you? But 500 is too little. I'll give up. How about 800? 500. Then 700? 500. Brother Luo'er, I've given up from 900 to now, so you should also give in. How about 600? 500. Xinhua. Okay. 500 is 500. You really know how to do business. No. I don't know how to do business. The main reason is that I really only have this much. I don't have any more. 2 days later, seeing Xinhua and another descender leaving with a box, Lin Xiao turned around and said to Lisa and another female descender, let's go. I'll take you to my cathedral. The two of them did not leave with Xinhua. This time, They came with Xinhua to join Lin Xiao. It's not that they work under him, but their previous subordinates and territories have died in the continuous melee. Now they are two bachelor commanders. In addition, both of them are girls, and are not as interested in war as men. So after discussing it, they decided to come here and ask him for a piece of land to preach. It's just the right to preach. They don't need territory or build an army. They are going to ignore the things in the plain and concentrate on preaching and collecting some faith power to replace the divine power. After leaving this plain, as long as they collect enough materials to light up their talents, they can quickly improve their strength and become formal totemists. As long as there is no other mind, Lin Xiao welcomes it and is not stingy with a piece of land. The last province conquered by the kingdom was demarcated. The priests sent out before were withdrawn, and the area was divided into two for the two of them as missionary areas. It was only a missionary area, and the government structure in the province remained unchanged. He was not afraid of what the two of them might think, no matter what. As long as the military power was in his hands, no matter what they thought, it would not cause any trouble. Chapter 395 Fundamental Law of Totem Lords. Of course, they really had no other thoughts. They just wanted to find a safe place to store some faith power. In the entire continent, the safest place now is theoretically Lin Xiao. The faith of a province is just a drizzle for Lin Xiao. He does not lack this faith power now. When he is ready, he will definitely continue to expand his territory. Not to mention it at that time. And taking them in can be regarded as having a kind to talk to, so that he will not be lonely. After all, he is now a bachelor commander, and there is no place to talk about many things, and no one to communicate. Time, no matter how the situation develops, is passing silently. The situation on the continent is changing unpredictably, and the newly born kingdom of Alfonso has been quiet, without any major actions, which makes the two surrounding kingdoms breathe a sigh of relief. 2 years have passed unknowingly, and the situation on the continent has changed dramatically. First of all, after years of civil strife, the situation in the Sarnos Empire has gradually become clear. Several of the original princes have been defeated and killed one after another, including the second prince, who was the first to start the army and the strongest. Now there are only two major forces in the Sarnos Empire: the government headed by the former imperial marshal, and Sarnos 13 headed by the 7th prince. After the defeat of the 2nd prince, the 7th prince quickly took over all the royal inheritance. With the secret support of the human descenders, he became stronger and stronger. After retaking the imperial capital by sneak attack a year ago, he has already gained the upper hand. It seems that there is a great possibility of defeating the rebels and reunifying the Sarnos Empire. In the imperial capital of Sar City, the palace, more than 20 human descenders gathered in the palace. The puppet prince was having fun in another palace not far away, and he didn't care about anything at all. Brother Chao sat on the throne that only the emperor could sit on. More than 20 other descenders gathered around him, sitting casually and discussing important matters. After discussing important domestic affairs, Brother Chao immediately asked Xinhua, "Has the informant from the kingdom of Alfonso sent any intelligence?" Xinhua nodded and said, "There was a message sent half a month ago. Everything was normal, and the kingdom of Alfonso had no signs of troop deployment. This is the deployment position of the main corps in the kingdom of Alfonso, and it has not moved yet." He took out a map and placed it in front of everyone, pointing to several important marks on it, and said, "There are two kingdoms adjacent to the kingdom of Alfonso, namely the kingdom of Finland and the kingdom of Sardinia. The kingdom of Alfonso only deployed one corps at the main borders with these two kingdoms, and the remaining main forces were stationed in the capital, and they have not moved." Brother Chao looked at the map for a while, looked up and said, "Not moving does not mean that it will not move forever, and we will step up the care." Xinhua nodded. "I will." Brother Chao sighed and said, "Although our current territory has surpassed that of the kingdom of Alfonso, our overall strength is still slightly inferior to that of the kingdom of Alfonso, which has been recuperating for a few years. We must not stop paying attention to him." At this time, someone said, "This Luoer is too ignorant of the situation. Now there are still the Son of Nightmare and the Son of Spirit Realm in the plain. Now he needs to cooperate with us to defeat the Son of Nightmare and the Son of Spirit Realm first. Yes, I think he has other ideas and wants to take over the entire plain. It's a waste that Brother Chao helped him before. I didn't expect him to be like this." "Shut up." Brother Chao suddenly interrupted this sentence and said to the descender, who was speaking with a serious expression, "Don't say such things in the future. It is normal for the descender organizations to help each other." "But Brother Chow, you helped him." "But he repaid the favor," Brother Chow said seriously. "The 1,000 troops he supported a few years ago have already repaid the favor. My help to him is very important. But the 1,000 troops he supported are also very important to me. In my heart, the value is completely equal. This is enough to repay the original favor. I don't want you to mention this matter again in the future, let alone threaten him with this matter." He raised the wine glass and drank it in one gulp, then said in a deep voice, "I know what you are thinking. But I am upright. Even if it is a competitor, I will defeat him in an upright manner. Even if I fail, it is because I am not as skilled as him. There is nothing to complain about." Everyone was silent. But judging from their expressions, there was agreement and disdain. But they were all hidden in their hearts, and did not express it. Xinhua even curled his lips in his heart. "You want me to ask Luo Air for resources. But you also want face. How hypocritical. By the way, have the brothers who went back to the Advent Plane base to buy promotion materials for everyone come back? Now we have enough faith power, but we cannot be promoted without resources. As long as we unify the Sarnos Empire, the huge faith is enough for us to be promoted to formal totem masters. If time is long enough, everyone may be promoted to totem lords." Xinhua quickly came to his senses and replied, "They have been away for half a year. Logically, they should be back soon. Probably this month." "That's good." The same discussion took place in different places. The Son of Nightmare and the Son of Spirit Realm were discussing the situation on the continent and preparing for further progress. However, no matter which aspect, they could not avoid the strongest Lin Xiao. As the first force to unify a kingdom, he received attention and importance from all forces. Each force sent spies to the kingdom of Alfonso to collect information and send it back. Lin Xiao knew this. But he didn't care. He took the upright path of the king, crushing with absolute strength. Conspiracies and tricks were useless as long as he was strong enough. And this kind of kingly path, as the preparations became more and more complete, his personal strength gradually became stronger. Especially recently he felt that he had become strong to a certain extent and touched the boundary of the Totem Lord. With the continuous support of resources from the Yin Wang No. 5 War Zone, his incarnation finally reached the limit of a formal Totem Master and was about to be promoted to a Totem Lord. It seems that there is only one step left. But in fact this step is not so easy to take. After all, in the Totem Civilization universe, the Totem Lord is equivalent to the step of other God Realm civilizations opening up the God Realm. And the Totem Civilization does not have a mature and complete opening method. And Lin Xiao himself does not have detailed information about this. Although he had been in the White Tower School before, he had never been in contact with the core of the school. He only had a concept about how to be promoted to the Totem Lord. And he did not understand the specific operation at all. It's like he knows very well that having a child requires the cooperation of men and women. The man provides gold and the woman provides a onesie. And the combination of the two will breed an embryo. But knowing is one thing. And he knows nothing about the specific structure and composition of gold and onesie, why they can breed embryos, etc. So he decisively ran to ask Lisa. And she was very surprised after hearing Lin Xiao's question. "Are you going to be promoted to the Totem Lord? If I remember correctly, you were not even a formal Totem Master before you came? Where did you get the resources to be promoted?" "No. Do you have a way to contact the outside world to obtain resources?" "But there is no reason." "Outside?" Her series of questions showed how surprised she was. And her puzzled look was very cute. Lin Xiao waited for her to finish asking, and then calmed down before slowly replying. "First, I am indeed going to be promoted to the Totem Lord. Second, I have no channels to contact the outside world. Third, although I have no channels to contact the outside world, I have channels to obtain resources. I can't tell you what they are, but I can provide you with some resources you need for a fee." She was overjoyed and said, "Great. I have accumulated a lot of faith power now. But I can't improve without resources. If you can provide me with some, I am willing to tell you everything I know." "That's good. You first tell me the materials you need to light up your talents, and I will prepare them for you." The totem model I condensed is the Ice Spirit, an Ice-type upper monster. I have already lit up 3 talents, and I need to light up 3 more talents. The first is a legendary level of Ice-type materials, regardless of type. The higher the quality, the better. The second type requires an elite ice element core. It would be better if there is an ice element elder. The last type is an ice life of at least legendary level, such as an ice elemental elf or a blue dragon, etc. The stronger the better. Is there anything else? That's enough. These 3 are enough for me to be promoted to a formal totem master. What about the formal totem master in the future? Unexpectedly, Lisa waved her hand and said, "It's good enough for me to be promoted to a formal totem master. This plane will become very dangerous soon. Brother Chow and his team have sent people to leave this plane and go to the plane of the Advent base to buy promotion materials. But people's hearts are complicated. The people sent have their own ideas. The news will definitely leak out. At that time, there will definitely be a large number of Adventers coming. At that time, I don't know how complicated and chaotic this plane will be. Anyway, I will leave directly when I see that the situation is not good. And I will not stay here. By the way, I can be 100% sure that the news of this plane will be leaked. You'd better prepare early to welcome the impact of more powerful people." Lin Zhao's expression was very solemn at this time, and he nodded and said, "Don't worry. I have a plan in mind." "That's good. Come here. I will teach you several ways to promote totem lords." "How many more?" Of course. It was already early in the morning of the next day when he left. He returned to the church with a lot of thoughts on his mind. Lin Zhao pondered for a while, and ordered the messenger to invite Alfonso. Although he created Alfonso, Lin Zhao was very careful in his actions, and gave Alfonso and other important subordinates enough respect. He communicated with Lisa all night. Although they were alone in the same room, they couldn't help but cross the line and did some wonderful things. But he still asked all the questions he should ask. According to Lisa, the key to becoming a totem lord is to open up a totem domain. In their words, it is to open up an independent space, just like the son of the divine domain opens up his own divine domain. As for the specific way to open up the divine domain, Lisa only has a general wild way to open up the method. Although she knows the core fundamental method that only exists in the major schools, she does not have it. Each school opens up a different totem domain. For example, the White Tower that Lin Zhao joined has a corresponding opening method corresponding to the meditation method he learned, which can open up a domain corresponding to the meditation method. Chapter 396 Preparations before establishing the Gaia node. The fundamental focus of this meditation method and the domain is the subsequent growth. And the corresponding method of opening up the school's special meditation method can purify the previously accumulated impurities and alienated flesh and blood to the greatest extent, purify one's own body and spirit to the greatest extent, and ultimately increase the success rate of opening up the domain. As we all know, most totemists will continue to refine the flesh and blood and essence of various powerful creatures as they grow, as well as the most critical divine power, which contain more or less impurities. When too many impurities accumulate, they will slowly distort the body and spirit of the totemist. Some totemists with weak wills will be alienated into various monsters in the process of becoming stronger. This is a problem that cannot be avoided even if the power of faith is used to replace the divine power. The power of faith is also in the distractions of various believers, and normal totemists cannot completely refine it. This situation can only be avoided if you persist until the last step and successfully open up the domain. Therefore, the step of opening up the totem domain is also the most critical step, and the most dangerous step, because all the problems accumulated before will erupt at this time. The methods of opening up of the authentic schools all have the function of purifying the body and spirit. The specific degree of purification depends on the methods of different schools. The methods of strong schools are definitely more effective. However, the universal wild path opening up method in Lisa's hands has no purification effect. It is just a pure opening up method. For other totemists, this is a helpless choice. But for Lin Zhao, as long as it is a method, no matter it is a school or a wild way, any resources and divine power he has been using are all purified by the magic cube of creation, and there is no trace of pollution in the body and spirit. After getting the universal opening up method from Lisa, Lin Zhao has to prepare for opening up the domain. This world is universal with a huge amount of divine power. He can prepare a large amount of faith power to replace divine power. Opening up the domain is to open up a void domain in his own spiritual sea, and then fill it with a huge amount of divine power or faith power, so that the void space becomes real, forming an independent domain space. which is similar to the divine domain of the son of the divine domain and the nightmare domain of the son of the nightmare. Then, use your own totem to suppress the domain, and the two merge into one. After that, it is the stage of constantly expanding the domain and totem, which is equivalent to Lin Zhao's previous high school and college stages. It has been extremely powerful, breaking through a certain boundary, and it is a totem king comparable to the true god of the divine domain. Totem kings are a long time in the future. Normally, totem lords are the limit of most totem masters, because the totem power system of this totem civilization is not perfect enough. To be precise, the power system has been perfected, but the civilization system is not perfect, because the totem lords have opened up the domain. But how to grow next has not been popularized, and how their domain should grow has not been perfected yet. Yes, they know that raising creatures in the open domain can obtain power feedback. And they also know that collecting the power of faith can replace the power of the host god to strengthen themselves. But they don't know why this is the case. And they don't know how to raise more people in their own domain to feedback themselves. They have no experience in this area, but they just explore it by themselves with different totem lords. All these experiences were passed down as secrets of their own schools. To put it bluntly, these were the personal experiences of different totem kings and their own unique growth paths. It was not to say whether they were willing to pass them on to others selflessly. Even if they were willing, they could only be reference experiences because of the different meditation methods of different schools and different personal growth concepts. Later generations could not fully apply them. In the final analysis, this was just a civilization system with the embryonic form of divine civilization. Unless one or several super beings united to build a complete system, it could only develop slowly. Lin Zhao had no interest in studying these, let alone consuming a lot of energy to strengthen this universal development method. He directly used this universal development method given by Lisa to develop his own totem field. Before that, he secretly met with Alfonso and other church leaders and began to retreat. At the bottom of the Cathedral of Life, the original Holy Church shelter had already been transformed and was now a well-defended and solid fortress. Lin Zhao came to the shelter alone. There was a huge underground space. After years of expansion, the diameter of the underground space alone was more than 200 meters, and the height was more than 30 meters, which was enough to accommodate a castle. There were no rooms in this huge underground space. The empty underground space had only a huge metal disc, which was covered with thick lines. Around the metal disc stood a number of golden statues of various shapes that were more than 10 meters tall, emitting a faint light. Both the metal disc and the golden statue were built by himself over the years, whether it was the array pattern engraved on it or the array on the golden statue. Every stroke was constructed by him personally. It took him a lot of energy to transform the gold with the magic cube of good fortune. The reason why he did not use the support of the main world was because this super array was too important and too sensitive. He did not dare to use it, lest it be noticed by this world. After preparing for so long, this day finally came. He was about to start using the power of the elemental tides generated by the awakening of the plane will to connect this world with the Gaia will of the main world. Just when he would open up the totem realm later, when he opened up the totem realm, he would be noticed by the crystal wall will of the totem world and given some special power. This was the most dangerous time when his identity was most likely to be exposed. And it was also the time when Lin Zhao could borrow the most power. At this moment, he could borrow the power of the fleeting underlying rules of the crystal wall to push the huge power of the elemental tides and forcibly break the crystal wall blockade of this world. But correspondingly, he would also be directly exposed to the eyes of the totem will, and thus be disgusted and rejected by the world will. And it is estimated that he would not be able to stay in this world for long in the future, if nothing unexpected happened. After opening up the universe crystal wall to receive Gaia's will, Lin Zhao's incarnation would be destroyed. But it was worth it. By that time, he would have already received the reward of Gaia's will, and his true body would have been promoted to a demigod. He would not regret giving up a mere incarnation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhao wrote a note carefully and threw it into the creation cube. Lin Zhao's real body, who had been paying attention to the creation cube for some time, found the note at the first time. After taking it out and reading it carefully, he quickly contacted Xia Yufei and Jean Cici. Soon, Colonel Xia Yufei and Jean Cici's incarnations descended at the same time. When they met, they asked in unison, "Are you ready?" He nodded seriously. "My incarnation is ready, and is working on opening up the totem field." The capable Xie Yufei showed a trace of nervousness for the first time, and asked with concern, "Think carefully. Is there anything missing? If you need anything else, tell me. Don't hesitate." He smiled and shook his head and said, "No. Didn't my uncle ask the staff to evaluate it several times before? I created a descending array exactly according to the plan, and have tried to activate it several times. There should be no problem." Jean Cece didn't say much. She had already said what she should say. She just handed him a prismatic crystal wrapped in countless fine golden runes and said, "This is the trump card prepared for you by the Supreme God Council. It is a specially processed godhood containing the space priesthood. After activation, you will temporarily obtain the space priesthood equivalent to the first level of the godhood. With the help of the space priesthood's control of space, it is not a problem to forcibly stabilize a temporary space channel in a short period of time. Once the temporary space channel is opened, Commander Xie and many generals of the 5th War Zone and members of the Huiyao Supreme God Council will help you stabilize the space channel. As long as Gaia's will descends and the Gaia node is successfully established, the matter will be done." Lin Xiao took over the godhood wrapped in countless fine golden runes, and could not sense any divine power at all. If they hadn't explained it, he would not have known that this was a godhood, or an extremely rare space priesthood. Obviously, for this action, the god of space paid a huge price to strip off his own power. "Let's get started." Lin Xiao looked up at a certain wall. He could sense that in the distant direction, a pair of pupils with terrifying pressure were staring at him. That was the real body of Xie Tianyin, the father of Xie Yufei, and the commander-in-chief of the 5th War Zone of Yanwang, as well as many powerful gods in the 5th War Zone, and the powerful men of the God Council of Huiyao. Most of these big guys have descended in their real bodies, but because of the arrival of their real bodies, the godhood level above level 15 is too powerful, and the divine power radiation of their real bodies is too terrifying. Under normal circumstances, he cannot get close, let alone contact. The two major forces attach great importance to this action. The pairs of pupils with terrifying pressure that he sensed are probably as many as 40 or 50, which means that both sides have dispatched 40 or 50 powerful gods, which is enough to fully invade a not very powerful crystal-walled universe, with so many powerful gods looking at him. To be honest, Lin Xiao is still quite nervous, but no matter how nervous he is, it will not affect his actions, because this time it is his incarnation that is the main attacker, and the real body is just to support. Totem Universe. Cathedral of Life. After Lin Xiao received the note from his real body, and the divine power wrapped in countless fine golden runes, he smiled, took a deep breath to calm himself, and took out another box wrapped in runes from the creation cube. This is the divine power crystal that had been prepared long ago. Each crystal contains a full 1,000 divine power points. There are a full 3,000 crystals here, which is equivalent to 3 million divine power. On the super large metal array under his feet, there are countless cross nodes of the array. Each node has a groove. Take out the divine power crystal and put it down to fit into the groove. It took almost an hour to place a divine power crystal in each groove of the metal disc with a diameter of nearly 200 meters. And all the crystals were used up. A full 3 million divine powers, combined with other powers, are enough to forcefully break through the crystal wall of the universe. Chapter 397. The intruder who does not follow the rules. The first step is to open up the domain. To be honest, Lin Xiao is quite interested in this step, although he has opened up the divine domain once. At that time, there were special divine domain seeds for opening up the divine domain, and then guided by the school teachers. The success rate of opening up the divine domain was as high as 100%. At least at this stage. There are so many newcomers opening up the divine domain every year, and I have never heard of anyone failing. After countless generations of research and improvement by the strong men of the main world, the opening up of the divine domain of the main world is not difficult at all. But because it is not difficult and easy, it is quite secretive. Ordinary people cannot feel the opening up of the divine domain at all, do not know how to open up the divine domain, and do not know the principle of opening up the divine domain. They only know that doing this will successfully open up the divine domain. According to the general method of opening up the domain given by Elisa, he needs to restrain all his mental power and gather it in the spiritual sea of consciousness, where the soul and totem live. After becoming a formal totemist, the way to grow as a totemist is to constantly use various precious materials to strengthen the totem, and use a large amount of parasitic power to strengthen the soul. And when the limit is reached, the totem and the soul will be united. In other words, the soul enters the totem and sits, and then uses secret methods to combine a large amount of parasitic power to weave an independent space around the totem. When the space that accommodates the soul and the totem can be stable and will not collapse, the domain will be successfully opened up. It looks very simple, but this process is actually more difficult than ordinary people can imagine. At least it is quite difficult for the Thomists in this world, because they need to face two levels that seem nothing to the cheating Lin Xiao, but are difficult for ordinary Thomists in this world. The first level is still the alienated power and mixed thoughts in the parasitic power that are increasingly gathered by the fusion of countless monsters' flesh and blood and parasitic power. The second level is to build a stable space out of thin air without any previous experience. After the space is successfully built, it must withstand the impact of the will of the crystal wall universe and not collapse. In Chinese mythology, it can be called a tribulation. If you can survive, you will become a totem lord. And if you can't survive, you will die. Apart from these two conditions, sufficient resources and divine power are the basic conditions, and they are not called levels at all. According to the general method of opening up, Lin Xiao controlled his soul to enter the golden ancient tree in his sea of gods. At this time, his sea of gods gathered a huge amount of faith power. If it were someone else, he could use divine power instead. The soul is located in the totem, with the totem as the body. As his mind moved, the totem in the sea of gods began to emit an invisible wave. This wave spread from his body that gradually turned into pure gold, and the void of the underground space began to ripple faintly, gradually spreading to the surroundings, and spread to more than 100 meters away, just the same size as the huge metal disc where he sat cross-legged. This fluctuation range is the size of the domain he is going to open up. Without a civilization system as complete as Gaia, Nightmare or Spirit Realm, the domain that this totem lord has just opened up is not that big. His domain with a radius of 100 meters is a fairly large initial area in the totem civilization. The diameter of the domains that many totem lords have just opened up may be less than 10 meters. Especially those who are lucky enough to get to this point by taking a high-level monster as a totem model. Lin Xiao had no feeling for the first difficulty of opening up the totem domain, but for the second difficulty, he took out the god of space god sent by his real body and pressed it directly on his forehead. The god of space penetrated his pure gold body and merged into his body, and soon appeared in his sea of consciousness. A golden root flew out and rolled up the god of space that appeared in the sea of consciousness, and placed it in the core of the golden ancient tree and merged into it, appearing in front of Lin Xiao's soul. Looking at the god of space wrapped in dense golden runes, he took a deep breath and opened his mouth to swallow the god of space. As soon as the god of space was swallowed by his transparent soul emitting a faint golden light, the golden runes on the surface lit up and burned into a faint golden flame. The runes burned and disappeared one by one, and an inexplicable breath slowly emerged and spread. He was refining this process god of space god, according to the plan. After refining this process god of space god, his incarnation would briefly possess the power of a true god of the divine domain with the priesthood of space, but it would not affect the incarnation's path to the totem lord. At that time, he would use the power of the true god to forcefully push the elemental tide, and use the terrifying power generated by the elemental tide to forcefully open a crack in the cosmic crystal wall to communicate with his true body. The most critical step is to be able to resist the inevitable leakage of the power in the later stage of refining the godhead, and to persist under the pressure of the furious plane will until the crack in the cosmic crystal wall is successfully opened. Although this godhead has been processed and sealed, it can be guaranteed not to be leaked in the early stage, but in the later stage, his strength will definitely exceed the standard. When it exceeds the only true god of this plane, the holy god, it will inevitably be discovered, and at that time, it will definitely face the full attack of the plane will. During this period, he could not take action, and could only rely on his own men to resist. Fortunately, the situation in this plane is special. There are no other strong people except the Holy God, and the Holy God is now in the birth stage. It is impossible for him to leave and come to trouble him unless the Holy God gives up the deification. This may be the case in the later stage, but it will not be the case before the situation in the early stage is completely broken. In this way, he only needs to face the local forces of this plane and the adventures of the Son of Nightmare and the Son of the Spirit Realm. That is, the Alfonso Kingdom alone will fight against all the kingdoms in the entire plane. Similarly, the difficulty is reduced, After so many years of preparation, the strength of the Alfonso kingdom is not what other empires can imagine. It is no problem to push other kingdoms, but it will take some time, not to mention just defending. Moreover, it will take a long time for him to refine the godhood to the point where the power cannot be controlled and leaked out. During this time, the kingdom has begun to prepare, just as he was in seclusion preparing for the last moment. A huge wooden ship wrapped in a layer of light film came from the void outside the plane. The ship docked at the metal platform at the edge of the plane crystal wall. A large group of human adventors jumped down, led by 4 adventors with similar momentum. One of them was a sturdy man with horns on his head. He strode to the edge of the plane crystal wall, stretched out his hand and pressed it on the crystal wall, and nodded after a few seconds. It is true. The aura has just revived. I can feel the faint surge of the elemental tide. Another bald man also reached out and felt it and said, I can feel several gods' marks of varying strengths. The most powerful ones are sacred, natural, revenge, war, and well, there is also a hidden space priesthood. It seems that this plane has a small temple, but many great gods. After saying that, the strong man laughed and said, So what? They are just a group of natives. The aura has just revived, and their strength has not recovered. It is not ours. Let me say that the space priesthood is very useful to me. I want it. Bullshit, the bald man immediately said. Whoever grabs it will own it. That's fine. It depends on your ability. The big man laughed and turned to the platform to descend in front of the magic circle to prepare for the descent. A week later, Brother Chow sat at the head of the hall with an ugly face. There were only 6 people in the hall except him. All of them were his loyal subordinates, and they were all cursing at this time. I said those few were unreliable. Look, they came back with a bunch of people. And now it's over. What should we do now? They have already pulled some people over. And now our troops have been reduced by 1/3. And several battlefields on the front line have collapsed. Let's shrink the front line. Negotiate peace first. And wait for a few years to recuperate before unifying the empire in one go. It's unlikely. With so many people coming, they will definitely occupy territory. It is estimated that someone will support the other side to grab a piece of territory. What should we do then? Everyone looked at Brother Chow. He seemed to come back to his senses, facing the inquiring eyes of his subordinates. He said, First, stop the war and recuperate. Xinhua, you contact Luo Er again. Tell him the current situation, and see if you can buy another batch of potions and elite weapons, he said in a deep voice. Although the situation has changed, it is not all bad for us. At least we have less people, and the power of faith in our hands is several times more. Now we occupy 2/3 of the area of the Sarnos Empire, which is almost 1/2 of the Alfonso kingdom. We are the largest in terms of territory. At this point, he smiled and said, Even if the plan fails, even if we stick to this small piece of land for decades, the power of faith collected is enough for us to be promoted to the Totem Lord and make a lot of money. Everyone laughed after hearing this, sweeping away the low morale caused by the separation of the original companions. By the way, since the strategy has been changed, there is no need to consider the impact. From now on, expand the scope of missionary work, surround the town from the countryside, and gradually erode the faith area of the Holy Church until it is completely driven away. North Thasos City. This is the territory of the Duke of Thasos, the former marshal of the Sarnos Empire. Since the imperial capital was captured, he moved the core of his power here. Originally, he was worried every day that one day the enemy would attack his territory, and he would be defeated. However, not long ago, the enemy suddenly had an internal conflict, and several elite troops defected and sent him signals of surrender. The Duke of Thasos readily agreed to accept these troops, which greatly increased his strength. He wiped out the previous defeats, and not only regained his footing, but also counterattacked several cities. On this day, Duke Thasos received a ceasefire agreement from the new Emperor Sarnos. He was ready to agree to it, but before he left the city, he received news that several newly joined armies had launched an attack on the enemy without authorization. The agreement that had not yet been submitted was naturally invalidated, and the two sides fought again. The newcomers, regardless of the rule that the same camp should not fight when there are other civilizations, brazenly initiated a dispute, which surprised and annoyed Brother Chow. It was obvious that the newcomers were the kind who did not follow the rules, in order to stabilize their status and expand their power. They directly attacked their own people. There were not many such people, but they were very annoying, and he could do nothing about it. After all, the strength of the newcomers was not much different from his, and he could not suppress them. Chapter 398 The Wrath of the Holy God. Time gradually advanced in the chaos. After the human outsiders came, the sons of nightmares and the sons of the spirit realm came one after another, and the entire plane became more and more chaotic. There were many of these outsiders, most of whom did not follow the rules. As soon as they came, they began to grab territory, conflict with existing comers or local natives, and wars broke out frequently. And all this had nothing to do with Lin Xiao. The kingdom of Alfonso itself was remote and located at the southernmost tip of the continent. Most of these comers came directly to the three empires inside the continent. A large group of comers came to this area and fought for territory. The most injured was naturally the Holy Church. Two of the three empires were basically out of the control of the Holy Church. Among them, the faith of the Holy Church in the Sarnos Empire was completely collapsed and divided by many comers. As the competition continued to expand, more and more comers came, many of whom came from other areas of the Totem continent. Most of them came to divide the power of faith, but a small part came with other purposes. With so many people and not enough territory to divide, some people naturally set their sights on the war-free Alfonso kingdom and wanted to divide several provinces. However, they were easily suppressed by the local troops of each province before they even started, including many of the Adventers, who were directly killed. But this still aroused the interest of many people. Even though many people suppressed them on the spot, some people still came here stubbornly. And all of this was not even reported to Lin Xiao, as Alfonso had already dealt with it. Cathedral of Life. Refuge. Huh. It's finally done. Looking at the golden runes on the surface of the space godhead in front of him, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It took him a full 8 months to initially refine the seal runes on the surface of the godhead. The next step is the most critical step. But before that, he left the cathedral temporarily, summoned all the core believers to instruct them on some things, and then wrote a letter to Lisa. Not long after, Lisa came over. When she saw him for the first time, she was stunned for a moment. She looked him up and down with her beautiful eyes and said curiously, "You seem to be different." He smiled, beckoned her to sit down in front of him, and said, "Yes, it is a little different. And it is also related to calling you here." She sat down in front of him generously, looked at him carefully and said, "Have you been promoted to the Totem Lord?" He shook his head. "No, but it is the last step. Before that, I have something to tell you." "Well, I'll listen." Lin Xiao turned around and took out a small box with exquisite appearance from his back. When he opened it, there was a golden statue emitting a milky white halo. Lisa's eyes lit up when she saw it. What a strong power of faith. He pushed the lid of the box over and said, "This plane will undergo earth-shaking changes in a while. You'd better leave this plane immediately." Her face changed slightly, and she asked, "Are you going to prepare?" He didn't nod, but he didn't shake his head either. Just said, "Don't ask too much. The power of faith accumulated here is enough for you to use the Totem Lord. It seems to be true. Then okay. I'll listen to you." She didn't hesitate, put away the box, raised her eyelids and looked at him with her beautiful eyes, suddenly smiled and leaned forward and said, "See if you still have a conscience? Let you enjoy it again." Watching the beautiful figure disappear, Lin Xiao recalled the wonderful taste just now, chuckled, and retracted his mind. Basically, what should be dealt with has been dealt with, and the next step is to officially start to open up the totem field, ordering the church to prepare. Lin Xiao returned to the Cathedral of Life again. Calm down. The consciousness sinks to the sea of consciousness. An ancient tree of pure gold is rising and falling in the sea of consciousness. And circles of golden light waves surround the ancient golden tree and rise and fall. Ready to go. In the previous 8 months, he was not only refining the Godhead, but also preparing for the opening of the domain. Now he is already prepared to the last step. Taking a deep breath, he moved his mind, and the golden waves that had been ready for a long time suddenly expanded. Several waves merged into one, and mixed with the invisible waves that surged from the golden ancient tree, forming a dark golden light wave that tore through the space and slowly expanded with the golden ancient tree as the center. With each expansion of the dark golden light wave, Lin Xiao felt that his soul and will were also expanding and becoming stronger. This dark golden light wave that expanded with the golden ancient tree as the center was the edge of the newly opened domain. Wherever the dark golden light wave passed was the newly opened domain. The dark golden light wave was the power generated by the mixture of his mental power and the power of faith. The more it expanded outward, the more the power was consumed. Once it was exhausted, it would be the range limit of the domain. Lin Xiao did not pay attention to the expansion of the dark gold light wave. His will was retracted when the light wave expanded to a certain extent. He fell on the divine nature of the golden branches above the golden ancient tree, took a deep breath, and with a thought, the last remaining seal rune began to burn. As soon as the last seal rune burned, a powerful law wave far exceeding the previous one surged out, surging in all directions like a tide, and soon flew across the dark gold light wave that opened up the field to the distance that could only be seen on the spiritual level. From the outside, it seemed that an invisible wave swept across Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the metal array platform, and sank into the surrounding walls. At the moment when this invisible wave emerged, the Hem Cathedral surrounded by the halo formed by the milky white power of faith in the center of the distant Holy Empire suddenly roared with anger. And then the infinite power of faith permeating the sky above the holy city gathered to the center of the cathedral, condensing into an angel of light emitting awe-inspiring divine power, holding a huge lightsaber and pointing to the distance. Heresy. Holy war. The powerful Holy Empire was in an uproar because of this divine prophecy. As the empire where the headquarters of the Holy Church is located, the Emperor of the Empire is the highest authority in the Empire, and the Pope of the Holy Church. After entering the cathedral of the Holy City and communicating with the Holy God in person, the Pope issued the highest level of holy war order in the history of the Church. At the same time, a shocking news was released to all forces in the continent. A heretic is about to be deified. The entire plane was shocked by this news, and it was a heated discussion. Are you saying that someone is going to be promoted to a totem lord in this plane? Xian Lei, one of the new leaders of the human Adventers, looked at his subordinates in surprise and asked curiously, "Do you know who it is?" The subordinate nodded with his chin pinched. Although the Holy Church has not yet determined who it is, the direction it points to is the south of the continent. And the most powerful force in the south is most likely to be Roll, who occupies the kingdom of Alfonso. If there is no accident, it should be him. You said before that this person is the strongest Adventer in this plane. He plundered the faith power accumulated by a kingdom for thousands of years, and occupied another kingdom. As long as the promotion resources are sufficient, he can indeed be promoted to a totem lord very quickly. Well, it's really a difficult choice. He looked up to the south, rubbing his chin with his hands, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The whole plane was boiling because of this announcement. Whether it was the human descenders, or the sons of nightmares, and the sons of the spirit realm, they were all shocked by this news, while others were discussing whether to participate, whether to watch the show or to get involved. The Kingdom of Finland and the Kingdom of Sardinia on the border of Alfonso responded to the call of the Holy Church and declared war on the Kingdom of Alfonso at the same time. The garrison on the border immediately sent a large number of spies into the territory of Alfonso, but soon lost their traces. The Alfonso Empire neither attacked nor retreated, and the border remained the same. Half a month later, with the help of the Holy Church, the two kingdoms gathered a legion of more than 20,000 people at an unprecedented speed, and agreed to gather at the border between the two countries. At the same time, several armies of the Sons of Nightmares and the Sons of the Spirit Realm also responded to the call for holy war and gathered here. Although they are also dissenters, as long as they don't preach, they will not be excluded. But this is not the most radical. Outside Del City, a caravan from abroad is slowly approaching Del City. A dozen Spirit Realm sons dressed as merchants are looking at the tall city walls and squinting their eyes to hide the gleam in their eyes. One of the Spirit Realm sons whispered, "After entering the city, go to the palace first to kill the king to create chaos, and then go to assassinate the human descender. He is not yet a totem lord and cannot stop our siege." The caravan slowly approaches the city gate with a flow of people. The soldiers at the gate check one by one. When it is almost their turn, one of the Spirit Realm sons suddenly sees a small pavilion at the city gate. There are several priests of the Church of Life and Wisdom standing in the pavilion. One of the priests is staring at this side. They have a bad feeling in their hearts. Soon it is their turn. Before the soldiers check, the priest stands up and whispers a few words to his companions and walks over here. A group of priests and church knights come over with hammers or sticks and look unfriendly. The dozen or so sons of the Spirit Realm knew that they were exposed. They were quite puzzled. but they could not find a solution. They turned around and looked around. One of them had a sinister look in his eyes, and said fiercely, "Kill all the people at the city gate and retreat." He let out a low roar, and his whole body expanded rapidly. Soon he turned into a small giant with dark blue skin. His 2 arms expanded and forked rapidly, turning into more than a dozen 20 to 30 meter long flesh tentacles that flew out and rolled towards the amazed civilians around. Several priests were also surprised to see this. Someone immediately knocked on the bronze gong at the city gate and shouted, "There are demons eating people. Be alert." The son of the spirit realm, who took action, became even more angry when he heard this. He stretched out an arm, and 7 or 8 rolled tentacles separated and stabbed at the priest. Shield of Faith. A layer of light shield was formed. 7 or 8 tentacles pierced the light shield with a muffled sound, and the huge force directly smashed the man away. Another son of the spirit realm pulled off the black cloth covering his eyes, and his eyes quickly caught fire. 2 small flames shot out dozens of meters and hit another soldier, melting through his armor. But another priest immediately cast a shield of faith to block it. Divine magic? The son of the spirit realm showed a hint of surprise on his dark face. How is this possible? He felt a little gloomy and had a bad feeling. Chapter 399 Promoted to Totem Lord. Just as the thought fell, a huge vibration sound was heard from the city, like the sound of human footsteps. And then a huge head emerged from behind the tall city wall. A giant 10 meters tall climbed up the more than 10 meter high city wall, picked up a huge rock piled on the city wall, and smashed it down. Hack! When they saw the 4th giant head exposed, a group of sons of the spirit realm fled in disgrace. Too much. Where did the giants come from in this plane? After escaping the pursuers and finding a place to hide in the wild, more than a dozen sons of the spirit realm gathered together with unhappy faces. I wanted to come here to assassinate the target, but I almost flipped over before I even entered the city gate. The contrast was depressing. It seems that normal means can't get in, so I will change my location and sneak in tomorrow. A son of the spirit realm said, "My totem talent is good at drilling. When the time comes, I will find a place to dig a path directly from the ground into the city. I believe we will not be discovered." Why tomorrow? Dig tonight. That night, a group of people appeared in a section of the city wall, a wasteland more than 200 meters away from the city wall, and began to dig under the cover of night and weeds. The totem model of this son of the spirit realm is a monster that is good at drilling. The whole person temporarily transformed into a monster and drilled into the ground, easily splitting the soil and sinking into it, and soon dug out a thick passage. Others drilled into the passage and followed behind into the underground. Under the Cathedral of Life, Lin Zhao's totem field development has entered the final stage. As the dark gold light wave expanded to a certain extent and was about to be disconnected from his own spirit, he knew that this was the limit of his field development. After the dark gold light wave expanded to the limit of the spirit, it stopped expanding. At this time, his sea of consciousness had changed from the original purely illusory spiritual sea to a domain space between illusion and reality. Now there was only one last step, which was to solidify the domain and make it completely real. But before that, the golden ancient tree in the center of the domain stretched out a branch, and the golden leaves supported the Godhead that was about to be completely unsealed. With a thought, the last layer of the gold wire grid of the Godhead burned out, and the Godhead was completely unsealed. The previously sealed law instantly broke out of control, and a powerful law fluctuation exploded with him as the center, instantly passing through the domain between illusion and reality, flashing like lightning. In the underground passage that had been dug hundreds of meters underground, more than a dozen sons of the spirit domain were swept by the lightning and instantly froze in place for a long time. This is, surprised and horrified, all the sons of the spirit domain felt a strong palpitation just now. After a while, a son of the spirit realm whispered, "I have a bad feeling. I think we should withdraw first and start over." Everyone nodded quickly. The electric shock they had just felt was too bad and scared them. Then they were about to turn around when they suddenly heard a voice. "Since you're here, why not stay here?" Everyone paused, and then saw veins formed by golden light threads appearing on the walls around the 2-meter diameter passage. No, it's not light threads, but a network of veins formed by countless golden roots, which completely blocked the edge of the long passage. Everyone looked up and saw golden whiskers extending from the edge of the dark passage behind, quickly forming a light net to block the back road. The son of the spirit realm, who was wearing eye masks, took off his black eye masks, and a column of flame sprayed backwards and was blocked by the golden whisker net. The flames continued to spray, and the color changed from red to blue, and the temperature became higher and higher. It took more than 10 seconds to shoot through the seemingly soft light net. Another son of the spirit realm raised his arms, and turned into more than a dozen flesh whiskers that grew wildly, and the tips of the whiskers pierced the light net fiercely. The golden whisker net lit up, and the son of the spirit realm screamed, and all the flesh whiskers that pierced the light net were chopped by the golden threads. The pupils of another son of the spirit realm quickly turned grayish-white, and a gray spiritual light swept over, and a layer of petrified gray powder appeared on the surface of the golden roots. Huh? There are a few familiar faces. Then everyone felt a change in time and space in front of them, and suddenly it was pitch black. When they could see again, they were surprised to find that they had left the previous underground passage and appeared in a place where the sky under their feet was transparent on all sides. Under their feet was a transparent void, like crystal, and under this crystal were densely packed golden roots, which looked very beautiful. But no one was in the mood to watch these, and everyone's eyes were attracted by the huge golden tree in the center of this huge space. Totem Domain. Totem Lord. Everyone looked desperate. You have vision. If that's the case, then I'll give you a quick death. As soon as the words fell, countless golden roots rose from the ground. The sons of the spirit realm resisted angrily, and showed temporary totem incarnations. There were giant birds with wings burning with black flames, monsters like giant earthworms, and common tentacle monsters. But what interested Lin Xiao the most was a human-faced demon snake, with absolute strength. The golden roots easily pierced these monsters into sieves and devoured their flesh and blood. Soon, there was nothing left. Only the human-faced demon snake was not dead. 3 consecutive petrifying spiritual lights were ineffective, and the human-faced demon snake gave up resistance and shouted, "Who are you?" Countless golden roots stretched out and entangled into a human figure. The human-faced demon snake showed a trace of shock and realization when he saw the golden human figure. It turned out to be you. With a tremor all over his body, countless golden roots spewed out from his body. It tastes good? The human figure formed by the golden roots collapsed, and the sound came from the towering golden giant tree in the center of the domain. There were more than a dozen sons of the spirit realm. The weakest ones were only totem master apprentices, and the 2 strongest ones were already senior formal totem masters. But at this moment, they were just a dozen little mice in Lin Xiao's hands, and he crushed them easily. Yes, now he has successfully opened up the totem domain and become a formal totem lord. As long as his mane will leaves the domain and returns to his true body, he will have to accept the scanning of the totem crystal wall will and the impact of the world source C. Of course, it was time for him to communicate with his true body with the help of the elemental tide. While others were slowly preparing, perhaps even unable to find a way, he had already crossed the gap that others might not be able to achieve in decades, and was promoted to Totem Lord in one fell swoop. The domain has been opened up. The Godhead has been refined. Control the Godhead with the totem. On the magic circle, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and a dazzling golden light flashed, like a golden lightning explosion, and the underground space suddenly lit up. Rumble. The continuous thunderous sound that only he could hear at this level sounded in his ears, and a will that made him tremble slowly descended, projecting through the thick earth. The will of the totem crystal wall descended the moment he was promoted to Totem Lord. In addition to favor, it also brought a terrifying source energy impact. As long as a normal Totem Lord can withstand this impact, the source energy brought by the crystal wall will remain as nutrients for the growth of the Totem Lord. However, Lin Xiao is not a normal Totem Lord. Less than a second after the terrifying will descended, it burst into a heart-pounding rage. The slowly advancing continuous thunder turned into a furious roar at this moment, and the slowly descending source energy suddenly changed from a gentle wave to a violent tsunami. The totem crystal wall will notice Lin Xiao's alien identity and improper behavior, and instantly became furious. The descending source energy also instantly surged tenfold, 100-fold, and surged geometrically in just a dozen seconds. If it were other totem lords, who had just opened up a domain and faced such a violent source energy impact. No. Even if Lin Xiao's domain was more powerful than that of a normal totem lord, it could not withstand the tenfold or 100-fold source energy impact and could only be destroyed. Fortunately, he had a godhead that had been processed by a strong man and could be refined at his level. After the godhead was refined, he temporarily possessed the power of a god. The power of the godhead is space. So he has the space power of the true God level, relying on the power of space to stabilize the domain. Not only 10 times, but even 1,000 times or 10,000 times of source energy impact is useless to him. Instead, these source energies are restrained and refined by him. And the newly opened domain is constantly expanding. The will of the totem crystal wall is extremely angry, but temporarily helpless, just malicious and suppressing him. Although the will of the universe is powerful, it is only a concept after all, and has no entity. Normally, it cannot directly attack a certain individual. Generally speaking, it can only repel and impose malice and suppression on the target. In this case, any life in this world will be full of malice towards the target that the world will reject and is full of malice, and will not be able to help but take action, thereby carrying out indirect attacks. So after discovering that the source energy impact could not do anything to Lin Xiao, he began to influence the creatures of this plane. However, most of the civilians in the kingdom of Alfonso are believers of the God of life and wisdom, and their faith is extremely devout. Lin Xiao's current superficial identity is the elect and pope of the God of life and wisdom, the spokesperson for the object of believers' devout faith. His firm faith can block the influence of the world's will. However, believers in the kingdom of Alfonso can avoid this influence, but other creatures in the plane cannot avoid this influence. The most important thing is that the will of this plane has awakened, and it has great hostility towards him. Under the influence of the will of the crystal wall universe, the entire plane began to undergo some unpredictable changes. The most direct impact was that Alfonso found that several local indigenous churches that he had previously funded suddenly broke off relations with them, and were full of malice. Even many of the subordinates in the areas controlled by many Adventures expressed strong malice towards the kingdom of Alfonso, and the Church of the God of Life and Wisdom. And many Adventures received direct dissatisfaction from their subordinates with the God of Life and Wisdom. What did he do that angered the heavens and the people? Is it because he was too strong that the divine power was threatened? But how can this affect our subordinates and believers? In the Sarno's Empire, several Adventures talked about this matter during a regular gathering, and some people expressed great confusion. Brother Chao quickly gave the answer. It's very simple. This brother Luoer is not simple. Not only has he been promoted to the Totem Lord and opened up a territory, but his strength is too strong to arouse the vigilance of the Holy God. Most importantly, it can be speculated that the Holy God has been replaced by the Plain Will. We are no longer facing the Holy God, but the incarnation of the Plain Will. Now the situation is getting more and more interesting. We have occupied such a large piece of territory, and there must be people who are not happy with it. It is not ruled out that someone is doing small tricks behind the scenes. He pondered for a while and said, "Show goodwill to the Holy Church and prepare a cannon fodder force to join the Crusade army. The scale cannot be small. And prepare a standard legion." After saying that, Shinhoi continued, "By the way, give Luoer some support. Although I don't think highly of him, our son of the divine domain always likes to create miracles. Maybe he can win." Chapter 400 Abnormal Energy Fluctuations Outside the Crystal Wall of the Universe. Kingdoms and lords have joined the Holy War, including several indigenous churches. There are people trying to sneak into the border of the kingdom almost every moment. The border guards are exhausted from dealing with it, and they simply ignore the infiltration of small troops. As a large number of holy wars composed of civilian adventure organizations enter and destroy everywhere, the originally stable kingdom is in turmoil, and the powerful military force of the church cannot suppress it. Slowly, as more and more small holy wars infiltrate, they begin to unite into a stronger holy war army to create chaos internally, and even have the courage to attack ordinary towns. Although most of them were suppressed, some were breached. Once a town is breached, it will be a tragic loss. Holy War. This is a feast of legal plunder, and many holy wars with impure purposes come with this idea. Soon after, Alfonso ordered the border guards to withdraw and retreat to important cities in the country. At the same time, a large number of brigades were sent to kill small groups of jihadists everywhere. However, the enemy knew the game tactics of the enemy retreats and I advance. The enemy advances and I retreat. That is, not to meet the main force, but to make trouble everywhere. Soon the entire Alfonso kingdom was in chaos. After all, with the power of one country against half of the continent, it is absolutely powerful, but the number of people is too small. The total force of the Alfonso kingdom now adds up to just over 50,000, which can't prevent the full blossoming and infiltration of the entire kingdom. Seeing that the kingdom was becoming more and more chaotic, it continued to give up its territory and shrink inward. It took only half a year to give up the 6 provinces north of the capital, and established a line of defense with the capital as the center to confront the gradually advancing Finnish and Sardinian coalition forces. Most people were not optimistic about the Alfonso kingdom before, and they were even more pessimistic at this time. Many adventurers saw this opportunity and wanted to sneak in to fish in troubled waters, including human adventurers who were looking for money. Including the third time he came to find Lin Xiao. This guy always came with an impure purpose. But this time Lin Xiao didn't see him at all, because he had entered the final stage at this time. After completely integrating the godhood into the totem field, he temporarily transformed the totem field into the kingdom of God, and used the power of the kingdom of God plus the power of the gods to pry the underlying rules of the world, forcibly promote the surge of the elemental tide, and use the terrifying power generated by the elemental tide to open up the connection with the real body. This step is quite difficult, and normal descenders can never do it. Even if they are promoted to totem kings, they must encounter the newly awakened plane, the newly appeared elemental tide, and the incarnation and the real body can still communicate, and they can also find a group of strong people to help. These conditions are indispensable. It is incredible that so many harsh conditions can be superimposed, but in the end Lin Xiao did it. At this time, he has entered the last step. As for the mighty holy war army outside, and the various descenders with purposes, he didn't take them seriously at all. The only threat to him in this plane is the holy god. However, it has now been confirmed that the will of the plane has occupied the holy god as its incarnation. Because of this, the holy god is now in the process of being refined and cannot take any action at all. Otherwise, he would have attacked him personally half a year ago. The holy god could not make a move. No one in this plane could stop him. The situation was already determined. Even if the kingdom of Alfonso was destroyed and all the believers died, it didn't matter. At this time, in the temporarily transformed kingdom of God, Lin Xiao's incarnation could already vaguely sense the existence of his true body in a distant unknown direction, without the need to transfer through the magic cube of creation. A golden tree that reached the sky and the earth stood between heaven and earth, with pure gold roots inserted deep into the earth. The huge kingdom of God, with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, was in chaos. There was nothing in the temporary kingdom of God. Only the rolling chaotic airflow, which was completely unsuitable for believers to survive. This was transformed from the void energy extracted by the roots of his totem true body through the kingdom of God into the void. This temporary kingdom of God was also a one-time operation. Regardless of whether this action was successful or not, this temporary kingdom of God was useless. He didn't know what fate he would face as an incarnation. It was estimated that it would be scrapped with a high probability, even if it was successful. Years of preparation. This battle. If someone can watch from a very far away void outside the plane, they can see that the entire void where this plane is located is slowly flowing. The elemental tide, in the final analysis, is the change of the void. The violent void energy will automatically transform into the 4 basic elements of earth, fire, wind and water after entering the plane. When these basic elements flow on a large scale, they will form the elemental tides recognized by the creatures in the plane. Normally, this plane is not very large, and the will of the plane is silent for many years. There is no extraordinary power in the plane, so the range of the elemental tide should not be very large. But after Lin Xiao's deliberate promotion, the elemental tide fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and the range became wider and wider. Wave after wave of relay promotion led to a larger scale and range of elemental tides. Lin Xiao's totem incarnation used the power of the temporary kingdom of God to guide the terrifying energy generated by the elemental tides. His will sensed the will of his true body in the distant darkness, and pushed this indescribable terrifying energy to hit hard. The totem crystal-walled universe, from a distance, looked like a sun-emitting flame suspended in the chaotic virtual sea. 3 huge void fortresses were suspended on the edge of this huge crystal wall, and a large number of void warships belonging to the 3 major divine domain civilizations patrolled the edge of the crystal wall. A void warship belonging to human civilization sailed to a certain area and slowly slowed down. A group of very tall soldiers stood in the bridge. In the center, a giant man wearing a military uniform and 5 or 6 meters tall was pointing at the light screen in front of him. Xiao Qing said to another equally tall officer on the side, "We have reached the border area. Prepare to return." The handsome officer, with a lightning bolt on his forehead, nodded, stretched out his hand, and tapped a few times on the same screen in front of him. A woman in military uniform popped up on the screen. He said seriously, "Patrol ship number 76 has patrolled to the border. There is no abnormality. Request to return." The woman on the screen stared at the front, as if she was looking at something. After a while, she turned her head and smiled as if she saw an acquaintance. She supported her chin with her smooth little hand and leaned forward slightly. She threw a wink to the second officer and said, "Don't be so serious. I'll come back later. Please confirm the order." TSK. "You don't understand romance." The woman sighed lightly, her face solemn, and said in a deep voice, "The patrol route has been verified. Confirmed to be correct. And allowed to return." The patrol route has been verified. Confirmed to be correct. And allowed. Before the voice fell, the light curtain in front of her suddenly lit up in dazzling red, and a mechanical voice sounded. "The edge of the crystal wall is abnormal, and there are abnormal energy fluctuations. According to Article 7 of the Patrol Regulations, please go to the patrol ship number 76 for an on-site inspection immediately. The edge of the crystal wall is abnormal, and there are abnormal energy fluctuations. According to Article 7 of the Patrol Regulations, please go to the patrol ship number 76 for an on-site inspection immediately. The edge of the crystal wall is abnormal, and there are abnormal energy fluctuations. According to Article 7 of the Patrol Regulations, please go to the patrol ship number 76 for an on-site inspection immediately." The warning sounded 3 times in a row. Seeing this, the woman behind the light curtain spread her hands and said, "It seems that you can't come back for the time being. Go and see if there are any stowaways doing anything." The light curtain closed. The officer pinched the lightning mark on his forehead, and the giant-like colleague beside him smiled. "The girl has taken the initiative. Why are you still so serious? Smile more." He didn't say anything, just looked up and issued various instructions to the void ship. And the huge warship turned around and headed in the direction where the energy index was abnormal. The giant officer could only shrug his shoulders, and also lowered his head to check the abnormal fluctuations being detected. The void warship quickly approached the abnormal fluctuations, and the professional equipment on the ship began to detect data. A piece of data was transmitted to the light curtain in front of the 2 people at the same time. 10 seconds later, the 2 looked up at the same time and could see the shock in each other's eyes. However, the 2 were about to report. But before they made any moves, an unimaginable force descended, directly solidifying the void where the warship was located, and an extremely huge voice sounded in their ears. The expressions on their faces became more and more serious. Shaoqing warship launched a clear light ball wrapped in a golden light net and threw it into the area of abnormal energy fluctuations. It exploded, and the clear light waves in the sky quickly spread to hundreds of kilometers away, shielding the entire area. In the Void Fortress, Lin Xiao was in an extremely large space inside the fortress. The flat metal floor, with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, was engraved with dense runes. The dense runes were combined into a small magic array, and these small magic arrays themselves were a rune in the large magic array. And these large magic arrays were part of this super large magic array with a diameter of 10 kilometers. The 3 layers of chain stacked together, powered by the entire fortress, formed this super magic array that could instantly generate terrifying energy. In the totem universe, his incarnation was pushing the power of the elemental tide to contact his true body. And his true body could not be idle either, and was also communicating with his true body with the help of the power of the huge void fortress. The 2 have the same origin and are naturally connected. At the same time, they push powerful forces. Lin Xiao can now vaguely sense the actual existence of the incarnation. Very close. He looked up and said to himself, "I feel that it will be open soon. When the time comes, please ask everyone to call Gaia's will to descend." The people he was talking to were of course the powerful gods, who were hiding in the void, but had been paying attention to him. Although he could communicate with Gaia's will as a Tianju Viceless player, his strength was too weak, and there would be a delay from communication to Gaia's will response. Although the delay was very short, only a dozen seconds, it would not affect anything normally. But this time the time to temporarily open the outer crystal wall of the totem crystal wall universe would only last for a moment, maybe 1 or 2 seconds, and it would be difficult to communicate with Gaia's will in real time in such a short time. But with more than 40 powerful gods communicating with Gaia's will at the same time, it was enough to ensure that Gaia's will would exist during the period when it was about to be opened, as long as the incarnation and the real body were connected. The strong men would simultaneously resist the will of the totem universe and force the channel to stabilize for a period of time. And Gaia's will would descend immediately. By that time, the Gaia node could be successfully established. Chapter 401 Real Name Gaia. Once the Gaia node is successfully established, it is none of his business whether the incarnation continues to stay in this world or returns. It doesn't matter if it is destroyed by the angry totem will. Anyway, what he has to do is done. Of course, it is better to continue to preserve it. After all, he has spent so much effort and hard work, and consumed a lot of good fortune energy. It would be a pity if it is really gone. However, these are not determined by his will. Whether he can survive or not really depends on good fortune. As the connection with the incarnation becomes clearer and clearer, Lin Xiao can sense the monstrous anger and terrifying pressure that comes with the incarnation. In the totem universe, ripples appeared in the vast void. Suddenly, the void arched in the center of the ripples and quickly expanded into a big bag. With a roar, a pair of huge black claws pierced through the void and drilled out. This is a pair of pincers that look like they are tens of kilometers in size. They smashed into the void. With a bang, the void shook, and countless space cracks broke with a smash as the center, slowly revealing the huge figure of a giant beast under the void. This is a pitch-black giant beast that is hundreds of kilometers tall. It looks like a giant scorpion standing up. There are huge hollow holes on its black and reflective carapace. Thick black smoke is ejected from it, forming a circle of black smoke clouds with a diameter of 700 or 800 kilometers around the feet of the giant scorpion. There are countless twisted faces of creatures roaring and screaming in the black smoke. The giant scorpion appeared in the void not far from the plane, and its one eye with an ominous red light looked at the plane and slowly approached. As this terrifying existence approached, the surrounding flowing void was disturbed and showed signs of stagnation. Lin Xiao's incarnation in the plane frowned and slowly raised his head. At the same time, several nightmare sons led the crusades to rest in a newly conquered town. Chatting animatedly, suddenly, one of them seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. After a while, the rice bowl in his hand fell and shattered, and the rice fell to the ground. The other nightmare sons, who were chatting subconsciously, looked up when they heard the sound. Bang bang. Several nightmare sons stood up with their mouths wide open, and muttered in an incredible tone for a while. Oh my god! Am I seeing this right? In the distant Sarno's imperial city, Brother Chow and others stood on the terrace of the palace and looked at the sky with a gray face. I think we are going to die. This is impossible. Xinhua shouted in surprise and disbelief. How is this possible? How could such a powerful existence come? Brother Chow smiled bitterly. It seems that things are more interesting than we thought. We miscalculated. Brothers, give up everything and leave. You can't leave later. After saying that, he turned around and left. The others looked at each other, dropped their wine glasses, and turned to follow. Soon, the central teleportation array of the metal platform at the edge of the plane crystal wall lit up, and several beams of light shot up into the sky, revealing Chao Gu and the other 6 adventures. The 6 people saw the metal platform that was already tilted, and the dozen or so sons of Nightmare that had returned to the platform. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded and stared at the huge giant scorpion demon god in the distant void. This should be a totem king, although it looks like a giant scorpion demon god. This giant scorpion demon god does not exude the chaos and violence of the demon. It should be a path after the totem road has reached the later stage and has been promoted to the totem king. The flesh, totem and domain are combined into the appearance of this totem, specializing in the demon god's true body, which is completely opposite to the path of the domain. If they can go all the way to this step, they may also take this path. It is unknown where the crystal wall will found this giant scorpion demon god. The huge body is comparable to some small planes. As he slowly approaches, his mere existence has affected the mortal world and has interfered with the surging elemental tide. Lin Xiao's incarnation can naturally see the scene, just by sensing from a distance. He knows that he can't be the opponent of this giant scorpion demon god. This guy is not just an ordinary totem king. He should be a resource totem king who has been promoted for a long time. Even if he is promoted to a real totem king step by step, he can't beat him. Not to mention that he is just a fake one now. However, it doesn't matter whether he can beat him now. It's too late. The arrival of this giant scorpion demon god is too late. This is not like in movies and novels where the villain must catch up to stop the protagonist because of the plot. It doesn't happen in reality. Either he caught up and stopped it early, or he didn't catch up. And now he is one step slower. When this giant scorpion demon god resisted the plane instinctively and forced to contact the plane crystal wall, in the deafening sound of thunder, Lin Xiao's will use the energy of the huge magic circle of the plane fortress to forcibly open up the connection with the incarnation and communicate with his own incarnation. At the moment of communication with the incarnation, the abnormal energy fluctuation on the crystal wall outside the totem crystal wall universe suddenly erupted, and a gray energy gushed out thousands of meters high like a fountain and merged into the void, and then quickly shrank after a second. At the moment of communication, Lin Xiao quickly communicated with Gaia's will through his authority. At the same time, the powerful divine powers, who had been prepared for a long time, took action at the same time, and the terrifying power twisted the void. Lin Xiao only felt that his will and senses were all twisted at this moment. And then he roared in anger. When the twisted senses recovered, he had completely restored the connection with the incarnation. And in an instant, all the experience memories accumulated by the incarnation during the Advent were taken back. If he wanted, he could take back the incarnation instantly. But he couldn't do this. And of course, he couldn't do it now. Now his incarnation still needs to play a positioning role. If he took it back, the will of the totem crystal wall on the other side would immediately seal the gap that had just been opened. What he had to do now was to wait for the Gaia will that had descended upon his incarnation and temporarily deprived him of control over this incarnation to suppress the will of the totem crystal wall. The powerful men took action to subdue the giant scorpion demon on the opposite side and other powerful beings from the totem world that had arrived, to ensure that the passage could be successfully fixed. Yes, he can no longer control his avatar, because the descending Gaia will has descended on his avatar and temporarily taken over this avatar. And he can do nothing. However, this is his avatar after all, and Gaia will has not completely stripped his avatar, so his real body will can still contact the avatar and obtain the memory of the avatar, which is precisely the law mystery contained in Gaia will. I don't know if it is a reward for him, but the will of Gaia's will that descended this time completely released all restrictions on him. He can obtain everything carried by this Gaia will, just like communicating with the avatar to obtain all the experiences and memories of the avatar. This scene is like the moment when the gods are enthroned and get feedback from the origin of the universe and swim in the source sea of the universe. They can freely absorb the law mystery contained in the source sea and feedback themselves. At this moment, Lin Xiao's real body was wrapped in a layer of crystal light flowing with mysterious fluctuations. And the mysterious fluctuations emitted made Jean Cece and Xia Yufei on the side envious. However, despite her envy, Jean Cece still remembered her teacher's responsibility, and her divine power was poured into Lin Xiao's ears. This is an incredible opportunity. This is Gaia's reward to you. And it's time to ignite the divine fire. Pay attention. First, do your best to absorb and refine the mysteries of the laws fed back by Gaia's will. And don't rush to ignite the divine fire. Lin Xiao could hear her voice, and his uneasy mood calmed down, and he absorbed the endless mysteries of the laws with peace of mind. As the endless source sea laws were absorbed, Lin Xiao suddenly found that he had obtained the third priesthood. Life. It is estimated that it was the feedback from the incarnation and the golden ancient tree totem. His understanding of the law of life was rapidly increasing as he continuously absorbed the feedback from Gaia's will, and soon broke through the 5% limit. Other demigods, until they were deified, could hardly have an understanding of the laws of more than 5%. Under the feedback of Gaia's will, he easily broke through this limit and continued to grow. The two main laws of creation and truth that he possessed grew at a faster rate, and the speed of growth made him a little nervous. But what surprised him even more was the newly born fifth section of his true name. The feedback from Gaia's will allowed him to successfully give birth to his fifth true name, and this true name made him feel a little incredible. But it was natural. Real name, Cyberlux. Meyer. Io. Ober. Gaia. That's right. He got Gaia. The same true name byte as the human main world. And this true name byte has only one meaning. That is, the identity of the son of Gaia. Throughout the history of the human main world, any son of Gaia has the true name byte of Gaia. In other words, when his incarnation successfully communicated with his true body to open this totem crystal walled universe that looked like a tortoise SHL, allowing the main world to have an absolute advantage in the competition with the nightmare world and the spiritual realm civilization, Gaia's will recognized his contribution and gave him the identity of Gaia's son. After obtaining the 5th section of his true name, his mastery of the laws of the priesthood increased greatly, and he mastered the priesthood of life. And his divinity also soared accordingly. The original divinity value was 104 points. But now it has reached 135 points. And it is still growing. Usually, refining dozens of divinity points cannot increase 1 unit. But now it is rising like a water meter that has tripped. The speed of increase feels like it is worthless. And it jumps by several points. However, when I think of the significance of his behavior this time, these rewards are completely normal. God interface. Username: Lin Shao. Citizen number TXWD 542154895147. Real name: Cyberlux. Meyer. Io. Ober. Gaia. God name: God of Truth and Creation. Godhood: None. Clergy: Truth 11.5%. Creation 18.42%. Life 8.14%. Divinity: 233 points. Divine Fire, Ignite. Divine Power, 269481. Divine Supernatural Power, Supernatural Precognition LV5. Reproduction: Minor Judgment. Kingdom of God, Cube Kingdom. Sect: Church of Truth. Believers: Shura Great Naga. Little Naga. Wise Goblin. Red Furnace Clan. 4 elements. Occupation: God Warrior/Hero. Divine Warrior. Frost Warlock. Mage. Chapter 402. Ignite the Divine Fire. This is part of the result when the feedback of Gaia's will is about to end. Because when his divinity exceeds 200 points, his divinity level will be promoted again. From the 6th level to the more incredible 7th level. Thus obtaining another chance to obtain exclusive divine supernatural powers. It's just that there is no time now. So let's put it aside for now, and choose it later. The most important thing now is to ignite the divine fire, and be promoted to a demigod. The so-called divine fire means that when a person is strong to a certain extent or realm, he naturally comes into contact with the rules, and thus condenses his unique divinity. This divinity is attached to the soul. Or it can be said that the divinity is the soul of qualitative change. The two are one. But they can be separated before the divine fire is ignited. With divinity, you can absorb the power of faith, condense the power of faith, and continuously strengthen the divinity until the limit of your own divinity. When the divinity reaches a strong enough level, you can choose to burst out your own spiritual light, and use the spiritual light to ignite the divinity that condenses a huge amount of faith power. That is, your own soul. During this period, the light of the soul is the fire, and the power of faith is the burning firewood. The burning of the power of faith is used to train one's own divinity. And finally the divinity and soul training are melted into one, turning into a flame that never goes out. This is the divine fire. Of course, the premise of this never extinguishing is to have enough power of faith to maintain it. Once there is not enough power of faith as firewood, the divine fire will gradually weaken until it goes out. That is when the demigod or even the true God falls. In other words, when the divine creature ignites the divine fire and becomes a demigod, while the power it possesses is on par with the true body, it will also begin to need divine power to maintain the divine fire like the true God. The more powerful the demigod is, the more divine power it needs every day to maintain the existence of the divine fire. In other words, the demigod must have basic believers to provide the power of faith to maintain it. Otherwise it will fall. At this time, it will no longer be like the divine life. Even if all the believers die, it will not be a problem, and it can continue to survive. Demigods and true gods cannot do this. Of course, what is better than the native gods in foreign lands is that the players in the god realm have their own god realm, which has a large number of followers. These can provide sufficient faith power for support and have surplus. This is the basic foundation of the players in the god realm. Even if they cannot grab a stable faith territory in the foreign land, they will not fall. Demigods do not only rely on the god realm to collect faith power. Basically, after entering the university stage, all demigod college students in all institutions have to descend to foreign lands to compete with the native gods of foreign lands for territory and faith, and collect faith power. This is the only way for the sons of the god realm in the main world. It is impossible for you to stay in the god realm and manage these followers. Such sons of the god realm have no future. I have never heard of any true god in the god realm who stayed at home and relied on the faith power provided by the followers in the god realm to be deified. No. Because Gaia's will does not allow this kind of reliance on parents to appear. Of course, This is all future things. The most important thing now is to prepare enough pure faith power and divine power to ignite the divine fire. With Lin Zhao's current 7th order divinity level, the power of faith and divine power required is estimated to be no less. Fortunately, he was well prepared. The power of faith accumulated in the divine domain over the years has always been retained. In addition, this time he descended with the faith of a kingdom. Although the Alfonso kingdom may no longer exist, the power of faith accumulated before is not small. Speaking of this, Lin Zhao's eyes followed the connection between his incarnation and saw that in the totem world, a golden ancient tree that reached the sky and the earth stood in the void. This golden ancient tree has undergone earth-shaking changes under the urging of Gaia's will. It has turned into a golden ancient tree hundreds, or even thousands of kilometers high, and lingered in the void. Below the void, there is a fragmented plain, which is the plain they descended before. It has been torn to pieces by the terrible war, and the remaining fragments have been swallowed up by the golden ancient tree. When two powerful civilizations fight, the aftermath alone is enough to destroy planes one by one. Lin Zhao was completely unable to participate in this level of fighting, and could only watch silently. In this boundless void, there have been many terrifying totem kings with strange appearances, and the powerful gods can only send down limited incarnations at this time. More than 40 powerful gods have only sent down less than 5 incarnations, and even the power of the incarnations is limited. This is still presided over by Gaia's will. If Lin Zhao were to preside over it, he might only be able to send down 1 or 2 incarnations. After all, the will of the totem universe has the home advantage, and the power mobilized in its own home is definitely stronger than Gaia's will. It is already very strong to be able to stabilize the channel. This is destined to be a very time-consuming and long-lasting battle. It is unknown when the great power of human civilization will arrive. This time, the successful opening of the Gaia channel has taken the first mover advantage among the 3 major divine domain civilizations. With the importance of Gaia's will to this totem civilization, it is highly likely that a great existence will reside here in the near future. It is not easy to mobilize great beings. It is not just about adjusting the defense zone, but also involves various conflicts of interest. The various interest exchanges in between are very complicated. But this has nothing to do with Lin Zhao. No matter how the future development is, it has nothing to do with him. He has already obtained the maximum benefit that he can get with his current strength and level. He can neither participate nor want to participate in the future. And of course, he dare not participate. Now the will of this totem world probably hates him to the bone. If he dares to enter this world, he will be attacked by the angry will of the totem crystal wall in minutes. In the following days, his real body stayed in the divine domain every day, and the endless power of faith turned into flames to forge divinity and soul. The extremely powerful soul and divinity began to slowly produce the changes he expected under the continuous forging. The divinity merged with the soul, and began to merge into one under the forging of the flames formed by the milky white power of faith, and slowly turned into a flame. To be precise, it began to change into a flame form. In this state, Lin Zhao could clearly feel that his soul and will were undergoing some incredible transformation as they were forged. Yes, it is a transformation. A transformation from a divine creature to a demigod. As we all know, demigods already possess a portion of the power of true gods, and their power has undergone a preliminary qualitative change. Existences at this stage can already touch the truth. Demigods can already grant divine arts to believers on a large scale. Demigods can already create their own unique divine arts. Demigods can already create their own semi-divine artifacts. Demigods can already have true saints. Demigods can already choose a believer as their elect. Demigods can already cast projections. Demigods can already. Anyway, demigods are already 2 completely different levels from before. In the divine domain, when Lin Zhao's divinity and soul merged into divine fire, Slaughter, who was discussing things with the church's top leaders in the Cathedral of Truth, suddenly looked up, and a milky white light suddenly bloomed in his pupils, and a faint pressure surged out, becoming more and more intense. My lord, you are one. You are 10,000. You are the only one. I will follow my lord's footsteps until eternity. Slaughter slowly recited this declaration, and milky white flames began to seep out of the gaps between the huge scales on his body, and the delicate runes on the huge scales on his body began to light up, covered by infinite light. A strong and incomparable sense of holiness came over him. At this moment, The high-ranking church leaders around him seemed to see the great Lord of creation and truth, and they subconsciously knelt down and prayed loudly. At the same time, Lin Xiao also saw that the thickest line of faith in his sea of God suddenly disappeared, and instead, a star with the same breadth as the power of faith appeared out of thin air in his sea of gods, without the need for induction. He naturally knew that this was Slaughter. When he was promoted to a demigod, Slaughter, who had already met the conditions, naturally promoted to a saint. When Slaughter was promoted to a saint, he also instantly realized the benefits of a saint to himself. First, a saint provided him with 1,000 times more powerful power of faith than before. Let's put it this way. The power of faith provided by Slaughter alone was enough to keep his divine fire burning forever. In addition, as a saint, he could bring his will and divine power to him at any time without causing any impact on Slaughter. In other words, he had an incarnation that was not rejected by any plane in the mortal world and could be reused at any time. Saints practiced the doctrines of the gods they believed in, and their ideas were completely consistent with the gods they believed in, so they could fully accommodate the power of the gods they believed in. Saints were extremely rare, and many true gods might not have a saint in their lifetime. This was a miracle in faith. Lin Xiao had one just after he was promoted to demigod, which had extraordinary significance for him, equivalent to giving him an extra incarnation. When the Son of God is promoted to demigod, the incarnation separated out cannot be divided randomly like before. The demigod incarnation possesses a part of the power of the real body, and each one must separate a part of the divinity. But because the demigod is not yet a true god, only a part of the power can be stripped off to condense into an incarnation. To put it simply, the incarnation of a demigod is limited by his own priesthood, and one priesthood can only produce one incarnation. For example, Lin Xiao now has 3 priesthoods, namely creation, truth, and life. So normally he can only produce 3 incarnations, namely the incarnation of the priesthood of creation, the incarnation of the priesthood of truth, and the incarnation of the priesthood of life. And the power of each incarnation is limited by the priesthood. But after having a saint, he can have a 4th incarnation, and this incarnation will have all the priesthood powers of the real body, which is very powerful. When the sacred breath gushing out of Slaughter slowly descended, the breath became more restrained, and Lin Xiao's ignition of the divine fire at the core of the temple was also approaching the end. On the high throne, a large naga covered with golden crystal scales was lying on the throne, and milky white flames were gushing out and burning in the gaps between the crystal scales. The massive power of faith accumulated in the dome of the temple fell like a waterfall and drowned Lin Xiao. Chapter 403. The Transformation of Saint Slaughter. As the endless pure power of faith fell and burned, his divinity of more than 200 units was burned, melted, and integrated with the soul, and finally turned into a ball of flame. When this ball of divine fire took shape, the entire kingdom of God underwent a huge change, and his true body was also gradually changing, from the huge big naga to the small naga, then to the wise goblin, and then to the red furnace tribe, until all the families he created changed and finally turned into human form again. As the creator, he can freely change into these species he created. But these are all side branches and minor details. The key point is that his divine fire was finally successfully ignited. The divinity and soul disappeared, and replaced by the core of a sea of gods that looked like a flame. When this ball of divine fire took shape, a wave like lightning swept across the entire God's domain. All believers looked up at the sky with a sense of awareness. The sun in the sky, which was shining with heat and light, was different from before. In the eyes of devout believers, this round of sun not only emits the heat and light of the past, but also a hint of holiness. When a player in the God's domain is promoted to a demigod, some changes will occur in the kingdom of God. The original sun in the kingdom of God is the embodiment of the existence of the Son of God. If the Son of God dies, the sun will go out, and the world will fall into darkness and gradually die. When he is promoted to a demigod, the sun as the embodiment of the existence of the Son of God will naturally have a more powerful power. At the same time, when any Son of God is promoted to a demigod, a layer of crystal wall will appear at the edge of the God's domain, and it will quickly expand to wrap the God's domain and the surrounding area. At this stage, any Son of God can open up a new God's domain space around his main God's domain. However, Lin Xiao's divine domain had already opened up the void, so now there will be no new crystal walls when he is promoted to demigod. but the range of the crystal walls will be greatly expanded, and the upper limit of his divine domain can be strengthened. Unfortunately, the promotion to demigod will not increase the area of the divine domain, but it will increase the strength and energy concentration of the divine domain. Generally, the extent of the increase depends on the strength of the demigod. The weak demigod will definitely not increase the extent, and the strong demigod will increase the extent. For example, Lin Xiao. Let's put it this way. The upper limit of the strength of Lin Xiao's divine domain was originally level 9. But now it has reached level 10, which can accommodate the birth of level 10 life forms. At this time, there is already the first level 10 life form in the divine domain. That is, Slada, who has become a saint. When he was promoted to demigod, Slada was promoted to a saint as a matter of course. And he also underwent a transformation and became a level 10 life form comparable to a demigod, although he can only be regarded as a little brother among the level 10 life forms. As Lin Xiao's strength grows, his strength will also grow synchronously. After all, the saint can borrow his power at any time. These are the gains and changes of being promoted to a demigod. The main changes are in the Lord of the Divine Realm, and not very related to the Divine Realm and the clan. In other words, being promoted to a demigod will only transform the strength of the Lord of the Divine Realm, and the clan in the Divine Realm will not change much. Of course, if the Gaia node is successfully established this time, it may be of great benefit to the clan. It can be said that when he was promoted to demigod, the door of Huiyao was already open to him, and he could go directly to Huiyao University without taking the college entrance examination. His situation had a special name a long time ago, called special recruitment. Just like he came to Huiyao High School No. 2 from Dongning No. 3 Middle School all of a sudden. He no longer needs to experience the legendary college entrance examination, although it is a bit regrettable. With his current strength, the college entrance examination is not difficult at all, and it is just a formality. With his current growth rate, the Sea of Stars is his goal. Ahem. It should be a foreign plane. Just like this time, he descended to open up the faith of the kingdom of Alfonso. After entering the university department, he will have to descend to the foreign void, conquer the foreign plane, and establish a stable faith area to provide faith power for his future deification, as well as plunder resources and plane source power. He can't lose the parish and incarnation that he built at such a great cost like this time. The demigod has been promoted, but the matter is far from over. He has to continue to wait and see whether this Gaia node can be successfully established. If he fails, it's nothing. Just go back to the main world. If he succeeds, then he will be rewarded according to his merits and wait for the benefits. The feedback of Gaia's will just now is not the whole reward for his opening up the totem crystal wall universe this time, but only the reward for opening up. If he can successfully establish the Gaia node later, that will be the key. He found Xie Yufei, who had already replaced an avatar who was good at fighting in the fortress. And Jean Cece directly sent a war avatar over, and the two avatars were here at the same time. In Xie Yufei's words, opening up the Gaia node is a foregone conclusion. Just wait for it. Jean Cece also said, when you were promoted to the Totem Lord, you suddenly jumped a big step and showed a power that was not inferior to the Totem King. The Totem World did not expect it at all, so there was no preparation. The most important thing is that the void where the plane you chose is far away from the main plane in the Totem universe. There are no strong people nearby, and the power that can be mobilized is limited. And it is definitely impossible to prevent the establishment of the Gaia node. Through the connection with the incarnation, Lin Xiao's eyes crossed the crystal wall and entered the Totem universe, and saw the earth-shaking battle. Just as Jean Cece said before, only 5 powerful incarnations of divine power had descended to fight against 14 Totem Lords. When he ignited the divine fire, 8 powerful incarnations of divine power had already appeared, and there were 16 Totem Lords who came. But 2 Totem Lords had fallen nearby. These powerful corpses were entangled by the roots of the golden ancient tree occupied by Gaia's will. The sharp golden roots inserted into the huge demon corpse that was as big as a continent, and continuously extracted power. And on the lush golden crown of the golden ancient tree, for huge golden fruits were growing, emitting circles of invisible twisted waves, and they continued to grow stronger as the power of the demon corpse declined. Our golden ancient tree incarnation is so powerful. Lin Xiao sighed a little. After Gaia's will descended on his incarnation, in order to support the channel, his incarnation has been greatly strengthened. Now this incarnation is stronger than the average true God. If calculated by the godhood level, it is estimated to be above level 5, crossing the level of weak divine power. But because of this incarnation is basically irrelevant to him, and it is estimated that it will not be recovered in the future. Now he can still contact it, but it is just a gift given to him by Gaia's will. After it ends, he will not be able to contact and sense it. But this is already a good deal. After all, even those who were also the sons of Gaia in history, not all of them could directly contact Gaia's will like him. The so-called Gaia's will is actually a collection of thoughts of all beings in the main world. It is a conceptual existence. There is no specific male or female good or evil, and even no thinking. Anyway, when Lin Xiao contacted it before, in addition to being able to obtain a steady stream of source power feedback and the mystery of the law, he did not feel the existence of specific thoughts. Only a very warm feeling of entering the arms of his mother. Normally, whether it is Gaia's will, Nightmare's will, or Spirit Realm's will, even the will of certain planes cannot have specific consciousness. But nothing is absolute in the world. There are so many crystal wall universes in the chaos void sea. And almost every day, there are large and small crystal wall universes that are born and die. And there will always be some accidental births. It is recorded in the main world encyclopedia that a big man once traveled to the chaos void sea and seemed to have seen an incredible existence with a crystal wall universe as its body in the chaos void sea. It is said that it was a powerful crystal wall universe that gave birth to self-consciousness. And the universe collapsed and shrank into a sphere that exuded terrifying attraction. That terrifying existence used this collapsed black hole as its body, which was extremely terrifying and could easily tear apart smaller universes, swallowing everything inside and destroying everything. Fortunately, this kind of terrifying existence that can be called a cosmic disaster is extremely difficult to appear. At least Gaia's will is impossible to give birth to self-will. Even if there is such a trend in some incredible accident, the great power of the main world will not allow such a thing to happen. There is a great power stationed in the depths of the main world star realm all year round. Not just sitting there. This time, the wait did not last long. The longer the night, the more dreams there will be. Now, strictly speaking, their actions are still concealed from the sons of nightmares, and the sons of the spirit realm on the other side of the void. Only the powerful powers are dispatched, and most of them hide themselves. Most of the fluctuations caused are turbulent inside the totem world. The crystal wall of the world has been shielded early, and the aftermath is not obvious and has not been touched. But it must not be delayed too long. Once it is delayed too long, it may still be discovered. So when the channel is open to a certain extent and can accommodate a certain degree of power, the commander of the 5th War Zone, Xia Tianyin, personally took action and risked his true body to descend forcibly. At a certain moment, the fortress, which was moving slowly as before, suddenly accelerated to the top of the channel. And then the sky and the earth suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, as if a sun appeared out of thin air. The endless light enveloped all his vision, and he could not see anything. Even the fortress could not block this light. Lin Xiao saw infinite white light passing through the walls of the room. The huge fortress seemed to be transparent, and was penetrated by infinite light. In this light, he felt a tingling sensation that made him shudder. Jean Cece reminded him, use divine power to block it. Don't face it directly. This is the divine power radiation of Commander Xie. Your strength is too different. If you keep letting it irradiate, you may be assimilated. She pointed to the outside of the fortress and said, this power has been isolated by a layer of force field outside the void fortress. But even so, it is not something that any life below the level of demigod can resist. Long before you were ready to take action, the fortress had forcibly awakened and evacuated all adventurers who had not reached demigod. Don't leave my vicinity before you are sure it is safe. Yes, I understand. She brought 2 avatars. This avatar is specifically to protect him. The other war avatar is on standby, ready to wait for the Gaia node to be opened and then follow the main force to attack the totem civilization. If you can't get the first merit, it's not bad to get some other merits. Chapter 404. A common man is innocent, but he is guilty of hiding a wall. When Commander Xia Tianyin of the War Zone took action personally, a powerful divine body with a godhood level of 19 took action, and its power had already approached the incarnation of a great divine power. Although the blooming divine light was too strong for his current eyesight to see through, judging from the enemy's increasingly smaller roars and the increasingly clear connection with the incarnation. The channel should be expanding. This is the fact. At a certain time, he felt that the connection between him and the incarnation suddenly became unobstructed. And at the same time, the dazzling divine light in the sky began to soften, fading in front of him like a tide, flowing through the metal wall of the fortress in front of him like a cocoon and disappearing. At this time, a clear light descended in the room, quickly outlining Xie Yufei's slender figure. She was excited with a hint of seriousness, and said to Lin Xiao in a deep voice, "Commander has successfully opened the channel between the two worlds and established the Gaia node. What happens next has nothing to do with you. Will you continue to stay here or return to the main world?" she said seriously. "Soon, the forces of the main world will successively dispatch fleets, and this place will fall into trouble. The first merit you hold now is coveted by many powerful gods. Although my father and Huiyao and other powerful people will protect you. This is the outside world after all, without the rules of the main world. And," she paused here, lowered her voice, and appeared directly in his ears, "the value of the first merit in your hand is too high. So high that no one can resist this temptation. To put it bluntly, except for my father, all the powerful gods nearby may not be able to resist. No, they can definitely not resist. Your strength is too low. You are only a demigod. But you have such a treasure. It is not enough to describe it as a child holding gold in a busy city. You are holding an elixir of immortality in front of a group of people who are about to die of old age and desire immortality. You can't protect it. Listen to your sister's advice. Return with Gaia's will later, and leave this place first." Lin Xiao listened silently until Xie Yufei finished speaking. Then she asked, "Will I be safe if I return to the main world?" She nodded, then shook her head and said, "If you return to the main world, with your current identity as the son of Gaia, no one dares to touch you, and it is impossible to take away the authority from you. But you will also be restricted to the main world and cannot leave, even if you are an incarnation." While she was speaking, the door was pushed open, and Jean Cece walked in. Seeing her nodding, she said to Lin Xiao, "Colonel Xie Yufei is right. You must leave here immediately, and leave with Gaia's will when he returns to the main world. Just now, 21 members of the Supreme God Council of Huiyao have asked me about your situation. They are testing me," Xie Yufei said. "You see, my father is here to protect you in the military region, and they dare not do anything to you openly. But others are different. Although you belong to Huiyao, your current status in Huiyao is too low. Not enough to keep this opportunity. Unless you can marry your girlfriend immediately and become that person's son-in-law. Then, there is still room for things to turn around." "The son-in-law of that person?" Xie Yufei asked Jean Cece curiously. "Who is this guy's girlfriend?" Jean Cece answered expressionlessly. "The founder of my Huiyao. His." It was obvious that Xie Yufei was very surprised. She pressed her slender fingers on her forehead and thought for a while, then said, "So it was that distinguished lord. If it really works, he can indeed protect you. But can that lord protect you all the time? That lord can indeed suppress most of the coveters. But there is no shortage of risky adventurers in the world, such as other hostile forces, or dark forces. He will always come to foreign lands. And that lord can't always watch every incarnation of you. In the final analysis, you are too weak. A common man is innocent, but he is guilty of hiding a wall. The value of this opportunity in your hand is too high. So high that no one can protect you." Everyone was silent, looking at their helpless looks. Lin Xiao felt for the first time that having a treasure in his hand that was too good was also a problem. Just as they said, the opportunity in his hand that can make all powerful gods cross that step and become great gods is too amazing. It is so valuable and tempting that even great gods cannot protect him. Shen Yuexin's father can protect him in the main world, but he always has to cast an incarnation or projection to descend. This is the opportunity for those covetous people. As a powerful god, there are many ways to attack his real body through projection or incarnation. As long as he is a little careless, he can directly grab his real body from the main world through his descended incarnation. Don't doubt this possibility. Senior powerful gods can definitely do it as long as they are willing to pay the price. And the opportunity in his hand is definitely enough for them to pay the price. What a sad worry. At this time, Lin Xiao already had a premonition in his heart that he was afraid that he would not be able to keep this opportunity, no matter how reluctant he was. As long as he didn't want to stay in the main world all his life, He couldn't keep this opportunity. The fact is that even if he stayed in the main world, it would be difficult to keep this opportunity. The key is that if he really didn't go out for the rest of his life, this opportunity would rot in his hands. This thing is for those who have reached the peak of strength and the top powerful divine power of the 19th level of godhood. Before that, this opportunity is a hot mountain yam. And no one is safe. He didn't ask them what to do. There was no need to ask. As long as he let it go, the problem would be solved. At this time, Lin Xiao's heart was already somewhat loose. He couldn't really hold on to this opportunity and die in the main world. So he could only let it go. But how to let it go must be carefully considered. And it must be sold at a good price anyway. Thinking of this, he looked up at Xie Yufei and Jean Cici and said in a deep voice, "If I want to sell this opportunity, what should I do?" I don't know if it was an illusion. He saw that the two women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Obviously, he was holding this hot mountain yam, and the two women were under great pressure. Now those powerful beings can still abide by the rules and not put pressure on him directly. But they must have contacted the two of them, contacting dozens of powerful gods in a short period of time. Even they are under great pressure. Now that he has figured it out, their pressure will naturally disappear. It's good that you have figured it out. This thing is too high for you. You can't keep it even if you are innocent. It's better to exchange it for other benefits. Xie Yufei smiled and said, "The value of this thing is enough to make any powerful god spend all his money to buy it. Think about it, and tell me what you need." Jean Cici reminded him, "Don't be polite. When you decide to give up this opportunity and sell it, the pressure is no longer on you. Just tell me what you want." Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not worried about this. I'm thinking about what price to offer. I just became a demigod. How can I know the specific value of this thing?" "Well, I forgot that you are just a little demigod." Xie Yufei chuckled and said, "This is easy to solve. You can directly send invitations to all those who have the intention to buy. Let them bid by themselves. And the highest bidder wins. This is a good idea. With so many powerful divine powers bidding for it, they will definitely do their best. And they may even borrow money. After several rounds of bidding, the bid will definitely not be low." So far, he has made a decision. He entrusted Xie Yufei and Jean Cici to convey his decision to the big guys. And then, they will go together when Gaia's will returns. This will take some time. Although the Gaia node has been established now, it will not return until a great divine power comes to guard it. This world is too important and has super high value to the main world. A great being must be sent here to guard it. Otherwise any great being from the spirit realm and nightmare world will come and destroy the newly established Gaia node in minutes. At this time, this Gaia node has long been exposed. In the void millions of kilometers away from here, there are reconnaissance ships of Nightmare Fortress and Spirit Realm Fortress everywhere. According to Xie Yufei, not long after the establishment of Gaia node, Nightmare and Spirit Realm Fortresses have begun to increase their troops and increase their descending power. It is estimated that they want to establish a node channel belonging to them as soon as possible, so as not to lose competitiveness and be eliminated. However, this will be difficult. Lin Xiao opened up this Gaia node and knew how harsh the conditions required were. First, a treasure that allows the true body to communicate with the incarnation is needed. Then you need to find an original plane that is about to awaken the plane will. You also need to become the master of this plane and have enough strength to resist the counterattack after the plane will awakens. The most important thing is that you need to have enough strength. The lowest power to promote the elemental tide is equivalent to the power of a god. In the totem crystal walled universe, it is to become a totem king. You can't do it without any of the many conditions. And each of them is extremely difficult to encounter. The probability is even lower when all are combined. This requires both sufficient strength and extraordinary luck. Perhaps if it continues like this, there will be a lucky person with strong strength who can do it in many years. But by that time, it is unknown how many years later. Humans have already sent down a large number of sons of God through the Gaia node. As the Gaia node becomes larger and larger, the sons of God who can descend directly will become stronger and stronger. When the true gods can be sent down directly, that is when humans will comprehensively attack this crystal wall. By that time, the two civilizations of Nightmare and Spirit Realm are estimated to have been eliminated long ago. And all this has nothing to do with Lin Xiao for the time being. As the direct builder of the Gaia node, he is already a thorn in the eyes of the totem crystal wall universe will. If he dares to go in, he will definitely attract crazy hostility and attacks from the entire universe. This reminds him of a sentence: team battles can be lost, but Teemo/Lubon must die if he dares to enter this world. The treatment he faces is that of Teemo or Lubon, who are full of hatred in team battles, which is as sour as it can be. At the same time, during his waiting period, he also received many letters from powerful beings who are interested in buying the opportunity in his hands. After he decided to give up this opportunity, many powerful gods, who usually did not even have the qualifications to meet him, condescended to personally project their images to come to him. Their attitudes were very amiable and polite, and those who did not know the situation would have thought they were relatives. Chapter 405 Great Existence. The Lord of War arrives. However, no matter how condescending Lin Xiao is, he treats them equally. No matter how amiable he is now, he will still be treated the same once the things are sold. He is still a big shot that he cannot reach. He gave a unified response to all their temptations. The highest bidder wins. Of course, Lin Xiao also made a list of the things he needed, and marked a few things as priority. These powerful gods have a lot of property, and have everything, but not all of them are suitable for him. He marked a few things as high-quality competitors, and they have priority in the same situation. For example, the planes that have been unified without indigenous gods, such as high-level or above relics, etc. These treasures that are quite suitable for him have priority in bidding. Fortunately, with commanders he has warning and protection, and they also reached some agreement in secret. No one did anything tricky. After the 6th day, when Lin Xiao was observing a group of little Nagas building a new town in the water elemental domain in his own divine domain, he suddenly felt something unusual. His consciousness quickly returned to his true body, and he immediately sensed something unusual in the void. There seemed to be invisible light flowing between heaven and earth, which was very similar to when Xie Tianyan's true body took action, but more obscure, with invisible and intangible fluctuations. But it gave him a more palpitating feeling. His first reaction was that a strong man had arrived, and he was about to communicate with Jean Cece. But she took the initiative to appear and said, "The warlord of the war throne has arrived, and my war incarnation is ready to descend to the totem world with the main force. It won't be long before Gaia's will returns, and then my other incarnation will take you back to the main world." Warlord. His first reaction was the War Throne Academy, which ranked 3rd among the 12 super academies in the main world. And he couldn't help asking, "Is it that War Throne?" She nodded. "It is the War Throne. Now only he can spare the time of the great existence in the main world. It is a pity that you are too weak to witness the action of that existence." Lin Xiao shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter. I can't see it now, but I will have a chance in the future." Jean Cece showed a regretful expression on her face and said, "You have enough luck to let you seize such a rare opportunity, but your strength is too low now, and you can't keep this opportunity. When you become a true god in the future, if you have the possibility to break through many difficulties and be promoted to a powerful god, you will know how rare the opportunity you gave up this time is, and you may never get such an opportunity again." After listening, Lin Xiao didn't know what expression to express on his face. He spread his hands and said with some laughter, "Although I can't understand that feeling. I don't want to sell it, but I can't keep it." "Yes, you can't keep it, so it's a pity, and you will definitely regret it in the future." Lin Xiao. "When you get back, find your girlfriend. If you have a good relationship, ask her to take you to meet your father-in-law. Otherwise, if someone offers some rare treasures during the bidding, you will still be in trouble." She glanced at Lin Xiao and continued, "Although some things are far inferior to this opportunity, they are also enviable. If you want to avoid some troubles, find a more stable backer." "I will. Of course. You already have a ready-made backer. Commander Xie Tianyan owes you a huge favor this time. He will definitely keep you safe. His original identity and status are enough to protect you. In addition, his 5th war zone has the first-hand advantage this time. With the power of the 5th war zone, I believe he can get a share of this world, if he really seizes the opportunity to cross that step in the future. This backer is more reliable than your father-in-law, who has not yet been determined, as long as you don't commit suicide. In addition, Huiyao is also a great help to you. Although there are many internal factions, and dozens of bigwigs in the Supreme God Council have their own ideas. No matter what, as long as they get huge benefits in this world, they have to owe you a favor. These are enough to make it much easier for you to get along in Huiyao." 2 days later, Lin Xiao saw an invisible wave spreading slowly with Gaia as the center. slowly and firmly spreading outward until 1,000,000 kilometers, 10,000,000 kilometers, and 100,000,000 kilometers. The violent chaotic energy in the void was swept by this wave and turned into gentle elemental energy. The chaotic rules of the chaotic void in this area were forcibly changed by the invisible force and turned into rules set by the War Master. In layman's terms, the great divine power can directly change the underlying rules and transform the underlying rules of any world into rules that suit it. For example, the great divine power can forcibly transform a dead plane into heaven and the dead into angels. One word can be made a god, and a mortal can be pardoned as a true god in an instant. Of course, it can only be an indigenous god rather than a god of the divine domain, and it can only be used once a year. Moreover, due to the special nature of the divine domain, the sons of the low-level divine domain cannot be directly made gods. In other words, as long as they are willing, they can continuously pardon the subordinates of the gods. After accumulating for 10,000 years, the divine domain can accumulate 10,000 indigenous gods, and 1,000,000 in 1,000,000 years. Of course, this is only an ideal situation. Any god needs enough faith to support him. Otherwise he will fall. How can millions of gods support him? Moreover, the weak power of 10,000 newly deified gods cannot compare to the effect of a powerful god. Therefore, although the super extraordinary power of the great god is magical, it will not be used casually. It is generally used to reward subordinates or believers who have made contributions. For example, if Lin Xiao has this extraordinary power, he will definitely deify his main believers, such as Slaughter, Fire Lord Culbert, etc. When this invisible power spreads to the limit and feels that the rules of the void have changed, Jean Cece's war incarnation leaves the fortress and flies directly into the void. At this time, the rules of this void are forcibly changed by the great existence of the War Master. Everyone in this void is given the ability to fly, accelerate, teleport, etc., and can easily display various abilities like in the plane. In theory, a mortal can also step into this void to survive. The mighty incarnations of the gods turned into balls of light and flew into the distance. There was a huge platinum-colored vortex, and the entrance to the Gaia node was there. His eyes fell on the other side of the vortex and saw a twisted black hole. He understood that was where the real body of the Lord of War was. Because it was too powerful, he could not see the other party's existence. If you can't see it, the other party naturally can't sense it. This is the difference in level. Just like the real rich second generation and civilian girls in reality, there are always girls who want to hook up with rich second generations. But they don't know that the real top second generation is not at the same level as ordinary people from birth. Whether in education or other aspects, they may never have the opportunity to meet civilians in their lifetime. So flying up the branches and becoming a phoenix only happens in TV dramas and novels. And it is impossible to happen in reality. The incarnations of the gods turned into balls of light and threw into the vortex. Lin Xiao's consciousness communicated with his incarnation again, and took advantage of this last time to take a look at the totem world. However, as soon as his will connected with his incarnation, he felt a will that made him palpitate surge up along this connection. He could not see anything, nor could he contact his incarnation. He only felt an indescribably huge and terrible will surge toward him along the connection between his real body and the incarnation. Lin Xiao shouted and disconnected the connection, and subconsciously leaned back. Jean Cece quickly supported him, and her right hand quickly turned into a golden void light hand and inserted it into his forehead. The next second, her incarnation shook violently, collapsed into a sky full of golden light and disappeared, and her incarnation collapsed. Lin Xiao took a breath with trembling shock, and looked back to see that the surrounding void began to distort, and quickly turned into a face of Commander Xie Tianyan, Xie Yufei's father. His pupils were spewing divine light and exuding awe-inspiring divine power. He looked around with awe-inspiring power and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that there would be an existence in this world that was about to enter that level. I was careless. My incarnation will stay here until you return to the main world safely." Lin Xiao asked quickly, "Commander, are you talking about the great divine power?" He nodded. "Yes. There is an existence in this totem world that is about to enter that level. Even if my real body descends and all the generals attack together, they cannot suppress him. However, the War Master has already descended. It is a matter of time to repel the opponent's stable channel. By the way, you should not contact the incarnation again, so as not to be found." "I will. He nodded quickly. He certainly dared not watch this again. The powerful divine power of the 19th level of the godhood plus several powerful divine powers could not suppress it. How could he dare to watch such a melee of existence again? In less than an hour, accompanied by a deafening roar, the war field covering hundreds of millions of kilometers suddenly shook violently, collapsed and disappeared. And then the huge channel on the totem crystal wall gushed out a surging energy column until it reached tens of thousands of kilometers in the void. A trajectory that could distort his eyes, and will flashed by. And the sky-high energy column slowly disappeared. Not sure if it was an illusion, Lin Xiao felt that the node channel, where the energy was surging before, had returned to calm. After a while, Xie Yufei's slender figure emerged and said to him, "The battle is over. The War Master has defeated their last resistance. But when retreating, the totem universe will use the hand of that existence to exile your incarnation in Gaia's will." This. Lin Xiao was shocked, and didn't know what to say for a long time. The first reaction was to communicate with the incarnation to see where it was exiled. But he didn't dare to communicate. Xie Yufei looked at his surprised expression and said, "Don't communicate with the incarnation for the time being. But I guess you can't communicate now. Later, my father will send down an incarnation to escort you back. Although you can't keep this opportunity this time. The resources you get in exchange will make you rich overnight. By then, your wealth will be much more than my sister and I. Don't refuse me when my sister runs out of money and asks you to borrow money in the future." Lin Xiao raised his head. His eyes swept over his exquisite and attractive curves, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, sister. How could I forget you? If you are willing, I will support you now." Xie Yufei's eyes moved, and she spat lightly. "You want to be beaten, right? You dare to take advantage of your sister." He smiled in his heart, and didn't dare to reply. Chapter 406, The Possibility of Becoming an Ancient God. He came back without any troubles. After all, he was on the ship of Commander Xie Tianyan, and there was a small fleet of void warships escorting him. No one had the courage to make trouble at this time. He returned directly to the edge of the main world, and appeared in the Huaxia No. 5 Super War Fortress in the subspace through the teleportation array. Before he had time to get off the ship and say hello to Xie Yufei, he found that the space in front of him slowly became transparent, and a familiar will with gentleness and joy slowly descended. He immediately understood that this was Gaia's will, and now he was going to reward him for his merits. Although his golden ancient tree incarnation and the descending Gaia's will were exiled to an unknown place by the will of the totem world through an unknown powerful existence, the Gaia node had been successfully established, and it was time to reward him for his merits. Although he could not communicate, the Gaia will in the star realm of the main world knew everything, and could clearly know his thoughts. Soon a light curtain popped up in front of him, showing a series of data. Very rough and direct rewards. A total of 5 rewards. Some are fixed, and some need to be chosen by him. The first reward, 10,000 units of crystal wall origin, equivalent to a full 100,000 units of good fortune energy. This amount gave Lin Xiao a feeling that good fortune energy was worthless. However, compared with his achievements this time, 10,000 units of crystal wall origin power is well deserved and not exaggerated. The second reward, the identity of the son of Gaia. Although the real name of Gaia was obtained before, this identity was almost certain, but it was not officially confirmed until now. The way to confirm is a mark. That is, a permanent buff, and an authority. The mark is an exquisite mark that is imprinted on his forehead and integrated into his soul. If you look closely, you can feel the extremely mysterious mark. If you get the mark, he will get a permanent and effective buff, which is equivalent to the previous enhanced version of Gaia's blessing. The son of Gaia, the peerless genius of the main world, the child favored by Gaia's will. Attribute 1, all life in the god's domain has a reproduction speed of plus 300%, a survival rate of plus 100%, and a lifespan of plus 100. Attribute 2, all creatures in the god's domain have combat experience and professional experience of plus 300%, and the species level is easier to improve, which increases the probability of breaking through the species limit and the probability of being promoted to a hero. Attribute 3, the god's domain is favored by Gaia's will and will continue to attract the broken fragments of the god's domain in the void, thereby gradually strengthening itself. Favored by Gaia, children favored by Gaia's will can communicate with Gaia's will at any time, and will not get lost within the influence of the main world. This thing is equivalent to the enhanced version of Gaia's blessing when he was on the Tianjia list before. The difference in amplification is not much. But this one is permanent. It only lasted for 100 years in the god's domain before, and then disappeared. Now, as long as he is not dead, it will continue to be effective, and the effect is permanent. As for the second authority of the son of Gaia, it was beyond Lin Xiao's expectations. It was an authority that allowed him to contact and master the underlying rules. In layman's terms, it is to give him the opportunity to become an ancient god. As we all know, few people know that the legendary ancient gods are extremely powerful. But few people know how to become ancient gods and why they are powerful. Lin Xiao didn't know it before. He only knew that if he had a divinity level of more than 5 levels before becoming a demigod, he might become an ancient god. Or it could be said that this was just one of the prerequisites for becoming an ancient god. The second prerequisite, which is the most critical condition, is to master a basic rule of the universe. Yes, it is a basic rule, which is the basic rule mastered by the legendary Great Existence. Strictly speaking, the so-called Great Existence, that is, the pseudo-great divine power, can be said to be an ancient god who has mastered the basic rules to a certain level. Of course, it does not mean that as long as you are an ancient god, you will definitely become a great existence. This is just a way to achieve great divine power. It's just that the probability is greater than other power systems. In fact, the probability is still very low. The main world has been around for so long, and there are dozens of recorded sons of Gaia. If you add the unrecorded sons of Gaia, there are probably more than 50 or 60. So many sons of Gaia have the opportunity to master the underlying rules. But now there are only about 10 great beings and great powers in the main world. And most of them are not sons of Gaia. It can be seen from this that embarking on the path of the ancient gods does not necessarily mean that you can cross that step. However, one thing is certain. The ancient gods must be stronger than any son of the divine domain, which has been proven by dozens of predecessors in the past. Becoming a son of Gaia, Gaia's will release the underlying rule network of the main world for him to observe, and let him choose a bottom-level rule network to comprehend until he masters it. It is worth mentioning that the bottom-level rules you choose can only be those that no one has chosen. If they have already been mastered by other great beings, they cannot be chosen. Note that it is not impossible to choose. Not impossible to choose. If you insist on doing so, you can choose the same bottom-level rule that others have chosen. But if you do this, you will have to face the life and death challenge of the other controller of this bottom-level rule. And one of the two sides must fall. Unlike normal priesthood, the same priesthood can be mastered by many gods. For example, the main world already has a great existence, the Lord of War. But there are also a large number of war gods in the main world. For example, Jin Cece's main priesthood is war. But one of them masters the underlying rule of war, and the other masters the open rule of war, which does not conflict. Of course, because the underlying rule of war already has a master, Jin Cece will never be able to be promoted to a great power by relying on the priesthood of war unless she changes her main priesthood. As long as she takes war as her main priesthood, and her priesthood level reaches level 19, she will face the challenge of the Lord of War. This challenge must be decided. Either she will overthrow the original Lord of War, which is almost impossible, or she will die, or she will be forced to give up the priesthood of war to survive. Fortunately, when Gaia's will release his authority, it will remind those who already have the power. When the space in front of Lin Xiao slowly disappeared, a network formed by thick golden light veins emitting an indescribable mysterious aura appeared in front of him. He knew that this was the underlying rule network of the main world. Everything in the crystal walled universe was built on this underlying rule network. Once this underlying basic rule network collapsed, the main world would also collapse. At this time, Lin Xiao's state was very mysterious. He did not move. But his spiritual will had entered another realm that most of the sons of the god realm could not reach in their lifetime. His eyes, or consciousness, overlooked this underlying rule network. He did not count, but knew that there were a total of 99 underlying rule networks. In other words, any crystal walled universe can only give birth to 99 ancient gods who master the underlying rules. If there are more, they must seize the laws mastered by others and replace them. Most of these 99 underlying rule networks have owners, but there are still many without owners. He can only choose one from these ownerless underlying rule networks. His eyes fell on the dazzling veins of rules, and the information about these underlying rules automatically emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. There was no time probability here, and he had plenty of time to check them one by one. Earth, water, fire, wind, death, destruction, war, killing. The brightest ones in the golden veins formed by the underlying rules are the supreme laws of creation: truth, chaos, order, balance, energy, matter, space, time, etc. He found that these underlying rules are all powerful priesthoods that can make gods ascend to powerful divine power. And the brightest ones, that is, the brightest main network in the underlying rule light network, are the supreme priesthoods that may break through powerful divine power. However, these brightest underlying rules all have owners, which is normal to think about. The predecessors in front will definitely choose the strongest ones. If it were Lin Xiao, he would definitely choose the strongest ones. Of course, although so many have been selected, most of them have not reached that step. They are not great divine powers or great existences, but are just walking on this road. The powerful underlying rules were gone. Even the rules of life had been selected, both creation and truth. Lin Xiao could only choose one from the remaining underlying rules. Anyway, there was no concept of time here. Lin Xiao had plenty of time to check them one by one, and slowly select them. Even those that had been selected, he also checked them one by one. Anyway, there was no limit. It would be a waste not to check. But when he carefully observed these many underlying rules, Lin Xiao did not notice the changes in his real body's mind. To be precise, it was the changes in the SHL that contained his soul. Before, he had refined the crystal wall system origin core into a body that contained his soul. This thing was originally a crystal wall system origin core SHL, which was used to contain the core origin of a crystal wall universe, and also contain the underlying rule network of that crystal wall universe. In this core SHL, there were still traces of the original underlying rule network. Originally, the residual traces had disappeared long ago, and the traces were not obvious. Lin Xiao had received it for so long, and did not see any abnormalities. But as his consciousness browsed the underlying laws of the main world one by one, every time he browsed a bottom-level law, the bottom-level law network remaining on the inner wall of the crystal wall core SHL that contained his soul in his sea of consciousness began to fluctuate abnormally, and traces that were invisible to the naked eye were slowly condensing into shape. At first, Lin Xiao did not know, until he had read the many main veins in the bottom-level law network one by one, and the main veins in the crystal wall SHL were repaired one by one, and a network formed by weak and undetectable veins reappeared on the inner wall of the crystal wall system's origin core. Lin Xiao suddenly realized it, and was shocked. He instantly knew what this meant. And then he was ecstatic, and then calmed down after the ecstasy. After thinking for a long time, he directly injected a trace of the crystal wall's origin power into it, and the main veins were almost visible to the naked eye. It is indeed like this. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, and forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. His will once again fell on the remaining underlying rule network that he had not looked at. Full of enthusiasm. Chapter 407 Clear Future Path. Every time he carefully looked at a bottom rule, a corresponding bottom rule light thread would reappear on the inner wall of the crystal wall origin SHL in Lin Xiao's mind. And he could also feel some strange changes in himself. This change cannot be expressed in words, and he cannot check himself specifically now. But it is certain that this is definitely a good change. Resisting the excitement in his heart, Lin Xiao slowly checked all the bottom rules one by one, without missing a single one, until all the threads representing the bottom rules in the crystal wall origin SHL in his mind appeared under the continuous infusion of crystal wall origin. When the last rule thread was successfully revealed, a piece of information naturally emerged in Lin Xiao's mind, and his mood became more and more excited. The information is very simple. By observing the bottom rule network of the main world and combining the continuously injected crystal wall origin, the bottom rule network that had long disappeared in the core of the crystal wall origin was reawakened. This means, Lin Xiao smiled with his lips pursed, but there was a hint of sadness in his smile. As expected, the long-lost underlying law network was reawakened, and the crystal wall origin core has now merged with him, which naturally means that he can fully master the 99 underlying basic laws. But the worry is that this thing has just been activated and is too weak. Even if he masters it completely, it can't bring him much power. He needs to constantly obtain the crystal wall origin and integrate it into it to make these underlying laws continue to grow, so that his strength will grow. Theoretically, As long as these underlying law networks grow strong enough, he can be infinitely powerful, comparable to the great divine power in the future, or even surpass it. But this is just a theory. It's really too demanding. Let's put it this way. He just consumed a total of 990 units of crystal wall origin, just to activate the underlying rules in this thing. However, even though it had just appeared, a power had vaguely emerged. However, the crystal wall origin injected now was far from enough. And it was just a phantom that could not appear. Lin Xiao was silent for a while, looked at the more than 9,000 crystal wall origins he still had, gritted his teeth, and continued to infuse. This thing is difficult to earn, but it is very fast to use. Soon, each underlying law was infused with a large amount of crystal wall origin, in addition to the previous infusion of a full 100 units of crystal wall origin. The 99 laws were 9,900 units of crystal wall origin. In fact, the power had already appeared when the infusion was halfway, but he still insisted on infusing so much before stopping. Then, with great expectations, he couldn't wait to check this power. Extraordinary divine power origin power small god sealing technique. The power of the Lord of the Crystal Wall system. You have the ability to grant divinity to mortals, and ignite the divine fire to become a demigod. Tip 1. Those who are granted divinity and ignite the divine fire to become a demigod must be your devout believers. Hint 2. The target cannot obtain any extraordinary abilities or priesthood, and needs to be granted something else. Tip 3. This process will consume the power of the giver, and the specific consumption depends on the strength of the given target and the conditions of the gift. Note, the person who is given will be forced to change his will and become an irreversible fanatic believer of the giver. If he loses his faith, he will also lose the power of the gift. This. Lin Xiao's eyes were wide open in surprise. He had thought of many powerful powers, including some superpowers that he imagined, but he never thought it would be this. Too perverted. But I like it. It was unexpected, but it was reasonable to think about it carefully. In theory, he mastered a complete set of underlying basic laws alone, which was equivalent to one person being compatible with all the ancient gods' authority in a crystal wall universe. This was definitely the master of the crystal wall. In theory, this should be another realm above the great divine power. So it is natural to have such a shocking extraordinary divine power. Unfortunately, the set of underlying basic laws he mastered was too weak. So weak that it could be said to be pitifully weak. If it could be strengthened to the point of being equivalent to a plane, his power would be equivalent to that of a plane master. If he could be strengthened to the point of being equivalent to a crystal wall universe, then his power would be comparable to that of the Lord of the Crystal Wall system, which is definitely at the level of great divine power. In other words, have I found another way to great divine power? Lin Xiao looked strange. He encountered the transcendental opportunity that others would find difficult to obtain in their lifetime twice in such a short period of time. This is too very cool. Moreover, this time, no one knew about this opportunity, and no one robbed it. As long as he didn't say it, no one would know about it, and the safety was guaranteed. In other words, the biggest problem facing him now is to plunder the origin of foreign lands, whether it is the origin of the plane or the origin of the crystal wall. Not to mention the origin of the crystal wall. The origin of the plane is equivalent to the weakened version of the origin of the crystal wall, although the effect is much worse. It is okay if the amount is large. Anyway, it can be used by him. At this point, Lin Xiao can already determine what his future path will be. That is, a path of infinite plundering of the origin of foreign lands. However, if he wants to plunder the origin of foreign lands, he must have strong strength. So he has to continue to grow. It is no different from before. But now, he has a clear goal. At this time, Lin Xiao was very excited and wanted to try to enlighten a family member to become a demigod. But now the reward of Gaia's will has not ended. In fact, he has not chosen a basic law. Before, he was still struggling to choose which one to choose. But now, he doesn't have to struggle. Just choose one, which can just cover up the abnormal power he just possessed. He glanced at the underlying law network that no one had chosen yet. All the priesthoods that could be promoted to great divine power were gone. The famous and powerful priesthoods were picked by the predecessors. Although the remaining ones were all powerful priesthoods, they were inferior to those who were chosen. If the powerful priesthoods were divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower, the remaining ones were mostly middle and lower. Lin Xiao didn't spend too much time choosing. and randomly chose a powerful basic priesthood that looked pretty good, balance, which was one of the best among the remaining medium powerful priesthoods. Strictly speaking, this priesthood has superior potential, and the reason why it is not liked is because of its special nature. Balance. This priesthood is an absolutely neutral priesthood, and the priesthood holder must keep everything in balance to obtain divine power. As we all know, the ancient gods do not need believers. The ancient god priesthood comes from the many basic laws that constitute the foundation of the universe, so it can directly draw power from the crystal-walled universe. For example, the ancient god of killing can obtain divine power as long as there is killing in the universe, regardless of whether it is your believer or not, regardless of whether you have seen it. As long as there is killing in this universe, you will obtain divine power, including the killing of the clans in the divine domain of the son of the divine domain. So the ancient god of killing has always been very powerful. In fact, Lin Xiao suspected that many of the super divine powers, with a godhood level of up to level 19, in the human main world are ancient gods. But there is no evidence. After all, the duties of the ancient gods are not visible to the outside world, and outsiders cannot see them. They can only guess them based on some behaviors. Well, these powerful divine powers, with a godhood level of up to level 19, because their strength far exceeds the normal powerful divine power, but is inferior to the great divine power. The gods have divided them into an additional class, called super divine power, or super strong divine power to refer to this level. Lin Xiao chose the ancient divine duty of balance. So as long as everything can maintain balance, he can obtain divine power. Strictly speaking, this is not difficult. This balance is a balance in a broad sense, not a balance in a narrow sense. For example, when two kingdoms in the mortal world fight, their strength is not much different, but the other party suddenly gets foreign aid, which will break the balance, and at this time, it will have a certain impact on his divine power. But this is only a corner of the mortal world. It is just a small imbalance for the entire universe, and it has little impact on the overall situation in a broad sense. So it will affect his divine power, but the impact is not big and can be ignored. But if there is a war between two powerful god systems in the universe, such a war will affect hundreds of planes, countless casualties, which will definitely affect the ecological balance of the entire universe, which will have a huge impact on him, especially if the power systems of the two warring god systems are completely opposite, such as the battle between the light god system and the death god system. The victory of either side will have a huge impact on the crystal-walled universe. The loss of balance between life and death will greatly weaken his power. So his task is very simple: to maintain the balance of the entire universe in a broad sense. The divine power will continue to grow. If in other crystal-walled universes, Lin Xiao would definitely not choose this thankless ancient god priesthood that is equivalent to the world's Nani, but in a stable main world. Although this priesthood is not famous for its combat power, it is quite suitable for him. The moment he chose the balanced priesthood, Lin Xiao felt the changes in himself. First of all, he can instantly sense anything related to balance in the entire main world through the balanced ancient god priesthood. To put it simply, when the balance is broken anywhere in the main world, he can sense it. In addition, through the ancient god's balanced priesthood, he is now gaining divine power continuously. Just like the void electricity appears out of thin air and flows into his body. In addition, he can also gain the understanding of the law of balance continuously. Different from the open priesthood called rules, the ancient gods master the law, such as the ordinary life god mastered the life rule, and the life ancient god mastered the life law. In theory, Lin Xiao doesn't have to do anything now. Just eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. And he can be promoted to a true god in who knows how many tens of thousands of years, breaking through the godhood level and becoming a powerful god. Well, it's limited to the ancient god priesthood, and the external priesthood will not move. These are two different routes, but they can be perfectly superimposed. In theory, he can become an ancient god with a godhood level of 19. But the open priesthood is just a perverted demigod. The normal 19th level of godhood is the upper limit, and the ancient gods cannot guarantee that they can break through this step and become a great god. This is very cool. Lin Xiao understood that this was the greatest advantage of being the son of Gaia, and also the greatest benefit he had gained this time. Chapter 408 Top-Level Relics Balance Libra. This wave of harvest is probably beyond the reach of most true gods, but it is outrageous that he, a demigod, can obtain it. In other words, Every predecessor who can become the son of Gaia has had a miraculous experience like this one. No. To be precise, it is more amazing than him. After all, those predecessors can't cheat. But maybe this experience is too outrageous. It is really not something that people can do normally. Maybe they can cheat. But no matter what, the benefits have been obtained. Just be happy. Next, it is the third reward from Gaia's will. A fourth level relic. At this moment, he felt that the light of the whole world was gathering in front of him, quickly condensing into a ball of light. And soon the ball of light condensed successfully, and the light slowly dissipated, revealing a looming Libra in the ball of light. This is a scale formed by the convergence of streams of light. If you look closely, you can see streams of light flowing back and forth. In the crystal plates on the left and right ends of the scale, there is a group of transparent streams of light that seem to be changing back and forth. But if you look closely, this group of streams of light is composed of countless mysterious runes. Relic. Balance Scale Level 4 Top Relic. Passive Effect 1. Loaded to the God's Domain. All attributes of all clans plus 5. Passive Effect 2. Balance Advantage. Loaded to the God's Domain. Every time the friendly army enters a disadvantage in battle. All attributes plus 2 to plus 20 points. Passive Effect 3. Balance Disadvantage. Loaded to the God's Domain. Every time the enemy enters an advantage in battle. All attributes minus 2 to minus 20 points. Active Effect 4. Balance Judgment. Implement a balance-based judgment on a target. If the target violates the judgment conditions, it will be judged by the Lord of Balance. Note, each judgment of a target requires the equal strength of both parties, and the consumption of divine power related to the judgment result, with a minimum of 10,000 units of divine power. It was unexpected, but also reasonable. The balance scale was given to Lin Xiao based on his choice of the law of balance. He was the only one in the entire main world who could best exert the power of this top-level relic. With the law of balance, he would have a huge effect bonus when using this balance scale. However, the attributes of this top-level relic were destined to be a passive relic. The last active skill was not only limited in use, but also consumed a huge amount of divine power. So it was destined not to be used often in the early stage. But it would be quite useful when divine power was sufficient in the future. After putting the relic away, Lin Xiao looked at the fourth reward from Gaia's will. When he looked at the reward, his pupils shrank involuntarily. And the next second, he showed an irrepressible joy on his face. The fourth reward. A species adjustment authority. With the power of the main world. Choose any family to accept the adjustment in the way he specified. The meaning was very clear. He chose any family of his own, and accepted the enhancement of the main world. It was that simple. This did not require a choice. What else was needed? Of course, it was the Great Naga. Now his Great Naga is a sub-legendary species. Only one step away from becoming a true legendary species. This step would have required a huge amount of good fortune energy to be achieved. And it would also involve huge risks. Now it can be achieved in one step. Which makes Lin Xiao extremely happy. He excitedly takes out the previously stored Dragon Blood Inheritance System, and the Dragon Language Magic System of the Dragon Clan. Lin Xiao has the means and good fortune energy to adjust the Great Naga. But the key is that the fusion of these two Dragon Clan systems will alarm the nine-faced Dragon God. And he is not sure if he can withstand the wrath of this great divine power. Previously, the fusion of the Dragon Clan's evolutionary system into the Great Naga bloodline had already angered the nine-faced Dragon God. And each subsequent fusion would anger the nine-faced Dragon God. And his wrath would only become stronger and stronger. If the remaining two systems were stolen, I am afraid that the nine-faced Dragon God would directly enter the main world. With the strength of the nine-faced Dragon God, I am afraid that no one in the main world can stop this furious existence. Even the great divine power guarding the main world is estimated to be unable to stop him. Of course, the main world has the home advantage. And there are so many great beings. The nine-faced Dragon God will definitely not be able to break in. However, at that time, the main world will definitely investigate why the nine-faced Dragon God was furious. What he is more afraid of is that if the strong people in the main world can communicate with the nine-faced Dragon God, it will be troublesome at that time. He believes that the main world will not compromise. But it will definitely find out what happened. Internal investigation. As long as there is the cooperation of Gaia's will, it will be easy to find him. At that time, God knows what will happen. So Lin Xiao now has enough good fortune energy. But he has not dared to continue to modulate it. just because he is afraid. But now he is not afraid. Now that he is the son of Gaia and has made such a contribution, Gaia's will has taken the initiative to give him a modulation opportunity, which is equivalent to the main world taking the initiative to help him take all the troubles. He quickly presented the 2 dragon systems in his hand and silently recited his request in his heart. Yes, he did not think of letting Gaia's will to adjust, but only let Gaia's will separate the connection between the 2 dragon systems and the 9-faced dragon god, and bear the 9-faced dragon god's anger. He was prepared to make the specific adjustments himself. After all, only he knew his own things better, and only by adjusting them himself could he fully release their potential. When he took out the 2 dragon power systems and handed them out in the form of light balls, he clearly felt that the main world was slightly stuck. But there was no other reaction, and the 2 light balls disappeared. Then, there was nothing else. He stayed in the main world star realm, and could not know the situation outside the world at all. He did not know whether the 9-faced dragon god had gone berserk. He only knew that it was a long time before Gaia's will handed him 2 dragon power systems that had completely removed the 9-faced dragon god's will imprint. Then, he hastily handed him the 5th reward, which was the first merit reward. An opportunity that was useless now, but dreamed of by many powerful gods. Or authority. A promise. This thing is useless now. It can only be used to expand and conquer the totem civilization along with the main world. In the distant future, once it can be completely conquered, Gaia's will devour the will of the totem civilization, integrate the totem civilization, and then reward people based on their merits, calculated based on all the gains obtained from devouring and conquering the totem civilization. Naturally, the greater the harvest, the more valuable the first merit is. When you reach a certain level, you will get a chance to cross that step. Many powerful people are so eager for this opportunity because they can see the value of totem civilization and look forward to it. With the authority in hand, he left the star realm before he had time to study anything. He reappeared in the Yen Wang No. 5 Super War Fortress. Xie Yufei was waiting on the side. Seeing him reappear, she asked with a smile, "How is it? Is the reward from Gaia generous?" He replied without hiding the joy on his face. "Unprecedentedly generous. You made a fortune." She patted him on the shoulder and said, "Come with me. There are good things to give you next." "Any other good things?" he asked curiously. "What other good things are there?" Xie Yufei's pretty face was close at hand. Her delicate face was full of heroic spirit. Extremely attractive. She seemed not to notice this, and said to him with a smile, "Of course, it's reward according to merit. You are an officer of this war zone. The previous landing is a military action. You opened up the Gaia node and made such a contribution. Naturally you will be promoted." At this point, her delicate face showed a trace of depression and said, "According to the General Military Rank Manual, the impact factor of your behavior this time involves the entire main world, not just this military zone. So the merit you get will be bigger than you expected. Don't be surprised when the time comes." Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Unexpectedly big? How big? Bigger than you?" His eyes fell on her large outline and attractive curves highlighted by the restraint of her fitted uniform, and he pursed his lips subconsciously. His salty and wet look was quickly noticed by her, and she raised her eyebrows and slapped him on the back of his head and said coquettishly, "What are you looking at? I just realized that you are also such a man. You have disappointed me so much." Lin Xiao covered his head with a face full of grievance. "Sister, you are so beautiful. How can I resist? Humph. That is not allowed." He turned around, raised his eyebrows, and walked away with the corners of his mouth slightly curved into a crescent. He shrugged and followed behind obediently. Next, he was arranged in an independent military camp in the fortress, waiting for the results of the discussion of the military district leaders. According to Xie Yufei, the top leaders have not yet determined his rank and position, and are still arguing, so he has to wait for a while. She didn't say what they were arguing about, but told him that no matter what he was arguing about, he would not be treated unfairly, and he would have everything he deserved. This independent military camp was obviously specially designed for senior officers to live in. It has an area of more than 10,000 square meters inside the fortress military district. There is also a small training ground inside, a squad of guards, a full-time driver, etc., which made him very uncomfortable. While his military rank had not yet been determined, Lin Xiao hung a do not disturb sign outside the door and ordered the guards not to disturb him unless it was important. His consciousness sank back into his own realm. As soon as he returned to the god's domain, his eyes were quickly attracted by the huge city in the main god's domain that encompassed the entire god's domain space. It was a very large fortress-type city, consisting of a huge main city and 8 smaller satellite cities around it. The fortress was made of hard granite, and even the floor was a layer of granite that was unknown how thick. The outermost circle of the city wall was more than 50 meters wide and hundreds of meters high. It was completely a small mountain range. At the southern end of the fortress, a large group of mages led by the wise goblin leader Ailment were jointly casting spells to pull the earth up, turn the stone into mud, and shape it into the shape of the city wall, and then use the mud to stone spell to turn it into the overall city wall structure. Then another group of mages carved complex arrays on the hard rock wall in the back and used magic to reinforce the wall. But this was not the most shocking thing for Lin Xiao. What shocked him the most was the many mage towers distributed in the main fortress and satellite fortresses of this fortress group. Lin Xiao had obtained the blueprints of the mage tower a long time ago. After so many years of exploration, he finally began to build the foundation of the mage tower on a large scale by himself. Chapter 409 Species Adjustment Authority. Yes, except for a few great mages. Most of the great mages' mage towers are now only building the foundation. The most core and critical places require a large amount of precious magic materials, and the enlightenment of the tower spirit requires the soul of a higher creature, which is now lacking in the god's domain. But there is no rush for this now. Take your time. After all, the project they are doing now is too expensive, and it is unknown how long it will take to complete. He has plenty of time to collect resources, because what they are doing now is building a super large floating city. I don't know who came up with this crazy idea, and the key is that it got the support of Slarda, which is outrageous. It is also because Lin Xiao rarely interferes with the development of the god's domain now. He didn't pay attention to the god's domain for a long time before. His true body has been paying attention to his incarnation. As a result, the clansman built such a large satellite in the god's domain, which is speechless. Now that the rough embryo of the floating fortress has come out, it is too late to interfere. And Lin Xiao also wants to see if they can really build a floating city. If it can be done, it would be the best. If it can't be done, this floating fortress can be used as a place for the family members to live. It is also a super strong defensive fortress. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that he had a giant star ship in his hand, which contained an independent half-plane, up to tens of thousands of meters long, and could cross the plane void and crystal wall. However, he had never had a strong biological soul to enlighten the core control spirit of the star ship, so he could not use it. Maybe I can ask my sister later? Xie Yufei is a true god, knowledgeable, and may be able to give a good suggestion. After looking at the development of the family members, Lin Xiao retracted his gaze, and his true body sat on the central throne of the temple. He stretched out his right hand surrounded by golden light, and a ball of light appeared in his palm. A giant dragon phantom could be seen roaring in the light ball. Let's check the goods first. With a thought, the magic cube of creation appeared, and the light ball transformed from the dragon bloodline inheritance system was directly thrown into the magic cube of creation. The magic cube exuding a mysterious aura slowly rotated, and transparent flames spewed out from the gaps of the magic cube. Lin Xiao opened his mouth and sucked these spewed transparent flames into his mouth. After the magic cube of good fortune was refined back and forth, he did not feel a trace of the will and remnants of the nine-faced dragon god in the dragon blood inheritance system. Obviously, Gaia's will did help him clean it up, but it was limited to cleaning the will of the nine-faced dragon god. Apart from that, it was not moved at all. If he wanted to integrate this thing into the blood of the great Naga, he had to decompose and reorganize it himself. This is a necessary process. If it is not decomposed and reorganized as it is and integrated into the blood of the great Naga, once it leaves the divine domain and enters the foreign plane in the future and comes into contact with the dragon clan, it will definitely be noticed by the nine-faced dragon god. And then, the great Naga clan will be directly controlled through the dragon clan system in the blood. Now this thing has only temporarily eliminated the will of the nine-faced dragon god, but it does not mean that he will not control it again. Dragon blood inheritance. Dragon language magic system. These two systems are actually one and the same. One must first integrate the dragon bloodline inheritance before integrating the dragon language magic system. Among them, the dragon blood inheritance is easy to deal with. Just decompose it, Remove the other genetic systems except the core of blood inheritance. Keep only the core. And then integrate the blood of small Naga and big Naga. That is, integrate it into the evolution system of the dragon clan. This is not considered integration. Lin Xiao took out the dragon language magic system, which will change drastically. The dragon language magic system is a super large power system exclusive to the dragon clan. The dragon language magic contained can be said to be all-encompassing. It can be said that no one knows the number except the nine-faced dragon god. Lin Xiao doesn't want any of these dragon language magics, and he dares not to want them. After all, the source of this magic comes from the nine-faced dragon god. The use of dragon language magic by races other than the dragon clan will definitely attract the attention of the nine-faced dragon god. It's okay to use one or two occasionally. A race without any dragon blood outside the dragon clan will use it. This will definitely be noticed by the nine-faced dragon god. So it must be abandoned and eliminated. Only the system framework is left. In the final analysis, he spent so much effort just to get a few frameworks in the dragon bloodline, which are also the most important frameworks, and then merge these frameworks to construct a new legendary species system. Yes, when these three frameworks are merged, the Great Naga has the foundation for promotion to a true legendary species. This is a qualitative leap. High-level species, sub-legendary species, legendary species. Normally, the next level of high-level species is legendary species. But because the gap between these two levels is too large, someone added a new transitional level in between. In fact, sub-legendary species are high-level species, but they are much stronger than high-level species, but not as strong as true legendary species. Just like the Great Naga, although the individual combat power is not inferior to the dragon of the same level, the normal race upper limit of the Great Naga is only level 7, while the species upper limit of the dragon seems to have no upper limit. The strength of the dragon is related to age. The longer it lives, the stronger it is. In theory, can the ancient dragons who live long enough be comparable to powerful gods? Or the time dragon among the giant dragons is comparable to a legendary powerhouse when it hatches, and even powerful divine powers cannot do anything to it when it grows up. Realizing this, Lin Xiao suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. This giant dragon clan is probably not an ordinary legendary species, and perhaps even a legendary species is not enough to describe it. But no matter what, he has seized the three core systems of the giant dragon and integrated them into the body of the Great Naga. The potential of the Great Naga may catch up with the giant dragon. It is definitely not as good as the giant dragon now, but with continuous debugging in the future, it is not impossible to really catch up with the giant dragon clan. But now there is a big problem in front of Lin Xiao. What can replace the eliminated dragon language magic to fill in the dragon language magic system and give it to the Great Nagas? The dragon language magic system in this system has been completely eliminated, leaving only an empty SH. There must be a substitute. And this substitute, Lin Xiao does have an idea now, but he is considering whether it is suitable. The idea is the existing profession of the Great Naga. He wants to directly integrate the hero profession God Warrior into the dragon language magic system. Well, it is not appropriate to call it the dragon language magic system now. It should be called the bloodline power system. Innate spells are bloodline power, and innate professions can also be bloodline power, as long as they are strong enough. But the problem now is that the hero profession of God Warrior does not seem to be strong enough. Far inferior to the dragon language magic system, and it feels a bit of a loss to integrate it like this. Moreover, this thing itself is a profession specially built for the Great Naga. It feels weird to regard a profession that can be transferred at any time as a natural bloodline power. Or, put it aside for the time being, and make a special power system when you have time in the future? In the final analysis, his strength is too weak. If he is now a powerful god, he will not have these troubles. With just a little knowledge of the demigod, he wants to modulate a legendary species comparable to the dragon clan. It is just a compliment to say that he is barely doing it. The correct description is that he is overestimating his own abilities. Fortunately, this system can be added later, and Lin Xiao has not been entangled with this point. He decided to integrate these three systems first and promote the Great Naga to a legendary species. The two systems that had been modulated were integrated into the Great Naga, and then all members began to modulate. This time, the modulation did not bring about any earth-shattering changes, and it did not take much time. because the Great Naga had already perfectly integrated the blood of the Dragon Clan a long time ago. And now it was just integrating the two frameworks. In terms of appearance, the integration was completed with almost no changes. And there was almost no movement in the God's domain. And even most of the Great Nagas themselves did not feel anything. But at the blood level that ordinary people could not see, the Great Naga had quietly broken the shackles of race. And the upper limit of the race had quietly broken through the 8th level from the previous 7th level, and jumped to the 9th level in one breath. It's like the game version upgrade to increase the level upper limit. Most ordinary players cannot feel the abnormality. And only players at the maximum level will find that they can continue to upgrade at the first time. And this is not the end. After all, if the Dragon Clan template is directly applied, how can the upper limit be only this? As long as he fills a powerful power system for the Great Naga, its upper limit will continue to increase to the 10th level, or even higher. But this is destined to happen a long time later. Either he finds a bloodline that is more powerful than the dragon, or his strength and knowledge reserve can establish a new power system for the Great Naga. Either way is difficult. And it is estimated that he will have to wait until he is deified before he can do it. The promoted Great Naga is no different from before. The adult Great Naga is still level 5. And the initial strength has not increased as before. There is no change in the initial attributes. The only change is that the upper limit of the race is promoted from level 7 to level 9. Which saves him from using the Shield of Truth to force the promotion. Moreover, when they grow to the upper limit of the race, the 9th level Shura Lord, they can still use the Shield of Truth to break the limit and promote the 9th level Shura Lord to the 10th level Great Naga. It's cool to think about it. It is worth mentioning that when Lin Xiao descended on the Totem Crystal Wall universe this time, the 7th level Great Naga in the Divine Domain was promoted to the 8th level Shura Lord through the Shield of Truth. Now the total number has exceeded 100. As Lin Xiao's true body was promoted, the strength of his clan also grew synchronously. The more exaggerated the true body's promotion, the more exaggerated the clan's strength. More than 100 legendary clans. This is something that most demigods cannot do. Most of the sons of the gods' domain cannot have legendary species. Even those true gods. Only a few have legendary species. And most of these legendary clans are existing, with very few new legendary species. Those true gods do not have legendary species. And the 8th level legendary believers in their clans are basically selected by relying on a large number of clans. If there are millions of high-level species, there will always be some lucky ones or clans with outstanding qualifications who have the opportunity to break through the race limit. Or some sons of the gods' domain have miracle buildings like Lin Xiao's ancient arena that can make their clans break through, or directly use divine power to strengthen, etc. Most of the newly promoted Great Nagas have not noticed the abnormality. Only a few Great Nagas who are training their fighting skills in the ancient arena suddenly found that their long-closed promotion path suddenly became clear after the fierce battle. And they achieved this promotion naturally. Chapter 410 Honoring. When this news came, all the Great Nagas in the entire God's domain were shocked. At this time, Slaughter stood up and announced that this was a gift from the Creator. All the Great Nagas knelt down or bowed their heads to pray, silently reciting his name. Lin Xiao carefully felt the prayers of the believers in his mind. The line of faith became much thicker, and the degree of faith deepened. But none of them had a qualitative change. At this time, all the members of the Great Naga clan were devout believers or fanatics. And there was no faith below these two levels. Devout believers and fanatics are already the upper limit of the piety of normal believers. Under normal circumstances, they will only deepen their faith, but will not produce a qualitative change. Because there is no way to change it qualitatively. The only further level of faith is the saint. And the conditions for the formation of a saint are so harsh that it is not possible to achieve it by being pious. He dared to say that as long as he gave an order, all the Great Nagas would be willing to die. But no matter how devout their faith was, as long as they failed to meet the standards of understanding the doctrine and the object of their faith, they would never become saints. To be honest, Lin Xiao was already very satisfied to have a saint, as many true gods did not have one. In the following days, many Great Nagas, especially those with strengths of the 6th and 7th levels, entered the ancient arena to train themselves and break through themselves. It is worth mentioning that with the increase in the upper limit of blood, it is easier for the Great Nagas to be promoted than before. Whether it is from the 5th level to the 6th level extraordinary level, or from the extremely difficult 6th level to the 7th level, but it is still difficult to be promoted to the 8th level legendary level, just as it was not easy to be promoted from the 6th level to the 7th level before. After many years of reproduction, the total number of great Nagas has reached more than 56,000. In addition to Slarda, there are now a total of 117 8th level Naga Lords, no 9th level Naga Lords, and more than 300 7th level Naga Warriors. However, as the promotion restrictions are lifted and the difficulty of promotion is reduced, I believe that they will appear on a large scale in a short time. There are more than 16,000 6th level Naga Warriors now, and the remaining more than 42,000 are ordinary adult great Nagas. But again, as the promotion restrictions are lifted, more and more great Nagas will be promoted to the 6th level, and the overall strength of the God's domain will be greatly improved. After staying in the God's domain for more than half a year, watching the great Nagas being promoted one by one, Lin Xiao was full of joy. However, until Xie Yufei reminded him to leave the God's domain, no 9th level Naga Lord had been born in the God's domain. After returning to consciousness with a little regret, a projection of Xie Yufei appeared in front of him. He was surprised to find that she was wearing a military uniform specially used for watching the ceremony. Her expression was also very serious. She said in a deep voice, "The military department has determined your merit evaluation and commendation. Because of your limited strength, your rank is the elite colonel rank. The specific position arrangement and commendation will be decided by the military department." At this point, she put away her serious expression, smiled and whispered, "Due to your limited strength, you cannot be promoted directly to a general. So there will be preferential treatment in terms of military position and treatment. Several options have been drawn up, and you can choose by yourself. I will tell you first, and you can make a choice after listening to it and tell me. Your military rank is an elite colonel affiliated to the Yin Wang No. 5 War Zone. You have a high-equipped Brigadier General's exclusive guard, a high-equipped Brigadier General's exclusive Void warship, and warship supporting staff, but not including the troops supporting the Void ship. There are 3 choices for military positions. One is the authority to form a war group. You can form a war group and serve as the war group leader. The second choice is to join the existing regular war group as the acting war group leader. Now the military region has 4 regular war group leaders who are about to take office, retire or transfer. If you choose this, the information of the 4 war groups will be sent to you later. The third choice is to give up the real power military position and choose a civilian position. Now the military region inspection team is still short of a team leader. If you are willing, you can choose this. Lin Xiao. Is this too exaggerated? All 3 options are outrageous to him. What does it mean to be a warband leader with real power? Although the current military system still uses the division and corps system, the division and corps are completely different from the divisions and corps in ancient times. Now a regular division refers to a military group that has the ability to independently attack a powerful plane with powerful divine power. Note that the main division is the one that can attack a powerful divine power, and the general division certainly does not have this ability. A regular corps refers to a military group that has the ability to attack a not very powerful crystal wall system. This not very powerful means that there are no more than 5 powerful divine powers, and there cannot be a great existence. The Yin Wang No. 5 War Zone is the main war zone, and there are no more than 10 corps, including the Expeditionary Force and the Fortress Garrison Corps. As a force unit below the division, the war band has always been known for its military strength. The small war bands are not strong, such as those that have just been established and have not yet formed their strength. The large ones are powerful war bands such as the Fury War Band with several medium divine powers. Coincidentally, the several official regiments they gave included the Fury Flame Regiment. You know, Xie Yufei seems to be the deputy leader of the Fury Flame Regiment now. Of course, you are not strong enough now, and you will definitely not be able to convince the public, so you can only be the acting leader now, and the affairs of the regiment will be temporarily handled by the former first deputy leader. Xie Yufei's next words broke Lin Xiao's fantasy. Well, it's true. This means giving him a position. The military position is indeed a real and powerful military position, which is true, but with his current strength, he will definitely not be able to command his subordinates. Just kidding. How can a group of true gods be so willing to listen to his orders? Even if the internal discipline of the army is strict and subordinates will not force their superiors, there will definitely be things that are secretly disobeying, and he will definitely not be able to command these powerful subordinates. So, This military position looks very strong and outrageous. But in fact it is useless. Just a virtual position. He suspected that it was a way for the military to win him over. Or to bind him. After all, although he is not strong enough now, he has great potential. Not to mention the great favor of Commander Xie. Just because he has made such great contributions, it is a foregone conclusion that he will become the son of Gaia. As a military leader, how could he not know that this means that as long as he is alive, he will definitely be a top powerhouse in the future. Anyone would be willing to invest in such a top powerhouse, who is sure to be alive. So now the question is, how to choose? The first self-build regiment is definitely a pass. With his current lack of strength, resources, connections, and territory, there is no point in building a regiment. Then he can only choose between the second and third options. One is a powerful military position, and the other is a civilian position with great power. These two, he was thinking. And Xie Yufei beside him recalled what her father had said to him before. Her eyes fell on Lin Zhao's face, who was thinking in a trance. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she calmed down. She suddenly stretched out her hand and drew on the light screen in front of Lin Zhao, pointing to one of the 4 candidate regiments and said, "If I were you, I would choose this one." Lin Zhao looked up at the Fury Flame regiment. She pointed it with doubt. And after a few seconds, she showed a look of realization. And she said, "I am now the first deputy leader of the Fury Flame regiment. If you choose to become the leader of the Fury Flame regiment, then I will handle the daily work of the Fury Flame regiment on your behalf as the first deputy leader." She patted her full chest and said, "With my sister here, if you need the power of the regiment, you can tell me and I will help you do it, so that you can borrow the power of the regiment through me." Lin Zhao came back to his senses from the swaying and thinking about her words carefully. I have to say that her words are a bit exciting. After all, it is to control a regiment, even if it is indirect. Even if only a small part can be borrowed, it is better than the so-called inspection team leader. The so-called inspection team is to inspect the garrison fortresses of the crystal walls, or planes within the sphere of influence of the war zone. He doesn't have the time to inspect everywhere. And this position is both laborious and thankless. And it is easy to offend people. If he goes there alone without knowing the place, he will most likely be excluded and marginalized. He will be a mascot. And there is no need to think about real power. After thinking about it, he found that Xie Yufei's proposal was the most reliable. Thinking of this, he nodded with a smile. "Then please take care of it, Sister Feifei." "No problem. No problem." The two smiled at the same time. After making a decision, the next step is the awarding ceremony. It is worth mentioning that he was awarded 2 medals this time. One is the special medal of dark gold material, and the other is the Gaia medal. Special merit is the highest merit in the military. As in any era, military merit is extremely rare. But once you get it, it is like your life is turned on. You can quickly upgrade your military rank. As long as you don't make mistakes and your strength is up to standard, you can't escape being a general. With Lin Zhao's achievements this time, he deserves a special merit, and no one has any objections. As for the Gaia medal, this is not an internal military medal, but an honorary medal within the human main world. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the main world can get it. Gaia medal is also divided into levels. His is the lowest level, 1-star Gaia medal. This Gaia medal does not have a direct reward, but it will be noticed by Gaia's will, thus obtaining some invisible benefits that ordinary people cannot obtain. The person who awarded him the medal was an incarnation of Commander Xie Tianyan, and the awarding location was located in a small auditorium inside the fortress. Perhaps considering that his strength was too weak and not too high profile. And after consulting Lin Zhao himself, the awarding ceremony was held in this small auditorium. In addition to the commander, there were more than a dozen high-level officials in the fortress. At a glance, they were all generals with Venus on their shoulders, although each of them tried their best to restrain their own breath. Lin Zhao, who had the identity of the son of Gaia, could still perceive the twisted fluctuations around them that made him palpitate through some kind of perception amplification that he had never had before. All of them were powerful true gods, at least of medium divine power, and most of them were powerful divine power. They all looked at the handsome boy brought by Xie Yufei with a smile on their faces and clapped their hands gently. As Lin Zhao gradually approached, several generals smiled with a hint of surprise and looked at each other. One of them said to Xie Tianyan, "Old Xie, You saw it. Chapter 411. Unable to support the guard team. Xia Tianyan nodded. That's right. The young man can't control the law he just mastered freely. I will remind him later to avoid being discovered by outsiders. After more than 20,000 years, a new ancient god was born in the main world again. I don't know which law he chose. There are not many options. The powerful laws have been picked up by the predecessors. The remaining ones are all middle and lower levels. The middle and lower levels are also laws. And they are stronger than most people present. The main world will catch up with us in less than 1,000 years. It's really enviable. The admiral with 3 gold stars on his shoulders rubbed his chin with envy and sighing. And suddenly said to himself, this young man has a future. Tomorrow, I will transfer my granddaughter to the Fury Flame Corps. Xia Tianyan glanced at him on the side, smiled and said nothing. But the admiral still found out. His eyebrows twitched, and his eyes swept over him, and Xia Yufei, who brought Lin Xiao over. He lowered his voice and said, Old Xia, could you be? Yes. You only have one legitimate daughter. And you usually treasure her so much. So why are you willing to let her go? The commander glanced at him and retorted. Why not? She will get married eventually. Just like you said. This young man is good. And she doesn't dislike it. Why can't they do everything? The admiral was speechless, and had to raise his finger to show that you are awesome. At this time, Xia Yufei had brought Lin Xiao to the center of the auditorium. Looking at the generals around him who were smiling kindly but exuding a breath like a beast from the abyss that made him palpitate in his super-spiritual perception. Lin Xiao suddenly panicked. He saluted one by one with a standard military salute, and then stood there and dared not move. But Commander Xia patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, Don't panic, young man. We won't eat you. Lin Xiao. Fortunately, they noticed his discomfort and stopped joking. Xia Tianyan coughed lightly and went straight to the point. His face became serious, and he announced in a deep voice, The medal awarding ceremony begins. Lieutenant Lin Xiao, please come forward. At this time, Xia Yufei came to the side with an exquisite plate. On the bright red silk base was a dark gold medal that looked exquisite. Xia Tianyan picked up the medal and put it on him personally. The moment the medal was put on, Lin Xiao instantly felt more than 10 kinds of magic effects sweeping over his body. And he felt a brand new feeling. This medal is a very powerful semi-artifact, with a bunch of passive and active effects, and comes with several life-saving abilities. Of course, this is not very useful for the sons of the divine domain. This medal is mainly symbolic, not for fighting. What is really useful to them is the semi-artifact they specially forged to match their own priesthood. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao has been promoted to a demigod. In the future, he will need to conquer the plains, so he can start preparing to forge a special demigod weapon for himself. Then Xia Tianyan stretched out his hands and whispered to the void. After a few seconds, a stream of light gathered between his hands and quickly turned into a Gaia medal with familiar patterns. This thing is not issued by the military, but directly issued by Gaia's will, so it is impossible to fake it. The Gaia medal has no additional functions. This thing is only symbolic. The real Gaia medal is actually his identity as the son of Gaia. Possessing the Gaia medal does not necessarily mean being the son of Gaia, but the son of Gaia must have the Gaia medal. After the medal was awarded, the generals talked to Lin Xiao one after another. Everyone was very friendly. Lin Xiao also listened with fear and trepidation. In the end, everyone left one by one, leaving only Commander Xia and Xia Yufei. He said to Lin Xiao, I heard that you chose to become the commander of the Fury Flame Regiment. This is a wise choice. Although building your own regiment is the most promising, you can't enjoy the help brought by the regiment in the early stage. With Yufei to help you, you can now use the power of the regiment to serve you to a limited extent. After the end, you and Yufei will go to the Fury Flame Regiment's base to take a look, get to know the high-level internal leaders of the regiment, and get familiar with them. In addition, don't rush to leave the fortress. Wait for about a month until you can fully master the Ancient God's Law, and then leave. When Lin Xiao heard the words Ancient God's Law, his mouth opened slightly in surprise. Xia Tianyan smiled and said, Don't be afraid. Not many people know about this, and they won't spread it. You are too weak now, and you haven't fully mastered the power of this law. If you are a little excited, it is easy to leak your breath. If you want to avoid trouble, wait a month before leaving. By the way, before leaving, you can go to a place, Tianmen Club. If you are not familiar with the road, let Yufei take you there. After you go there, you can become a member. Then, there is a Tianmin in the club, and you can try to enter the Tianmin. Xie Tianyan carefully told him a few words and left. Only he and Xie Yufei were left in the small auditorium. She lowered her beautiful eyes, and saw the 2 medals on his chest. She said with some envy, "My brother, these 2 medals are really enviable. My sister is only a second-class merit medal at most. No matter military merit or military rank. I can't compare with you now. Then does my sister have to salute me?" She raised her eyes. Her eyes moved. And suddenly, she showed a smile that made his heart jump. She saluted him seriously and said crisply, "Colonel Xie Yufei. Salute the commander." She blinked her right eye after that. And his heart jumped. Very! He quickly withdrew his eyes from her slender figure and saluted seriously. "Colonel Xie Yufei. Please lead the way back to the base." "Commander." "Please." When Lin Xiao came to the training ground in his memory again, he was quite emotional. The last time he came was the super freshman summer camp in the first year of high school. At that time, he came as a freshman in the first year of high school. When he saw many soldiers in the regiment who were strong men to him at that time, he was full of awe. And this time, he came as the commander of the Fury Flame Regiment. The difference in status can be said to be heaven and earth. While he was observing everyone with a thoughtful look in his eyes, many officers of the Fury Regiment on the training ground were looking at the young man led by Xie Yufei with complicated eyes. They were surprised by the young boy's young age and weak strength. But when they saw the medal representing the special merit on his chest, they were envious and surprised. But more of it was incredible. As a soldier, how could he not know the significance and difficulty of obtaining the special merit? Just because they knew the difficulty of obtaining it, almost everyone found it incredible. How could this be possible? A major officer standing in the front row of all the officers opened his mouth wide and looked at Lin Xiao, who was getting closer and closer, and the dark gold medal on his chest that almost dazzled his eyes. Finally, he couldn't help asking another officer next to him, "Do you recognize this new war group leader? Where did such a young man get the special merit medal?" Next to him was a lieutenant colonel, who also shook his head and said, "I just received the news. I heard that the military commander and the senior officials unanimously decided that the crossing of gold can be roughly ruled out. Is this still necessary to rule out? Who can cross the gold and cross the special merit medal? With this treasure, it is not called crossing the gold, but experience. This war group leader has a future. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." The sudden and inappropriate words made everyone look sideways. When they saw that it was a female officer with a hot body at the end of the team, they all retracted their gazes with an "oh" and continued to chat. Meeting these future subordinates was still very harmonious. Although their eyes revealed surprise and surprise, they did not show that they looked down on themselves because of their low strength. They showed all the respect they should have. Of course, this was just on the surface. After all, their positions were here, and they could only hold back and dare not express their ideas. Lin Xiao did not contact these subordinates for too long. He just got to know them and left. Now he was too weak to convince them. No matter how much he said, they would not be obedient. For now, he would come back to take over the regiment when he was stronger. Besides, it was not very meaningful to build relationships now, when he had the strength to take over the regiment. He didn't know how many of these subordinates would be left by then, and most of them might have been transferred away. Next, Xie Yufei took him to receive a series of personal benefits assigned to him by the war zone. The best of them was naturally the Brigadier General's exclusive void ship and the accompanying guard team. However, before preparing to receive it, Xie Yufei told him a piece of news that was both good and bad. The good thing was that the accompanying guard team included 2 true gods, who were not sons of the divine domain, and 20 demigods. The bad thing was that he couldn't afford to support the guard team. Yes, he couldn't afford it. If they became his guard team, while protecting him, he would also have to bear the responsibility of providing them with the power of faith to maintain their godhood level and the demigod fire. For generals who really rely on their strength to be promoted, this is no problem. The lowest major general is also a division commander or deputy division commander. Such powerful military bosses hold a large number of planes and territories to provide him with the power of faith. And they can all afford it. But Lin Xiao couldn't afford it. He was now in a period of rapid development of his own strength. How could he have the spare energy to support 20 demigods and 2 true gods? It was a joke. This was also a situation he had never seen before. Who would have thought that a newly promoted demigod could achieve such great feats? No other son of Gaia in history had such a situation as him. The result was self-evident. Not only the guard team, but also the general's special void worship had not been taken for the time being. If the military could pay the salary of the Fury Flame Regiment under his command, and the void worship could be parked here and maintained by the fortress, the guard team could not. This guard team was equivalent to his personal guard, and he had to support himself. Fortunately, although they were not taken away, the guard team and the void worship were still his. He just didn't take them for the time being. He could come and take them whenever he felt that he was strong enough. He looked at the void worship assigned to him with some regret. It was larger than any void worship he had seen before. According to Xiaofei's introduction, this most advanced void worship had the function of shuttling through the chaotic void and ultra-long distance jumps, and also had the authority to enter the main world, which was the authority only for powerful generals. Chapter 412 Special Offer. Fortunately, although the guards and void battleships could not be received, other benefits remained unchanged. The small courtyard of 10,000 square meters in the Yin Wang No. 5 Super War Fortress already belonged to him, and was equipped with basic service personnel, like the guards and void battleships. This courtyard was also a high-end treatment only available to generals. As long as he was not transferred, this place would always belong to him. He stayed in this small courtyard most of the time in the following time, and entered the divine domain most of the time every day, and learned the laws he had mastered as Commander Xia said, and mastered them as soon as possible. Although most of the true gods could not sense the ancient gods' priesthood, even when more than a dozen powerful gods were present during the previous awarding of medals, only a few of them noticed it. But it is better for fewer people to know about this kind of thing, and it is better to keep a low profile before growing up, so as not to make some jealous little moves. During this month, he did not stay here every day. In addition to receiving various quotations about the authority in his hands from time to time through Commander Xia, he also went to the garrison of the Fury Flame Regiment. That was because the official military order had been issued, and he had to go there to take office. Although he was only an acting commander, and was not going to take care of things, the process still had to be followed. Although he was not in charge of things after taking office as the commander, he could still easily retrieve information about the Fury Flame Regiment. He especially looked at the composition of the Fury Flame Regiment and knew the specific strength of this powerful regiment. If all regiments are divided into 5 levels, the Fury Flame Regiment is in the 3rd level, belonging to the middle level. Not good nor bad. The lowest 1-star regiment belongs to the local force, generally belonging to the garrison troops or security forces of the conquered plain base, with average combat power. The strongest is generally the commander of the regiment, and the strength is generally between the weak divine power of the 5th level of the godhood and the 9th level of the godhood. And there are very few medium divine powers. The 2-star war group is slightly stronger, but it is still positioned as a garrison or guard force. It occasionally cooperates with the main force in combat, but the garrison location is generally more important. The strongest is generally a medium-level god, with a godhood level between level 10 and 14. The 3-star war group, that is, the Fury war group, is generally a regular expeditionary force, responsible for frontal attack and conquest of foreign plains and indigenous kingdoms. The strongest is also a medium-level god, but there are generally multiple medium-level gods in the war group, and there are more strong people above the true god, and the average strength of the war group will be stronger. The 4-star war group, this level is already the absolute main force war group in any military region. Although there is no powerful god in the war group, it has more than 10 medium-level gods. The most important thing is that they have the ability to fight against ordinary powerful gods. I dare not say that they can beat them, but at least they can resist. Only the 5-star ace war group can defeat the powerful gods. This top war group has at least one powerful god, and can directly attack a powerful indigenous god system with powerful gods. There are very few such top-level regiments. Even in the Yin Wang No. 5 war zone, there are only 2. The status of their regiment leaders is higher than that of some ordinary expeditionary army commanders. The Fury Flame Corps is in the 3rd tier, neither high nor low, and is definitely better than the one he created. Unknowingly, a month has passed. When Commander Xia saw him again, he nodded and said, "The fluctuations of the ancient gods' law that remain in you have disappeared. You can now appear in front of everyone. In addition, I have a new special offer for the sale of rights. I think it is very good. Take a look. As he spoke, the light curtain fell in front of Lin Xiao's eyes, and the screen lit up with a quotation information on it. This is a quotation sent by an unknown big man. There is no signature on it, and it is not known which force it is from. In the past month, he entrusted Commander Xie to help receive quotations from big men from all sides. And now he has received a full 37 quotations. It seems not much, but these are all quotations from big men who have reached the 19th level of godhood, or close to this level. Those who dare to quote can only be these big men who are the strongest among the powerful gods. The general powerful gods have no ability to compete. In other words, there are probably only so many big men with superpowers who have reached the peak of true gods in the main world. The quotations from these big guys were all dazzling, and he didn't know how to choose. Their quotations were basically the same. Nothing more than relics, planes, godhood, artifacts, rare treasures, vast resources, etc. But then again, these are the only things that can be quoted, just to distinguish the quality. This quotation that Commander Xie called special had nothing else but the plane. But the plane he said was unusual. The planes quoted by others were mostly a single large plane, or a part of a large plane, or a group of planes composed of a group of large and small planes, etc. Note that the planes used for trading are all active elements, possess extraordinary powers, have intelligent races that can provide a lot of faith power, and can be deified. Many of these planes are mainly human races, and their value is much higher than those barbaric planes. Most of the planes have been conquered long ago, and now they only need to receive them to continuously harvest the power of faith and the origin of the plane, naturally including the resources within the plane. The most valuable one is a large plane with common exotic races such as humans, elves, and dwarves. The plane's beliefs have been unified, and as long as it is received, it can be harvested. The endless power of faith is enough for him to support 10 guards and have some left over. Lin Xiao had some interest in this plane before, but when he saw the new offer from Commander Xie, he hesitated. The new offer has nothing else, just this one plane. No, to be precise, it is a crystal wall system. A small crystal wall universe with only one plane of the same size has a large plane and a dozen small and medium-sized planes. According to the data, the internal space of this small crystal wall universe is about the size of a complete solar system. Note that this complete solar system refers to the system including the Kuiper asteroid belt outside the galaxy's gravitational well, and the Oort nebula composed of countless dust clouds outside, with a maximum radius of about 1 light-year. 1 light-year is an astronomical unit, but it is very small for a crystal wall universe. Such a small crystal wall universe is absolutely impossible to carry a great divine power, and even if it is occupied, it is of no value. There are quite a lot of such small crystal wall universes in the Chaos Void Sea, and the reason why this one is exchanged with him is that the main plane in this crystal wall universe has already given birth to intelligent species with extraordinary power. The most important thing is that this crystal wall universe has already given birth to the prototype of the crystal wall will, and can already produce the crystal wall origin continuously. There are quite a lot of small crystal wall universes in the Chaos Void Sea, but almost most of them have no intelligent life inside, or simply no life. Not to mention the prototype of extraordinary power and crystal wall will. So naturally there is no value. Even if 100 are occupied, it is of no use. And this small crystal wall universe has already given birth to the prototype of the crystal wall will. So it has great value. With intelligent life and extraordinary power, it can be deified. At the same time as the crystal wall will is born, the underlying basic laws will be born. Although it is very weak, but it does exist. In addition, in theory, as the number of creatures in the crystal wall increases, and the crystal walls will become stronger. If the creatures in the crystal wall are lucky enough to leave this universe, and begin to conquer, and plunder the resources and law power of other universes, it is possible to develop this universe into a powerful crystal wall universe. But theory is just theory after all. Theory can work, but the powerful divine power can't wait for this time span. The time span is tens of millions of years, and even powerful divine power can't wait for so long. So this thing is a useless expectation for super divine powers who are determined to take that step. But it is a good thing for ordinary true gods. At least it is a good thing for Lin Xiao. Although there is nothing else in this offer except this. Lin Xiao liked it at first sight, and made a decision in his heart. Telling Commander Xie about his decision, He smiled and said, "A wise decision. Even a small crystal-walled universe is still a universe. Although it is useless to me, it is a good thing for you that is not inferior to this authority. If you manage it well, it will definitely help you to step into the powerful divine power of your faith in the godhood level in the future. Moreover, compared with other resources with exaggerated prices, this one is relatively low-key. With the face of this commander, no one will covet your things." Lin Xiao said gratefully. "Excuse me, Commander. How do I trade?" Commander Xia replied. "If you are sure, I will reply to his message immediately, and the transaction can be completed within today. I am sure of this. Well, I will first pass the news that you have confirmed the transaction to all bidders, although it is said to be within today. In fact, the bidders are more anxious than him. In less than half an hour, Lin Xiao was taken away from the fortress by an incarnation of Commander Xia and left the fortress through a cross-border teleportation array. The crystal-walled universe actually has a cross-border teleportation array that directly connects to the Yin Wang No. 5 fortress. However, the transmission time was beyond his expectations. Even with Commander Xia's authority to speed up the transmission, it still took him 3.5 months to complete the transmission. This shows that this small crystal-walled universe is quite far away from the main world. When they flew out of the void, there was nothing in front of them except the rolling chaotic energy, until Commander Xia sent a signal. A figure appeared out of thin air in the distant void where the chaotic storm was raging. This crystal-walled universe was actually hidden. Following the guiding light, they quickly flew to the gap torn in the chaotic energy storm. Suddenly, the view in front of them was clear. Inside the violent chaotic storm on the surface was actually a calm void. A blue light ball that did not look very big was quietly suspended in it, and the transparent blue flame was flying like a flame. This is a very young crystal-walled universe full of vitality. It has not been formed for a long time, and there are enough creatures in the universe. The elemental energy is active. Although the crystal wall has not yet taken shape, it is full of vigorous power. Obviously, this crystal-walled universe was well managed before. It is estimated that the mysterious boss was prepared to cultivate it well. But now that he sees a better opportunity, he naturally has no interest in spending tens of millions of years here. Chapter 413 Bold and Crazy Ideas. The reason why I call him a mysterious boss is that the boss who traded with him has been shrouded in a layer of fog. It is estimated that there was an agreement. Commander Xia did not introduce him. There was no extra communication except for greeting each other. I didn't care about this Lin Xiao, no matter who he was, as long as the things were real. Then, under the guidance of this mysterious boss, I toured this small crystal-walled universe. The main plane of this universe is located in the center of the universe. In fact, it is smaller than the general large plane. However, this plane is the largest in this crystal-walled universe and the center of the world. It is estimated to be called the main plane. In addition to the main plane, there are 17 small planes of different sizes. There are also hundreds of tiny half-planes attached to the edge of the crystal wall of the main plane. It may be that this mysterious boss has been operating for a long time. There are already a large number of intelligent life in the main plane, in addition to the native insects living underground in this world. The dominant position in the main world is still occupied by the migrated humans. This is very good. Apart from humans, there are no other alien races in the main plane. But other alien races live in other planes, including common dwarves, orcs, elves, and a large number of magic beasts, and even dragons. They all live in a small plane, with a total of about 100. In the main plane, because humans are outsiders, they are always at war with the indigenous insect people underground. Under the interference of the mysterious boss, the two sides have been in a balance and neither can destroy the other. Lin Xiao can understand this behavior, and he would do the same if he were in their place. In addition to having an opponent to maintain the growth of humans, the main reason is that if a crystal wall universe wants to grow, it must have enough creatures and complex ecology, so that more crystal wall origins can be produced. The humans in this world develop common magic technology. Under the promotion of this mysterious boss, magic technology has developed quite well. Looking down from the sky, cities with modern construction styles are scattered in the plains. Magic airships are flying in the air, and dazzling magic light columns can be seen rising into the sky in every magic gathering place. This is a powerful magic building similar to the magic tower. The elite army has powerful weapons, equipped with magic cannons and magic groups. The underground indigenous insects are not their opponents at all. But humans can't do anything about the insects hidden deep underground for the time being. At this time, the identity of the mysterious boss in this world is the god of creation. He has been silently controlling the development of civilization in this crystal wall universe behind the scenes. If Lin Xiao obtains this universe after trading with him, he can decide whether to continue to harvest the power of faith and the origin of the crystal wall as a behind-the-scenes manipulator, or directly step forward from behind the scenes and take the initiative to control the course of world history. Under the restrictions of the mysterious boss, there is no true god in this world now. The method of deification has been blocked. Demigod is the limit. And these demigods have been controlled to become his subordinates in order to stabilize the world. If the transaction is completed, Lin Xiao will definitely not be able to suppress the world's progress with his strength. And the restrictions on the conferred god will definitely be broken. So he must and can only take the initiative to step forward and take the initiative to monopolize the faith. After the transaction is completed, Lin Xiao will let the other party take away all the demigods. The remaining strongest legend is still a long way from being a demigod, and he still has time to solve this problem. And Lin Xiao already has a solution in his mind. And it is a permanent solution. This is a crazy idea that came to his mind after he saw the content on this quotation sheet. Yes, this idea is quite crazy, and no one would have thought of it. He will not continue to harvest faith in the way of hurting by this mysterious boss, as ordinary people imagine. But his eyes are not on the faith and crystal wall origin of this world, but on devouring the entire crystal wall system. That's right. He wants to devour the entire crystal wall system. After understanding the situation of this crystal wall, an idea emerged in his mind uncontrollably. Can he use the authority of the Lord of the Crystal Wall, the prototype of the crystal wall will as a medium, and use the creation cube to slowly devour the source power, underlying basic laws, and the entire crystal wall of this crystal wall? This crazy idea comes from the core SH.L of the crystal wall origin that has been integrated into his soul. The predecessor of this crystal wall SH.L ended up like this because the origin was devoured by other cosmic wills. What will happen if he can find a way to complete it? The core SH.L of the crystal wall origin is here, and the underlying basic law network has been reshaped inside, which means that this thing can be repaired in a reverse way, which gave him this crazy idea. Slowly collecting source power to repair is too slow. What will happen if you directly devour a crystal wall system? Perhaps this small crystal wall system is not strong enough, and it is impossible to repair it even if it is fully devoured. But at least some of its power can be restored. Think about it. Even if this thing only recovers a part of its power, it will be extremely terrifying, and his strength will also increase to an unknown extent. It's scary to think about it, and I'm looking forward to it. So his method is so simple. Just devour this crystal wall universe. As for the creatures in this universe, don't worry. Devouring a crystal wall universe is a very time-consuming project. Even with the help of the magic cube of good fortune, it is estimated that it will take hundreds or thousands of years. According to the time flow rate of this world and the main world, he probably won't be able to complete this huge project even after graduating from college. This period of time is enough for him to conquer a plane in a foreign land and move all the creatures in this plane. As for whether a large number of creatures will die because of this, he can't control it. As the saying goes, a general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of bones. The birth of any true god is accompanied by death and killing. It is unknown how many creatures will die on the road of plundering resources and power. It is already very good that he can move most of them. It is also common for those who are cruel to ignore everything and let them fend for themselves. Before that, it would probably take several hundred years before the swallowing of the crystal wall origin would have a huge impact on this world. It was impossible to do nothing during this period of time. Lin Xiao already had an idea in his mind. He planned to ask his parents to come over and let them unify the beliefs of all intelligent life in this universe on his behalf and become gods in this world before swallowing this crystal wall universe. It would take hundreds or even thousands of years to devour. Such a long time of massive faith power cannot be wasted. He can't stay here forever. It just so happens that his parents haven't become gods yet. As the saying goes, if one person gets the Tao, all his family members will rise to heaven. Although he hasn't gotten the Tao, he has made it. His parents are quite good to him, and his mother dotes on him. It is his duty to help his parents become gods. As for the rest of the family, let's not talk about it for now. After his parents become gods, with the help of the faith power of the wisdom civilizations in more than a dozen planes in this crystal wall universe. If there is any surplus, maybe some can be distributed. The biggest piece of meat has been eaten, so it's okay to share the soup residue. Although most of the cousins have no ability and can't become great, they can just keep the status quo. In this era, there are roughly 2 ways to establish a big power in the main world. Either to establish a school or a family. There is no limit for small forces. Either a team of adventurers, a consortium company, or to establish like-minded internal mountains within a big power, etc. It was too difficult to establish a school, and Lin Xiao had no interest in it. But it was easy to establish a family, just supporting the same clan. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao decided to go home after the transaction was completed and the handover was completed. Anyway, he didn't even have to take the college entrance examination. And now it was almost time for the holiday. So he went home to talk to his parents about it and asked them to move here. The transaction was witnessed by Xie Tianyin. He and Lin Xiao traveled all over the crystal wall universe together, including the other 17 large and small planes in addition to the main plane, and even the insect native world and the underground world. They took a tour and wrote them all down, and then communicated with Gaia's will to trade his authority. The transaction went very smoothly. After all, the authority was his, and Gaia's will had no independent will. So it was impossible to interfere with these, as long as both parties agreed. Moreover, with Commander Xie Tianyin witnessing the whole process, no one dared to cheat or make small moves on this point. This mysterious boss may be a super god whose strength is not inferior to Commander Xie. But in terms of power, he is definitely not as powerful as the boss who is in charge of a military region. It is impossible for him to make small moves when he gets what he needs. After the transaction was completed, Lin Xiao obtained a chaos tablet that the mysterious boss had transferred to him. This was a divine artifact specially forged by the boss, imitating the artifact destiny tablet of the Toriel multiverse. It has the ability to control the will of the crystal wall that has not yet been born in this crystal wall universe. With this artifact, you can control this world and suppress any strong person born from this world. His Majesty Io, the supreme god of the Toriel multiverse, holds the destiny tablet. He has the terrifying power to dedicate a word to the gods and deprive the gods of their priesthood. Even powerful divine power cannot avoid being deprived of the priesthood. Its power is super terrifying. The purpose of this mysterious boss to create this artifact called Chaos Tablet is just like this. According to his expectation, if this crystal wall universe develops in the future, it will plunder enough resources and origin power to promote the world. He will use the power of promotion to step into the realm of great divine power. At that time, he can control the gods in the world like His Majesty Io, the supreme god of the Toriel multiverse. Now the artifact belongs to Lin Xiao. With it, he is the actual controller of this crystal wall universe. Holding the Chaos Clay Tablet, he can now exercise some of the powers of the Lord of the Crystal Wall system within the scope of this crystal wall universe, such as the conferred god. The premise is to have sufficient divine power and divinity support. Then Lin Xiao stayed in this crystal wall universe for 5 years, most of the time to understand the details of the world, receive the power left by the mysterious boss, and control the super hidden magic circle outside the crystal wall. Although this crystal wall universe is small, it is very valuable. Without this hidden magic circle, if a strong person passes by, as long as he puts a little will into the universe, it is easy to find the abnormality of this universe. As for the power left by the mysterious boss, it is actually the world's largest neutral organization, the Mage Association. Not a big change in the plane can be affected by the Mage Association. Chapter 414. Returning home to hear the shocking news. At the provincial government teleportation point, a military void warship slowly emerged from the vortex, and several surrounding pickup ships quickly approached to guide the warship to the designated location. Looking at the middle-aged man in standard military uniform, who appeared on the light screen in front of him, Lin Xiao inexplicably felt a sense of relief. That feeling. Isn't it very cool? Xie Yufei stood behind Lin Xiao with her arms folded and curled her lips. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes. Who would have thought that a freshman who has not yet fully graduated from high school would become a senior military official? And the unpredictable life is nothing more than this." He turned his head and glanced at Xie Yufei, who was hugging her arms and looked unhappy, and knew that this sister was in a bad mood. After all, no one likes to be arranged by others. This time she came not only to send him here, but also Commander Xie Tianyan's intention. Not only to send him here, but also to send an avatar to follow him back, under the pretext of protection. How could she not see such a lame excuse? She didn't know what Commander Xie said to her. She followed him. But she looked very unhappy. Lin Xiao was speechless about this. But he was still very happy in his heart. It was definitely better to have a beautiful woman accompany him than to go alone. The void battleship just docked here, and didn't move again. After a while, a small aircraft that looked ordinary left the transmission station and flew away, setting the flight route of the aircraft. Lin Xiao lightly tapped the wrist wheel, and a light curtain popped up. But it was blurry, and nothing could be seen. He was not in a hurry, and waited slowly. After a few minutes, the picture began to become clear, and a blurry outline appeared, followed by a familiar and crisp voice. "Is it your son? Mom's signal is not good here, and I can't see you." I don't know if it was an illusion, but he heard a hint of fatigue in his mother's voice. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and replied, "Yes, Mom. I'm on my way home now." "Son, you're coming back." He could clearly feel his mother's spirits lifted. "Where are you now?" "Mom will pick you up." He smiled and said, "I'm on my way, and will be home soon. Then Mom will prepare your favorite food for you. Didn't you say last time that you wanted?" His voice suddenly stopped, because the picture was clear at this time, and he could see that his mother was staring at him straight. Or more precisely, she was looking at the back of him. The more she looked at him, the more she smiled, and blurted out, "Son, who is the girl behind you?" "Ah." Mom turned around. Lin Xiao looked back at Xie Yufei, who had changed her face and smiled sweetly at some point, and turned back with a smile on her face. "This is Sister Yufei, and she is also my subordinate." "Subordinate?" He suddenly felt a chill on his back. "Yes, it's my subordinate. The little girl is so pretty." "You didn't bully her, did you?" "No." Lin Xiao laughed dryly. "How dare I? The key is that I can't beat her." Thinking of this, he suddenly regretted taking advantage of this verbal advantage. But at this time, his mother seemed very happy. She chattered for a few words and then hung up. Lin Xiao scratched his scalp and didn't dare to look back. A cool breeze blew from behind, and a faint voice sounded in his ears. "Am I your subordinate?" "Ah. No. Sister Yufei. Listen to my quibbling." "Quibbling?" "No. Listen to my explanation first. Then tell me." "How to explain?" She leaned back with her arms folded, looking like I was listening. "That." Lin Xiao's eyes wandered, and he suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Hey, what is that?" Childish." When the aircraft appeared over Linjiabao, Lin Xiao was facing a water mirror and wiping the bruises on his face. Normally, as long as the divine power swept over, all injuries would disappear. But his divine power was not as strong as hers. So, this was the first time he saw her violent side. And Lin Xiao regretted his words just now. If there was a next time, he would definitely not dare to provoke her again. After getting his mood in order, the aircraft had stopped at the nearest parking lot to Linjiabao. When he jumped off the aircraft, he was surprised to find that there was no one around except a security guard. He remembered that he would see many clansmen every time he came back, especially the elderly who liked to gather in the open space next to the parking lot to chat or play chess. But now, he couldn't see any of them. When passing the security booth, the old man who was sleeping in a rocking chair with half-closed eyes opened his eyes and saw him, poked the stick in his hand on the ground to support himself, and said, "It turned out that Xiao Shower from the 4th room came back. It's unfortunate that you came back. There was something going on in the family recently, and everyone was busy." Lin Xiao asked curiously, "Has anything major happened to the family recently? Didn't your parents tell you about this?" "Not yet." "Oh, since they didn't tell you, it means it's not the worst yet. So don't worry." The old man knocked on the stick and said, "Go home. It's not your turn as a child to worry about this." After saying goodbye to the old man, there were few people on the road, just like at the parking lot. Occasionally, they were in a hurry. The whole Linjiabao was no longer as lively as before. "It seems that something big happened in your family." Xie Yufei looked at the lifeless Linjiabao and said to Lin Xiao, "Why do I feel that something will happen wherever you go? You have a natural physique for disasters." "Right?" Lin Xiao retorted unhappily. "This happened before I came here. It was like this whether I came back or not." It was just a coincidence. Explanation is covering up. Covering up is guilty. And guilty is the fact. Lin Xiao always felt that Xie Yufei had become strange since she followed him back, and liked to confront him. But a good man does not fight with a woman. So he wisely did not continue the conversation. When he got back to the door, he pressed the doorbell and turned to Xie Yufei and said, "Don't tell my parents about my current situation for now. I will find a chance to tell them." She curled her lips and said, "Who is interested in your family's affairs?" At this time, the door was opened, and his mother's surprised and happy face appeared in front of him. She took his hand and looked at him carefully, and then set her eyes on Xie Yufei, with a smile on her face, and said enthusiastically, "Son, come in quickly. Girl, you come in quickly. I have prepared delicious food for you." Before he spoke, Xie Yufei swept away her previous expression and smiled, and shouted sweetly, "Hello, Auntie. I am your son's subordinate." Jin Yunju didn't react for a while, and subconsciously asked, "Subordinates? What subordinates?" Lin Xiao coughed lightly, and the beautiful colonel explained with a smile, "I am the messenger of Lieutenant Lin Xiao." The mother was still a little confused, and Lin Xiao quickly explained, "I am now a second lieutenant, the captain of a team, and she is the messenger assigned to me by my superiors. So that's how it is." Jin Yunju nodded, not quite understanding. But in fact she didn't understand anything about this. But whatever her son said was true. And this little girl was really beautiful. Although her appearance was a little worse than the last little girl from the Shen family, this little girl's heroic spirit was very likable. In the hall, Lin Xiao asked his mother, who was peeling the fruit for Xie Yufei while eating the red fruit, "Mom, where is Dad?" "He went back to the plane. When I came back, I found that there were fewer people in the fort. The old man at the berth said that there was something wrong with the family plane." "What was it?" The mother paused, smiled, and put the peeled fruit in Xie Yufei's hand. She thanked her obediently, eating while watching the conversation between the mother and son. "It's still about the Zhang family. You know that we are enemies of the Zhang family. There will be conflicts every once in a while. But this time the scale is a little bigger." Mother smiled and said, "Son, don't worry about this. Your grandparents and uncles can handle these things. Just focus on your studies. By the way, are you going to take the college entrance examination? How do you have time to come back?" Lin Xiao explained, "Mom, have you forgotten that I was specially recruited by Huiyao last year? I don't need to take the college entrance examination and can go directly to Huiyao University." "Oh, you see, Mom has forgotten," Jin Yunju said with a look of sudden enlightenment. "Son, you are so promising. Mom is proud of you. Huiyao is the #1 super school in the main world. Mom heard that if you successfully graduate from it, you will at least become a true god. When you graduate and come back, the family will rely on you and Lin Su. By then, the Lin family will have 4 true gods, and will definitely be able to suppress the Zhang family, and will be." She suddenly stopped the topic, and Lin Xiao quickly asked, "Mom, you see, I have grown up now. There are some things you shouldn't keep hiding from me. Your son is very powerful now, and maybe he can help." Jin Yunju subconsciously looked at the girl her son brought. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, "You have indeed grown up, and know how to find a girlfriend. Your mother doesn't have to worry about your future." Ahem. Lin Xiao interrupted his mother's thoughts, and secretly glanced at Xie Yufei. She still kept a sweet smile. But he didn't know what she was really thinking. He came back to his senses and said, "Mom, let's talk about business." Jin Yunju wanted to say something more, but her son didn't want to hear it. So she let it go, and got back to business. "Actually, it's not a big deal. You know, our Lin family and Zhang family's territory are all in a plane group in the AX-14 crystal wall system, with the Heia plane as the center. Each occupies half. In order to monopolize the plane group, the 2 families have been fighting since 2,000 years ago. In the past, there was no limit to the fight for planes and beliefs, which led to huge losses for the 2 families, and they could not develop. In response to this, your great-grandfather reached an agreement with the ancestor of the Zhang family and agreed on a way of fighting. In this way, the winner gets the bet territory, and the loser gives up the bet territory. This period is the beginning of a new round of fighting. So that's it. Lin Xiao was a little surprised. He knew that he and the Zhang family were enemies and had disputes. But he didn't know the details very well. So he continued to ask, what specific way was used to fight for victory? Now, who wins and who loses? Jin Yunju said. This time, the Zhang family took out the B6 plane and bet with us on the ownership of the 3 planes C4, C5, C11. The two parties agreed that each side would send 5 younger generations, only under the age of 100, to fight, and the ownership would be determined by 3 wins in 5 battles. Lin Xiao was surprised when he heard it. Isn't C5 the plane assigned to my family? Chapter 415 Return to the family plane. The C5 plane is a small to medium-sized plane, which was assigned to my father, who had just got married more than 100 years ago by my grandfather. After nearly 40,000 years of operation in a foreign land, from the initial migration from their own divine domain, to the establishment of colonies, to dealing with local indigenous creatures, and finally multiplying, it has now become a prosperous plane with more than 1.2 million dwarves and half-dwarves. With the support of the power of faith in this plane, and the power of faith of the family in their own divine domain, my father's strength is the strongest among my grandfather's brothers. And he is also praised by my grandfather as one of the descendants who are most likely to be deified in this generation. Of course, this is only a possibility, and it is quite difficult to cross that step. The Lin family has so many descendants over the years, and only the second uncle has succeeded in deification. At least no one in this generation praised by my grandfather as the most likely to be deified has succeeded in deification. Instead, one risked deification and failed, and died on the spot. Failure to deify does not mean that one will definitely die, but most of them die on the spot, and only a few can survive. So although my father is one of the best among his peers, he has not dared to be deified until now, because he feels that he is not sure. But now the Zhang family has put out the B6 plane to gamble with the 3 planes of C4, C5, C11 of the Lin family. According to the agreed value, they cannot refuse and can only take it. Most of the families have their own names in the planes of the AX-14 crystal wall system, but there is a number shared by the Lin family and the Zhang family. Among them, the one starting with A is the Hea plane in the center of the plane group, which is also the largest plane in this plane group. The planes starting with B are the largest and most valuable ones outside the central plane. The owners are the highest ranking ones in the Lin or Zhang family, such as Lin Xiao's grandfather and several uncles. The planes starting with C are of course the next level, and the owners are generally the backbone of their respective families. The lowest level is the D level, which is generally a plane of little value and is rarely allocated to individuals. It is generally public, such as the entire plane is developed into fields and farms, or ranches, mines, etc., and the output resources are then distributed to the clan members. In other words, most of the family members did not have a private plane. Most of them served the family, and only a small number of senior officials and elites were allocated. Lin Xiao's father had one, which was considered to have a certain status in the family. I want to go to the family plane to take a look, Lin Xiao said to his mother with a firm expression. Jin Yunju, who wanted to persuade him, saw his son's firm expression and couldn't say what he wanted to say. He sighed and said, "You have grown up, and you should take on some responsibilities. But you are not strong enough now. Just go and take a look. Don't be impulsive. In fact, my strength is okay." Lin Xiao nodded. "I will pay attention." His mother didn't seem to realize that he had become a demigod. After becoming an ancient god, he was better at hiding himself than ordinary true gods. Now as long as he doesn't reveal himself, others will only see what he shows to outsiders, and his true details cannot be wiped out by ordinary powerful gods. However, it is limited to the main world. If you leave the main world without the blessing of the main world, your hidden ability will be greatly reduced. Then he and his mother came to the family and prepared to go to the family residence through the descending array. At this time, Lin Xiao's authority in the Yan Wang No. 5 War Fortress was Brigadier General. The family's descending array had to pass through the fortress to be transmitted. In the past, he had to go to the Yan Wang No. 5 War Fortress to open the authority. But now, he can be directly transmitted. Maybe he forgot. Jin Yunju didn't realize this. The array was activated, and the surging energy surged. The 3 of them were teleported out of the main world and into the distant void. The AX-14 crystal wall system is a batch of crystal wall universes discovered by humans a long time ago. It is medium-sized and has medium-sized resources. It cannot give birth to great divine power, so it was delegated to the civilians of the main world to compete. There are many such crystal wall systems. There are indeed many crystal wall universes in the chaotic virtual sea, but most of them are small and medium-sized crystal wall universes that cannot give birth to great divine power. As for the crystal wall universes that can give birth to great divine power, most of them have names and are basically divided up by those big forces. Of course, most of the crystal wall universes that can give birth to great divine powers have very powerful local indigenous gods, and many of them have already given birth to great divine powers. If you want to seize this opportunity, you must kill the great divine powers of the previous generation. And those great beings in this crystal wall universe are mostly the sons of the crystal wall, or even the masters of the crystal wall system, occupying the home advantage. It is extremely difficult for outsiders to kill each other. Maybe two great divine powers may not be able to suppress the other party. Moreover, even if you can suppress the other party, whether you can kill it is another matter, and whether you can grab the authority after killing it is another matter. This does not mean that killing the sons of the previous generation of Crystal Wall will definitely grab the position. They are invaders themselves and are rejected by the origin of the Crystal Wall. Even if they really vacate the position, they may not be able to grab it. It is more likely that new successors will be born. This is why it is found that there are not a few Crystal Wall universes that can give birth to great beings, but there are only a few great beings in the entire main world. It is difficult to grab. Generally, Crystal Wall universes that can give birth to great beings have separate names, such as the Toril Multiverse, the Azeroth Crystal Wall universe, the Evil Nightmare Crystal Wall universe, and so on. In addition, Crystal Wall universes that cannot give birth to great beings generally have only one number, which is named according to the direction and distance from the main world, as well as some other characteristics. The A in the AX14 Crystal Wall system represents the time of discovery, which is considered to be a very early batch, and the X represents the distance, which is considered to be extremely far among the 24 letters. 14 is a number, which does not have much meaning. The overall meaning is that the main world discovered a very early batch of Crystal Wall universes that are far away from the main world and have little value. However, no matter how far it is not as far as the Crystal Wall universe that Lin Xiao just bought. His Crystal Wall is 3.5 months away, while the family's Crystal Wall universe is only 1.5 months away, which is more than half closer. When the transmission ended, they appeared on a huge metal platform, with cursors running back and forth on the smooth floor under their feet, and the edge signal lights flashing. This is a fortress base belonging to the 5th war zone of Yanhuang. There are a total of 10 such fortress bases in this Crystal Wall universe, distributed in 10 directions within the universe. Outsiders entering this universe will be directly teleported to the fortress base closest to the destination. Please leave the teleportation platform with number A1884, and do not interfere with the normal operation of the teleportation array. A crisp broadcast sounded, and the mother hurried out. The thick array pattern of the teleportation platform under her feet was faintly aura, which was a sign that the teleportation array was activated again. There are a lot of people here, Lin Xiao said, as he looked at the flow of people outside, which was not too many but not too few. This is the hinterland of human forces. This Crystal Wall universe has no less than 1 million registered small and medium-sized families and individual groups. Almost every plane has been explored. As long as there is development value, it has been occupied. There is a lot of traffic. The one who answered him was Xie Yufei, who rarely spoke along the way. After she finished speaking, she transmitted a voice in his ear. The commander of the fortress garrison knew we were coming and was coming over. Do you want to see him? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, what is the rank of the commander of the garrison in this fortress? Major. So low. Then you think that this Crystal Wall universe is located in the interior, and does not need a high garrison configuration. Even the commander-in-chief of the garrison in this Crystal Wall universe is only a colonel, one level lower than a major colonel. Not to mention that you are one level higher than the elite rank. Lin Xiao was really surprised this time. I didn't expect my rank to be so high. She glanced at him quickly with her beautiful eyes and said, you have an elite rank, and are the commander of the actual power. You have the highest rank in this Crystal Wall universe. According to the rules, you can temporarily recruit all the garrisons in this Crystal Wall universe. His. Then do you want to see him? Lin Xiao glanced at his mother, who had no feeling beside him, and shook his head. Reply for me. I won't see you for the time being. It's up to you. By the way, are you an ordinary rank or an elite rank? The answer was a big roll of eyes. Yes. Well, according to the fact that he was the commander of the elite colonel. She was a colonel, and the position was deputy commander of the regiment. So she should also be an elite rank. Then the mother took them through a square with many people to the other side of the fortress. There was an office of a family here, and some clansmen were waiting here. The mother asked them to arrange a small civilian void ship. The three of them boarded the ship and slowly left the fortress. Compared with the military void warships that were thousands of meters long or even tens of thousands of meters long, the size of this civilian void ship was generally no more than 500 meters. And theirs was only about 200 meters. The weapons they were equipped with were retired a long time ago and were now more than one era behind. But no matter how many eras behind, it was a killer weapon for the natives. The entire Lin family had less than 10 such small void ships. The void ship started the jump engine when it left the fortress for a certain distance, and the stream of light surrounding the space began to distort. The commander of the fortress, a middle-aged officer, looked at the void ship on the screen in front of him and was silent for a while. After a while, a subordinate looked up and said with a hint of disbelief in his eyes, "I found out that there is an update on the internal official website. The colonel is named Lin Xiao. He is now the new acting commander of the Fury Corps of the 3rd Division of the 1st Expeditionary Force of the military region. He has the rank of elite colonel and high-level treatment of brigadier general." He hesitated for a moment and continued, "It is incredible that this gentleman is only a demigod now and will not go to college until next year." The middle-aged officer's eyes did not change. The information about Lin Xiao on the internal official website of the 5th War Zone was displayed on the screen in front of him. He had seen it before his subordinates reported. Although his expression did not change, it did not mean that he was not shocked. On the contrary, he was more surprised than his subordinates. But he suppressed it, compared to his subordinates, who were simply surprised and had limited knowledge about what this meant. As a base commander, he knew more. Of course, he knew what it meant for a newly promoted demigod to directly become a powerful military figure. This was not something that could be achieved by just an extraordinary birth. It could be said that even the direct descendants of the top generals in the military region might not enjoy this treatment. Chapter 416: The Prohibition of the Main World. After looking at it for a long time with a blank expression, he took a deep breath to calm his excitement and asked, "Captain Lin Zhan was born in the Lin family of the Hea Plain?" It is very likely that the void ship that just left the port was the Lin family's void ship, and the one who applied for leaving the port was Jin Yinzhu, the wife of a demigod named Lin Haolin of the Lin family. The information shows that their only son is called Lin Xiao. The small Lin family has a real dragon. The middle-aged officer sighed and ordered his subordinates, "Since Colonel Lin Xiao does not want to be high-profile, then we naturally have to cooperate. Record it and expand the berth of the Lin family in the fortress port. The 2 berths on the side are all transferred over. In addition, there are several civilian void ships in the base that will be retired in a few years. Contact the Lin clan leader in advance and ask them if they want to build a long-distance teleportation array in the fortress. By the way, I remember that there is an action fleet station near the Hea Plain. Let them move and adjust the patrol position to get closer to that side." The subordinate quickly recorded it and reminded, "It is the 7th Action Fleet, and the Lin family recently started a bet with another Zhang family in the Hea Plain every 10 years. It was notarized by the 7th Action Fleet. I heard that the bet was very big this time, and the Lin family did not have much advantage. So that's it." The middle-aged officer pinched his chin and thought for a while, and suddenly laughed. "This is such an interesting activity. This commander is quite interested. It just so happens that I haven't been out for a long time. Say H. Low to the 7th Action Fleet. Let me do the notarization this time." Lin Xiao certainly didn't know the sigh of the middle-aged officer. At this time, he was riding in this small void ship to shuttle through the void. It was also the first time for him to ride such a small void ship, compared with the large void ships of thousands of meters or tens of thousands of meters in the military. This small void ship flying in the void is easily affected by the void storm, since leaving the void where the fortress is located and entering the deep space. The storm formed by the violent void energy has swept through, and the void ship has been shaking, feeling like it is about to capsize. This feeling is like going back to the countryside from the city, sitting in a broken country car on a bumpy mud road, shaking back and forth. This situation is normal in the folk. Basically, most of the sons of the gods' domain rely on this kind of transportation to go to the foreign void. Only a small number of powerful folk organizations have very few large void ships, which are also obsolete products of the military. Of course, if you have the ability to build magic ships or other things that can cross the void, it is also your ability, such as large magic ships, movable magic towers, and even mobile floating cities. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao found that he did not find many other means of transportation besides void ships at the birth of the fortress before. There were only 2 magic towers and a few magic ships imitating void ships, and no big killers like floating cities were found. If you don't understand, asked Xie Yufei. After listening, the beautiful colonel looked at him with strange eyes and said, "Where do you get the illusion that ordinary families or forces will build floating cities?" Lin Xiao touched his head and said, "I learned how to make a mage tower in high school, and I should be able to learn how to make a floating city when I go to college. Other schools may not be as good as Huiyao, but there is no reason why college students in those higher education institutions cannot learn it. Right?" The beautiful colonel rolled her eyes and said, "You think too much. First of all, the most advanced technology is generally in the hands of schools. Many years ago, the major forces in the main world had a series of agreements, including an agreement to prohibit the arbitrary dissemination of high-end technology. High-end technologies including mage towers are prohibited and cannot be passed on to ordinary people at will. This, you can understand it, as a means of monopoly and solidification of class. This agreement was jointly agreed upon by the major forces in the main world and jointly prohibited by the great and powerful gods. Those who do not meet the regulations cannot obtain these high-end technologies. For example, if you have learned how to make a mage tower, you can only use it yourself, and you cannot teach it to other sons of the gods without special reasons." Lin Xuqi said, "Can't you teach it secretly?" She glanced at him and sneered. "Try it." Lin Xiao has never tried this, nor has he thought about it. The key is that he didn't realize this aspect before. He always thought that these things would be known as long as he went to college. But now it seems that this is not the case. Xie Yufei continued, "It seems that you don't know anything. Today, Sister will give you a popular science. These high-end technologies have been banned by the strong men in the main world. They are imprinted in the underlying basic laws of the main world like rules. As long as you have such actions, you will be banned. Do you know what is banned? It's not that someone will warn you, but as long as it involves this aspect, as long as it does not meet the teaching regulations, you can't even say a word about this aspect. Your class teacher is still too young, and didn't remind you of this kind of thing." Lin Xiao was speechless. It seems that Jean Cece has not been teaching in Huiyao High School for many years. The difficulty of teaching these high-end technologies varies depending on the importance of the technology. For example, the Mage Tower is taught in the university stage of general universities, even ordinary universities. But the floating city is different. It is only taught in the university stage of higher education institutions, and not everyone can teach it. Hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered the floating city that his family members in his divine domain were building, and asked, "What if someone can build a floating city on the basis of the Mage Tower? Or expand it based on the Mage Tower? Or build a Mage Tower as big as a floating city? Or find the manufacturing method of the floating city from the hands of foreign natives, etc. What will happen? Whether it is self-expansion, expansion of the Mage Tower, or finding a floating city from foreign natives, it is allowed, but it cannot be passed on at will." She glanced at him. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through his heart. "You don't have to worry about anything. With your current military rank, the restrictions of the main world are useless to you. If you want, you can still pass on some high-end knowledge to your subordinates and relatives in a limited way. But some sensitive ones need to be reported. So that's it." Lin Xiao pinched his chin and didn't say anything. The next voyage was a bit boring, and he had nothing to do. So he chatted with Xie Yufei and asked her about some secret knowledge of the main world. If you don't ask, you won't know. Once you ask, you will be shocked. Many things you learn from her are very different from his previous concepts. There is a huge gap between the high school and college stages of the sons of the divine realm. There is a certain gap in each grade in the college stage. And the gap between ordinary people and the sons of the divine realm who graduated from higher universities is even greater. This gap does not only refer to social status. In the past, in middle school, he naively thought that he could get ahead by working hard. But the more he understood, the more he knew that it was too difficult for ordinary people to get ahead. Even the only way for ordinary people to change their fate in this life is to study and become a son of the divine realm. The only fair thing is only in high school. It is not so fair when they graduate from high school and enter college. Just like someone told him before, the restrictions on them in college were relaxed. If they could make it on their own in high school, they could rely on their fathers and family background in college. It was too difficult to make it on their own at that time. If Lin Xiao didn't have the fortune cube, even if he could stay in the first echelon in high school, when he entered college, other classmates from wealthy families would rely on their fathers and family backgrounds. With the support of family resources, it would be almost impossible for him, who came from an ordinary family, to stay in the first echelon. So, now you know how lucky you are. With your own efforts, you changed your destiny. Lin Xiao looked up and said seriously, "Didn't I change my destiny by my own ability? I have the ability, but more of it is luck." The void ship finally arrived at the Hea Plain group area after flying for almost half a year. Jin Yunju pointed to the star map on the light screen in front of her and said to her son, "Look, the green one here is the Lin family, and the red one on the other side is the Zhang family. Each plane has a number. This is our family." The plane marked with C5 that the mother pointed to was a small or medium-sized plane. Its area was estimated to be slightly larger than Lin Zhao's divine domain. It accommodated 1.2 million dwarves and half-dwarves. The power of faith provided each year was not small. And if necessary, no less than 100,000 dwarf soldiers could be pulled out to fight for their father. Descendants like this who moved out of the divine domain can return to the divine domain to fight for the master of the divine domain. Although they cannot enjoy the bonus of the divine domain's treasures to the family, their combat effectiveness is generally slightly inferior to that of the family. But this is additional force. This is also the reason why most of the sons of the divine domain have insufficient area in the later period of the divine domain to support too many families. So they move a large number of families to other planes to continue to support them. Therefore, the strength of senior demigods in college cannot generally be evaluated by the strength of the divine domain. It may seem that a college senior has hundreds of thousands of families in the divine domain and thinks it is easy to bully. But it is possible that he has millions of families hidden somewhere. Therefore, the strength of the sons of the divine domain will become more and more complicated as time goes by. Although Lin Zhao's divine domain is large enough now, and his clan is not full, if the divine domain cannot continue to expand for a long time, or the growth rate of the clan exceeds the growth rate of the divine domain, he will have to find a plane to migrate some of the clan to. The void ship slowly sailed towards the B1 plane not far from the Hea Plain. Although the main plane of this plane group is the Hea Plain. The Hea Plain is in the dispute between the Lin family and the Zhang family, and both sides occupy half of the territory. So the family's focus is on the B1 plane completely occupied by the Lin family. At the edge of the crystal wall of the B1 plane, there is a huge platform with a diameter of 2 or 3 kilometers. This is an external port. Anything entering and leaving the plane needs to be transferred from here. Under the command of the dispatcher, the void ship docked. Lin Xiao walked out of the cabin and saw this huge and busy platform. Humans, subhumans, elves, dwarves, halflings, orcs and other common races in foreign lands can be seen everywhere on the platform. Basically, they are descendants of the family who migrated from the family. They are busy in this void port, living, working, trading, etc. In their eyes, this is a part of their lives, just like the whole world itself. Chapter 417 Worry. The main world does not restrict the lifestyle of people in the main world in foreign lands. You can rule with divine power, establish a kingdom, become a behind-the-scenes ruler, or even blend in with the natives. Some of them even marry native women and give birth to offspring. Most of these offspring have the opportunity to obtain the household registration of the main world and become part of the main world, and are also qualified to become the sons of the divine domain. But there is an important premise. That is, the offspring must have pure human blood. That is, the native women married must be human. Non-human descendants such as subhuman snakes, elves, and dwarves are also allowed to exist, but they cannot obtain the identity of the main world. For example, Lin Zhao's cousin Lin Su, whose father is the second uncle and whose mother is an indigenous goddess, is qualified to become the son of the divine domain. My mother did not take Lin Xiao to the C5 plane where my father was, mainly because my father is now in the B1 plane. And the C5 plane is now the stakes of this gambling battle. And there is no point in going there now. When my father saw Lin Xiao, he was quite surprised and very happy, and took him to visit the elders of the family here. In the evening, they sat in a building on the edge of the port. Outside the transparent light curtain was the vast void. The two fathers and sons drank alone here. Lin Xiao's relationship with his father was not as stiff as most fathers and sons. He did not have the special emotion of being afraid of his father since he was a child. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Lin Xiao asked his doubts. I see that everyone's mood is not quite right. Is the situation not optimistic? The father took a sip of wine and nodded after a while. This time, the agreed fighter must be under 100 years old in the main world. I agreed too quickly before. I didn't expect that someone in the Zhang family would get a great opportunity and increase their strength. I kept the news hidden until the bet was established. Now I can't regret it. Didn't the grandfather check the other side before agreeing? I checked. But they had been away for decades before. Their strength was average before. So they didn't pay attention. Who would have thought that their strength would suddenly increase? I can only say that I am helpless. No one can predict what will happen. He asked again. I remember that the bet was 3 wins out of 5. Can they win 3 times? Lin Haoling took a sip of wine and said, the way of the bet is that each side sends 5 people to fight. And the notary draws lots to decide the order of fighting. Originally, the 5 people of Lin and Zhang were evenly matched. But now there is an extra dark horse. And the strength is unbalanced. Unless we are very lucky, the strongest will happen to meet the weakest on the other side, forming a situation like Tianji's horse racing. And we may win. Lin Xiao's heart moved, and he immediately grasped one of the key points. Who is the notary? Is it possible to bribe him? He is not a pedantic person. This is not a school that still emphasizes fairness. In fact, there is not much fairness since graduating from high school and entering university, let alone leaving school and entering society. From ancient times to the present, human feelings and relationships can greatly change fate and results. If the family's disadvantage can be changed, the favors and relationships that should be taken must be taken. The father did not realize anything, but just shook his head and said, it's difficult. The notary party is the 7th action fleet that has been stationed recently. This action fleet has just been rotated from other places. The family has not established a stable relationship with him, so it is difficult to establish a relationship. The 7th action fleet. Lin Xiao pinched his chin and secretly sent a message to Xie Yufei, who was accompanying his mother. After a while, she replied, don't worry. Don't look for him. He will come to see the commander later. Would his small action fleet know that I was here? The small action fleet didn't know, but the nearest garrison commander knew. Lin Xiao. His arrival was quite coincidental. He only had to wait for half a month for the gambling fight to start. In the next few days, he visited his grandparents, grandfather, and other important family members. As a special student of Weiyao, Lin Xiao's status in the family is now higher than his father. Together with Lin Su, he is regarded as the leader of the next generation of the family. According to his father, when they graduate from college, his grandfather may step down as the patriarch, and the successor will not be the second uncle who is also a true god, but one of him and Lin Su. In the words of his grandfather, the heirs of the family will be energetic only if they are young, and the family will rely on them if they want to go further in the future. Lin Xiao did not react much to this. After all, he had seen no less than 10 powerful gods, and ordinary things could not surprise him much. But more importantly, he had no interest in the position of patriarch, and I believe Lin Su was the same. Lin Su is said to be doing well now. Last time at the Wanxiang ruins, Lin Xiao gave him a secret treasure. With the help of this great opportunity, he has grown rapidly. Now he is the head of the Dark Moon Higher Education Institute and is listed on the list of outstanding people. He is also a special recruit who does not need to take the college entrance examination to enter the Dark Moon Higher Education Institute. Now he is on vacation and is expected to be back soon. Super elites like them will definitely not be ordinary true gods in the future. The family's support for them is almost non-existent, and they are definitely not interested in taking over the family. The position of patriarch that others dream of is a kind of constraint for them. 5 days later, Lin Su rushed back, and with him came a beautiful girl with crystal-like hair. Lin Xiao had some impression of her. It seemed that her name was Shirku. They had been dating when they were at the Wanxiang ruins. Now it seems that their relationship is quite good and they have been brought home. This girl seems to have an unusual background. She has a sense of a lady from a noble family in her every move. She is like a spring breeze when communicating with others. She does not have the feeling of being born in a wealthy family and looking at ordinary people. She is very good. That night, Lin Su asked Lin Xiao out for a small gathering. He brought Xie Yufei with him. And Lin Su also brought his girlfriend. The aircraft entered the plane and stopped over a group of villas on a small island at the southernmost tip of an archipelago in the center of the storm ocean in the center of the plane, which was surrounded by storms and huge waves all year round. This villa group is a family business. A place for the family members to relax and vacation. Surrounded by storms and huge waves, it is difficult for ordinary people in the plane to come here, and it can remain quiet and undisturbed. There was a bonfire in the garden. Two beauties with different styles smiled at each other. They sat beside each other and chatted while preparing food for them. They sat cross-legged on the floor, grilling food, drinking wine, and talking about some interesting things they had experienced. He had rich experience, and Lin Su's experience was also interesting. In the whole family, they basically only talked to each other. The gap between them and other young people was too far, and there was nothing to communicate at all. Lying on the grass and looking up at the stars in the sky, Lin Su took a sip of wine and said, "When I enter college, my advantage will become smaller and smaller, until I am caught up by those with good family backgrounds. I am unwilling to accept it. It can be seen that he is a little drunk. The help of the family will become smaller and smaller, and it will be almost nothing in the end. If we want to stand out and keep this advantage, we must have new support." He looked at the girl who was grilling meat for him on the other side, stretched out his hand, and the girl obediently took the plate with barbecue and handed it to him. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also waved to Xie Yufei. She glared at him, but still brought the barbecue over obediently. Her warning came to his ears. "Don't go too far, or you will be in trouble later." Taking the barbecue expressionlessly, Lin Su reached out and grabbed Shirka's hand and continued. Shirka was born in a true god family that is far more powerful than the Lin family. Her father is a medium-level god, and she is the only direct descendant. I have met her parents, and they promised that if I am willing to marry into their family, I will be fully trained by them. Lin Xiao remained silent. What Lin Su faced was also what he needed to face. Of course, he earned a small crystal wall system by his own ability, and his demand for basic resources would be smaller than Lin Su's. Or in other words, the basic resources produced in the small crystal wall system that has been developed by the mysterious boss are enough for him to be promoted to a true god. And it is estimated that it can be supplied until the weak god power will not have a big gap. The so-called basic resources refer to the power of faith, food for the family, precious minerals for forging weapons, armor, and magic equipment, etc. Others such as relics, divine positions, advanced technologies, advanced miracle cards, etc. are high-level resources, which still need to be robbed in foreign lands by one's own ability. Although these basic resources have a continuous output, they are actually always in short supply. For example, Lin Zhao's divine domain has always been short of food. Although the divine domain is large and has specially opened up fields for farming, there are too many families, especially the big Nagas, who are all big-bellied men. They don't eat ordinary food, but also need enough meat, including energy-rich monster flesh and blood, which need to be purchased from outside. In addition, the manufacture of weapons and armor ores, the construction of magic props, golems, wizard towers, and even the manufacture of floating cities now require a large amount of basic resources. These were all purchased a long time ago, and the development was slow. It was not until later, when they had made great contributions in this totem crystal wall universe, and had the support of the military region and all the resources in this regard in the divine domain, and took advantage of that time to stockpile a large number of them, that the idea of building a floating city came to their mind. But the stockpiles will eventually run out, and he can't just keep buying them. In addition, the god's domain needs to grow and develop, so he must have a stable source of resources. The small crystal wall universe he bought is a magical civilization. The mysterious boss used this world to experiment with his ideas. He didn't rely on this world to produce resources at all. Instead, he used his other territories to produce resources for support. Now that the boss is gone, this world has no external resources to support it, and the civilization system is estimated to be at risk of collapse. It can still hold up for a short time, but it definitely won't work for a long time. So he has to adjust the internal structure of the world. And he already has a plan for this. He plans to find a way to send all the species and other small and medium planes in the world to the central main plane, free up all other planes to grow food, and open up farms and pastures to provide enough basic resources for the main plane and the God's domain. But this is only temporary. After all, this crystal wall universe will be swallowed by him in about 1,000 years, and then the entire crystal wall universe will be destroyed. By then, not only will all the resource planes be destroyed, but the tens of millions of people in the main plane will also have to find a place to migrate. Chapter 418 Gambling among the younger generations. So Lin Xiao must capture a large plane to accommodate the migrating population before graduating from college. And he must also open up several planes to become resource planes for his subordinates to consume. This time he will go home for a while. He will bring his parents over to let them help take care of the world. And by the way, see if he can use the resources and faith power of that crystal wall universe to become a god. Lin Xiao does not need the faith power in his own crystal wall. While he devours this small crystal wall universe, he harvests some source power, which is more valuable than these faith powers. After possessing the ancient god priesthood, the ancient god and the faith priesthood are perfectly superimposed, and they are completely unrelated and independent. You can only improve one side and ignore the other side for the time being, and the strength will also increase. The main world has always been in a state of balance, and there are very few major turbulences. This means that it is difficult for him to obtain a large amount of divine power and understanding of the laws by maintaining balance. But precisely because the main world is stable and balanced, he can continuously obtain divine power and understanding of the laws, maintaining a long-term state without priesthood turbulence. In this calm state, Lin Xiao can obtain more than 100 units of divine power in the main world every day, and his understanding and mastery of the ancient priesthood of balance is also slowly increasing. The speed is quite slow, and the main world may not increase by 0.01% a year, but it has been increasing, and this growth will gradually increase with his strength. In the later stage, when his strength is stronger, he will extract more divine power. It is difficult to say the specific value, but one thing is certain: the divine power extracted from the underlying law network of the main world is enough to maintain the godhood level, and there is still surplus. In other words, even if he does nothing, as long as he keeps living, his divine power and godhood level will slowly increase. Just like a dragon will slowly become stronger even when sleeping, until the limit of the ancient god is the 19th level of the godhood level. There is no big level before being promoted to a powerful god. Even after being promoted to a powerful god, the growth rate is only a little slower. There are occasional small levels, but they are all the kind that can be broken. It is equivalent to being able to be recommended to university in elementary school. Of course, the ancient god of balance is only a superficial thing for Lin Xiao. In fact, his real reliance is the crystal wall origin core that has successfully lit up the underlying law network. This thing has replaced his soul body, which is equivalent to a part of his current soul. As long as this thing continues to devour the crystal wall origin, it will become stronger. If you are lucky, you may be able to step into the powerful divine power of the ancient god of balance in advance. At that time, you can completely use this to replace the ancient god of balance. After all, he has just lit up the underlying law network and obtained such a supernatural power as the small conferred god technique. No matter how you look at it, he is stronger than the ancient god of balance in terms of strength and potential. It is also outrageous. He just ignited the divine fire and became a demigod and obtained a supernatural power. Normally, only the true god who successfully condensed the godhood can obtain supernatural power. Except for the ancient gods, it is impossible to be a god in normal belief. Even the son of Gaia cannot obtain the supernatural power exclusive to the true god in advance. At most, he can obtain a super strong divine supernatural power, such as his small judgment technique. After chatting with Lin Su for a long time, he probably regarded Lin Xiao as a rare person to confide in. So he talked a lot. What bothered him most was how to convince his father, Lin Xiao's second uncle. As the only son of the second uncle would definitely not agree with his decision. You should know that it is very difficult for gods to give birth to offspring. Even Lin Xiao's parents are only demigods and have only one son after so long. Not to mention the stronger true gods. Many true gods may only have one or two offspring, after hundreds or thousands of years of hard work. Fortunately, the gods of the main world have the divine domain and the protection of the rules of the main world. The offspring born are not much different from ordinary people, and the possibility of normal gods giving birth to deformed gods is avoided. In foreign lands, the offspring born between indigenous gods are likely to be deformed children, and a large part of the gods are the product of the combination of gods. The true gods of the main world do not have this worry, but they also have the worry of extremely low probability of pregnancy. The second uncle has only one offspring after being deified for so long. How could he let him marry into the family? Lin Xiao did not comment on this. He could not give any advice on this matter. He could only listen. Dawn. The deafening sound of war drums rang out on the endless plain. The morning mist was dispersed by invisible forces, revealing the dense army on the vast land. Huge airships were parked in the sky, one painted red and the other painted blue. There were some magic spaceships and dozens of floating wizard towers scattered within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. In the center of the confrontation between the two sides, a huge floating city was parked, with tall towers standing on it, magic auras rising into the sky, and invisible forces spreading in waves. Lin Xiao, his parents and clansmen stood on the edge of a metal platform in the center of the floating city. On the other side of the platform stood a group of people, who were from the Zhang family. In the center of the platform, an incarnation of the grandfather was talking to the incarnation of the Zhang clan leader, and it was nothing more than some meaningless words. Although they are feuds, if anyone is left alone, both sides will kill each other. But it is not appropriate to fight today, and the situation is still acceptable. The gambling fight is about to begin, but the 7th action fleet that will notarize this gambling fight has not arrived yet. There are dozens of clan members standing on the platform behind the two clan leaders, including the elders of the clan, the backbone of the clan, and more than a dozen young people like Lin Xiao and Lin Su. Any family will vigorously cultivate young people in the clan, especially those with promising prospects. The young generation of the Lin family is not only him and Lin Su, but also several cousins who are not as good as them. For example, Damagong's second son Lin Xian, although he is of the same generation as Lin Xiao, is much older than them. He graduated from college a long time ago and is now a high-level demigod. Before Lin Xiao and Lin Su came to prominence, he was the most promising in the family. But that was in the past. Now, obviously, their relationship is not very good. He has never seen this fellow tribesman since he came back. Even when he saw him today, he just nodded coldly. Lin Xiao could see a hint of hostility in his eyes. There was reluctance to be suppressed by him and Lin Su. And there was also estrangement between the great uncle and the family. For reasons that are not clear, the great uncle has a very bad relationship with his grandfather and other brothers, which also affects the next generation, resulting in the estrangement and coldness between the several descendants of the great uncle and other clansmen. Lin Xiao, who rarely stays in the family, does not have much experience of this coldness. But when he was chatting with Lin Su a few days ago, he accidentally leaked a sentence that if his grandfather was not alive, the great uncle would have chosen to split the family long ago. Every family has its own problems. To this, Lin Xiao said that it had nothing to do with me. It was my grandfather's trouble. At this time, Xie Yufei, who was wearing a very fashionable lady's hat and large framed glasses behind her, covering half of her face but not damaging her amazing beauty, suddenly said in his ear, "It's coming." He immediately realized what she was referring to, looked up at the sky, and saw nothing. At this time, there was a noise from the opposite side, followed by a young voice with full energy shouting, "Lin Xian, I heard that you followed a big boss and got the faith of a large orc race with a population of over 1 million. How about we make a small bet before the official fight this time? Betting a little divinity and 10,000 divine powers?" Lin Xiao turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a dozen young men from the Qin family on the opposite side, surrounding 4 people, one of whom was a man wearing exquisite armor. A group of people surrounded 4 elites of the Qin family. In the center was a man with blue flames all over his hair. It looked like his hair was burning with blue flames. If I guessed correctly, this man was the younger generation of the Qin family named Zhang Taiwa, who suddenly became powerful. There was a faint light flashing in Lin Xiao's eyes. He looked at the 4 people carefully, and then checked his own dozen peers. He found that if he and Lin Su were not there, The Zhang family would indeed be stronger in terms of average strength. Facing the provocation from the opposite side, Lin Xian shouted without showing any weakness. Only 10,000 divine powers is too little. 30,000 divine powers. The man on the opposite side raised his eyebrows and smiled. 30,000 divine powers are also fine. As soon as the voice fell, someone from the Zhang family immediately shouted, "How can I not participate in such an interesting thing? I will do it too. I will do it too. But I am not that rich. I can only offer 10,000 divine powers. Count me in." After a while, 13 of the 14 descendants of the Zhang family participated in this extra small bet. When the last person finished speaking, all the Zhang family members looked at Zhang Taiwa in the center of their family, facing the gazes of the crowd. He twisted his neck and made a crackling sound, blinked at someone on their side, and smiled evilly. "How can such a good thing be without me? I will offer 5 points of divinity and 100,000 divine powers, as well as 3 mythical quality 5-star cards." Lin Xiao looked at the direction of his teasing eyes, and it happened to be Shirku who was standing behind Lin Su. Lin Su, who had no interest in participating, got angry instantly, glared back fiercely, and said in a cold voice, "I'm betting with you. 5 points of divinity and 100,000 divine power, and 3 mythical quality 5-star cards. In addition, I'll add a 5-star ancient card and a first-level relic. Do you dare to accept it?" As soon as the words fell, the whole place was in an uproar. The high arrogance of the Zhang family was suddenly suppressed. Several people in the outer circle looked at each other and did not speak for a while. Zhang Taiwa's expression became a little more serious, and he stood up and said, "I don't have the treasures and ancient cards, but I can use other things instead. I will add 10 points of divinity and 10 mythical quality 5-star cards. How about it?" "Not enough. 15 points of divinity. 20 points of divinity is barely enough." Zhang Taiwan nodded without hesitation and said, "Deal. I will offer 25 points of divinity and 100,000 divine power, 13 mythical quality 5-star cards, and bet with you." When he saw Lin Su nod, his face was happy, and he couldn't wait to rub his hands and said, "In this case, then come on. I also want to see how powerful the head of the high school department of Dark Moon Higher Education Institute, the super elite listed on the list of outstanding people, is. Come prepared, or deliberately set a trap." Lin Xiao's heart sank slightly, and he didn't know if Lin Su could beat him. Although Zhang Taihua's information showed that he only graduated from an ordinary university, he had graduated for decades and had been out there for so long that he was now a high-level demigod. Chapter 419, Do I Want to Go Too? Although Lin Su is on the list of outstanding people and is the head of the high school department of Dark Moon Higher Education Institute, he is still too young. Even though he was promoted to demigod not long ago, he has just been promoted to demigod and may not be able to compare with the accumulation of senior demigods. "Are you sure?" Lin Xiao asked Lin Su in a low voice. It seemed that Lin Su was impulsive just now. If he lost, he would lose 5 points of divinity, a 5-star ancient card, and a first-level relic. For Lin Xiao, who now has a 7th-level divinity, the value of divinity is far less than before. But for a normal son of the god realm, divinity is still very valuable, not to mention that relic, which is much more valuable than divinity. However, Lin Su nodded confidently. "Don't worry. If I don't have confidence, how can I dare to accept it?" He lowered his voice and said, "I met Kur's parents before, and they gave me a gift when I left." He didn't say anything later, but judging from the expression on his face, it should be a big gift. Looking at his girlfriend, she also looked very confident in him at this time. "Well, it's like this." Lin Xiao has nothing to say, and patted him on the shoulder. "Come on." At the same time, he was also quite interested. It was just right to see his current strength. And by the way, evaluate the strength of other elites, and see how big the gap is between him and other elites of the same generation. His strength has expanded a bit during this period, and he hasn't fought with elites of the same grade for a while. So he is not very clear about his current strength positioning. Of course, it's also a good opportunity to see the strength of those senior sons of the god realm who have already graduated from university but have not yet been deified, so that he can have a general idea. There are many demigods like Zhang Taiwa who come from ordinary universities, have already graduated, but cannot be deified, and their strengths are also uneven. As they enter the university stage, They will definitely enter foreign lands to grab territory in the future. And they will definitely have contact with these social people. It is also good to understand their strength in advance. At this time, the elders on the other side also knew about the gambling fight here. This kind of extra gambling fight between the younger generations has happened before all the gambling fights. It happened to test the strength of the younger generation of the two true god families. Both sides would not stop it, but would be happy to see it happen. The gambling fight does not need to go back to the main world, but in this floating city. This floating city does not belong to any family, but a floating city ruins that fell on this plane in ancient times. Only a part of it has been restored, and the most critical mobile function and energy problems have not been solved. As we all know, the floating city requires a huge amount of energy to supply because of its huge size, and the complex magic arrays and war weapons on it. For example, it takes a huge amount of energy to shuttle through space or directly jump through space with a large floating city with a diameter of at least a few kilometers and at most more than 10 kilometers. A normal floating city is powered by a super energy core called the nether core, or a super energy core that is an improvement on the nether core from the main world. However, the nether core in this floating city is no longer there. Now it is just an empty SHL, temporarily only powered by the elemental pools of several wizard towers. Neither the two families can produce the nether core or the super energy core that the floating city really needs. So no one can take this thing away now. It can only stay at the junction of the two families in this Saya plane. And every gambling fight is held here. Every time at this time, the two families jointly apply. The power of the main world will extend here. And some functions that only the main world has can be opened temporarily, such as connecting to the main world virtual network. Of course, because it is too far away from the main world, and it has to pass through the double transit of the nearest fortress of the Crystal Wall universe and the Yin Huang No. 5 Super War Fortress in the middle. The signal can be imagined, and it is a bit troublesome to connect to the main world's large network. So only a local area network can be opened. But this is enough. Many Challenge Juniors have activated the wristbands on their hands to connect. And Lin shouted the same. As he connected to the main world network, Lin Xiao saw a series of illusory lights passing quickly, and everything in front of him slowly became illusory. This is a magical state that cannot be experienced in the main world. Seeing reality and illusion at the same time. Or, the virtual scene they are simulating is in the floating city, which overlaps with the position of their real bodies. They have entered the local area network and appeared on the metal platform where they stood just now. But the original open space in the center of the metal platform is now a huge vortex of flowing light. And several young people from the Zhang family have thrown themselves into the vortex. Go! Lin Xian glanced at Lin Su, said to the brothers beside him, and then threw himself into it. Everyone threw themselves into it. And Lin Su also waved to his girlfriend and said to Lin Xiao, "Let's go too." Lin Xiao said and wondered, "Isn't it you who are gambling? I want to go too." A cousin named Lin Qinghai beside him smiled and said, "Cousin Lin Xiao, you may not know that you haven't seen it before. But the extra gambling fights before the official gambling fights are not one by one, but a melee in a large map together. One more person means more strength. You must come." This. He scratched his head in surprise. At this time, a young man on the opposite side may have heard a sneer and said, "Is this your first time here, kid? I will take good care of you later." When Lin Qinghai's cousin heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and said to the opposite side with a strange look on his face, "Then I would like to see it. Zhang Bin, you will fight with my cousin later." He winked at Lin Xiao and turned to throw himself into the vortex. Lin Xiao spread his hands to the young man on the opposite side, who was a little confused for a while, and also threw himself into it. Obviously, his previous glorious record was not spread everywhere, and the young man on the opposite side did not know his identity. This is very spiritual. I came to the familiar challenge interface again, and the rules were somewhat familiar. Each challenger was limited to sending a clan with a population of 100,000 to enter the challenge plane and fight. Similar to the rules of the high school challenge. Lower races account for 1 population. Middle races account for 2 populations. Higher races account for 4 populations. Sub-legendary races account for 10 populations. Legendary races account for 20 populations. Special creatures and heroes each account for 50 populations. Population and strength are not linked. For example, the Great Naga, who has just reached level 5, and the Great Naga Lord, who has been promoted to the limit of the race, only account for 20 people. That is to say, when the number of troops sent by both sides is the same, the higher the quality of the clan, the stronger the strength. This is also the mainstream of the demigod stage. As the number of clans increases, the sons of the god's domain change the fighting method based on the number of people in the high school stage to a fighting method based on quality. This can also avoid the consequences of being defeated in a real challenge. Even if the elites die in one battle, the elites only account for a small part of the clan. As long as they rest for a period of time, they can pull out an elite from the clan again, avoiding the direct collapse of the battle. After all, after 3 years of screening in high school and the more brutal college entrance examination, most of the sons of the god's domain have been eliminated. Those who remain have certain talents, and there is no need for such a cruel elimination mechanism. Of course, if you and others initiate a full-scale battle like the god's domain docking, it will really be a battle to decide life and death. How to deploy a 100,000-person army. Lin Xiao was in a dilemma. Of course, he was not in a dilemma about how to deploy the strongest troops, but how to deploy troops in a way that would not appear too abnormal. He did not forget that there were a bunch of elders watching the battle outside, and he had not thought about exposing all his strength yet. Pulling me along to fight. It's really a dead end. After a long struggle, he made the following deployment. The preparation time was over soon, and Lin Xiao also completed the deployment. His eyes fell on the north of the huge plain in front of him. This side showed blue light, and the south showed red light. It was clear that the blue was their landing point without asking. At this time, there were already several icons showing their appearance in the plain, and someone should have been ready to deploy. Lin Xiao did not wait, and chose to deploy his deployed troops to the easternmost of the blue side, just corresponding to the young man from the Zhang family named Zhang Bin just now. In reality, at the edge of the floating city square, many elders of the Lin and Zhang families were chatting, while others were looking at the huge virtual projection in the center of the floating city with interest. At this time, the virtual plane had been unfolded, and the two sides had exactly 28 juniors who were ready, and the war was about to start. The plane projection certainly could not display such a huge plane, but the magical mythological technology of the main world allowed everyone to see the picture they wanted to see. The same huge plane projection. Different people saw different pictures. Jin Yunju and her husband saw the same picture, which was naturally their son. When the fog of war slowly dissipated, the picture in front of them made her mouth slightly open. She looked at her husband. Lin Haolin pulled the corner of his mouth, silently opened the nails that were pierced into his arm flesh due to excitement, smiled and patted his wife's hand and said, "I know. Our son is very strong. Don't be too loud. I know. My son is the best." Jin Yunju didn't notice that her husband was grinning in pain, and pointed at the picture in front of him with excitement. Lin Haolin had a helpless look on his face, and could only nod his head. However, there was a rare joy in his helplessness. What he saw in front of him was an endless primeval forest. He recognized it as the Night Song Forest located in the northeast of the Hea Plain. A large elite force appeared in the depths of the Night Song Forest. The lush trees could not hide the huge and powerful race. The picture zoomed in, and through the gaps in the lush primeval forest, a big Naga with a height of 7 or 8 meters and a tail of nearly 10 meters, covered with fine runes and hard scales that could not hide its strong body, appeared in his eyes. The dragon tail covered with thick scales easily flattened the surrounding weeds and crushed a bunch of insects. More insects sensed the breath of this behemoth and fled. This plain directly simulated the Hea Plain. The north where they landed was the actual control area of the Hea Plain occupied by the Lin family, and the south where the Zhang family landed was the actual control area of the Zhang family now. Chapter 420, I have no grudges against you. The plain terrain is exactly the same as the Hea Plain in reality, with a one-to-one simulation, and even the most important checkpoints and fortresses at the junction of the two sides are simulated. Although the defenders of these checkpoints and fortresses are not fully simulated, they can seize these checkpoints and fortresses for defense. At first, Lin Xiao didn't know this until the vanguard reconnaissance troops went down along a mountain range at the junction, until they reached a fortress in the canyon where the plane crossed the mountain. They saw a mixed garrison of snake men and lizard men who had seized the fortress early. The narrowest part of this canyon is more than 200 meters wide, and the widest part is 600 to 700 meters. A thick wall as high as 30 meters is stuck in the narrowest middle section of the canyon. If you want to get through, you must force the fortress. Zhang Bin's projection stood on the top of the city, looking at the enemy army rushing in from the end of the canyon from a distance. At first, his face was normal. But when the troops approached quickly, and he could clearly see the composition of the troops, he panicked a little. Hack, isn't this a sub-legendary race? One after another, the huge Nagas covered with dragon scales lined up and swam slowly towards the fortress. Before they arrived, they could feel a suffocating pressure coming towards them, inheriting the 3 complete systems of the dragon bloodline. Although the Nagas cannot obtain dragon power and spit dragon breath, the dragon bloodline system combined with their own powerful strength, especially after being promoted to a legendary species, will naturally suppress lower species. This is the most basic instinct, and combined with the dragon bloodline, it forms this aura similar to dragon power. The power is definitely not as strong as the real dragon power. After all, Lin Xiao has not yet specially strengthened this type of skill, but it is still no problem to suppress ordinary races. A single pressure is very good. The pressure formed by many Nagas gathered together is connected, so that when they advance, a large area of air in front of them forms an invisible distortion and advances with it. The snake men and lizard men guarding the city wall all began to show a state of fear. This time, Lin Xiao only dispatched 2,000 big Nagas, and legendary species accounted for 20% of the population, which means 40,000 people. Then the remaining 60,000 were all small Nagas cannon fodder, although the small Nagas were positioned as cannon fodder in his eyes. This low-level supermodel race itself has cross-level combat power, plus the bonus of 2 4th-level relics and the crystal wall system origin core. In terms of physical fitness, it is not inferior to any 6th-level extraordinary creature. Although it is only physical fitness, other aspects are not as good as extraordinary creatures. But there are many small Nagas. If you can't beat 2 or 3 together in a single fight, how can you beat them? In other words, his 60,000 small Nagas can be regarded as more than 20,000 6th-level extraordinary troops. In addition, none of the wise goblins and the Red Furnace tribe appeared. 10 huge Naga lords, whose combined length exceeded 35 meters from head to tail, swam out from the separated tribesmen. They were not equipped with armor, and their dragon scales themselves were the best armor. Most armors that could be forged in large quantities in the world could not match their dragon scales in terms of defense. But it was outrageous that each of them was equipped with an ultra-heavy weapon that was dozens of meters long. When Zhang Bin in the fortress saw the appearance of these 10 8th-level legendary Great Naga lords, his eyes almost popped out, and he said it was impossible. Lin Xiao hugged his arms and looked at the fortress. With a loud whistle, 10 Great Naga lords swung their thick dragon tails and slowly rushed towards the city wall, leaving a deep mark on the hard ground. Catapults, crossbow carts, ready, fire! Table-sized boulders hit the Great Naga lords lined up in a row. They did not dodge, but raised their huge weapons to chop them head-on, chopping off the rapidly falling boulders. As for the fine steel crossbow arrows as thick as fingers, they could not penetrate the dragon scales except for a large spark that was bounced off. The dragon scales have a high defense power that ordinary people cannot imagine. Ordinary small crossbows cannot penetrate them. People usually use special armor-piercing crossbows to penetrate dragon scales when killing dragons. Zhang Bin's family only carries standard military crossbows. So how can they be equipped with armor-piercing crossbows for killing dragons? After all, at this stage, very few people at their level can control dragons, let alone legendary dragons. 10 Great Naga lords rushed to the top of the city under the rain of stone-throwing arrows, raised their 40-meter-long super weapons, and chopped them down fiercely. With 10 earth-shaking loud noises, the sky was filled with broken stones and dust, and 10 huge gaps as deep as 3 or 4 meters were smashed into the city wall. 5 seconds later, the second rumbling sound. The city wall was chopped down by half on the spot, and the 10 legendary Great Naga lords easily climbed up the gap and slid into the fortress. Boom! A ball of chaos exploded with a big Naga lord as the center. The terrifying chaos shock wave exploded 100 meters away. Everything within the explosion range was crushed and flattened to form a huge impact pit. Chaos Roar, a skill of the hero profession God Warrior, shocked the ground with force, causing a large amount of physical and explosive damage to enemies within a radius of 15 meters plus X around itself, stunning for 2 plus X seconds, slowing down for 5 plus X seconds after the stun, and leaving a chaos force field lasting 30 plus X seconds at the original place after the skill ends. It can be used 3 times a day. Note 1. The power of the skill is related to personal strength. The stronger the strength, the stronger the power and effect. Note 2. When in the Chaos Force field, you will gain strong physical resistance and spell resistance as well as strong regeneration ability. And the attack hit rate will be greatly increased. Friendly forces will gain half of their own effects and weaken the enemy's defense and resistance to a certain extent. The killing range of 100 meters in diameter is large enough, and it can also affect the range of more than 30 meters in the air. The direct killing power is also good. This skill is okay. Lin Xiao's projection appeared in the air, carefully observing the effect of the Great Naga Lord's first use of this move in actual combat, silently evaluating its actual lethality in his heart. The result made him quite satisfied. This step directly blew up a huge pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters and a depth of 10 meters. Everything in the huge pit was turned into powder, including the hard stones that made up the city wall, the bodies of snake men and lizard men, and even their weapons and armor were all shaken into powder. The next battle was no suspense. The 10 great Naga lords scattered and rushed around in the fortress. No one could stop them. Zhang Bin cursed in his heart and decisively left some cannon fodder behind to run away. Lin Xiao didn't care, but sent a small group of Naga scouts to follow, and let the troops capture the fortress and clean up the battlefield, and then slowly followed behind. In reality, Jin Yunju didn't use her nails to pick her husband, but chatted with a cousin with a calm face. But her eyebrows and eyes revealed a special feeling of joy, pride, and the desire to show off. In layman's terms, it means, yes, this amazing person is my son. Is it my son you are talking about? Do you want to know something? Come and ask me. The feeling, the joy is almost seeping out of the pores. Next, Lin Xiao followed Zhang Bin's defeated soldiers all the way, but he didn't catch up, just hung behind, and waited until Zhang Bin joined other Zhang clan members before rushing up and defeating them. It's not difficult. There were many senior sons of the God Realm who had graduated from college decades ago, but their strength was not as strong as he imagined. They defeated about 4 or 5 Zhang clansmen, and they gave Lin Xiao the feeling that they were not as strong as those of Hui's classmates. Of course, it refers to the strength of former classmates who have grown to the demigod stage, not the former classmates. According to the previous strength assessment of the classmates and the predicted growth rate, when they become demigods, their strength will catch up with these ordinary sons of the God Realm who have graduated from college for decades. It can be seen from this that the strength of most ordinary sons of the God Realm is indeed not very good. Weak is weak, even if they hang around for decades. They are not as good as the real elites. This discovery made Lin Xiao uninterested, and there was no need to experiment next. He pushed forward all the way, defeated more than 10 Zhang clansmen in one breath, and came to the center of the Hea Plain, a plain below a huge floating city suspended in the air. It is where they are in reality. But there is no one on the floating city. Under the floating city, 2 armies with the same number as is were fighting on the plains under the floating city. They were Zhang Taiwa and Lin Su, as the 2 people who had agreed to fight a duel before. They came to this battlefield tacitly. Others did not interfere with them, wanting them to fight fairly. Normally, they fight their own battles, and the battle outside is chaotic. But they did not expect that the outside collapsed too quickly. Before the other troops of the Lin family came, all the people of the Zhang family were flattened by Lin Xiao in one wave and pushed to the edge of the battlefield in the center of the plain. Zhang Taiwa, who was fighting with Lin Su, was stunned when he saw the bloody and murderous army. When he heard the words of his fellow tribesmen who came, he was so scared that he quickly called back. Lin Xiao's projection stood on the shoulder of a great Naga lord and swam out. He first waved to Lin Su, and said to Zhang Taiwa with his arms around him, "Don't get me wrong. You fight. I'll just watch from the side." Before he could finish his words, Zhang Taiwa turned around abruptly, and saw through his giant eagle squad that a mixed formation of big and small Nagas had appeared in the jungle more than 20 kilometers behind him. Facing Zhang Taiwa, who was quickly mobilizing troops to shrink the defense line, Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly and waved his hands. "Don't get me wrong. I just want to prevent someone from attacking me, not to outflank you. What about this side?" He pointed to a small Naga troop that was sneaking around in the woods on the other side. Lin Xiao scratched his head, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "Would you believe me if I said they were lost?" Zhang Taiwa's mouth twitched, with an expression that said, "You and I have no grudges. Why do you treat me like a fool? Even Lin Su beside him had a strange expression on his face, wanting to laugh but trying to hold it back. In reality, Lin Howling took out a hat and put it on his head to block the strange looks from his brothers and uncles. Many cousins were covering their mouths and laughing. Xie Yufei reached out to touch her forehead, looking at the boy in front of her with a complicated mood. Only Jin Yunji chose to ignore all this and continue to discuss the world with her cousins in the virtual plane with great enthusiasm, as if she was the one who was so powerful. Chapter 421 Lin Su's Strength and Provocation. Under his strong watch, the scene fell into an extremely embarrassing situation. Zhang Taiwa did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Su under his watch. Lin Xiao was impatient and threatened directly. Either you fight him now, or you play doubles with the two of us. Choose one. Zhang Taiwa looked unconvinced. Who knows if you will sneak attack me when I fight him? Lin Xiao said angrily. Are you questioning me? As soon as the voice fell, the anger on his face disappeared and he smiled. He waved his hand and ordered the troops to attack. Guessed it right. I really thought so. After that, he turned to Lin Su and said, You don't mind interrupting your duel with him, right? Lin Su hugged his hands and smiled. Of course I don't mind. It's a mixed battle anyway. As long as he loses, I win. Hack! Zhang Taiwa pointed at the two of them with a humiliated look on his face. Unable to speak for a long time, he really didn't think of waiting for them to decide the winner before intervening. Anyway, he had already seen their clans and could roughly assess their strength. There was no point in waiting any longer. Anyway, this was a melee, and intervening in advance would also allow Lin Su to win the challenge. As for whether it was a foul and being despised, he didn't care. They were all enemies. So what rules were there? Moreover, according to the melee mode, his attack itself was not a foul. Who asked them to enter the field? Zhang Taiwa's main clan is the Dragon Snake Man. A snake man with a small amount of dragon blood. He looks more like a dragon man, and his body is a whole circle taller than the snake man. About 2 meters and 23. The fine dragon scales on his body replace the snake scales for stronger defense. The individual quality is far superior to the snake man. After reaching the 5th level, he can also cast several powerful magic-like spells, which is very powerful. According to the assessment, the dragon snake people belong to the top advanced species, slightly inferior to the sub-legendary species. The normal species upper limit is the 6th order extraordinary level, but the dragon bloodline can make them more likely to break through the limit and advance to the 7th order than other species. Zhang Taiwa seems to have obtained the powerful dragon snake people in that adventure, replacing the snake people as the main clan. The 100,000 people who went to the battle were all dragon snake people. There were about 1,000 6th order dragon snake people among the total 25,000 dragon snake people, less than 57th order dragon snake people, and a legendary dragon snake hero. If facing other young people in the Lin family, this strength is definitely quite powerful. But it is not enough to face Lin Xiao and Lin Su. Yes, not to mention Lin Xiao. He may not be able to beat Lin Su alone. It has been a long time since I last saw him, and Lin Su's strength was stronger than he expected. He remembered that Lin Su's previous main clan was half-elves, and the cannon fodder was the woodland lizard man. Now his main clan is no longer half-elves, but a sub-legendary species, the moon elves. This is a branch of the high elves. They have a lifespan of over 500 years, are good at using the power of the stars, and have excellent archery skills as well as outstanding spellcasting abilities. Long Shou ordered all the senior moon elves to be archers and spellcasters. The combination of the two made their combat power quite strong. Watching his men and Lin Su's men attacking Zhang Taiwa together, the other party basically had no power to fight back. Lin Xiao flew to the side of Lin Su's projection and whispered, "Is this the gift from your future father-in-law?" He nodded and said, "To be precise, it is an ancient moon tree, which can purify the blood of half-elves and let them evolve into moon elves." Oh! Lin Xiao suddenly realized. The so-called ancient moon tree is actually a variant of the ancient tree of life. It is an advanced version of the tree of life and can evolve any elf into a moon elf. Lin Su's previous main clan was half-elves, and they had multiplied to a number of hundreds of thousands early on. With the purification of the ancient moon tree, it was considered a great accumulation of wealth. Now there are nearly 30,000 moon elves, including a legendary moon elf hero and 3 legendary moon elf elders. No wonder he was confident in accepting Zhang Taishu's challenge, with his clan being as good as or slightly better than Zhang Taiwa. He, as the first leader of Dark Moon, had a promising future father-in-law. It was normal for him to have some good relics. All in all, Zhang Taiwa, who only had 2 legendary subordinates, would definitely not be able to outlast Lin Su. The battle was as he had guessed. Zhang Taiwa, who could confront Lin Su before, collapsed and was defeated under the siege of Lin Xiao and Lin Su. After the main force was defeated, Zhang Taiwa coldly swept over Lin Xiao and Lin Su, and finally fell on Lin Xiao and said coldly, "Don't be arrogant, kid. This is only a small part of my strength. I'll let you win a game if you have the ability to play in the unlimited formal gambling fight. Grandpa will let you know what a top-level senior son of the God Realm is." "Oh," Lin Xiao said with interest. "Do you mean that your real strength will be much stronger than ours?" Zhang Taiwa had no intention of answering, but just snorted coldly and chose to surrender. The dragon and snake people who were still resisting turned into light and soared into the sky. However, the war was not over yet, because there were still some remnants of the Zhang family who had been defeated before in the plain. However, not long after, as the remaining remnants either left the plain or were wiped out, the system determined that they had won. After returning to reality, Ms. Jin Yunju raised her thumb and praised, "Son, you are awesome." The father also cast an admiring look, and then looked at Xie Yufei. She tilted her head to reveal a profile with a perfect arc. After the gambling fight, more than a dozen young people of the Lin family happily received the spoils of the gambling fight. Even Lin Xiao received a portion. It was not much, just 10,000 divine powers, which was useless to him, but he was in a good mood. The one who gained the most was naturally Lin Su. Zhang Taiwa, who lost the most, was a little unwilling and shouted to this side, "Hey, do you two have the courage to go on stage later?" Lin Xiao was certainly not intimidated. He put his hands on his hips and shouted, "Although I really want to meet you, my defeated opponent, it is not up to me to decide whether I can play or not." After saying that, he clapped his hands. He was telling the truth. Grandfather would most likely not let him play, even though they won just now. This limited gambling fight can only prove that they have strong potential. Their clans are more elite than ordinary people like them. But in terms of comprehensive strength, no one would think that they, who have just ignited the divine fire and become demigods, can compare with the accumulation of decades of others. In the case of no restrictions, even if the clans are poor, they can be killed by the accumulation of 10 or even dozens of times over decades. Lin Xiao may not be afraid. The powerful legendary species of the Great Naga has super strength, which makes him confident that he can defeat even a snake man or a dragon snake man 10 times stronger than himself. But grandfather doesn't know that he is so strong. So, he was muttering. And suddenly the head of the Zhang family on the other side suddenly stood up and said loudly to his grandfather, "Since the younger generation has this idea, as an elder, how can I not help them? Let them have a fight." This sudden statement made everyone stunned for a moment. Grandfather was about to refuse, and the Zhang clan leader said again, "If you let this little brother take action, we agree to let Taiwa fight this little brother." Grandfather swallowed the refusal that had not yet been spoken, and his face was moved. According to the gambling rules, it is a best-of-5 game, and each person can only play 1 game. Before, the Zhang family's trump card was Zhang Taiwa. This Lin family was unstoppable. The most feared thing was that the strongest few of the Lin family would draw him in the draw. Now the Zhang family agreed to let Zhang Taiwa challenge Lin Xiao, which is equivalent to removing the strongest point. This is equivalent to Tianji's horse racing, the strongest against the weakest. They instantly regained a certain advantage, and they couldn't help but be tempted. But the grandfather did not respond for a long time, but looked at the old rival suspiciously and said, "This is not like your style. What do you want to do, old man?" The Zhang clan leader stroked his beard and smiled. "What can I think? I just want to satisfy my Zhang family's killer. Let him teach your kid a lesson," and hid his confidence. This was quite frank. But my grandfather had lived for more than 1,000 years, and had been in a foreign land for 100,000 years. He was also a cunning old man. How could he believe it so easily? He looked back and forth between his old opponent and Zhang Taiwa's face, and suddenly said, "Do you want to fight for real in a duel?" Everyone was shocked. My father raised his eyebrows and looked at the opposite side, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The so-called real fight means that it is a challenge in the virtual plane on the surface. But it is actually a life and death battle directly connected with the God realm. The life and death battle is not only with the sons of nightmares, or the sons of the spirit realm of the alien race, but also with the sons of the human God realm because of conflicts. And according to statistics, the sons of the God realm who died in cannibalism are far more than those who died in battles with alien races. After all, most ordinary sons of the God realm may not have the opportunity to meet alien races in this life. When the divine realm is connected and a full-scale battle is launched, only one party can initiate it and forcibly pull the other party into the battle. If outsiders want to interfere, they also need to connect with the divine realm. At this time, as long as the Zhang family can block it a little and delay the time, if Zhang Taiwa is much stronger than him, it is easy to end the battle in a short time. Maybe there is not enough time to completely destroy the god's domain. If the reinforcements are timely, even the god's domain cannot be broken. But as long as a large number of his core family members can be killed, some key buildings can be destroyed or plundered, and his potential can be greatly weakened, it will be enough. Well, the premise is that he is really strong. Much stronger than Lin Xiao. For the Zhang family, they will never want to see the rise of genius descendants like Lin Xiao and Lin Su who are almost certain to be deified. This kind of thing will certainly be a foul. But the thing has been done. And even if they admit the punishment afterwards, they will earn it. After thinking through these joints, Lin Xiao's just generated self-satisfaction disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, society is much more complicated than school. In school, there are campus rules to restrain. And the punishment for excessive behavior is so high that people dare only think, but not dare to cross the line. But in a society without any constraints, you will be cheated if you are not careful. And if you meet a cruel person, you may be cheated to death. A conspiracy is no longer a conspiracy if it is seen through. Grandfather certainly did not agree. And the Zhang family did not feel guilty because their plot was seen through. The old patriarch of the Zhang family smiled kindly at Lin Xiao, as if he had never thought about what his grandfather said. Zhang Taiwa, on the other hand, did not hide the regret in his eyes, and pointed his hand knife at Lin Xiao's neck, with a provocative look on his face. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, and was about to respond when he suddenly felt the sky suddenly brighten. He looked up and saw that the rolling clouds in the sky were pushed aside like waves, revealing a huge military void warship. The 7th Action Fleet of the Gambling Notary has arrived. Chapter 422 The Arrival of the Notary. Hurry up and get ready to welcome Captain Lee. An uncle quickly told the younger generation to stand up, and the other elders straightened their robes and looked at the sky with a smile. Even the grandfather did the same. Although the grandfather was a true god, the captain of the 7th Action Fleet was also a true god, and he was still affiliated with the military, and he was superior to them in both status and strength. Not only them, but also the head of the Zhang family was restraining the younger generation of the Zhang family to be on high alert. Not only this crystal wall universe, as long as the crystal wall universes that have been fully developed in the hinterland of mankind, the military has absolute power. The human main world does not have a unified political system, but a super military combination formed with super war fortresses distributed in the subspace as the core, and then a complex joint political system formed by many higher education institutions and super institutions. To put it bluntly, the human main world is divided into 4 major forces: the Huaxia District, the Ivy League, the Giant Enterprise Alliance, and the Noble Parliament. Each power has no unified ruling body, but is composed of powerful forces within the power. Similar to the warlord rule in ancient times, each superpower is equivalent to a local warlord. For example, the 5th war zone of Huaxia District is a super force, an interest combination composed of many subordinate forces, with Yin Huang No. 5 super war fortress as the core. Because the main world must communicate with the outside world through many super war fortresses located in the subspace. The military districts that control these many super war fortresses are all extremely terrifying behemoths. And most higher education institutions do not have their own super war fortresses. It can be said that if the various forces in the main world are classified, those who control many super war fortresses in the subspace are all super forces of the first level. This includes military districts and super universities. It is worth mentioning here that any super university has a super war fortress belonging to them. Conversely, it can be said that any higher education institution that wants to be promoted to a super university, in addition to having a great existence to suppress the luck, also needs to have its own super war fortress. Both of these are necessary hard conditions. For example, Yinhuang No. 1 Super War Fortress belongs to Huiyao Super Academy. The entire human main world has a total of 28 super war fortresses belonging to the 4 major forces distributed in the subspace surrounding the main world. Which means that there are only 28 first-class super forces in the entire main world. Among them, there are a total of 12 belonging to the Huaxia district, a total of 10 belonging to the Ivy League, only 4 belonging to the Giant Enterprise Alliance, and only 2 belonging to the Noble Council. Obviously, the strongest of the 4 major forces is the Huaxia district, and the weakest is the Noble Council, which is only a fraction of the Huaxia district. But no matter how weak it is, it still has 2, with external windows, and can radiate its influence through these 2 super war fortresses, and rule the many crystal wall universes and planes that communicate with these 2 war fortresses. As the Huaxia region with the most super war fortresses. With the most super war fortresses, the influence radiation range is the widest, and the ruling area is the largest. AX-14 Crystal Wall Universe is one of the ruling areas of the 5th War Zone. The entire universe is completely within the sphere of influence of the 5th War Zone. Countless families, adventure teams, guild organizations, corporate groups, etc. in the universe are all subordinate forces of the 5th War Zone and need to rely on their breath to survive. Although the Lin family and the Zhang family have several true gods, a large plane, and a plane group composed of dozens or hundreds of small and medium-sized planes. They are just insignificant small forces in the entire Crystal Wall universe. It can be said that they are not up to the standard. The 5th War Zone has a main base in this Crystal Wall universe, and 10 sub-bases are spread all over the universe. The commander-in-chief of the main base is generally a colonel or a major general. Only the commander-in-chief of the main base of a few important Crystal Wall universes can reach the rank of brigadier general or major general. The rank of the highest officer of a sub-base generally starts from major. The highest is colonel, and there are very few majors. Of course, they are all regular military ranks. Unless the elite ranks offend the big guys, they are usually the real officers of the regular army. It is impossible for them to come and become a garrison commander. Under normal circumstances, the Lin family and the Zhang family can only get close to the officers in the sub-base, and it is difficult for them to even meet the sub-base commander. It's like ordinary rich people can make friends with middle and lower level officials in counties and cities. But it is impossible to make friends with the mayor directly, unless someone introduces them or for other special reasons. When the void warship representing the 7th Action Fleet slowly broke through the rolling clouds and descended, appearing above the floating city, the floating city suddenly rose up with dazzling fireworks like aurora. Interestingly, these fireworks were obviously divided into 2 waves. One side was obviously arranged by the Lin family, and the other side was arranged by the Zhang family. Everyone looked forward to watching the void warship break through the clouds and slowly descend until it was about 2 kilometers away from the floating city. The sinking speed gradually slowed down. Grandfather and the head of the Zhang family looked at each other, and at the same time, they jumped up and flew towards the void warship, preparing to get closer to greet the captain of the 7th Action Fleet who presided over the notarization. But just as they flew into the sky, the void warship suddenly stopped sinking and flew forward instead. Everyone was stunned. This is just as they were wondering. They suddenly saw the clouds in the sky surge violently again after the void warship was moved away, and an invisible force pushed the clouds away, revealing the outline of a larger void warship slowly falling. Grandfather Lin Yu looked at the opposite side with a puzzled look, and his old rival Zhang family head Zhang Yan also looked puzzled. The situation is not right. This new void warship does not belong to the 7th Action Fleet. Where did it come from? Father Lin Howlin frowned and whispered to his uncle beside him. Brother, have you received the news of the expansion of the 7th Action Fleet? The uncle also waved his hands in confusion. No. Even now there is no news about the expansion of the 7th Action Fleet on the official website. Then what is this? Is it that the inspection team just happened to pass by? That is impossible. The inspection team responsible for our area is still in the distant Gulan Plain group. It is impossible for them to run here all of a sudden. And this void ship is not the void ship of the inspection team. Everyone was surprised and confused. But no one knew who it was, except Lin Xiao and Xia Yufei. Because, as the void ship slowly descended, he suddenly received a new access request signal, which showed that it was Lieutenant Colonel Sun Chenhua, the garrison commander of the 7th branch base of the AX-14 Crystal Wall universe. the garrison commander of the 7th Branch Base. He hesitated for a moment, looked around and saw that everyone was looking at the sky, and quietly retreated to the edge of the platform to confirm the access. A middle-aged officer with a serious expression and a lieutenant colonel shoulder strap appeared in front of him, and saluted him with his legs together. Sun Chunhua, the garrison commander of the 7th Branch Base of the AX-14 Crystal Walled Universe of the military region, met the chief. Chief. This title. Lin Zhao's mouth curled up slightly, and he glanced at the distance. He returned a salute and whispered, Lieutenant Colonel Sun, I have something to do here, so it's not very convenient to talk. Xie Yufei shook his head and waved his hand behind him. Invisible ripples appeared in the surrounding void. He felt that the surrounding void was distorted. He could see the outside, but the outside could not see him. Xie Yufei said, Don't worry. They can only see what they see. Now he was relieved, cleared his throat and said, Lieutenant Colonel Sun, have you arrived at the Heya Plain? Sun Chunhua answered meticulously in a deep voice. I have arrived at the Heya Plain and am descending to prepare for the next step. Please instruct the chief. His meaning is very clear. He is here to sell good things. He will do whatever he wants next. He is not disgusted with this Lin Xiao. This is the status and privileges he has fought for with his own ability. And it is not illegal. So he doesn't have to be a fool. Pinching his chin, he said, This time, my Lin family and Zhang family are fighting, and the 7th Action Fleet will notarize it. I want my Lin family to win, but I don't want to expose my current rank. He smiled bitterly and said, You also know that the gap between my current strength and my current rank is too big and too shocking. I don't want to expose it and cause too much trouble. Lieutenant Colonel Sun pondered for a while and nodded. Don't worry, Chief. I will arrange it. Well, that's the best. I wonder if the chief has any other requests. That's all. Do you have anything else to do? I wonder if the chief will have time to come to the 7th Branch Base to guide the work after the matter is over. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Guiding work? What kind of work can he guide? But he understood what Lieutenant Colonel Sun meant. Guiding work was fake, and he mainly wanted to get to know him. He didn't refuse this. Not to mention that he would rely on him to take care of his family in the future. It would not hurt to get to know him. With his consent, Lieutenant Colonel Sun, who had always been serious, smiled. The light curtain disappeared, and he rubbed his face. He was looking forward to the next bet. He didn't know how Lieutenant Colonel Sun could reasonably let the Lin family defeat the stronger Zhang family. Turning around to leave, he bumped into a layer of light wall. He rubbed his nose and turned back to smile at Xie Yufei. Sister, help me withdraw. Seeing him hit the wall, her red lips curved slightly. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt that his eyes were much brighter, but he quickly turned his head with a proud look, and the light wall disappeared silently. With a bottom in his heart, he was also in a more relaxed mood. When he was about to leave, he suddenly paused and looked at Xie Yufei, who was standing still. He suddenly realized that Lieutenant Colonel Sun didn't seem to see her just now. He didn't notice her from beginning to end. After thinking about it, he also understood her thoughts. Obviously, she didn't want to cause trouble and be recognized. Her identity, as the daughter of the commander-in-chief of the 5th War Zone, was no secret. If she was recognized and followed him like a follower, it would cause a lot of trouble. He would also avoid these troubles. When he returned to his original position, even his mother didn't notice that he had left for a while. At this time, everyone was watching the larger void warship of the sky, which had landed in the air less than 1,000 meters away from the floating city. At this time, the signal light on the ship to open the door had been turned on. Chapter 423. How is this possible? A small, streamlined, and exquisite void ship sailed out of the flagship, landed in the floating city under the attention of everyone, and slowly descended on the central platform. Grandfather and the head of the Zhang family came to the door of the aircraft at the same time, seemingly at a leisurely speed, but actually at a very fast speed. A light blue cold air blew out of the cabin door, and the hatch with the military logo opened, and 2 guards wearing high-grade military armor walked out. Colonel-level officers are qualified to garrison a place, and they are actually senior officers, and they are qualified to be equipped with guards, but the specific number is just a matter of how many. The general level is called the chief, and as long as they have a real military rank, they are all big bosses, such as governing an entire crystal walled universe. Although Lin Xiao is only a colonel, He is treated as a high-level brigadier general, so he is also called the chief. Moreover, he is an elite rank, which is actually one level higher than the regular rank, equivalent to a regular high-star admiral. The top military officials are basically elite military ranks, and those above the division commander are almost all elite military ranks. It's not that regular military ranks have no chance to be promoted to high positions, but the military gives priority to elite military ranks when promoting important military positions. And ordinary military ranks can also be transferred to elite military ranks once they have made great contributions. In other words, those who can be promoted to high positions, even if they are not elite military ranks, can generally be promoted to elite military ranks once they can make contributions that can be promoted to high positions. This is why all the high-ranking bigwigs are elite military ranks. Isn't it? Sun Chunhua is an ordinary regular lieutenant colonel, 5 ranks lower than Lin Xiao, which is one of the reasons why he is so humble. After a row of guards came out, everyone had a little murmur in their hearts. This specification is a bit wrong. The captain of a mere action fleet doesn't have such a high specification. Right? The head of the Zhang family and Lin Yu's grandfather looked at each other, and they could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Is there really a big guy coming? However, no matter what, this warship is real. The soldiers are real, no matter who comes to welcome them. Thinking about this clearly, everyone continued to greet the figures coming out of the hatch with light blue cold mist with expectant eyes. There were 5 figures in total, and it was obvious that 4 people were surrounding one in the middle. When the cold mist dissipated, the 5 figures appeared in front of everyone. It can be clearly seen that someone recognized them and showed extremely surprised expressions on their faces. Grandfather and the head of the Zhang family almost stepped forward at the same time, and couldn't wait to introduce themselves before their old rivals. Commander Sun's visit to the Hea Plain has made my Lin family glorious. I am Lin Yu, the head of the Lin family, and I warmly welcome the arrival of Commander Sun. These words, Lin Xiao reached out and gently stroked his forehead, feeling that his forehead was a little goosebumps. Lin Su's expression on the side was also a little strange. However, he could understand that for him, who was still in the ivory tower of university, it would be disgusting to hear such flattery. But for the real society outside the ivory tower, this was necessary. Maybe you don't want to say it. Maybe others may not like to hear it. But as long as you want to live, you have to force yourself to do some things. If you don't say it, the head of the Zhang family next to you will say it immediately. There is a saying that goes, the leader may not remember that you say H, lo every morning, but he will remember who didn't say H, lo. You can't stay in the ivory tower for a lifetime. You will always go out into the society. And then, you have to hear this kind of words often. Lin Xiao is now an elite colonel, in a high position, and he probably hears this kind of words often, and he has to adapt. Lieutenant Colonel Sun swept his eyes over everyone present, paused for a moment on Lin Xiao, and then swept his eyes over the 2 hands stretched out in front of him, with a smile on his face, and stretched out his hand to shake Lin Yu. The grandfather's face was obviously smiling more, while the head of the Zhang family's smile was slightly stiff, but he still forced a bright smile. After shaking hands, they came to the vacant podium on the other side and stood still. The descendants of the Zhang and Lin families gathered around. Lieutenant Colonel Sun put his hands in front of him and looked at them, saying, this commander was on a routine inspection and happened to hear the gambling fight between the Lin and Zhang families in the Hea Plain. I was quite interested and came to watch. I wonder if you mind. No. No. Everyone waved their hands. This time, it was the head of the Zhang family who took the lead and said, it is an honor for my Zhang family to have Commander Sun to preside over the notarization for us. We can't even welcome him, so why would we mind? When the grandfather heard what the old rival said, he quickly added, my Lin family wanted to invite Commander Sun a long time ago, but we were afraid of disturbing Commander Sun, so we had to give up with regret. He looked regretful and helpless. If Lin Xiao hadn't known that the family had no connection, he would probably have thought it was true. He is really a smart person. He speaks to people in a way that is human and speaks to ghosts in a way that is not human. Commander Sun smiled and waved his hands. Patriarch Lin is wrong. You can come to me next time if you have such interesting things. Full of question marks. Not only Patriarch Zhang was stunned, but even grandfather was confused for a moment. This script is wrong. He tried to say again, Commander Sun, what are you doing? Sun Chunhua smiled and said, Patriarch Lin can come to me next time if you have such things. It happens that I am a little interested in this. Patriarch Shang's face changed immediately, and he heard the anxious voice of his eldest son. Father, the situation is not right. How did the old man Lin Yu get in touch with Commander Sun? He frowned and thought carefully. He raised his eyelids and scanned his old opponent and Lieutenant Colonel Sun, and said in a voice transmission, No, the old guy didn't get in touch with Commander Sun. Then how could Commander Sun? It was Commander Sun who took the initiative to show goodwill to the old guy. How is this possible? Yes, how is this possible? He was puzzled. But this was not the time to think. So he quickly said to Lieutenant Colonel Sun, So Commander Sun likes this. It just so happens that today is the day when my Zhang family and the Lin family are going to fight. It is better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. Why not let Commander Sun be the notary to notarize this fight? Father, isn't Commander Sun trying to show goodwill to the old man? Why do we need him to notarize? Isn't this disadvantageous to us? Clan leader Zhang scolded. Fool! Commander Sun needs to be cautious about his status as a notary, and dare not be too biased. We still have a chance. If Captain Li continues to be a notary, subordinates don't need to talk about status and face. They just need to follow the boss's intentions. It will be difficult for us to win if we directly favor the tank. At this time, Lin Yu, who was surprised and puzzled, and was racking his brains to imagine how he had a relationship with Commander Sun, reacted immediately after hearing the words of his old opponent. But after thinking about it, he didn't know what to say. Lieutenant Colonel Sun just showed inexplicable goodwill. And he also said that he was interested in this kind of gambling fight. He couldn't object now. However, to everyone's surprise, Lieutenant Colonel Sun rejected the proposal of Zhang clan leader. He waved his hand and said, Since you have already invited the captain of the 7th Action Fleet to notarize this gambling fight, how can I interfere and take over? The notarization will still be presided over by the captain of the 7th Action Fleet. Zhang clan leader's face sank. Lin Yu was happy, and the two had completely opposite expressions. But just like grandfather didn't dare to say it just now, Zhang clan leader didn't dare to persuade you to come, and could only hold it in his heart. The expressions of the Zhang and Lin families were the same as their respective clan leaders. Some were happy, and some were depressed. Zhang clan leader Zhang Yan returned to his platform with a blank expression. Several sons surrounded him. The eldest son whispered, Father, don't worry. We are stronger than them as a whole. Even if Captain Li completely favors the Lin family, it's a 50-50 chance. Let the few clan members who are fighting cheer up. Even if it is really like the situation of Tianji's horse racing. As long as the other 3 clan members except Taiwa and Ziqing win one game, this gambling fight will be considered our win. Besides, Captain Li may not be completely biased towards them. If his son contacts Captain Li now, even if he pays. He suddenly turned around and looked at the people behind Lieutenant Colonel Sun, who was chatting and laughing with the head of the Lin family, and said in surprise, Where is Captain Li? Why doesn't he come? When he said this, the others also realized it and looked around. Zhang Yan, the head of the Zhang family, had a bad premonition in his heart and hurriedly shouted to Lieutenant Colonel Sun, Commander Sun, where is Captain Li? Lieutenant Colonel Sun showed a look of realization and clapped his hands and said, There is one thing I forgot to tell you. Captain Li has been transferred back to the subbase. Now the captain of the 7th action ship is someone else. Another purpose of my coming here this time is to announce the letter of inauguration. He suddenly waved in a certain direction and shouted cordially, Captain Lin Xiao, please come over. Everyone looked in the direction of his wave, and fell on Lin Xiao, who was very surprised. Me? He pointed at his nose in surprise. He was really surprised. He was still wondering how Lieutenant Colonel Sun would help the Lin family cheat. He didn't expect it would be this trick. Someone pushed him out from behind. The grandfather was surprised and surprised. He waved his hand, and a gentle invisible force brought him over. He looked at his grandson left and right, then at Lieutenant Colonel Sun, and asked with disbelief, Commander Sun, are you talking about my grandson Lin Xiao? Lieutenant Colonel Sun smiled and nodded. Of course, it's Captain Lin Xiao. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to Lin Xiao. Commander, how about this arrangement? You will be the notary, and make the rules of this gambling fight yourself. This arrangement is too cool. It's completely beyond his expectations. But then again, this arrangement is indeed possible. It perfectly solves his problem, and can also show off. At least now. No matter whether it is the Lin family or the Zhang family. They are looking at him with their mouths wide open, as if they have seen a ghost. His mother even stared at her big eyes, with a confused look on her face. As if she didn't understand what happened for a while. After a long while, she held her husband's hand and asked, "When did our son become a captain?" Lin Haolin's mentality was better. He quickly digested the shocking news. But digestion was digestion. Which did not mean that he could understand it. He didn't know what was going on. Compared to the Lin family, who were shocked, but at least it was good news for them. The Zhang family was struck by Colonel Lin's words, like a bolt from the blue. After a brief moment of shock, someone shouted, "How is this possible?" Chapter 424 Desperate New Rules. What's impossible about this? Lin Xiao unceremoniously agreed to Lieutenant Colonel Sun's arrangement and officially took office as the captain of the 7th Action Fleet. This is impossible for outsiders. But it is completely feasible in formal operations. It's just a part-time job. As the commander of the 3rd Division of the 1st Expeditionary Force of the military region, he concurrently serves as the captain of the 7th Action Fleet of the 7th Branch Base of the AX-14 Crystal Wall. Although it sounds unreasonable, it is reasonable in terms of procedures. It can be operated in this way. And even if someone finds fault with it, they can't find any fault. After receiving the letter of appointment and a sword representing the commander, Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the Lin and Zhang family members, who were still in a state of anger or confusion, and said in a deep voice, "I am honored to be trusted by Commander Sun to be appointed as the captain of the 7th Action Fleet. Now I will take up the position and perform the first task of this action fleet, presiding over the notarization of the gambling fight between the Lin and Zhang families in the He Plain." He looked at the Zhang family with ill intent and said, "Since I am already the notary of this gambling fight, I will not be polite. Now I will formulate the rules of this gambling fight." As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Yin, the head of the Zhang family, shouted loudly, "Captain Lin, the gambling fight rules have been determined long ago and have been sent to the previous captainly for approval. You only need to notarize it." Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "That was the matter of the previous captainly. Now that I have taken over, I will naturally formulate the rules again." As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, and a guard next to Colonel Lin took out an electronic light screen and unfolded it in front of him. It showed the gambling fight rules that had been formulated before. Lin Xiao unfolded the light curtain and gestured in front of everyone. He swept his eyes over the Zhang clan members, who looked ugly, and the Lin clan members, who had reacted and were overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and pressed it, and a row of words was wiped out. He stretched out his finger and added new words. "Great!" Lin Qinghai clenched his fist and waved it vigorously, saying excitedly, "Cousin Lin shall re-establish the rules, and see if his Zhang family will survive this time." The other cousins also cheered and were extremely excited. Many elders thought differently from the younger generation. The younger generation only thought about the changes in the rules by Lin Xiao. But the elders thought about Lin Xiao's current identity. He was a captain at such a young age, and the captain of the 7th Action Fleet. This was already a very high military position for them, which could directly affect the Lin family and the Zhang family's competition for the He Plain. Lin Zeng, the eldest son of the 3rd uncle, said to his grandfather with a red face, "I didn't expect Haolin's son to give us such a big surprise. He is a captain at such a young age, and the captain of the 7th Action Fleet. As long as he doesn't make mistakes in the future, he will definitely be able to move up a level. Grandpa, this is the hope for our Lin family to rise." Everyone nodded and looked at Lin Chunglei and Lin Haolin with envy. The mother held her head high and looked proud. But no one thought there was anything wrong with her look. As his mother, she could be proud. Grandfather stroked his beard and nodded. "I felt that Lin Xiao and Lin Su had a promising future a long time ago, and they lived up to the family's expectations. Haolin, Yuanju, you have raised good sons." Grandfather's praise cheered up his father, but his mother was a little shy, and replied like a lady, "This is what a granddaughter-in-law should do." Grandfather nodded, changed the subject and said, "We will discuss the matter of Lin Xiao and Lin Su after the gambling fight is over, and we will finish the gambling fight first." Everyone agreed happily and looked at Lin Xiao with confidence. At this time, he changed all the original gambling rules on the light screen and replaced them with the new rules he made. The more he looked at the Zhang family, the uglier their faces looked. and the happier the Lin family was. Some of them even laughed out loud, which was in sharp contrast to the gloomy Zhang family. This is too much bullying. Isn't it obvious that such a change is bullying? Zhang Yan's eldest son cursed secretly, but he didn't dare to speak loudly. It was obvious that Lieutenant Colonel Sun of the 7th base was supporting the Lin family. It was so obvious that he was biased towards the tanks, and he didn't stop it. Their opposition was absolutely useless. Zhang Yan, the head of the Zhang family, had no expression on his face, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. But those who knew him knew what he was thinking. Lin Yu glanced at his old opponent, and his heart moved. Not long after, the new rules were formulated, and Lin Xiao read it again to see if he wanted to add anything. It turned out that there were 4 main restrictions in the rules. Random draw, no limit on gambling, and no limit on the number of clans on both sides. Random competition venue. Age limit under 100 years old. Now let him change it to designated battle. 100,000 population limit. Designated competition venue. Age limit under 50 years old. Directly excluding Zhang Taiwa, the strongest of the Zhang family. Add a foreign aid. It turned out that the main rules were basically changed, and a new foreign aid rule was added. After reading the rule list, even Lin Xiao himself felt that it was a bit too much. When he re-announced the rule list, there was an uproar in the Zhang family, and many people couldn't help shouting, "Too much. Too dark. Don't go too far." Some people even shouted to Lieutenant Colonel Sun, "Commander Sun, Captain Lin's new notarization rules are too biased towards the Lin family and unfair. I request to cancel Captain Lin's notarization qualifications." Lieutenant Colonel Sun smiled and said, "It was your decision to ask the captain of the 7th Action Fleet to notarize. The specific rules were formulated by Captain Lin. This commander was just a witness, but he would not interfere." He had a smiling face, but what he said made the Zhang family feel like falling into an ice cellar. Lieutenant Colonel Sun's meaning was very clear. "I just want to favor the Lin family, and you can't object." "Father, what should I do?" Everyone looked at Patriarch Zhang Yan. Now was the time for the Patriarch to make a decision. Zhang Yan frowned, and after a long silence, he sighed heavily, raised his head, and said expressionlessly, "Give up." "Give up?" "Yes, give up. We have no chance of winning. We can't defeat the opponent and the referee at the same time." But his sons were a little unwilling and shouted, "Father, those are the only 2 B-level planes in the family. Just give up like this?" Zhang Yan glanced at his son indifferently, turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. The son who was glanced at by him shuddered suddenly, swallowed the words in his mouth, and everyone looked at each other. Finally, Zhang Yan's eldest son Zhang Xinyan punched hard on his palm and said to the clan members, "Go back. I will announce the surrender." "Give up?" As expected, Lin Xiao asked with a smile. "This captain wants to confirm again. Are you Zhang family really going to give up and give up?" Zhang Xinyan nodded heavily with a sullen face. "Yes, my Zhang family admits defeat." Lin Xiao nodded. "In this case, then this captain hereby announces that the winner of this gambling fight is Lin. Please ask Zhang to hand over plane B5 to Lin within 3 days. By the way, as a notary, I remind Zhang that you must not do anything in the delivery plane and must not destroy the plane. Otherwise this captain has the power to ask Zhang to redivide the new plane with the same value as plane B5 for delivery." His words directly broke the little tricks in the hearts of some members of the Zhang family. This kind of thing is entirely possible. If it is not prohibited, there will definitely be angry and unwilling members of the Zhang family who will wreak havoc on the delivery plane. He does not want to take back a broken plane. Although there is a little regret that there was no fight. After all, he won and successfully took plane B5. After all, there are only 5 B-level numbered planes in the entire Hea plane group. Originally, the Lin family had 2, and the Zhang family had 3. Now the Zhang family has lost 1, which is a serious injury. The most important thing is that they have the care of Lieutenant Colonel Sunday. In the future, they will only win the gambling fight. Slowly, one day they will rob the Zhang family of all their assets and eventually drive the Zhang family out of the Hea plane group. And the Lin family will dominate the Hea plane group. Don't say how unkind it is to do this. This is how the struggle for interests is. It's either the east wind suppresses the west wind, or the west wind suppresses the east wind. If he hadn't stepped forward, the Zhang family would have won the gambling fight. The already strong Zhang family would have become even stronger. and it would have been the Lin family that was eventually expelled. And the Lin family's appearance of him and Lin Su can be regarded as a flourishing fortune. So it is completely normal for them to surpass in one fell swoop. In fact, even if there is no him, it is the same with Lin Su. As long as Lin Su develops in the future, he is destined to have extremely high potential and upper limit after graduating from the Dark Moon Higher Education Institute. In the future, the Lin family will be able to easily suppress the Zhang family under his leadership. The gambling match ended with one side happy and the other side angry. The Zhang family members all left in frustration, while the Lin family members were jubilant and overjoyed. My grandfather immediately invited Colonel Lin to visit the Lin family castle, and Colonel Lin readily agreed. 3 days later, a Lin army entered the B5 plane, spent half a month to count the plane situation, and officially accepted the plane. Afterwards, the family held a meeting. In addition to celebrating the victory over the Zhang family and seizing a B-level plane, the most important thing was to allocate the ownership of this plane. Only about 20 important family members attended the meeting. The youngest ones were Lin Xiao and Lin Su, and the others were at least his father's generation. If it were any other time, the allocation of a B-level plane would definitely cause everyone to fight for it. But this time, no one in the family opened their mouths. Grandfather said directly, "It seems that everyone has expected it. Then I won't keep it a secret. I have discussed with Chanhong that the B5 plane seized from the Zhang family will be allocated to Lin Xiao, the son of Haolin." No one had any objection to this. Even the great uncle, who had always been at odds with everyone, did not speak up. The same was true for Lin Su. Like Lin Xiao, he looked down on a medium-sized plane, even though he did not have a private plane in his hands now. It's not that the medium-sized plane is too small. No matter how small it is still an independent plane and can be managed well. Even if it is completely developed into a farm or pasture for farming, it is good. The main reason why he doesn't like it is that this plane is located inside the family. It is surrounded by planes of family members, and there is no room for development. For them, it is almost certain that they will be able to become gods in the future. At that time, a medium-sized plane will definitely not be enough. They must expand their territory. It is impossible to expand when sandwiched between the clan members. For them, the most ideal private plane is naturally a plane group centered on a large plane, such as the Heya plane, which is a plane group centered on a large plane. Chapter 425, Mom's Divergent Thinking. So, before everyone agreed and grandfather was ready to finalize the matter, Lin Xiao stood up and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt. Grandfather, I don't need this plane." More than 20 eyes were cast over. All puzzled, he explained, "I need the plane and will go to the alien deep space to conquer it myself. And the family plane will be divided among the uncles." He didn't say to divide it to father. He was also going to take father to his crystal wall to help. Everyone was surprised by his decision. But grandfather and second uncle understood what he meant, and both showed expressions of appreciation. Grandfather said, "Grandfather understands your idea and will not stop you. So this plane will be allocated to Haolin." He looked at his father and said, "The B5 plane is rich in resources, comparable to more than 3 sea-level planes. If you manage it well, it will be enough to support you to go further in the future." Father nodded a little excitedly and said, "Grandson thanks Grandpa." This decision was beyond Lin Xiao's expectation. He thought it would be assigned to Lin Su, but he didn't expect it. He couldn't refuse it for a while, without a perfect reason. How could a son refuse this benefit for his father? He could only bury it in his heart and wait until the meeting was over. He went back to his room one step ahead. In the evening, Lin Haolin and Jin Yunju and his wife returned home and saw their son sitting alone in the hall. Jin Yunju sat in front of Lin Xiao and touched his forehead, wondering, "Son, are you waiting for us?" He nodded and said, "There is something very important that I want to discuss with my parents." Lin Haolin, who was a little drunk, had an invisible wave sweeping over him, and the alcohol on his body turned into mist and floated away. He sat down in front of him and said, "It's just right. We also want to ask you something." Lin Xiao looked at his mother and his father, who were looking at him lovingly, and said, "Then I will answer what you want to ask first. Yes, I am now a captain, and it is true that I am the captain of the 7th Action Fleet. However, I also hold a military post in the 1st Expeditionary Force of the 5th District Army. I am under the same commander as Lieutenant Colonel Sun, so he will help me like this." Lin Xiao nodded, and then changed the subject and said, "There is one thing I want to tell you. I made a great contribution before. In addition to being promoted to the rank of captain, I was also assigned a large plane. I want." "What? Large plane?" The mother was surprised and said, as if she had suddenly realized something. "I was wondering why you didn't want the plane assigned to you by your grandfather. It turns out that you already have a large plane that you don't like." Lin Xiao shrugged and continued, "So I don't need it. And my large plane also includes more than a dozen small and medium-sized subsidiary planes. The territory is too large to be digested at once. And I am not very familiar with operating planes. So I want to ask my parents to go to my plane and help me operate these planes. By the way, I don't need so much faith power now. There are probably more than 20 to 30 million intelligent lives in those dozen planes, including hundreds of dragons. This huge amount of faith power is enough to help my parents increase their strength, accumulate divinity, and comprehend the priesthood." Lin Xiao knew that the main factor restricting the growth of his parents' strength now is the power of faith. To be precise, they need a huge amount of faith power to condense divinity, comprehend the rules corresponding to their own priesthood, and improve the mastery of priesthood. When the son of the god's domain ignites the divine fire and becomes a demigod, he can no longer increase his divinity value by absorbing and refining divinity, but needs to condense his divinity value by refining the power of faith. Of course, directly refining treasures such as the origin of the crystal wall can also greatly improve it. But most ordinary sons of the god's domain do not have this opportunity and conditions. In addition to certain requirements for the level of divinity, the demigod's enthronement also requires the mastery of the rules of his own priesthood. And the requirements for different priesthoods are different. Don't think it's easy for Lin Xiao to have more than 10% mastery of his duties just after igniting the divine fire and becoming a demigod. But you have to look at what he has experienced. How can a normal person have such an experience? Most demigods can only rely on consuming a large amount of divine power to deduce the rules related to the divine duties and slowly comprehend them. The speed is quite slow, and the more they deduce, the more divine power they consume. Generally, demigods with little territory cannot accumulate the divine power they need. As for why those demigods don't continue to descend on foreign lands to plunder resources, the main reason is danger. It's because most of the sons of the divine domain are not strong enough and have no potential to face the increasingly dangerous foreign lands. You should know that quite a few planes have true gods, or even terrifying existences comparable to true gods, before graduating from college. It's okay. There are true god-level teachers in the school to protect them, and they don't need to face the true gods directly. But when they graduate from college and enter society, there will be no strong people to protect them, and they need to face all the dangers in the foreign lands. Think about it. What will happen if a demigod faces a true god directly? This is what most of the sons of the god realm in ordinary universities do. If they don't grab a plane of sufficient value in a foreign land during their university years, they will either join the army, join an adventure team or a private company, or return to their hometown after graduation. In addition to join the army, even if they have the courage to go to a foreign land, most of them go to some roughly explored plains and avoid the most dangerous places. Except for the real elites, most of the sons of the god realm after graduating from university dare not go to unexplored foreign lands. The news thrown out by Lin Xiao surprised Lin Haolin and Jin Yunju and his wife. The degree of shock was higher than when he took office as the captain of the 7th Action Fleet. They never thought that their son would get a huge plane group that was not inferior to the Lin family and the Zhang family's competition without saying anything. However, to Lin Zhao's surprise, neither his father nor his mother showed an expectant expression. His mother took his hand and patted it gently, saying with a look of relief, "Son, you can think of your parents. Your parents are very happy. But your parents cannot agree to let you go. You have to manage this plane group by yourself. If you have no experience, your parents will teach you. But I don't need so much faith power now." "Then keep it and save it," Jin Yunju scolded with a stern face. "What do you mean by not needing it? Is there any faith power that is not needed? Not needing it now does not mean that it will not be needed in the future. You are still young and don't know how much faith power will be needed in the future. No matter how much you have, it will not be enough. Listen to your mother and save it well. By the way, what about the little girl from the Shin family? Now you have your own private plane, and you will have the capital to marry her in the future." "That's not right. Son, aren't you talking to the little girl from the Shin family?" Why didn't you bring her to take care of another little girl this time? The mother's divergent thinking was too strong, and the topic was diverted to an unknown place in an instant. She looked a little unhappy and said with her hands on her waist, "Son, you didn't break up with the little girl from the Shin family? Although this little girl is also pretty. She looks too strong and not as good as the little girl from the Shin family. Listen to my mother's advice. It's not easy for a girl who is too strong to live." Lin Xiao explained with a smile. "Mom, what are you thinking? I didn't break up with you, Xian. She is really my subordinate." "Really?" She looked suspicious and unbelieving, and persuaded earnestly. "Mom doesn't believe it. Mom's sharp eyes can see that this little girl is interested in you. You have to control yourself, and don't let you Xian down." "Is there?" Lin Xiaojia thought of Xie Yufei's arrogant and indifferent appearance all the way. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like that. However, this little girl is also very beautiful, with a good figure and a very unusual temperament. "Son, you don't want both of them, do you?" Ahem. He almost choked on his saliva and waved his hands hurriedly. "Mom, let's talk about business first," the mother said seriously. "Mom is just talking about business. Isn't my son and daughter-in-law's business? Lin Xiao was speechless and could only look at his father with expectation. Fortunately, his father helped him and said, "You should manage your plane yourself. Your grandfather has allocated plane B5 to me. Together with the original plane, it will be enough to meet the needs of your parents. But the family allocated only a medium-sized plane. I have a large plane and several medium-sized planes. More than a dozen planes are mine." Lin Xiao persuaded reluctantly. "Isn't that better? This is enough for you to use." Lin Xiao. "Come on." This is determined not to go. He looked at his father, and then at his mother. His mother waved her hand and said, "Son, don't persuade us. We are used to staying here. We are not interested in leaving here and going to other crystal wall universes where we are unfamiliar with the world. Unless you get married and give us a child. It's almost the same," he said with a smile. "Mom, you think too much. We are not mortals. It is not easy to have offspring. So when you have offspring, Mom will go there. When can you and the little girl of the Shin family get married? Or this little girl? Then you wait." He interrupted his mother and fled. Since the conversation that day, Lin Xiao never talked to his parents about this matter again. If he doesn't want to go, he won't go. He will build it slowly. Unexpectedly, his parents didn't want to go, which disrupted his plan, and he had to add the operation of this plane group to his schedule. 2 months later, after saying goodbye to his parents, he and Xie Yufei took a military void battleship to leave the Heia plane and headed for the 7th sub-base. Sitting in the captain's room, drinking tea and watching the latest internal reference news. It is the news inside the Crystal Wall universe of AX-14. As the captain of the 7th Action Fleet, you can automatically subscribe. He has not resigned as the temporary captain yet, but he will resign when he returns to the sub-base. He is not interested in staying here all the time. The content of the news is basically some major events that happened in various parts of the Crystal Wall universe, such as which two families were fighting for territory or resources, or there was a breakthrough in the strategy of a certain plane, or which route had pirates warning tourists not to pass through there, etc. Chapter 426 Sniper and Exile. In the void, two tall figures covered by divine light stood in the void storm. If Lin Xiao were here, he would recognize that one of the figures with golden light shining in his pupils was Zhang Yan, the head of the Zhang family. The other one looked a bit like Zhang Yan, and was the incarnation of another true god-level clan member of the Zhang family. The Zhang family also has 2 true god-level masters. One is the clan leader Zhang Yan, and the other is not his descendant, but his uncle Zhang Lingfeng. The Zhang family has a longer history than the Lin family. Lin Zhao's grandfather was the first generation of the Lin family, but Zhang Yan was not. The 2 true god incarnations looked through the void and saw a void ship in the distant void sailing towards this side against the wind and waves. Zhang Yan said lightly, "Second uncle, he's here." Zhang Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the approaching void ship, and laughed hoarsely as if there was something foreign in his throat. "I was not here before, and I did not see how arrogant that young man was. Today, I want to see what ability he has to be so arrogant," Zhang Yan said coldly. "Then please ask my second uncle to teach this young man well." The void ship was very fast, and it was approaching in a short time. Zhang Lingfeng smiled strangely and took a step forward. stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. In an instant, the chaotic void energy in the surrounding tens of kilometers of void was restrained by an invisible force, and quickly shrank to the center into an energy hand formed by chaotic void energy several kilometers in size, grabbing the approaching void ship. Alarm! The void ship is about to be attacked. Alarm! The void ship is about to be attacked. Lin Xiao, who was drinking tea, moved the cup away from his lips in surprise. He looked up and saw the screen in front of him turn. He saw a huge chaotic energy hand grabbing the void ship. With a loud bang, the giant hand pressed on the energy defense layer outside the void ship, and the void ship stopped with a sudden shock. Zhang Lingfeng. When he left the family, his grandfather had already given him a file about the important members of the Zhang family. As the only two true gods of the Zhang family, Zhang Lingfeng was naturally among them. He recognized at a glance that this was an incarnation of Zhang Lingfeng. It was exactly as his grandfather said. Lin Xiao was not panicked. Before he left, his grandfather warned him to be careful of the Zhang family's desperate actions. So he was prepared. To be precise, it cannot be said that there was any preparation. His grandfather did not follow him, but he had a way to deal with it. As soon as the void ship was attacked, a huge alarm sounded. A projection of an officer appeared in front of the void ship and shouted to the outside. Zhang Lingfeng of the He Plain, you are attacking the military warship. Your behavior violates the military law of the 5th War Zone. This captain has transmitted the video of your behavior to the 7th branch base. Now I order you to stop the attack immediately and surrender. The officer who spoke was Li Zan, the former captain of the 7th Action Fleet. Before, Lin Xiao just took on the role to show off. He was not really transferred back to the 7th branch base, but had always been there. But he had not appeared before. At this time, his mission was to escort Lin Xiao to the 7th sub-base, and he was on the ship at this time. With him, the Zhang family could not do anything to him, unless they dared to take a huge risk to directly destroy him and the void ship, and destroy the body and evidence. However, Zhang Yan's reaction made his expression solemn. He did not say anything nonsense, and directly took out a metal disc that emitted strong space fluctuations. He activated it on the spot without any nonsense. In an instant, a terrifying space fluctuation exploded, like a flash of lightning, and in an instant, it spread to the void hundreds of kilometers away. Everything in this void was swept by this strong space fluctuation and disappeared instantly. A roar came from the bridge of the void ship. Bold. But the strong space wave had already swept over, and the void ship disappeared directly. At this time, Zhang Yan said indifferently, do you think I don't know that it's such a long distance? It is impossible to communicate with the sub-base in real time. As long as you are all killed, no one will know that it was us who did it. At this moment, the void that had been wiped by the strong spatial fluctuations began to ripple again. The ripple shrank inwards, and the center arched up. Through the transparent space, a body covered by strong golden light could be seen forcibly rising slowly and firmly against the space. You are courting death. Xie Yufei's cold eyes pierced through the void and looked at the two figures in the distance. There are strong ones, but they are weak divine powers. The cold eyes made Zhang Lingfeng shudder, and he turned around and shouted to his nephew, stop talking nonsense, and work together to suppress her and quickly wipe out the remaining traces. Our behavior is a taboo. If any of them can survive, our Zhang family will have no place to stay in the main world. Zhang Yan nodded, and took out another golden scroll with pure golden light and divine texts engraved on its surface. He sighed with some pain, gently tore open the crystal thread, and the golden scroll unfolded. The divine text on it was jumping, and a trace of black gas spurted out from it. The golden scroll was directly shattered into countless black gas mixed with gold powder and drifted away with the wind. At the same time, an invisible wave also slowly drifted away with the gold powder. This golden mist seems soft, but it has magical power. When it spreads over the arched void, Xie Yufei, who is about to come out of the space wall, bursts out golden flames from her pupils. But she has no power to resist and is suppressed and disappears. No! The traces have been initially wiped out. Now ordinary true gods cannot find it. Even if powerful gods come in 3 days, they will not be able to find anything. Zhang Yan stretched out his hand and grabbed a few times in the golden mist, and said to Zhang Lingfeng, let's go without further delay. Zhang Lingfeng hesitated for a moment and said, if there is a true god who is good at tracing back traces, or has super strong divine power, or has a powerful divine power of space or time. It can also be found. Zhang Yan sneered. Do you think a mere captain can invite such a strong man? The only one in the entire Fifth War Zone who has the ability to investigate is Commander Xie. Would such a big shot come here for such a small matter? So he is dead? Zhang Lingfeng pressed his eyebrows and said uneasily. I always feel that it is not that simple. By the way, where is the exile destination of your exile scroll? Is it possible for them to come back? Zhang Yan looked in a certain direction and nodded. The destination of this exile scroll is the Absolutes in Abyss, where many powerful crystal wall universes and various alien divine civilizations specifically exile dangerous criminals. To be called a dangerous criminal, the minimum is medium divine power or above. If they are exiled in, they will surely die. After a pause, he added, the special nature of the Absolute in Abyss will pull their real bodies into it, even if they don't die. With his strength, he will never be able to get out if he is trapped in the Absolute in Abyss, unless he can be promoted to a great divine power. But this is impossible. Are you crazy? Using such a good thing on this junior? Zhang Lingfeng didn't know what his nephew had done before, but now he was at a loss. He pointed at him and said with a painful look on his face, Are you stupid? If you have this thing, why don't you just kill that old man Lin Yud? You actually used it on this junior. What a waste. Zhang Yan shook his head and said, No, it's not a waste at all. We can deal with Lin Yud. At most it will be a little troublesome. But this junior has a different identity. Not only does he have a military position, but he is also a member of Huiao Super Academy. He has connections everywhere, and is as difficult to deal with as a hedgehog. I thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to use this treasure. It is easy to find out if we kill him directly. But if we just exile him, as long as we don't kill him, the traces left are very small. As long as we wait for 3 days, the void storm will help us cover up the traces, and it will be difficult to find out that we did it. If the time is longer, unless the great power comes in person, it will be impossible to find out the truth. Zhang Lingfeng was convinced, but he still shook his head with some regret. But he didn't say anything, just turned into light and disappeared. Zhang Yan took a last look at the place where the void ship disappeared, and also disappeared in light. As time passed, the void energy rolled in and quickly covered the void. The remaining traces disappeared as the corrosive void energy swept over, and soon returned to calm. On the other side, when Lin Xiao came to his senses, he found himself in the star realm of the main world, holding Xie Yufei's incarnation in his arms. Recalling what happened just now, at that moment, he was indeed thrown directly into the chaotic void outside the AX-14 crystal wall universe by the exile power of the golden scroll wrapped in the power of sin, and crossed the void at an extremely fast speed to the unknown distant chaotic void. A feeling like an abyss came from the target direction, which made him palpitate. In this state, his body and soul were in a state of being torn apart, whether it was Xie Yufei or other soldiers on the void ship in the exile orbit. Their souls and bodies had been separated. It's just that his soul was too special to be torn away. At this critical moment, the mark of the Son of Gaia on his body took effect. At that moment, he felt the existence of the main world. An indescribable force forcibly pulled him back and directly back to the star realm of the main world. At the critical moment, he only had time to grab the avatar of Xie Yufei beside him and save her. But the others on the void ship had no way out. At this time, Xie Yufei's consciousness and avatar had overlapped. She slowly opened her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, and opened them. Her eyes flashed with brilliance, and she read word by word. Sinful prison. There was still a trace of fear in her eyes. It was the first time that Lin Xiao saw her so weak and scared. He subconsciously hugged her tighter with pity. She immediately realized this, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She struggled subconsciously. Put me down? The voice was very soft and thin. He couldn't help but tighten it. In an instant, he felt her soft and delicate body. He subconsciously took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and put her down with pain. She raised her eyelids slightly and glanced at him. There was no other expression on her face. She just took a deep breath. The blush and weakness on her face quickly disappeared. She soon returned to her usual heroic appearance, and her eyes were boiling with murderous intent. We were almost exiled to the sinful abyss. What is the absolute abyss of sin? It is a place that all gods are afraid of, and even powerful gods cannot get out after entering. Hiss! Lin Xiao took a breath. They really think highly of me by using such a powerful weapon to deal with a mere demigod like me. Humph. They are smart. Xie Yufei snorted coldly. If they kill you directly, they will be caught no matter how clean they do it. But if they just exile you, the impact will be much smaller. If the interval is too long, even if my father comes in person, he will only know that we are exiled. But he will not know who did it. Can't you guess that it was them? Recently, the only family that has a grudge against us is the Zhang family. Xie Yufei clenched her white palm and said coldly. So next, I will deal with them well. Chapter 427 Powerful Mark of the Son of Gaia. If I am really exiled to the sinful prison this time, I may never be able to return, she said quietly. Her eyes fell on Lin Xiao's face again. Her eyes became soft, and she whispered, Thank you for saving me. He waved his hand and laughed. Just because you were next to me, I saved you. And you are my sister. How could I not save you? Humph. For the sake of a little conscience, I will not care about you taking advantage of me. Well, I was in a hurry to save you, so I didn't care about the posture. Then why did you hold me so tightly when you let me down? Ah. Is there? When? Lin Xiao quickly used the amnesia method to avoid the question. Xie Yufei looked at this man and felt a little funny. Before, she would have definitely shown a contemptuous expression. But after experiencing life and death, she herself did not realize that she looked at him with a softer look, more patience, and even a gentler voice. By the way, where are we going now? Go back for revenge? Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, quite interested in this. But she shook her head and said, No, don't take revenge first. My aunt was almost exiled to the abyss of sin. How can this great hatred be so easily exposed? Go back to the fortress first, and wait for this girl to do a good job of the Zhang family in the next few days. Oh! Seeing her gritting her teeth, he had already anticipated what the Zhang family would experience in the next few days. They couldn't run away, and they were in fear every day. This was worse than directly destroying them. It was sour to think about it. Since she took action, there was no need for him to intervene. I believe that Xie Yufei, who almost fell, would do a good job of the Zhang family. He could just spare time to return to his private crystal wall and consider how to manage this playing group. By the way, take care of Captain Li's family. He died in the line of duty. By the way, tell Lieutenant Colonel Sun about our experience. It is not convenient to go to the AX-14 Crystal Wall universe now. Don't worry. I will take care of it. After leaving the Star Realm, they returned directly to the Yin Huang No. 5 Super War Fortress. Speaking of which, the identity of the Son of Gaia is really useful. The main world Gaias will attach as much more importance to him than when he was ranked on the Tianjivice list before. He was forcibly intercepted and brought back to the main world Star Realm halfway through exile. Back in the fortress, Xie Yufei's incarnation returned directly to his true body. He had nothing to do for the time being. And he also returned to his own divine domain. The floating city in the main divine domain is still under construction. The progress has increased a lot compared to the last time. But Lin Xiao is not optimistic that the clans can build a floating city. Apart from anything else, he does not have the most critical nether core. Previously, he was thinking about whether he could borrow the channels of the 5th military region to get a nether core. He asked Xie Yufei when chatting not long ago, and the military did not have any extra nether cores. This kind of super energy core is extremely rare. There are large energy cores that can simply drive the floating city. But there is no super energy core like the nether core that can continuously provide energy like a perpetual motion machine. Even the 5th military region does not have extra nether cores that can fully exert the terrifying power of the floating city against the true god. The 5th military region does have quite a few floating cities, including some super floating cities. In fact, the main garrison fortress of each crystal wall universe is actually the floating city of the main world. The sub-base fortress is just a large energy core, plus other energy sources. So the sub-base fortress cannot be moved. In theory, it can be said that many super war fortresses located in the subspace are actually a super large supergiant floating city, whose size and power have exceeded the scale of conventional floating cities. The construction conditions of this super war fortress are unknown, and it is certain that a nether core cannot provide energy. In other words, the 5th military region does not have any extra nether cores or similar super energy cores now. The ones that do have been used to build base fortresses, and there are no ready-made ones. If he wants it, He must wait for the new nether core to be manufactured. The time is uncertain, and it is estimated that there will be no new nether cores in a short time. In Xiaoyufei's words, if you are not in a hurry, just wait for this. If you are in a hurry, you can go to the plane with floating cities to grab them. This is obviously impossible. With his current strength, how can he possibly rob a floating city? This is equivalent to him attacking a base fortress alone. He certainly doesn't have that ability now. Then he can only wait. However, when the new nether core is really manufactured, he may not be able to get it, because the queue for applying for this thing is more than 10,000. And there are many military leaders among them. Even with his status, he can't jump the queue. During this period, Lin Xiao thought about whether he could make it himself. But after reading the manufacturing method of the nether energy core, he directly ruled out this idea. The so-called nether energy core. The original version came from the product of the Nether Empire era in the Torreal multiverse. It turned out to be a super magic device created by the great arcane master of the Nether Empire. It can directly penetrate into the magic net of the Torreal multiverse and directly extract the most primitive and pure magic power in the magic net, thereby obtaining a continuous and inexhaustible magic power. But that is the nether core of the Torreal multiverse. Other crystal wall universes don't have such a thing as the magic net. So this thing is useless in other universes. But the big guys in the main world improve the nether core after obtaining it, changing the extraction object from the magic net to the sea of source of the main world. In fact, the magic net of the Torreal multiverse is the sea of source. But the magic goddess of the multiverse covered the surface of the sea of source with the magic net, turning the sea of source into the private territory of the god of magic, which also led to the successive magic gods of the Torreal multiverse being very powerful gods and having a very important position in the pantheon. As long as the successive magic goddesses can successfully deify and master the magic priesthood, no matter what their strength was in their lifetime, even if they were mortals, they can instantly be promoted to powerful gods with the power of the magic net. In other crystal wall universes, the sea of source has no controller, and the nether core can be used directly by modifying it. Although there is a priesthood of magic in the main world, and it is a powerful priesthood, its strength is far less than that of the magic priesthood in the Torreal multiverse. And the equality system of the main world does not allow the existence of the magic network. To make a nether energy core device, you need a powerful archmage, the kind of archmage in the Torreal multiverse, and various precious materials. Of course, materials are not expensive for powerful forces, but it is mainly because it is too difficult to train archmages. This profession conflicts with the gods. The sons of the divine domain can work as part-time mages, but not as part-time archmages. So it can only be done by non-sons of the divine domain. In the final analysis, don't think about this thing for the time being. However, the construction of the floating city in the divine domain does not need to stop. Although there is no nether energy core, the foundation and frame of the floating city can be built first, and the floating city can be directly launched when the nether energy core is installed in the future. For a period of time, Lin Xiao stayed in the divine domain, consuming the power of faith every day to open the ancient arena for the clan to fight in order to accumulate combat experience and professional experience. Now the number and quality of the clans in the divine domain are more than 10 times that of the past. And the power of faith accumulated every day is enough to open the ancient arena every day, and there is still some surplus. In addition, he now began to consciously adjust the terrain of the main divine domain. With his becoming the son of Gaia, the feedback from the main world has made the divine domain slowly grow automatically. Moreover, when he is ready to slowly refine the small crystal wall universe he traded for, I believe that the area of the divine domain will increase rapidly. Before, it has always been allowed to develop freely, with the main divine domain and the 6-branch divine domains growing evenly. Now he has to adjust the growth ratio. The amount allocated to the main divine domain is 20%. And the 6-branch divine domains are 10% each. The remaining 20% he plans to open up some small divine domain spaces outside the main divine domain and the 6-branch divine domains, and prepare to expand to a certain area in the future, specifically for the production of basic resources. To put it bluntly, it is to develop the divine domain in the direction of the plane group. The main plane, the subsidiary large plane, the subsidiary small plane, the main divine domain for the survival of the clan, and the large and small planes produce resources for support, and are self-sufficient. This is the most ideal state. It will probably take some time to adjust, The most important thing now is to quickly swallow up the small crystal wall universe that was traded. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao didn't waste much time in the god's domain. He checked the god's domain consciousness and edited a message to Xie Yufei. I'm going to go back to my crystal wall universe to observe and set up a business plan. Do you want to go? After checking it out and seeing that it's okay, he sent it. Ding dong. Less than 2 seconds after sending the message, he received a reply. He muttered in surprise. So fast? Clicking on the wristband, his girlfriend's name jumped in front of him. Damn! He quickly answered the call, and a light curtain unfolded, quickly transforming into his girlfriend's tall and graceful figure. Her pupils, as bright as stars, were glowing with a charming blush. Seeing his joy overflowing on his delicate and flawless face, she clasped her jade hands and said softly, I'm back. Lin Xiao was delighted and asked, Where are you? I'm going back to the main world, and will soon be in Fortress number 5. I'll pick you up at the teleportation platform. He pushed the door open impatiently and rushed out like the wind. He soon arrived at the teleportation platform in the fortress, and saw from afar a thick beam of light descending from the sky and penetrating the platform. The surging energy waves flowed in all directions like a tide, covering the crowd waiting around the platform. Lin Xiao looked up at the platform. As the energy tide slowly dissipated, figures flew in all directions, but his eyes were firmly attracted by one of the tall and exquisite figures. He waved his hand, and Meow Man's figure floated towards him gently. The energy mist dissipated, revealing a charming face that was both angry and happy. With his arms open, Meow Man flew down and fell into his arms and hugged him tightly. He hugged the beauty tightly and turned around, looking down at the face in front of him. The face was exquisite and flawless, so beautiful that it was dazzling. The deep affection in the pupils, with a seductive and faint red color, made him intoxicated. There was no need to say more at this moment. With both hands clasping the slender waist with an amazing curve, Lin Xiao lowered his head and gently kissed the red lips in front of him that intoxicated him. Chapter 428 My World Moon Sky Realm. After telling each other about their longing for each other, he took his girlfriend's soft little hand and went back. When the aircraft arrived at the door of his house, he received a message. It was from Xie Yufei. He looked at his girlfriend with a guilty conscience. She was observing the manner below with interest and did not notice his abnormal expression. After quietly receiving the message without unfolding the light screen, the small screen of the wristband showed. You can find the business plan online or download it from the military official website. This kind of thing is everywhere on the internet. You can download a few business plans suitable for your playing group and compare them yourself. I have something to do and will not go there. Xie Yufei looked at the man and woman holding hands on the light screen in front of her, pursed her lips, and remained silent. What made her a little overwhelmed was that she found that when she saw the scene, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. This was a feeling she had never had before. Scumbag. Ah. Looking at the message that suddenly popped up behind him, Lin Xiao retreated tactically, and his girlfriend beside him asked strangely, What's wrong with you? He waved his hand quickly. It's okay. I'm chatting with someone. Come. I'll show you a big treasure. Xin Yuexin said first, and the next second her pretty face flushed, and her little hand hit his arm and said coquettishly, What are you talking about? Well, don't get me wrong. There is something good to show you. Not what you think. The beauty was immediately ashamed and angry, pinching a little flesh on her hand with 2 fingers and twisting it. That's what you think. It didn't hurt. But he still pretended to grin and nodded repeatedly. Yes. I was just imagining. Let's do business. There is something I want to tell you secretly. It's like this. Some time ago, I was descending to A. When the aircraft landed in the hall, he reached out and held his girlfriend's hand and told her everything that happened during this period, including the opportunity he got at the beginning, and what he traded for it. And even he got the ancient priesthood of balance, became the son of Gaia, etc. He told her without reservation. For Lin Xiao, except for the creation cube and the SHL of the crystal wall origin core that has merged with his soul, everything else can be told to his girlfriend. These 2 are the core treasures that have enabled him to settle down and reach the top. Even his parents dare not let them know. Yes. Except that he can't tell. He dare not tell. It's not that he doesn't trust his parents, but mainly that once a second person knows about this thing, it will not be a secret. Once a big boss notices a clue and takes the initiative to investigate personally, it will not be a secret that he holds the creation cube and the crystal wall origin core. The big boss may not be able to find out anything from him, whether it is the creation cube or the crystal wall origin core. They cannot be directly spied on. But if he tells this, then as long as a big boss goes back in time, the secret will be exposed. Don't doubt whether there is such a method. Those powerful divine powers above the 18th and 19th levels of the godhood do not need the time priesthood, and can forcibly go back in time with their powerful divine power. Maybe it's not as professional, and has a wide range of tracing back as the time priest. But it's no problem to just search for his secrets. Even if these two secrets were not revealed. His experience during this period alone shocked his girlfriend. Her delicate face was full of surprise. And she said, "I thought my experience during this period was wonderful. But I didn't expect you to be more wonderful than me. You are great." She held her fair and delicate little fist and raised her thumb and said, "Tell me how big your small crystal wall universe is. How many planes are there in it? And by the way, what is the name of your small crystal wall universe?" Name? Lin Xiao realized that he hadn't given it a name. He turned his eyes and fell on her, smiling and said, "Such a memorable thing. I thought I would let you give it a name when you come back." Chatterbox. The jade finger tapped his nose lightly, and he raised his chin to hold the slender jade finger. A woman in love is so simple. Or willing to believe in her lover. She believed it immediately, covered her face, and tilted her head to think for a while, and said, "How about calling it Linxiaji? It's the same as your name." "No. I think it's better to call it Uxiaji." "That's fine. Let's call it Uxiaji. Then let's go over and take a look now." "Okay. Then wait for me. I'll go prepare." "What to prepare?" "Strategy. Resources. How can we develop a large plane and a dozen small and medium-sized planes without preparing some resources?" "How much?" "What do you need?" "Mainly some machinery for land reclamation and farming, as well as some seeds that can adapt to different planes. And we may need a group of agricultural experts." At this point, Lin Xiao was a little worried. Agricultural experts were fine. There were experts in this field within the military region. With his status, he had the power to invite a group of senior experts, mainly for land reclamation and farming machinery. This required a lot of money. If the land was reclaimed in full, it would definitely not be affordable. It was estimated that it could only be done one plane at a time. Plane reclamation is not as easy as imagined. This is different from mortal reclamation. Mortals only need to clear an area suitable for farming, while the son of the god realm has to open up an entire plane. First, it is necessary to send troops to clean up every corner of the entire plane and remove dangerous beasts. Of course, this is not difficult. Whether it is calling the human army of the Yishao main world or the God Realm clan, it can be done. It just takes time and consumes a lot of food. When working, you must eat more than normal, mainly in the next stage of land reclamation. This requires a large number of land reclamation and farming machinery, as well as special seeds, which is a huge expense. However, he looked up at his girlfriend. This rich woman seemed to have plenty of money. He rubbed his hands awkwardly. Before he could say anything, Shin Yuexin asked with a smile, "Do you want to borrow some money from me?" He nodded awkwardly, and his girlfriend raised her smooth chin and said proudly, "How much do you want? I'll lend it to you." "Generous." He flattered his girlfriend and stretched out a finger. 10,000 standard universal divine power crystals. Crystals are not explained. The so-called universal divine power refers to the pure divine power that has been eliminated from the attributes of divine power and the thoughts of believers, as one of the most commonly used universal currency units for demigods and true gods. 1 unit of standard universal divine power crystals is equivalent to 10,000 divine power condensed. He borrowed 10,000 standard universal divine power crystals, which is equivalent to a full 100 million points of divine power. This is already quite a lot. You know, in foreign lands, native demigods can spend 100,000 divine power crystals to build a kingdom of God with the lowest standard. All the divine power accumulated by Lin Xiao from the opening of the divine domain to the present, including all the divine power that has been spent, is not more than 1/10 of this. Is 10,000 enough? The puzzled look of his girlfriend made Lin Xiao feel that he and she were not in the same world. But then again, it's hard to say in the future. At this stage, he and she are not from the same world. To be able to hook up with a super white Rich and beautiful woman like her is indeed a great honor for outsiders. Since his girlfriend said so, he would not be polite. He stretched out a finger and said, "Then give me 30,000. That's fine. But you have to write an IOU. Otherwise my brother will come to trouble you." "I understand." In order to avoid being ridiculed by his future brother-in-law for being a gigolo, he still needs an IOU. Although it is true that he is a gigolo. They are happy. Fortunately, he can still afford this loan. After all, there is such a big crystal wall universe here, and I believe that his brother-in-law will not say anything. After getting the divine power crystal from his girlfriend, Lin Xiao quickly went online to buy all kinds of things. Most of them are available on the military internal network, and only a few that are not available can be easily purchased with the help of the platform of the Yanwang No. 5 Super War Fortress. The receiving point was in the fortress, and he also used his military rank authority to spend 1 unit of divine power crystal to rent a super large military transport ship with a length of 100,000 meters. 1 unit per year. For a total of 50 years. Military rank only gave him the authority to rent, and ordinary people did not have the channels to rent. If it was a military mission, he did not have to pay the rent, and he could get a 50% discount for private affairs, saving a lot of money. It took half a month to buy what he needed to buy and load the ship. Lin Xiao took his girlfriend on board to check and count the goods, but found that a large cabin at the stern was full of cargo boxes that were not on his purchase list. The large cargo hold covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters was filled with large alloy metal boxes that were several meters, or even more than 10 meters high, with military labels on them, which made him a little nervous. Could it be that someone borrowed my ship for smuggling? This kind of thing has happened everywhere since ancient times, and it is inevitable as long as there is humanity. It is best to report to your superiors. Shin Yuexin checked the boxes and said, "There are 1,500 metal boxes in total, all with military labels. This is no small matter. You have a bright future ahead of you, so don't get yourself involved." He nodded with a serious expression and quickly edited the message. But before he sent it out, he received a message from Xie Yufei. He opened it and suddenly realized what was going on. He smiled and said to his girlfriend, "It's okay. This is a gift from my sister." "Sister?" "Yes, my sister, the deputy leader of the Fury Corps. I saved her. So when she heard that I was buying supplies, she immediately sent me a batch of land reclamation supplies." "Elite Colonel?" My girlfriend narrowed her eyes and asked, "Is it Colonel Xie Yufei, the daughter of Commander Xie?" I don't know if it's an illusion, but my girlfriend felt a little strange when she read this name. "Yes, it's her. She usually takes good care of me." "Oh, in that case, don't let her kindness down. Accept it." Lin Xiao. The transport ship slowly left the anchorage, and the power from the war fortress opened a transmission channel, targeting the Yushao crystal wall system. The things Xie Yufei said were very simple. 500 steel golems waiting to be activated, and 1,000 pioneer golems for land reclamation. Needless to say, the steel golems are a kind of functional golem used exclusively by the military. They are about 4 meters tall, made of pure steel, with a simple and practical structure. They are equipped with various modified pendants and have quite good combat power, but their main function is still various functions for land reclamation. Chapter 429 Girlfriend's Small Treasury. If the core of the iron golem is loaded with various combat skills, the pioneer golem is loaded with a series of work-related skills, such as farming, mining, logging, gathering, simple manufacturing, maintenance, etc. If you have to describe it, this thing is like a farmer at the beginning of a battle game, which can basically do anything. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao remembered that there seemed to be a group of golems in his divine domain, which were created by the wise goblins when they had nothing to practice. However, only a small number of golems have soul cores loaded and can be used. Most golems have not yet loaded soul cores and are squatting in the warehouse to eat dust. 4 months later, a military transport ship appeared at the edge of the Yushao crystal wall universe. In the surprise of his girlfriend, it crashed into the rolling chaos storm. The large transport ship rolled violently and quickly stabilized, and was pulled by an invisible force to the depths of the chaos storm. This chaos storm is part of the formation outside the crystal wall universe. If there is no formation power to pull it, not only can it not enter the depths, but it will also be torn apart by the chaos storm that becomes stronger as it goes deeper. When the transport ship passed through the chaos storm and entered a clear void, the Yushao world appeared in front of them. On the bridge, Lin Xiao opened his hands and said to Xin Yuexin, "This is our world. Come on. I'll take you in to have a look." The transport ship passed through the crystal wall of the Yushao world and entered the world, appearing in a void. Before he had time to look around, Lin Xiao immediately sensed the existence of the crystal wall artifact chaos mud tablet, and his will was in harmony with it. A vast world force gathered and began to pour into his body. His body slowly floated up, and the surging source power gushed out of his body, and the whole person turned into a light man. After taking control of the crystal wall artifact chaos mud tablet, he became the master of the crystal wall system. As long as he entered this world, he would automatically be blessed by the crystal wall source power, and he could mobilize powerful power with every move. In the Yushao crystal wall universe, he has power comparable to that of a true god. As the crystal wall system becomes larger, the more creatures there are in the world, the more rules there are to plunder, and the higher the bonus. At this stage, with the help of the crystal wall source power, he can at most fight against the sons of the gods with weaker divine power, which is equivalent to the sons of the gods with a godhood level of about 5 or 6. Of course, this does not mean that the source power of a crystal wall is just this little, but mainly because his strength is too low. He has just been promoted to a demigod, and the source power he can mobilize is limited. And even if the world does not grow in the future, as long as he is stronger, he can mobilize more source power. If he can be promoted to a true god, he can have power comparable to that of a medium-level god in this crystal wall. This is the current upper limit of the Yushao world, and it is also the result of the mysterious boss's long-term operation. Lin Xiao carefully experienced this power comparable to that of a true god. His will touched every corner of the entire crystal wall universe through the underlying law network throughout the crystal wall. As long as he wanted, he could appear at any corner of the universe at any time. His eyelids drooped, and his eyes fell on Xin Yuexin. He stretched out his glowing index finger and tapped her forehead lightly, and a mysterious mark appeared on her forehead. In his perception, after granting the authority to this crystal wall child, she could also mobilize the world source power within a limited range, so as to exert the power comparable to that of a true god in this world. A crystal wall universe can have multiple crystal wall children, but the Yushao world is too small, and the source power is insufficient. Only one crystal wall child who can cross the boundary of a true god can be granted. If 2 are granted, the power is not enough to allow the crystal wall children below the demigod to have the power comparable to that of a true god. Let's go and see our world. He stretched out his right hand and held the small hand extended by his girlfriend. A ripple spread out, and the two disappeared from the bridge. Next, he took his girlfriend to play around in the world, the main world of Yushao. Other large and small planes, including the small plane where the dragon lives, and some special half-planes. After playing for a while, Lin Xiao sighed. If it weren't for the fact that swallowing directly would have a greater effect on him. If it weren't for the fact that he had already started swallowing, and the arrow couldn't be interrupted. It would be nice to leave this small crystal wall universe and manage it slowly with his girlfriend. Or, there will be a chance to go to a foreign land to grab another one in the future. After refining the Chaos Clay Tablet, this time when he returned to the Moon Sky Realm, the world source power was added to his body, and he became the master of the crystal wall system. He had already started the process of devouring. Now the core SH.L of the crystal wall system origin that contains his soul is emitting a subtle attraction, penetrating into the source power C and the underlying law network of the Moon Sky Realm, slowly devouring its origin. Once this process begins, it cannot be interrupted. In other words, in the next few hundred or even thousands of years, which is 4 or 5 years, or even longer in the main world, his real body will stay in the Moon Sky Realm and cannot leave. Once the real body leaves, the devouring will be forcibly interrupted. And the result is that the world source power leaks out, and the crystal wall origin that has condensed into a prototype will gradually die. When the source power leaks out, this crystal wall universe will become the kind of desolate small crystal wall universe that is everywhere in the chaos void sea, which is worthless. So for the next university course, he can only condense the incarnation. Therefore, this 1,000 years is a very critical 1,000 years for him. As long as he survives safely, he will have a smooth road ahead and take off from where he is. My girlfriend is very interested in running this small world. Every time she arrives at a plane, she will enthusiastically take stock of how to develop this plane and what to do in that plane. Even if he told her that this world will disappear in 1,000 years, she is still very interested. Shin Yueshin did not ask why it will disappear in 1,000 years. But he still found a reason to tell her. I have a relic that needs to extract a prototype of the original will of the crystal wall system to be completely formed. This is very important to me, she said with a little regret. I respect your decision. If so, then we don't need to invest too much. And the development method must be changed. It is mainly based on output resources. And there is no need to develop population. By the way, if this world disappears in 1,000 years, what should the intelligent races in these planes do? There are more than 10 million humans and millions of insect people in the main plane. And there are tens of millions of races in other planes. Where will they move to? Lin Xiao patted her hands and said, Don't worry. The main course during college is foreign exploration. I plan to see if I can occupy a habitable plane during this period, and then migrate all to it. Well, this is also fine. I hope to find a better plane. She nodded and said, By the way, if you really can't find it, I will lend you one. Lend me one? Yes. My father has many reserved planes in the Huiyao crystal walled universe, including several giant planes. This time, I went back during the holiday to receive a giant plane and surrounding plane groups transferred to me by my father. By the way, I have obtained the ancient god of destiny in the Huiyao crystal wall system. I am now the ancient god of destiny. She looked at him with her little hands behind her back, stretched out her index and middle fingers and pointed at him, playful and cute. As she talked to herself, Lin Xiao opened his mouth involuntarily, his eyes full of shock. I saw my dad when I went home this time, but unfortunately I could only see his avatar, not his real body. By the way, do you know where the plane group my dad gave me is? It is not far from the central main plane of the Huiyao crystal wall system. It consists of a giant plane, 5 super large planes, 27 large planes, and thousands of small and medium-sized subsidiary planes. It is very large. If you can't find a good plane at that time, I will give you a super large plane and several large planes, which are definitely larger than this one. Is this the strength of a super rich and beautiful woman? Lin Xiao pressed his forehead with a look of disappointment. Was I just a clown when I showed off just now? No. Although this small world is not big, it is all earned by myself. In my eyes, you are great. Much better than me. Oh, I feel better. After a long sigh, Lin Xiao put away his frustration and cursed himself for being stupid. He knew her origin and dared to show off to her. Isn't this asking for trouble? But it's really grand. 1 giant plane, 5 super large planes, 27 large planes, and thousands of small and medium-sized subsidiary planes. This is really... Maybe many people don't understand what these mean. Let me put it this way. The minimum area standard of a large plane is about 200 million square kilometers, which is a little larger than the Pacific Ocean, which is about 180 million square kilometers. The maximum area is less than 500 million square kilometers, and the total surface area of the Earth is 510 million square kilometers. In other words, any plane larger than the Pacific Ocean and smaller than the total area of the Earth is considered a large plane. And the superlarge plane naturally refers to a superlarge plane with an area of more than 500 million square kilometers and less than 1.5 billion square kilometers, which is equivalent to the total surface area of 3 Earths. As for the giant plane, it refers to an area of at least 1.5 billion square kilometers. And there is no exact number for the maximum, because the largest plane division is the giant plane. 5 billion square kilometers, 10 billion square kilometers, or even 100 billion square kilometers are all considered giant planes. The so-called supergiant plane actually refers to the plane that is considered a behemoth among the giant planes. As for the main plane, it does not refer to the size of the plane. There are 2 ways to say it. One refers to the largest plane in the center of a plane group. For example, the Heia plane in the center of the Heia plane group, where the Lin family is located, can be called the main plane. The other refers to the most core plane in a crystal wall system, such as the Pharaon plane in the Toriel multiverse, or the Azeroth planet in the Azeroth world. These planes that can give birth to a large number of super strong people are the main planes. Each crystal wall system will have at least one of these core planes, and at most 2 or 3. Generally, the larger the crystal wall system, the more there will be. The former main plane has little value, and the latter main plane has great value. The more powerful the crystal wall system, the higher the value of the main plane. As the core of the entire crystal wall system, there are rich resources and strong people gathered there, which can more easily give birth to powerful beings. From this we can see what it means that Xinyuexian already owns a giant plane, 5 super large planes, 27 large planes, and thousands of small and medium-sized subsidiary planes so early on. Chapter 430 Jean Cece's Summoning. It means that as long as she can develop these planes. No. As long as she can develop a super large plane. As long as this super large plane is fully developed, it will be enough to supply a powerful god. And this pile of planes is enough to supply a huge god system including several powerful gods. Envy! Lin Xiao burst into tears. Envious. But after thinking about her girlfriend, his mentality is much better. I'm sure to eat this soft rice. The plane development was not finally opened. Lin Xiao and his girlfriend have already made a preliminary inspection of more than a dozen small and medium-sized planes in Yishao realm, and have selected a small plane for preliminary development. Before the clearing troops were sent out, they received a message from the class teacher, who had not been heard from for a long time, asking him to go back to school with his girlfriend. At first, Lin Xiao was still confused. It's not the start of school yet. Why do you have to go back to school so early? It was not until he saw Jean Cece's explanation at the end of the message that he suddenly realized. It turned out that because of him, teaching a son of Gaia was a great achievement for any teacher and a great event worth celebrating. She was no exception. So she was promoted to Huiyao University Department with this achievement. Of course, there was no problem in terms of strength. After all, he was a weak god with a godhood level of 6 or 7. Even in Huiyao University Department, he had enough strength to be a class teacher. She didn't have the qualifications before, and her purpose was to select from the elites of the high school department. So she entered the Huiyao Middle School department. Now that Lin Xiao has been promoted, she naturally has to follow him. Of course, this is not the point of hurrying him back. The point is the regulations of Huiyao University department. Any student who is directly promoted from the middle school department or admitted to Huiyao University department from outside is not randomly assigned to a class or a school, but the student chooses the teacher and class by himself. Doing this will definitely result in some classes with more students, and some with fewer students. So in the later stage, if there are too many students in a class, registration will be stopped, and there will be certain adjustments between different classes. Jean Cece asked him to go there earlier, naturally, so that he could choose a class earlier. At this point, I have to focus on the university system. Not only Huiyao University, but the rules and regulations of the universities in the entire human world are actually similar. When the difference is not big, each school has slightly different rules. In the message sent by Jean Cece, the 2 most important points are mentioned. The first is naturally the relaxation of restrictions. Lin Xiao has known about this for a long time, but he doesn't know it thoroughly enough. In addition to what he knew before, there are some restrictions that surprised him. For example, the class teacher and the counselor can openly provide various help to the students they like, no matter how your grades are. As long as the class teacher or counselor is willing, they can provide various help, which is in line with the rules. The resources obtained by the class teacher or counselor are related to the growth rate and achievements of the sponsored students during college, and both parties benefit. To put it bluntly, during college, everyone starts to feel some social injustice in advance, and let the students enjoy the beating of society in advance. Except for not crossing the bottom line set by the school. Everything else is acceptable. Needless to say, the bottom line is naturally not to kill each other. You can form gangs with classmates to bully a classmate, but you cannot find outsiders to teach your classmates a lesson. Everything is within the scope of school rules. The second is the existence of the campus network. The so-called campus network does not only refer to the internal network of each university. This is only a part. The real campus network refers to a network platform jointly built by all universities in the entire human world. As we all know, universities are also divided into levels. That is, there are super institutions that require demigods to be admitted. And there are also higher education institutions that can be admitted by non-demigods, but elites can also be admitted. And naturally there are ordinary universities that can be attended as long as you spend money. In addition to connecting all human universities, the biggest role of the campus network is to allow everyone to exchange what they have and trade various resources with each other. To put it simply, the campus network is an inter-school trading platform. According to regulations, All student transactions during college must be conducted through the campus network platform. It is also well known that demigods can use their divine power to seal some resources in the form of cards for their own use. And they can naturally sell them through the campus network platform in exchange for self-use resources. These are roughly the two major points. In addition, there are some small rules. Lin Xiao also read them carefully and memorized them in his heart. After reading these, he naturally had nothing to say. He spread his hands to his girlfriend and said, "It seems that I have to go back to school first. Wait for me. I will condense an incarnation first." Shen Yuexin clapped her hands and spread them, and was also a little surprised. "Then we will continue next time. It happens that we have already observed all the planes, so we can take the time to design a better development plan." "Okay. Let the girlfriend wait." Lin Xiao's figure flashed and disappeared, and he appeared again in the void outside the main plane of Yuxiao. "Close your eyes and concentrate." A golden light appears between his eyebrows. "Which incarnation should I choose?" The incarnation separated this time is not the ordinary incarnation that was separated by just adding some divinity and some divine power. It is a divine position incarnation, which requires a divine position to be separated from the real body. Only demigods are qualified to condense this kind of divine position incarnation, and they must have several divine positions. If a demigod has only one divine position, it cannot be separated, because once it is condensed, it means that this divine position is separated from the real body. Once the incarnation falls and cannot return to the real body, it means that this divine position will also be lost. If it is an ordinary divine position, it is okay. If the main divine position disappears, the consequences will be catastrophic. So the only choices left for Lin Xiao are the two divine positions of creation and life. Truth is his core divine position, and it is impossible to separate it and condense an incarnation. Well, in fact, only the divine position of life can be separated and condensed. Although creation is not a core divine position, it is also his most important divine position and must not be lost. Having made the decision, Lin Xiao took out a full 100 units of divinity and a full 1,000,000 points of divine power, which was most of the divine power he had accumulated for such a long time. But in order to make this incarnation competitive and powerful enough, he had to consume so much. After all, his real body could not leave this world now, and he could only rely on this incarnation to compete with other elites. If he was not strong, how could he win? Fortunately, his mastery of this life priesthood under the feedback of Gaia's origin was as high as 8.14%, which was higher than that of ordinary true gods, and most of the college elites could not compare with him. If he fought a war of attrition, he would definitely not be able to outlast the other person's real body, but he would still be able to fight for a short time. And he could also transfer divine power through the magic cube of creation and understand the situation of the incarnation in real time. When the life priesthood was stripped off and integrated into the golden light ball formed by 100 units of divinity and 1,000,000 divine powers, the light ball seemed to have life, and a strong breath of life gushed out of it, slowly turning into a golden human figure. At the edge of the Yuxiao crystal wall system, a golden light flew out and landed on the platform at the edge of the crystal wall system, revealing Lin Xiao's figure. Shen Yuexin looked at him curiously with wide eyes, stretched out her hand and pinched his arm curiously and asked, "Are you the incarnation of a god? It looks so strong." He laughed and said, "Of course it is strong. This took me 100 units of divinity and 1,000,000 divine power to condense. Ordinary elites can't compare with me. But those who can go to Huiyao are not ordinary elites. You will be bullied like this. If they challenge you, how will you accept it? What do you want to accept it? Just accept it like this. Even if it is just an incarnation. I am not afraid." Lin Xiao smiled slightly. The incarnation of a god can communicate and preside over the divine domain like the real body. Although the incarnation is not as strong as the real body, it is essentially the same. The incarnation is composed of divinity and divine power. It is a non-living body and an extension of his will. At the same time, the core of the incarnation is the split divine fire, and it has the same memory as the real body. Even if the incarnation is not as powerful as the real body, it can still crush classmates of the same grade with the powerful strength of the clans in the god realm. Watching the divine incarnation and his girlfriend leave together, Lin Xiao in the Yuxiao realm retracted his gaze through the crystal wall and looked up at the sky. At a level that only he could see, the whole world was shrinking inward at an almost imperceptible speed, collapsing with him as the center. The speed of collapse is very, very slow, but very firm. From this point on, one day he will transform into a huge black hole, swallowing the entire Yushao crystal wall system and turning it into nutrients to strengthen himself. Well, let me see how to play the role of a private plane group. Lin Zhao's consciousness invested in the Yushao main world, and for the first time observed it from the perspective of his own private property. The Yushao main plane is a large plane, with an area of about 2 Pacific Oceans, which is about 2/3 of the total area of the Earth. There are 2 continents in the main plane, divided into the North and South continents. The South is the largest main continent, slightly larger than Russia, with an area of about 20 million square kilometers. The North is the subcontinent, only half the size of the main continent. Beyond that is the vast ocean and islands scattered on the sea. The largest island is about 1 million square kilometers, and is the main island of a huge island group. If it were not big enough, it could be called the third continent. There are only 2 races in the main plane of Yushao, namely humans occupying the surface and indigenous insects occupying the underground. And this is the case for both continents. The main plane is similar to the common planes in foreign lands, and there is nothing special about it. It is not special because it is the core main plane of the entire Yushao crystal wall system. In Lin Zhao's opinion, there is actually no room for development in this main plane. The previous owner, the mysterious boss, has been operating it for many years. Basically, everything that can be developed in the entire plane has been developed, whether on the surface or on the ground, except the ocean. Now what Lin Zhao has to do is either continue like this, not interfere with the situation of the plane, and just wait to harvest faith, or personally interfere with the development of the plane and let the plane run according to his ideas. After careful thinking, he had an idea in his mind, but he couldn't make up his mind for a while, and couldn't make up his mind. The main reason is that if he interferes according to his idea, with his current strength, he will need to consume a lot of crystal wall origin power to do it, and he is a little reluctant. Chapter 431 Huiyao University Undergraduate Department. Of course, the main reason is that this crystal wall universe will not last long, and it will be swallowed by him in 1,000 years. To be precise, in 500 or 600 years, the entire crystal wall will begin to shrink and collapse because of his swallowing. The crystal wall's will and source power will be swallowed by him. The world's rules will be disordered, and the world will fall into doomsday. At that time, other small and medium planes will basically be destroyed, and only the central main plane can hold on for a while until it collapses with the entire crystal wall system. Is it worth it to spend a lot of money to change the existing rules of a world that is destined to be destroyed? However, if it is not changed, it feels quite a waste to watch more than a dozen large and small planes in front of it for at least the next 500 years without moving. The most important thing is that his real body will stay in Yushao realm for 1,000 years, and it will be boring to have nothing to do all the time. Maybe let the teacher give an idea? Jean Cece used to be a student and went through this step. She has seen a lot of such things and may be able to give a good suggestion. On the other side, Lin Zhao's divine incarnation and his girlfriend returned to the subspace of the main world, preparing to transfer through the Yanwang No. 5 Super War Fortress and then return to the main world. However, before leaving, he went to see Xie Yufei, and then applied to the fortress headquarters for his own Brigadier General's dedicated void warship. This was a void warship that he had previously allocated with a high-level Brigadier General treatment, but no one under his command had received it at that time. Now, considering that he had to go to the depths of the void to find a suitable plane during college, it would be more convenient to have a military high-level void warship. As for the crew on the void ship, he also took the guard team, 2 true gods, and 20 high-level demigods. It just so happened that there was a large plane now, which was enough to supply the guard team with 2 true gods and some extra. After all, these 2 true gods and demigods were not the sons of the divine domain. Most of them were natives in the crystal walls, or planes, that were completely conquered by the main world. After joining the army, they worked hard to grow up, and after accepting many tests and going through life and death, they finally got the opportunity to be promoted to true gods. As the price of serving the main world, they have the citizenship of the main world, and their descendants can become the sons of the gods' domain and receive education from the sons of the gods' domain together with the humans of the main world. The main world does not completely exclude natives, as long as they are standard humans and are willing to accept and maintain the rule of the main world. They have the opportunity to become a citizen of the main world. for humans from foreign lands conquered and ruled by the main world. This is not only not completely rejected, but also very much expected. After all, they are all human beings. And the bottom layer has the nature of yearning for light and civilization. Except for a very small number of diehards. Most people will be happy to become a member of a higher civilization. Both true gods have just been promoted to true gods. They are the weakest level of the true god rank. And their godhood level is only 0. Previously, the military district used to extract their godhood to maintain the lowest consumption of their godhood, so that they would not be downgraded because they had no godhood to maintain their godhood level. Now that Lin Xiao has accepted them, the military district will no longer issue godhood, and all consumption will be provided by him. In the past, they could not afford to support them, and dared not accept them. Now there is a plain group. 20 to 30 million intelligent creatures provide the power of faith, which is enough to support 2 true gods and 20 demigods with more. This also means that in the days to come, they will serve him, go through fire and water, even to death. Guards. Guards. These are the most core subordinates and confidants of senior generals, the kind who take the bullet. Therefore, after accepting them, they will first return to the moon sky realm and sign a contract with Lin Xiao witnessed by Gaia's will, called the Gaia Oath, which is similar to the famous Styx Oath. With Gaia's will as a witness, they can never betray. In this way, Lin Xiao and other senior generals dare to put their minds at ease to train them, especially Lin Xiao, who has 2 true gods under his command. The power of faith in the dozen or so planes in his hands is enough to support them, and have more. Signing the Gaia Oath and becoming his confidant guards. Their names naturally follow his surname. One of the 2 true gods is called Lin Bao, with a godhood level of 0 and a priesthood of guardianship. The other one is called Lin Hong, whose godhood level is also 0, and whose priesthood is strength. Their styles can be seen from their priesthoods, one for attack and one for defense. Of course, this is only the initial priesthood. They are not the sons of the divine domain. Their priesthood will be affected by believers, and new priesthoods may be added in the future. Let the 2 guard captains take the guards on the void battleship to the moon sky realm. Lin Xiao's life incarnation left the fortress with his girlfriend and returned to the main world, returning to the kingdom of God where Huiyao Academy is located, and coming to the floating city where the high school department is located. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky. In the distant direction of the solar system simulated in the kingdom of God, there is a group of heavenly palaces that revolve around the sun like a planet. That is Huiyao's university department. They first went back to the floating city where the dormitory was located to pack up, and then they could report directly to Huiyao University. I didn't feel anything before, but now I look at Huiyao God. There are so many floating cities in the high school department alone, and each of the large group of heavenly palaces in the distant void is a huge floating city. And this is only a small part of what he saw. Huiyao is more than just this kingdom of God in the main world. This kingdom of God is just a place for Huiyao to cultivate new blood. After graduating from college, he will have to leave here and go to other places. Huiyao's middle and high level will have another world beyond his imagination. From this tip of the iceberg, we can see how terrifying the strength of Huiyao, the first major force in the main world, is. Not to mention that Huiyao also has a huge Huiyao crystal wall system, which is a super crystal wall system that can give birth to great divine power. It may not be as powerful and famous as the Torreal multiverse, but it is also extremely powerful in the chaotic virtual sea. Riding a small aircraft set by Jean Cece, it took off into the sky, like a meteor shooting straight into the sky. The aircraft quickly got rid of the gravity of the planet and entered the void, quickly approaching the Tiannong group in the distant void. Although Huiyao, the kingdom of God, simulates the solar system of ancient times, it is only a simulation after all, not the real void. Its essence is the kingdom of God. All Huiyao students have privileges in the kingdom of God, especially him and his girlfriend, who have not only been directly admitted to the university department, but also have special admission status, and have authority 1 level higher than normal Huiyao college students. Not far from the campus, the aircraft entered the sub-beam state, crossing a distance of billions of kilometers at an extremely fast speed, and made several short jumps in the meantime, and arrived near the Tiangong in just 10 minutes. From a distance, it looked like a Tiangong building complex floating on the solar orbit. But when they looked closer, they found that it was a super large structure composed of hundreds of floating cities. Lin Xiao saw at a glance that this was Huiyao's university department. And it was also a super floating city fortress group. The tall towers on it were wizard towers. Hundreds of floating cities and thousands of wizard towers were combined into one, and presided over by many true gods. Huiyu's university department could be used as a super large god system in a foreign land. The aircraft approached the floating city group, and a beam of light hit the aircraft, directly taking over the aircraft and pulling them to one of the floating city anchorages. Soon they entered a huge hollow passage. The edge of the passage was a transparent light curtain, and streams of light flashed backwards from the inside like lightning. Soon the aircraft came to the end of the passage, and a layer of white light swept directly across the aircraft. And at the same time a mechanical voice sounded. Scan the target's identity level. Safe. And pass. After 3 times in a row, the aircraft stopped and the hatch opened. He was surprised to find that the aircraft had left the passage at some point and now appeared in a huge parking lot, where all kinds of aircraft were suspended less than 3 feet above the ground. Lines of white light outlined the words in the air. Welcome all freshmen to join Huiyao University. Huiyao University Elite Club welcomes all freshmen to join. Huiyao University Holy Sword Club welcomes all freshmen to join. Huiyao University Making Club welcomes all freshmen to join. Except for the largest banner representing the welcome banner of Huiyao University. The others are welcome banners of various clubs in the school. Shen Yuexin pointed to the lines of banners in the sky and said to him, clubs in the university are student forces on campus. Many of them have a very long history. There are some ancient clubs that have been established since Huiyao was founded. Many of the predecessors of these ancient clubs are still alive. They are now high-level members of Huiyao or famous strongmen in the outside world, with extremely terrifying strength and power. She said to Lin Xiao seriously, you must join a club in college. Otherwise you will be easily bullied. Lin Xiao knew this, but he didn't think about working alone. Along the way, he deeply understood the truth that it is good to lean on a big tree to enjoy the shade. And he had no objection to this. By the way, do you have any good clubs to recommend? Or which club do you join and I will join? My girlfriend smiled and waved her hand and said, the club I joined is a women's club. You can't join. But you don't need to worry. With your achievements in the middle school, I believe there will be many clubs that will actively recruit you, including some old clubs. They will take the initiative to introduce themselves at that time. And you can decide for yourself which one is right for you. Oh, that. Lin Xiao rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly and asked, did your father or brother create or join any clubs? Shen Yuexin looked at her boyfriend with a strange look on her face, and suddenly covered her mouth and laughed secretly. And soon she couldn't help laughing. Shaking her body, he put his hands on his waist and said confidently, isn't it just to get closer to my father-in-law and my brother-in-law? What are you laughing at? He wouldn't say that he wanted to hug their thighs directly. My girlfriend suppressed her laughter, shook her head with a look that I had seen through everything, and said, don't think about it. Huiyao was created by my father, and he is directly the principal. What club did he create? My brother did create a club with his friends. Now it is considered a top-notch club among all clubs. But his club only recruits descendants of super strong people. You definitely can't get in. And my brother won't let you in. He told me not to use his name outside. Chapter 432 Class Division. Lin Xiao spread his hands and shrugged, saying with an indifferent expression, forget it. There are so many clubs in the school. With my grades in the high school department, it shouldn't be too easy to find a first-class club. Then I'm rooting for you. His girlfriend held her white and delicate fist to cheer him on. Humph. He hummed in his heart and complained secretly. Forget it. Be careful, I will create one myself. Well, that's impossible. It's hard to say whether it can develop or not. Instead of spending so much effort, it's better to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Besides, although university clubs are important, they are not necessary. Nor do you really have to join them. It's just that joining them will be much better and will save a lot of trouble. They first went to the admissions department, flew directly there according to the downloaded map, and quickly completed the admission procedures. He declined all the introductions from the admissions department teachers. And when he came out, he had a stack of small cards in his hand, which were the contact information of the head teachers of each freshman class. According to the regulations, it is not allowed to snatch people directly in the admissions office. It is said that it was allowed in the past. In the past, when students just entered the school gate, there were people squatting at the door to wait for those outstanding students. There were many fights to compete for outstanding students and teachers. Later, It may be felt that this was not decent, and the school strictly prohibited it. But this kind of handing over small cards is inevitable. Coming out of the admissions office, his eyes were retracted from a flash of light that flew to a high tower in the distance. And he said to his girlfriend, "My former class teacher has been promoted to the university department. I want to find her. Which class teacher are you going to choose? Go and do it now. And we will meet up later?" The girlfriend hooked a strand of soft hair that fell to her eyes and wrapped it behind her ears with her beautiful face. Looking at him with a smile, she said, "Then I want to go too. No one can stand such a beautiful woman acting like a spoiled child." Lin Xiao rubbed her little head lovingly and said, "Okay, go to my place first, and I will accompany you later." She shook her head and said, "You are wrong. I mean, I want to be in the same class with you." Lin Xiao was surprised and delighted to hear this and asked, "You are not. My former class teacher has not been promoted to the university department. And even if he is promoted to the university department, there is no requirement that I must continue to follow." She put her hands behind her back and raised her head to look at him expectantly, with stars twinkling in her big eyes. "What? Don't you want to be with me?" Lin Xiao put his hand on his chest and looked like he couldn't bear it, and couldn't help asking, "Who taught you to be like this?" When a tall, charming, pure and noble lady suddenly acts cute and acts coquettishly with you, who could resist it? Anyway, he can't resist it. My sister-in-law taught me. Seeing his appearance, his girlfriend smiled and put away her cuteness. She glanced at him with a slightly curved eyebrow. The charming style displayed at that moment made Lin Xiao's heart jump violently. "Let's go!" "Okay." He extended his hand. She smiled and held his soft hand in her palm. They met their former class teacher again in Jean Cece's dormitory. Seeing the two people holding hands, she looked at their hands and smiled. "Sit down first." She brought 2 cups of tea and placed them on the small round table, and said, "As I said before, I have been promoted to the class teacher of class 17 of the first year of Huiyao University, and I am now recruiting new students." Lin Xiao smiled and bowed. "Then congratulations, teacher. The class teacher of the university department is much better than the class teacher of the high school department." Jean Cece shook her head and said, "Don't congratulate too early. It's not easy to be a class teacher. I told you before. And your girlfriend should have told you something. The competition in the university department is very fierce. I need you to help me, and I will provide you with a scholarship." "Scholarship?" "Yes. I am now the head teacher of class 17, and I have 2 assistant teachers under me. In the first quarter of the school year, each class has 10 scholarships, of which 2 assistant teachers each have 2 scholarships. I have 4, and the other 2 are shared by the class. Personal scholarships are at your disposal, and you are guaranteed to get one, while public scholarships are earned or awarded by students who have not received funding from the head teacher or assistant teacher." Jean Cece paused here and continued, "The comprehensive performance of the class students each quarter is related to the scholarship quota of each class. This year, there are a total of 19 classes in the first year, according to the rules formulated by the school management committee. In each quarterly assessment, the top 5 in the grade will receive scholarships from the last 5 classes in the grade. Among them, the last one will transfer half, that is, 5 places, to the first one. The second to last one will transfer 4 places to the second one, and so on. The 6th and 14th places will have certain rewards or penalties according to their rankings, but no scholarship quota will be deducted. In addition, the top 3 students in each quarter will receive a senior scholarship, and the first place will receive a super scholarship." Jean Cece threw out these questions in one breath. Her eyes swept over the 2 of them, and finally landed on Lin Xiao, saying, "Scholarships represent resources, and the school's high-level evaluation of you. Ordinary scholarships are of some help to you, but not much help. But those senior scholarships and super scholarships contain several special resources and permissions. This is the school's funding for elites from poor families. It is very important to you. You must strive for it." "This?" Lin Xiao frowned slightly and asked. "This is the class ranking. Look at the overall strength of the class. No matter how strong I am, I can't affect the class." Jean Cece smiled and said, "I don't expect you to support the whole class by yourself. This is unnecessary. And I don't expect to compete with other senior class teachers in the first grade. I just hope not to be ranked last. Your strength is far beyond the same level. And you should be able to help me raise the average score of the class. Good man. This expectation is a bit stressful. However, Lin Xiao did not show his fear, but was very interested. He always remembered that when he was in the middle school department, those elites from the rich families of number 1 middle school not only refused to accept him, but also threatened to let him be arrogant for a while, and wait until college to see the result. Obviously, they want to wait until college to relax the restrictions, and want to use the rich resources of the family to quickly surpass him and step on him. There are many people who are not convinced. And what annoys him most is that some people who are not even elites also think so. If you say that Dongfang Puxue, Li Xiaoshan, Gu Xiaoming and other top elites are not convinced, it is normal. After all, they are all ranked in the peerless list or the list of outstanding people, which is not much different from the list of geniuses. There are many examples of universities overtaking in the past. But some people who entered the Huiyao Middle School department not by their own ability, but by their connections dared to look down on him, which is annoying. It was hard to refute at that time. After all, a temporary lead does not mean that it will always be in the lead. Most importantly, such examples of rollover have also appeared in history. In the past, he had always suppressed these in his heart. Now that he has entered the university department, he can pull out whether he is a dragon or a worm, whether he can completely subdue them with strength, or become a laughing stock like some rollover examples in history. Lin Xiao has been holding back a rage in his heart, and he wants to vent it now. Of course, whether he is holding back his anger or something, it does not affect his joining class 17. Maybe everyone knows that he is destined to join class 17, and he has not received any private contact information from other class teachers. This should be regarded as a tacit unspoken rule. Lin Xiao guessed that in the eyes of these class teachers, although his grades in the high school department are outstanding, he is of ordinary origin after all. Without sufficient resources, it is easy for those elites from wealthy families to catch up. So they will not break the rules for him. Obviously, they did not know that Lin Xiao was already the son of Gaia. If they knew, it would not be like this. Lin Xiao's promotion to the son of Gaia was not spread everywhere. There were not many people who knew his identity as the son of Gaia. Other powerful gods who had contact with him might have doubts, but there was no solid evidence, and these powerful gods would not spread it everywhere. In this way, there were only a few people who confirmed his identity as the son of Gaia, and these teachers were definitely not among them. After confirming that he would join class 17, Jean Cece felt much better and began to remind him of some precautions in college. After chatting for a long time, she got up to send them out when her girlfriend suddenly asked, "Teacher Jean, does class 17 need anyone?" Jean Cece was stunned, looked at her in surprise and asked, "You haven't chosen a class yet?" She nodded. "Not yet." A smile quickly appeared on her face. "Of course you are welcome." It can be seen that Jean Cece was quite surprised. Of course, she knew the identity of his girlfriend. She had never asked before, and probably thought that she had already made a choice, and had never thought about this. This was also a pleasant surprise. Then they left him aside and chatted. It was very pleasing to see two beauties with stunning looks and figures together. Coming out of Jean Cece's dormitory, they each had an exquisite metal card in their hands. This was the dormitory card given to them by the class teacher. After the class division, they will get a dormitory card. The specific place to live will be allocated by the class teacher. Generally, it depends on the college entrance examination results. Those with good results will naturally live well. The difference in social classes has been fully demonstrated during college. The dormitory they arranged for the two of them is. Lin Xiao looked up at the two tall spires less than 100 meters apart in front of him for a long time, and then looked down at the metal card. A ray of light shot into one of the spires. The metal card in the hand of his girlfriend next to him hit the spire next to it. Good guy. This spire looks like a wizard tower. He was quite satisfied with this. Although he felt that the dormitory was not as useful as he had imagined after passing through the high school department. At least, it was not very useful to him. But being able to live in a higher-end dormitory than other students was also a symbol of status. At least psychologically it was still very satisfying. He temporarily separated from his girlfriend and swiped his card to enter the tower. A ball of light lit up in the hall, and a voice came from the light ball. "Dear classmate Lin Xiao, I am the spirit of the Mage Tower. I will serve you in the next 5 years. Please set the initial settings of the Mage Tower." Chapter 433 The opening ceremony that surprised everyone. Is it really a wizard tower? This was beyond his expectation. He thought it was just a spire imitating a wizard tower. But it turned out to be a real wizard tower. However, even if it is a real wizard tower, it is useless. It cannot be moved away. Nor can it be brought with it. At most, it is more convenient to live with a tower spirit. And you can do some small experiments in the dormitory. A little surprised but not surprised. He reset the tower spirit, and Lin Xiao officially moved into the wizard tower. Next, it is to wait for the official start of school. According to the schedule, there is still about a week left, which is still plenty of time. In the next few days, he and his girlfriend wandered around the university campus every day. Unfortunately, the school has not officially started yet, and they cannot connect to the campus network. They can only play in this huge campus and occasionally go to the library to check information. The size of the library of Huiyao University is one of the best among all super universities. There is a lot of information inside that is secret to ordinary sons of the divine domain outside. Now you can take a good look at it. Time flies, and the official start of school is approaching unknowingly. But there is one thing that makes Lin Xiao a little puzzled. Why didn't the club come to me? He asked his girlfriend curiously, and she shook her head in confusion. I don't know. Maybe I have to wait until the official start of school? But haven't you joined the club now? I am different from you. He was speechless. That day, Lin Xiao received a message from Jean Cici early in the morning. The school has officially started. Gather in the number 1 auditorium before 8 o'clock. He went out quickly, and saw streams of light flying out of the surrounding wizard towers. After a while, his girlfriend also went out, and the two flew towards the number 1 auditorium together. Compared with the few people seen in the past few days, almost all the freshmen came to the opening ceremony today. And there were young handsome men and beautiful women everywhere. Youthful and vigorous. It is the common appearance of every young person who can be admitted to the Huiyao Super School. Apart from the special recruitment and internal promotion of Huiyao, most of the people who can be admitted to Huiyao are the pride of heaven in various places. The celebrities of various places in the college entrance examinations in previous years naturally have a bit of arrogance. All of them are arrogant. So it is easy to quarrel and conflict because of some trivial matters. Naturally, there will be no big fights at the opening ceremony. But the feud was so easily formed. Lin Xiao, holding his girlfriend's hand, was quite eye-catching in the crowd near the auditorium. This was not only because of her amazing beauty, but mainly because they were the only ones holding hands among so many people gathered here. Everyone had just entered Huiyao, and everyone was alone. Suddenly a couple appeared. It was hard not to attract attention. What's more, the beauty of the heroine who attracted everyone's attention was unique even in Huiyao, where beauties gathered. A man swept them with a stunning look and raised a big finger to Lin Xiao. Yes. Move quickly. Lin Xiao bowed his hands and didn't say anything. The man changed the subject and said, but being fast is useless. You still have to be strong. In Lin Xiao's surprise, he stretched out his hand to wipe his hair and shouted to Xin Yuexin. Beauty. My name is Lun Wuyun. I was ranked on the second list of 3,000 outstanding people before the college entrance examination. Let's get to know each other if we have a chance. Good guy. You are prying my girlfriend in front of me openly. Lin Xiao was immediately amused. He directly took his girlfriend's hand and kissed her to declare his sovereignty, and glanced at Lun Wuyun and said, You are very brave. Let's practice one-on-one when we have time. The semi-real kind? The so-called semi-real is that both sides send a certain number of clans to enter the real space for a life and death battle. And the clan sent by the loser will die in reality. This is a way of fighting to the maximum extent possible when a full-scale death battle cannot be fought. It is easy to cause a huge blow to the opponent. So there is no such fighting method in high school. And only colleges have relaxed restrictions. He spoke so fiercely that the people walking around him all whistled in surprise. Lun Wuyun was also shocked. He squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao carefully. It was obvious that he did not recognize him. The people watching the excitement around him whistled wildly. But Lun Wuyun was not affected. He carefully observed Lin Xiao's expression and asked in a very serious tone, I wonder what your name is. Lin Xiao raised his mouth and showed a classic evil smile and said, Don't ask who I am. If you have the guts, take it. If you don't have the guts, apologize to me. It's that simple. Wow. Agree to him. Someone immediately said, Lun Wuyun. He said it very clearly. If you have the guts, agree. You dared to steal his girlfriend in front of him. But you don't have the courage to accept the challenge? If you don't have the courage, don't be so arrogant in the future. Yes, if you dare to be timid, you will lose the priority to choose a spouse for 5 years in college. Everyone was watching the fun, provoking and instigating him. And Ling Wuyun's expression was changing back and forth. And it was obvious that he was hesitant. After all, Lin Xiao knew that he was ranked on the second list of 3,000 outstanding people before the college entrance examination. But he dared to challenge him directly. He must have been sure to do so. If he accepted the challenge, he would lose with a high probability. If he lost the semi-real challenge, he would lose at least tens of thousands of core family members. He couldn't send all cannon fodder to challenge. Losing tens of thousands of core family members just after the start of school directly affected the school's performance. So he couldn't hesitate. 10 seconds later, he chose to be timid and leapt amid the boos of the crowd around him. Those who can be admitted to Huiyao are not fools. I dare not say that all of them are. Most of them will not impulsively affect their future because of a small matter. This matter is a small episode. It is estimated that it will become a topic of conversation after the start of school. And then it will be forgotten soon. It will not really say that he has lost the priority to choose a spouse for 5 years in college. There is a benefit for Lin Xiao. That is, he successfully defended his sovereignty. And no one dared to pry openly in front of him. At least not yet. Entering the auditorium, there were people everywhere. Demigods who could call the shots in the foreign planes were everywhere here, sitting obediently on chairs. Lin Xiao held his girlfriend's hand and found a seat in a row of seats marked with Class 17. Leaning against each other and chatting in whispers. Time soon reached 8 o'clock, and the surrounding seats were gradually filled with people. With the sound of a crisp bell, the auditorium became strangely quiet. It was not that everyone stopped talking, but that an invisible force descended and everyone was silenced. Everyone looked up at the rostrum. In the center of the huge arched dome of the auditorium, streams of light gathered to form a vortex. As the vortex turned, streams of light fell towards the rostrum, revealing figures emitting surging divine power fluctuations, and circles of ripples spread out layer by layer. The entire auditorium was like the sea, constantly rising and falling. This is the incarnation of the gods of the senior management of Huiyao University, and the head teachers and assistants of each class. Each of them is a true god. When they met the students for the first time, they all solemnly sent out the incarnation of God. While expressing their solemnity, they were also showing their strength to the students. What we see today is the future of all the students. A loud and powerful voice sounded out of thin air and continued. History can prove that any student who successfully graduated from Huiyao is a true god. Then another male voice with a much younger voice sounded. 100 years ago, the young me stood here and looked up to the mentors. 100 years later, I became the mentor that all the young students looked up to. I hope that 100 years later, there will be students standing in my current position and receiving the admiration of new students. Another crisp and elegant female voice sounded. A lofty ideal is like a chaos stone in the vast void. If you want to pick it, you must work hard and combine it with your talent to become a bridge to the void. Failure is the final test of perseverance. If God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make him suffer and work hard. Dozens of figures slowly fell down, and the dozen figures in front of them each said a famous quote of encouragement. Although everyone has heard this kind of encouragement countless times and has long heard calluses, it has an indescribable power when spoken by the instructors, making everyone sink into it, excited and full of fighting spirit. In this state, everyone is like being brainwashed and unable to control their thoughts. They have a warning in their hearts that the current state is not right, but they just can't get rid of it. Even Lin Xiao is the same. His mind is very clear under the protection of the power of the cube, but he has no power to break this state. He can only be excited and swayed by these encouraging words like others. At this time, Lin Xiao understood that this opening ceremony is not only a welcome for everyone, but also a show of strength from the school's top management and instructors. After all, those who can be admitted to Huiyao are all outstanding people. They are unruly and difficult to discipline. How can the head teacher and teaching assistants discipline them if they don't give them a warning? The huge auditorium accommodated more than 2,000 freshmen, all of whom were demigods, who could cause celestial phenomena in a foreign plane. But at this moment, they were all affected like little chickens without any resistance. I don't know how long it took, until Lin Xiao heard a sentence from an unknown head teacher, and the irresistible force slowly disappeared. The school's senior management and the instructors left one after another, and everyone sat quietly in their seats without moving. When they looked around with their eyelids raised, they could see the remaining awe in everyone's eyes. When they came, everyone was talking and laughing, and their words were full of arrogance. But at this moment, the arrogance on everyone's face had disappeared. After a long time, Lin Xiao got up and left holding his girlfriend's hand. When he walked out of the auditorium, a breeze blew outside, and he felt something was blown away by the wind, and his mentality slowly returned to normal. From this, we can see the horror of those powerful true gods. You must know that the school's senior management and the instructors who just came only sent down their incarnations, and there was no powerful divine power in them. He was sure of this, because the current president of Huiyao University was not a powerful god. It was so terrifying that the incarnation of a weak god could easily suppress so many elites and forcibly change their minds. From this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think of the powerful gods he had come into contact with before. Most of them had a kind attitude, which once gave him some illusions. Now he knew clearly in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. It can't be harmless just because the tiger is full. When the tiger is hungry and shows its ferocious claws, it's too late to run. Chapter 434, Division of Cards Available to Demigods. The opening ceremony ended just like that. Both the beginning and the end were beyond everyone's expectations. The head teacher did not remind him in advance, but he felt that it was right not to remind him. After being beaten this time, he would be more cautious. After the opening ceremony, the school officially started. Some precautions and regulations after the formal opening of the school were mentioned in the opening ceremony before. Everyone was looking forward to the first lesson of college life. The next day, Lin Xiao was ready to go out early. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a young man wearing a black windbreaker standing at the door, holding a lollipop. In his hand, he was holding a fifth-order Rubik's Cube and turning it. Hearing the sound of him opening the door, the man closed the Rubik's Cube in his hand and looked up and said, "Lin Xiao, I am a recruiter of the Meteorite Club. You have been included in the inspection list of this club. According to the regulations, you will be inspected once before deciding whether to recruit you to join this club. The inspection period is the first big class during college. After that, it will be decided whether to recruit you to join this club based on your performance in this big class." After he finished speaking, he twisted the Rubik's Cube again without waiting for an answer and walked away, leaving Lin Xiao behind, who was not able to react for a moment. Meteorite Club? He quickly clicked on the wristband to pop up a light screen search, and soon the information of the Meteorite Club appeared in front of him. Meteorite Club, 6-star club. Established 200,000 years ago. Is this the ancient club mentioned by Yu Xian? At this time, he found that he had 2 new messages. He saw that they were just sent a few minutes ago. He opened them one by one with a strange expression on his face. The 2 messages were from a club called Yao Yi and a club called Qing Tian. After checking, they were both famous top clubs of Huiyao, and the content was similar. It was nothing more than, "Boy, our club has paid attention to you, but according to the regulations, we have to conduct an inspection on you before deciding whether to recruit you into the club. And the inspection method is unified to observe his first big class performance in college. If it was just a certain club that had to pass the inspection before recruiting, he might be a little unhappy. But if all clubs were like this, then that was the rule. Of course, in the final analysis, they still didn't think much of him because his background was too poor. If his background was a little better, or if they knew that he was the son of Gaia, there would be no so-called inspection period. At least his girlfriend didn't have any inspection period. She joined a top women's club before the school officially started, and there was no inspection period at all. Although he was a little unhappy, Lin Xiao would not be angry and not join the club because of this. The rules are like this. If you don't have the invincible strength to break the rules, you have to abide by the rules honestly. He rubbed his forehead, put these aside for the time being, and went to the next door to pick up his girlfriend to go out together. It was not much different from the high school department. The classroom of the 17th class of the freshman year was also in a magic tower, but the internal space was larger. When the 2 arrived, many classmates had already arrived. Before the class time, they gathered in groups of 3 or 2 outside the classroom to chat. He looked around and found that there were quite a lot of people in the class, more than 100 in total, but there were not many familiar people among them. Most of the classmates in the high school department were gone, and there were only a few who were not very familiar with her. It seems that no one is optimistic about her. People are realistic. Although Jean Cece was promoted to the university department, she had no connections and fewer resources than other class teachers. It turned out that her classmates did not think much of her, and most of them switched to other classes. Shaking his head, he and Shin Yueshin entered first. The large classroom was exactly the same as the middle school department. The internal expansion was a huge space with a length and width of several kilometers. Everyone also had a platform suspended in the air. He and his girlfriend randomly found a suspended platform docked at the edge of the door and stood on it. These suspended platforms are also simply and roughly divided into 4 types: black iron, bronze, silver and gold, and crystal materials. In the words of the class teacher, they were all black iron at the beginning, and then each large class would be graded after class, and promotion or demotion would be based on the results. To put it simply, there is a big class every 3 months, and you can either be promoted or demoted. In theory, you can sit on the crystal platform after 4 big classes at the fastest. Different positions have different benefits. The bronze seat rewards 10 units of divine power crystals per month. The silver seat rewards 50 units of divine power crystals per month. The gold seat rewards 200 units of divine power crystals per month. And the crystal throne rewards 1,000 units of divine power crystals per month. As expected of a super school like Huiyao, the rewards are so simple and crude. With money, you can buy whatever you want. This is one of the most practical rewards for ordinary students like Lin Xiao. If you can grab a crystal throne, plus the scholarship, and the private tutoring of the class teacher, it will be a considerable reward. The scholarship is divided into 3 levels. The basic level has 200 units of divine power crystals per month, which is as high as the gold seat. But the scholarship is not only divine power crystals, but also includes a 6-star card of golden mythical quality that can be selected at will. Yes, when they are promoted to demigods, they can already use 6-star cards. At this point, I have to introduce the classification of cards above 5 stars. The cards that divine creatures can use are 1 to 5 stars, while the cards that demigods can use are not 6 or several stars, but only 6 stars. Or to put it this way, anyone can use 5-star cards including cards below 5 stars. 6-star cards must be demigods or above, and demigods can only use cards of 6 stars and below. And 7-star cards are cards that only true gods can use. So 6-star cards are called demigod cards, and cards above 7 stars are called true god cards. The grade classification of 6-star cards is the same as that of 5-star cards, from the initial ordinary to the golden mythical quality. And the ancient crystal cards above are also divided into 4 types: ordinary, boutique, rare miracle card, and super model card. The difference between 6-star cards and 5-star cards is not in quality, but mainly in the increase in quantity. For example, a 5-star ordinary quality resource card sheep flock can summon 500 sheep, half male and half female, at one time. If the card quality is improved, the quality of the sheep will be improved. For example, ordinary sheep will become strong and healthy adult sheep. When the quality reaches a certain level, sheep with special bloodlines may appear, such as sheep-like monsters. But if the 5-star ordinary quality sheep card is replaced with a 6-star ordinary quality sheep card, 5,000 sheep of half male and half female can be summoned at a time, and the number will be qualitatively increased. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao hasn't loaded various cards for a long time. The main reason is that he is too strong now. Ordinary cards don't have much effect on him. Even if the ancient quality does not meet the situation of the god realm, it is useless. His extra loading positions are generally exchanged for some reproduction cards to load, or simply vacated. He now has dozens of card loading quotas for almost a year. However, when he enters college now, he can load 6-star demigod cards. Compared with 5-star cards, the quality of 6-star cards with qualitative enhancement is quite useful to him, and he may be able to load a large number of them. Like him, many elites in the 3rd year of high school rarely load cards in high school, and they all make room for cards to load stronger demigod cards when they are promoted to demigod. The 2nd-tier high-level scholarship rewards 1,000 divine power crystals and 3 6-star golden mythical quality cards every month. And there are only 3 places in the whole grade. The 3rd-tier super scholarship rewards 10,000 units of divine power crystals and a 6-star ancient quality card every month. And there is only 1 place in the whole grade. To get a scholarship above the 2nd level, It is not enough to have excellent personal performance, but the comprehensive score of the class must be ranked in the top 3 in the whole grade. Lin Xiao felt that this rule was somewhat targeted at him. He was confident that he had good performance and grades, but it was hard to say whether he could improve the ranking of the whole class. But no matter what, there is still an ordinary scholarship, even if the class scores are at the bottom. There are 5 basic scholarships. He will definitely get one, plus grabbing a diamond throne. The total reward is not small. Soon the bell rang, and 3 golden lights descended from the sky, revealing 2 familiar figures. They were Jean Cece and Zhu Hong, the former counselor. She and Jean Cece seemed to be in a master-servant relationship, and were also transferred from the high school department. As for the other teaching assistant, he was a middle-aged man from the university department. He introduced himself as Yuanqi, a weak divine power with a godhood level of 5. Just like the first class in the high school department, Jean Cece continued to wear the thick armor to cover her beautiful face. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would know that under this huge armor that was 4 meters high was a beautiful woman with a hot body and beautiful face. Routine self-introduction. Jean Cece's style has always been vigorous and resolute. She quickly finished talking nonsense and got to the point. Today is the first class for all students after entering the university. According to Huayu's convention, the most important first class will start today, and the first class will be related to your treatment this semester. 10 scholarships, and the evaluation of you by the school and many first-class clubs. I hope everyone will take it seriously. At this point, all the students were listening attentively. Even those elites from wealthy families were no exception. Although there is family support, this support is not unlimited. The school will relax the restrictions at the university stage. But it is only a relaxation of restrictions, not unlimited. The resources awarded by the school may not be as good as those given by the family, but it is also a considerable income. No one will think that they have too many disposable resources, so they must fight for it. What's more, the scholarship quota also represents the status in the grade. Even if you don't look down on the reward resources, you have to fight for the status. This big class will gather at Huayu's outpost in the Crystal Wall System -204 Malawang Quatches within 2 days. All 19 classes in the grade will go there. Although it is not a direct competition, your grades will still affect the scores and more directly affect the seats. I hope you will take it seriously. After saying this, she changed the subject and said, as for the allocation of the 10 scholarships that everyone is concerned about, a decision has been made. Zhu Hong, Yuanqi, and I have decided that I will take 2 of the 10 scholarships in this class, and the 2 assistants will each use 1 to support students they personally favor. The remaining 6 places will be used to reward other outstanding students. The decision will be made after this class, so I hope everyone will take it seriously. Disband now. After saying this, she turned around and turned into a golden light that soared into the sky. Zhu Hong and Yuanqi left without saying anything. This was the first time they met their classmates. Most of them were not familiar with each other, and most of the scholarships they had in their hands had been determined long ago, so it was difficult to promise them. As soon as the teacher left, everyone began to whisper. There are so many people in the class, and there are always some acquaintances. Some of them even specifically inquired about the names of their classmates. Many of them already knew the situation of all the classmates in the class. It is worth mentioning that Lung Weiyun, who had a conflict with Lin Xiao before, was also in the same class. I don't know if he secretly knew his identity, but now he turned his eyes to the other side and didn't dare to look at him at all. On the first day of school, everyone was quite restrained and no one challenged anyone. Lin Xiao sat for a while and waved to his girlfriend, holding her hand and leaving in the envious eyes of others. Chapter 435. Go to the outer realm. -204 Malawang Quatches Crystal Wall System. -204 Malawang Quatches Crystal Wall System. The MK at the beginning means that this crystal wall system is quite far away from the main world. It is the outermost circle of the radiation range of the main world's forces, and it is also the outermost circle of the many crystal wall systems explored by Huiyao. The reason for building an outpost base in this crystal wall system is naturally because this crystal wall system has enough strategy value. This is a medium to large crystal wall system with the original will of the crystal wall and extraordinary power. According to the information that Lin Xiao can get, this crystal wall system has been preliminarily determined to have certain development value, but the specific value needs further exploration. Therefore, the number 1 military region, which belongs to the Yanhuang No. 1 Super War Fortress of Huiyao, has established a large outpost base here and sent a division to be stationed here. Although it is not a main division, the division is organized here according to the scale of the garrison. It can be seen that the No. 1 military region attaches great importance to this crystal wall system. After all, according to the previous rules, a medium to large crystal wall system theoretically has the possibility of giving birth to a great existence. Yes, only in theory. Theoretically, a medium to large crystal wall system can give birth to a great existence if sufficient conditions are met. Now the military has established a large outpost base here, with a division stationed there, and the highest military commander is a major general, which shows the importance attached to this crystal wall system. Otherwise, the garrison of a normal crystal wall system is only a school-level officer, such as the AX-14 crystal wall system where Lin Zhao's family is located. Of course, the military has only preliminarily assessed that there is this possibility, which does not mean that this crystal wall system can give birth to a great existence. In fact, most of the crystal wall systems that are assessed to have the possibility of giving birth to great divine power are found to be unable to accommodate the birth of great existences after the final exploration. But no matter whether it can be born or not, as long as it is possible, it must be fully explored. Walking through the Huiyao dedicated channel, Lin Xiao came to the Yanhuang No. 1 Super War Fortress for the first time. A super war fortress located in the subspace. A super fireball like the sun. Yanhuang No. 1 War Fortress is the first super war fortress built by humans. It belongs to the superpower headed by Huiyao Super Academy. The fortress is larger and more powerful than Yanhuang No. 5 Super Fortress. Through the exclusive military channel, more than 2,000 people from more than a dozen classes in the whole grade boarded a large void warship, escorted by 5 military void warships, and spent half a year in a foreign land, crossing countless billions of kilometers of chaotic void, and came to a fireball with red flames on the surface. From the surface, the performance of this crystal wall system in the void is like an M-type red giant in space, and the blooming red spectrum can be seen from a distance. This crystal wall system is very conspicuous in the chaotic void, without any obstruction. Before it was determined to be of sufficient value, the military did not set up a super array to obstruct the existence of this crystal wall system. The void fleet crossed billions of kilometers of chaotic void and came to this crystal wall system, and docked at a large outpost fixed on the crystal wall L of the crystal wall system with red flames erupting. The red flames erupting from the surface of the crystal wall system are real flames, which are the embodiment of the energy leakage from the crystal wall system. Although the temperature is not as high as that of a star, it can easily melt steel. So the outpost base fixed on the surface of the crystal wall must always open the energy shield. But at the same time, the outpost base can continuously extract this flame and turn it into energy to power the base, thus achieving a balance, and can maintain the basic operation of the base in non-combat situations, with only a small amount of energy consumption. This phenomenon of crystal wall system energy leakage is not common in the chaotic void. Generally, the outer crystal wall of the crystal wall system is used to protect the crystal wall system from external energy entering the world, and its greatest function is to isolate the hidden crystal wall system. The energy of this crystal wall system is leaking all the time, which is very abnormal. According to common sense, such a continuous energy leakage can only be seen in the crystal wall system where the origin of the world is broken. But according to the intelligence that Lin Xiao can obtain with his current military rank, the preliminary data obtained by the 1st Military District after attacking the crystal wall system for so long shows that the origin of this world does not seem to be broken, which is very strange. However, this information cannot be taken as accurate. After all, he belongs to the 5th Military District, and this is the 1st Military District. In addition, he is not a real military leader yet, so it is normal that he cannot get the real information. Of course, Lin Xiao has no interest in this. What if he really knows the truth? Does he want to get involved in it? If he is now a colonel commander with real power and can actually control a 3rd-level war group, maybe it won't work. The highest commander of the garrison at this outpost base is a major general division commander, and he is not qualified to be a war group commander. When the void battleship slowly docked at the outpost fortress berth through the high-temperature flame storm, Lin Xiao put away all his wild thoughts, listened to the radio, and gathered with his girlfriend in the largest cabin of the battleship. More than 2,200 elites from the entire grade were all here, gathering according to different classes. From a distance, it was crowded with people, and occasionally there were flashes of light produced by various visions. With their strength, they can basically control and converge their own visions. For example, Lin Xiao now has no black holes and magic cubes shrinking inwards behind his head, and looks no different from ordinary people. But there are also a small number of second-generation rich families who are not admitted to Huiyao by their own strength. They are still unable to restrain their breath freely, or they can barely restrain it. But once their emotions change a lot, they will leak their breath. All the head teachers and teaching assistants came to this joint class, and even several school leaders came. In addition, they will get the cooperation of the garrison at this outpost, and there will be a fleet to protect them throughout the whole process. After all, strictly speaking, the sequence of this group of students in the entire Huiyao system is still quite high, higher than this outpost. As the saying goes, children are the future of the motherland. Maybe they will be ruthlessly beaten after graduating from college and entering the society, but during their studies, they are still the flowers of the motherland and will receive superstandard protection and attention. It was just like the college entrance examination in Lin Zhao's memory. On that day, everything had to give way to the candidates. Even if they ran a red light and hit someone else's car, they still had to carefully apologize and be escorted to the examination room by the traffic police. But once the college entrance examination is over, if you fail to get into college and enter the society early, and you hit someone else's car just after coming out of the examination room, you still have to be careful to apologize to the traffic police and escort you. But this time you apologize to the car owner, and the traffic police will send you to the bureau. Just 1 day difference. The treatment is like heaven and earth. At this time, a light screen popped up in front of Lin Xiao, on which was the content of this class said by the class teacher. Looking at the content on the light screen in front of him, he was quite surprised. The content is very simple, and it can be summed up in 2 words, drifting. As the literal meaning, they will be thrown into the unknown void inside this crystal-walled universe. Yes, it is the void, not the plane. This time, they will be directly thrown into the chaotic void, and then drift in the void by their own ability, and find a valuable plane within the specified time. This task is extremely risky. It is different from the big class in high school. At that time, even if you descended to the plane, there was a teacher to take care of you. But this time you were thrown into the void without a teacher to take care of you. Once an accident happens, your incarnation will fall, because of the danger of the mission. Everyone descended as an incarnation. At this time, Lin Zhao's girlfriend was just an ordinary incarnation of her divine power, not a divine incarnation. The second stage of the big class is to find a valuable plane in the void. Rely on personal strength to find a way to establish a space beacon to connect to the outpost outside the crystal wall system, and then you can return. The main difficulty of this big class is how to survive in the terrible void, and to find a valuable plane in the aimless and directionless void, and then use one hand to rub various materials to build a space beacon, and then return safely. As for the way to evaluate the results, it is naturally based on who can find the plane as quickly as possible. Then evaluate the value of the plane, and then the achievement in the plane found within the specified time. Simply finding a plane and establishing a stable position on the plane to establish a force. The results are definitely different. The mission time is 30 years, which is equivalent to 1 month in the main world. Can we go together? Lin Xiao raised his hand and asked. The classmates around all looked up. They were also interested in this. Jean Cece looked over and nodded. It is allowed to travel together, but the scores will be calculated separately. If 2 students come together and discover a plane together, the scores of the joint action will be divided equally between the 2 when the scores are assessed. Lin Xiao understood, meaning that if 2 people form a team and only discover 1 plane, then the score of the plane they discovered will be divided equally between the 2, which will definitely not be better than the score of the students who discovered a plane alone. Of course, if the plane discovered by the 2 people is very valuable, then even if the 2 people divide the score equally, it will be better than those students who discovered ordinary planes alone. So, Lin Xiao looked at Xin Yuexin, and she also looked over and smiled slightly, as if they were in sync. He understood. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone beside him say, "Huh. There are additional rules behind?" Lin Xiao quickly pulled back the light screen in front of him, and the screen turned and there was indeed new content. Looking at the title, it was indeed an additional rule. After a closer look, he showed a happy expression. This additional rule was very beneficial to him. Under normal rules, each student can only have one incarnation descend, and then can only summon a clan with a population of no more than 1,000 people to descend with him. This can be summoned in advance before the descent and loaded with a space prop. Because the power of the main world has not yet completely invaded this crystal wall system, and it is impossible to open the divine domain to summon the clan in the void deep in the descending crystal wall. The summoned clan cannot be recalled after entering the deep space. Either they successfully establish a beacon to return, or they die outside. Normally, the clans that each student can summon are the same, but the additional rules behind it show that if they are students with formal military ranks, they can obtain a certain number of additional summons, or use other things to replace the summoned clans, and this advantage will be counted in the score and is not considered cheating. Chapter 436, Suffocating Easter Eggs. Subsidiary rules are as follows. Any student who has a military rank of a non-commissioned officer or above will receive an additional advantage when he or she descends. The additional advantage is jointly formulated by the school and the military. Please make a choice before descending. Otherwise it will be deemed as giving up. At this time, a school leader wearing a major uniform said loudly, "Anyone who currently has a formal military rank of a non-commissioned officer or above has made great contributions and is eligible for additional advantages. Now please gather all students with a rank of non-commissioned officer or above." Damn. This is a bit of a show-off. Although he secretly complained, Lin Xiao was not slow to move and quickly stood out from the crowd. Unexpectedly, his girlfriend also came out, facing her boyfriend's puzzled eyes. She smiled sweetly. Well, after almost a semester at home, not only was he assigned to a giant playing group, but he also had the position of an ancient god of the brilliant crystal wall system. It was completely normal to get a military rank. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao was very envious. The ancient god position that Xin Yuexin obtained in Huiyao turned out to be the very powerful ancient god position of destiny. Let's put it this way. If all the positions are arranged into a pyramid, the four most powerful ancient god positions are: time ranked first. Whether it is strong or not needs to be explained. Space ranked second. Whether it is strong or not needs to be explained. The third is energy, including earth, fire, feng shui, positive energy, negative energy, shadow, death, and other energies in the world. This ancient god position usually only appears in the early stage of the birth of a powerful crystal wall system. It is basically an ancient god, the supreme god. Generally, when you have the ancient god position of energy, the ancient god positions of earth, fire, feng shui, and other ancient gods will not appear, unless the supreme god who masters the ancient god position of energy falls, and the god position collapses into the god positions of earth, fire, feng shui, and positive and negative energy. The fourth is matter, which is also one of the supreme ancient god positions, and also one of the original supreme gods. Once the fallen god position is split, it can basically never overlap again. The four supreme priesthoods in the first tier can be promoted to great power without any bottlenecks. Of course, the absence of bottlenecks does not mean that one can definitely become a great power. After all, there are various accidents or struggles in the world that may lead to premature death. And fate, together with super powerful priesthoods such as truth, is listed in the second tier. It is also possible to be promoted to great power, but the probability is definitely not as high as the four supreme priesthoods. The brilliant crystal wall system can give birth to great power. Now one has been born, and it is unknown whether the second one can be born, at least with the ancient priesthood of fate. Her future is not bad. Lin Xiao stepped out and found that there were many people who stepped out with him. Hundreds of people walked out one after another. Each of them had an extraordinary spirit and aura. They were all real top elites. I think they all took advantage of the holiday after the college entrance examination, or accumulated merits before, and successfully obtained the rank of non-commissioned officer or above before entering university. When everyone stood still, the light curtain in front of Lin Xiao popped up again, and a series of options appeared in front of him. According to the regulations, Colonel Lin Xiao, you will be given the following additional options, and you can only choose one. He counted them. A total of 11 options, including 5 ordinary options, 3 options for lieutenants, and 3 options for colonel-level rank. Obviously, the last 6 options appear because his rank is colonel, and others do not. It is very clear how to choose. Exclude all the previous ones, and only look at the 3 advanced options for colonels. The first option is to get an additional small military void warship, equipped with standard crew members, and a standard 100-man Marine squadron, including 2 legendary level captains and deputy captains, 10 7th level extraordinary squadron captains, and 96th level extraordinary team members. Note, the 10 squads include a mage team, and the captain is a legendary mage. Wow, this configuration is a bit cool. Lin Xiao smacked his lips and looked at the second one. The second option, get an extra portable wizard tower, including activated tower spirit, full element pool, 2 diamond golems, and 100 steel golems in the warehouse. Note, once summoned, the wizard tower will be fixed on the ground vein and cannot be moved at will. Lin Xiao was silent for a while, and then looked at the third one. The third option, an additional 2,000 people of the clan summon quota. Compared with the ordinary option, only 100 additional clan summon quotas are added, which is exaggerated. Note, the first and second options above can only choose the human race. After reading the 3 options, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. The 3 options are actually similar, all of which summon a bunch of subordinates to help in the battle, and the help is quite strong. The only difference is the way to use it. Among them, the third option is excluded, and the first one can already summon a clan of 1,000 people, and another 2,000 will overlap. Although the 2,000 person clan is definitely stronger than the first and second options in terms of combat power. After all, the void ship is strong and the mage tower is also awesome. But if he can summon 100 legendary Nagas with all 2,000 people, it will definitely be stronger than the first 2. The reason why he did not choose a bunch of legendary clans, in addition to the intention of stopping losses, is mainly to enrich his means. The 100 legendary Nagas are all kitchen knight professions, which are strong in siege battles, but they are frustrated in other aspects, regardless of the fact that the Iron Golem Corps and the Marine Squadron are not very strong. The role of the small void battleship and the mage tower is quite large. So, after careful consideration, Lin Xiao chose the first option and obtained an additional small military void battleship and a Marine Squadron. The options cannot be seen by outsiders. More than 2,000 pairs of eyes are watching them below, and they don't know what choice they made. The additional advantage after this choice will come with it after the landing. After confirming the choice, the screen in front of him disappeared, and his girlfriend beside him also made a choice. Neither of them asked. There was no need. They would know in a moment. He glanced around, feeling a little regretful that he couldn't show off. The school had just started, and everyone was not familiar with each other, so naturally there were no conflicts. However, I don't know if he guessed what he was thinking. The school leader who spoke before clasped his hands and said with a smile, "When there is competition, there is pressure, and there will be wonderful performances only when there is pressure." So I discussed with the class teachers and formulated some interesting rules to add a little competitive pressure to everyone. First of all, the rewards. The top 100 students in this class will each be rewarded with a 6-star epic quality purple card of any type. The top 10 students will each be rewarded with a 6-star legendary quality orange card. The third place will be a 6-star myth quality gold card. The second place will be 2 6-star myth quality gold cards. And the first place will be a 6-star ancient card. There are rewards and punishments. The last 100 students in this class will not be able to receive scholarships within 1 year, even if the class teacher privately sponsors them. Wow! This punishment is quite severe for some people. This means that even if the class teacher or teaching assistant is willing to give you a scholarship, as long as you rank after the 100th in this class, you will not be able to get it. In addition, this class will also be linked with seniors in the 2nd or 3rd year. Hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking at the smiling face of the school leader, he felt that he had bad intentions. There are 10 classes in the 2nd year, and 2 classes in the 3rd year are also exploring deep in this crystal wall system. If you randomly throw yourself into the void, you are likely to run into the seniors. We have already greeted many seniors. If you run into you, we will treat you well. Damn! Many people were stunned and looked at each other. This move is too cruel. You can rest assured that the seniors will never let you go, because every time you eliminate one of you, they can get a 6-star myth card. If they are found to let you go, they will be punished. Lin Xiao. Of course, considering the difficulty, anyone who is lucky enough to run into a senior and successfully escape the pursuit will be exempted from punishment. even if they are ranked in the bottom 100. What if we can eliminate the seniors? Lin Xiao turned his head sharply. And like everyone else, he was curious to see who was so brave. Even the school leader, who was speaking, turned his head in surprise and looked at the speaker. To Lin Xiao's surprise, it was an acquaintance, Lung Wuyun. At this time, facing thousands of eyes, he lowered his head in fear. The school leader smiled and replied, "This student is very courageous. The director likes this kind of courageous students the most. Although it is unlikely, there are always exceptions. At least I know that there are many little tigers in this grade. If you are lucky, it is possible to do it." Then this director promises here that as long as someone successfully defeats any senior within the scope of the rules, the school will prepare a big gift package for him. As the school leader's eyes swept over, Lin Xiao always felt that he was looking at him. If there are no other problems, you can disband now and start descending into the void in one day. As soon as several school leaders and teachers left, the hall became noisy. Many students complained about the difficulty of this class. Lin Xiao heard the most people praying not to run into seniors, although they are all outstanding in various places and top elites among their peers. Those who were admitted to Huiyao in the past were all outstanding and top elites in various places. The gap in strength is very large when they are 1 or 2 years away from the main world. What's more, they are limited to descending, and they can't summon many clans. The seniors are opening up the plane. Maybe because the power of the main world has not penetrated into the depths of the void. They can't open the divine domain. But just because they can't open the divine domain, it doesn't mean that they can't bring their clans over in other ways. If you are unlucky enough to run into seniors who have already established a stable base in the plane, you can only die. Even if Lin Xiao gets such a big extra advantage, he has no confidence in this gap. He can only pray not to run into seniors. And even if he does, he should not be a senior in the 3rd year. Go back to the room with your girlfriend and make sure to receive their extra rewards first. My girlfriend's rank is a sergeant, which is within the range of non-commissioned officers. There is no additional option for lieutenants. Her choice is 10 steel golems. This thing is made of pure steel, not flesh and blood. At some times, it is more useful than a legendary family. Chapter 437. Arriving in the void. Soon after, he and his girlfriend went out together, leaving the battleship and entering the outpost. First, they received a one-time special space prop from the office of the campus and the outpost. The space in this special space prop can accommodate living things. They can communicate with the divine realm in the outpost. Summon the followers first, and put them into this space prop after inspection. Don't think about cheating to put more followers in it. When descending, the magic array will be screened, and once it exceeds, it will warn. Then he received a metal disc with array patterns engraved on the surface. This is a space beacon. When he descends into the void with a large magic array and activates the beacon, the small military void warship with the additional option will jump directly to his side. Get ready, and the day will pass. The next morning, Lin Xiao got up early. While washing up, he received a message from Jean Cece, which was her reminder. Don't think about escaping. The void you were put into is also the void that the sophomores and juniors put into. Although it is not completely overlapping, there are only those valuable planes in it. You are likely to encounter them. If you encounter them, don't be afraid. Observe carefully, and try to have a certain performance in the plane. Even if it only causes some trouble to the seniors, it can improve your evaluation. This is really good news. He puffed up the foam in his mouth. It was a bit depressing to receive this news early in the morning. Since the head teacher said so, it means that their situation is not optimistic, and there is a high probability that they will encounter the seniors. However, what is coming cannot be avoided. Since it cannot be avoided, just face it bravely and work hard. After a simple wash, he went out with his girlfriend and found that everyone was very early. They lined up in 2s and 3s to leave the void battleship and go to the teleportation array platform of the outpost base. Everyone has basically seen the outer domain base, so there is nothing strange about it. The orderly team came to the teleportation platform under the curious eyes of many soldiers, checked in one by one, and began to descend. Soon it was Lin Xiao's turn. He held Shen Yuexin's hand and passed the inspection. The guard took out a crystal card and divided it into 2 halves and stuffed it into them, and reminded them, don't put the things in your hands, otherwise you will be separated during the transmission. This teleportation platform can transport 100 people at a time. Through the setting, The landing point after transmission will not be the same, and it will randomly descend into the unknown void. In theory, it will only be delivered to the void, but there is also a small probability that it will be directly teleported to certain planes. And it is not lucky to encounter such a thing, because the void is not peaceful. There are many terrible void creatures, including some void creatures with wisdom, and can set traps. They will use special means or talents to pull the space trajectory of a piece of void. Once a teleportation trajectory passes through this piece of void, it will be captured and fall into the trap. It is quite troublesome to encounter such a thing. Well, it's just a nuisance. You won't die unless you have bad luck. After all, he is a demigod. Even if he is just an incarnation, he has great strength. Although void creatures are scary, it is extremely rare to be able to reach the level of a true god. And this kind of void creature comparable to a true god does not need to set any traps at all. It usually wanders in the void and hunts prey directly when it encounters it. Below the true god, they all have a chance to escape, although the probability is not high. Accompanied by a surge of energy, the light column shot up into the sky, and Lin Xiao only felt a sudden emptiness under his feet. And then he entered the subspace level. After hundreds of people fell into the subspace, they were blown away by the surging subspace storm. Half of the crystal card in his hand emitted a stream of light to connect the crystal card in his girlfriend's hand to connect them together. And the two of them quickly shuttled in the void. This subspace is the same as the subspace of the human main world. Any world has a subspace, which is the two sides of the whole world. Generally, teleportation is to enter the subspace. Walking a short distance in this may cross hundreds of kilometers in the main world. They have been in this teleportation state for several hours, and they are afraid that they have entered the depths of this crystal wall system, until the light ball protecting them suddenly began to float up. He knew that the teleportation had ended. In the unknown void, a void storm of more than 1,000 kilometers swept through, and a large group of void creatures similar to swimming fish followed at the tail of the storm. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space just swept by the void storm, and a ball of light jumped out of it. The fish-like void creatures around saw the ball of light and rushed over like a cat smelling fish. Lin Xiao and Xin Yuexin, who had just escaped from the subspace, opened their eyes and saw countless 2 or 3 meters long void fish with black LS and mouths full of sharp teeth like piranhas, opening their big mouths full of sharp teeth to bite. With just a glance, he recognized that this was a common void fish in the void. There were many, but the individual strength was weak, and it would not be able to bite through the protective light shield for a while. First, he swept left and right, pointed to a little light in the dark distance, and said to his girlfriend, "That ball of light might be a plane. Let's go over there first." She observed it carefully and shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. The planes in the normal void are not so bright and conspicuous. Lin Xiao frowned and looked at it carefully. It was indeed not normal, as she said. From the outside, the general plane does look like a shining ball of light floating in the void sea. But because of the existence of the void storm, the light emitted is filtered through layers of void energy, and it is impossible to be too bright from a distance. There are only two possibilities for seeing a very bright plane. Either it is not far away, or it is not a plane, but a hidden danger. It is still very useful to have a knowledgeable and experienced girlfriend. He spread his hands and said, "You are more familiar with this than me. You can show the way." She nodded, looked around and pointed in another direction and said, "We don't know the direction now. There are no reference objects around, and we can't see other possible planes. We can only find a direction to fly a distance and turn when we find the target." "Okay, let's go." Xin Yuexin was about to fly in that direction when she pulled his hand. But she didn't pull it. She looked back and saw her boyfriend raised his eyebrows and said with a strange smile, "I'll show you something good." He took out a metal plate and activated it. An invisible wave broke through the void and entered the subspace. She asked curiously, "Is this your extra advantage?" "What is it?" Lin Xiao laughed and said, "Guess what it is." "So fast?" He spread his hands and said, "No need to guess. It's already here." As soon as the voice fell, the void around them began to bulge up at a speed visible to the naked eye, rising rapidly, and the space wall quickly became transparent. Soon, a small void ship could be seen breaking through the subspace under the void to the material space. The sudden change frightened the surrounding void fish, and they fled to the void energy layer thousands of meters away and wandered back and forth. Once nothing happened later, they would pounce again, Soon the void warship broke through the subspace and appeared in the material plane. A white light of guidance flew over. Lin Xiao said to his surprised girlfriend. This is the extra advantage I extracted. A small void warship and a marine squadron. The white light of guidance sucked them into the warship. In the center of the central cabin, there was a disc engraved with complex array patterns. With a flash of light, two people appeared. Two men wearing different uniforms, but all military uniforms were standing in the room. Seeing them appear, they saluted and said loudly, Captain of the Marine Squadron affiliated with the void ship Flying Snake. Codename Flying Snake. Salutes the Chief. Deputy Captain of the Marine Squadron affiliated with the void ship Flying Snake. Captain of the Mage Team. Codename Feathered Serpent. Salutes the Chief. Lin Xiao smiled and returned the salute, and said in a deep voice, At ease. I am Colonel Lin Xiaolin. From now on, I will take over the Flying Snake. You will accept my leadership before the mission is completed. Follow Colonel Lin's instructions. Very good. Now prepare to leave this area, and introduce me to the firepower and configuration of the Flying Snake. He walked towards the command bridge of the Flying Snake, and the Captain Flying Snake and the Deputy Captain Feathered Serpent followed him to introduce him to the detailed data of the Flying Snake. He only knew the configuration of the Flying Snake roughly, and he didn't know the specific personal strength equipment or even the weapons and equipment equipped by the Flying Snake itself. He might have to rely on this void ship and this unit during the entire class, so he must learn more about it. The Flying Snake is a standard military warship in active service of the military, although it is not large in size and only a little over 100 meters in length. It is equipped with more than a dozen military mid-technology energy cannons, which can emit energy bombardments with an energy level equivalent to a single 9-ring spell, and can easily wipe out an indigenous legendary strongman. If it is equipped with the marines on the ship, it can consume an ordinary indigenous demigod with few means. If Lin Xiao and Xin Yuexin are added, it can already pose a fatal threat to almost all demigods. The 9-ring spell itself is a very powerful spell. It does not mean that legendary creatures can only be harmed by legendary spells. It is not like that. Normally, a legendary creature may be killed if it is hit head-on by a single 9-ring spell when it is completely unprepared. Not to mention that more than a dozen naval guns were bombarding in turn. Even if they were prepared, they could still be easily killed. The Flying Snake quickly shuttled through the dark void. The ubiquitous void storm in the void made the warship shake constantly. But this was just a normal shaking. Just the scale of the void storm was too large, and the size of the void ship was relatively small. The hull would not be damaged at all. Sitting in the void warship, watching the rolling void storm outside the porthole, the void creatures passing by, the taste of wine in the mouth, and the soft, beautiful girlfriend next to him, it felt quite comfortable. Compared to him sitting comfortably in the warship and wandering in the void, 99% of the other students were in dire straits at this time. Just after a void storm less than 1,000 kilometers away from him, a ball of light was rising and falling with the void waves, looking like a ping-pong ball floating on the water, surrounded by dense void fish surrounding the light ball. And from time to time, there were fish rushing up to hit the divine shield. Chapter 438 First Exploration. Yi Chenyu stretched out his hand and grabbed the surrounding void energy, which was bound into a ball. With a casual finger, the energy ball split into dozens of void energy arrows and flew out, shooting through dozens of void fish in the surrounding circle. Taking this opportunity, he turned into a golden light and rushed out, knocking away the surrounding void fish like a bowling ball. It was just a small void fish, so he was not very happy about it. After quickly determining the direction, he aimed at the direction and flew quickly. In the vast void, his small light ball was inconspicuous. It was submerged as soon as the void waves came together. The corrosive void energy was consuming the protective light ball all the time. He needed to continuously inject divine power to maintain the divine shield that protected his body. Although the consumption was very small, it could be said that only a little divine power was consumed every few hours. But it was always consuming. You have to know that the void is boundless, and God knows how far the nearest plane is. If you are unlucky, you may drift in the void for decades. In addition, if you encounter danger from time to time, your divine power will be consumed. His incarnation is composed of more than 100,000 divine powers, and he may not be able to hold on to the end. Theoretically, there is no limit to the divine power carried by the divine power incarnation at the demigod stage. As long as you carry 100 million divine powers, Yi Chenyu is certainly not so rich. Or he can still take out 100 million divine powers with all his wealth. But most of them are general divine power crystals that can only be used for trading, rather than divine power condensed by the power of faith contributed by his believers. General divine power crystals can be used to charge magic arrays or magic props, or directly stimulate a huge burst of power to repel the enemy. But they cannot be directly absorbed by demigods. It takes a long time to refine the various distractions and residual mental imprints mixed in the general divine power crystals one by one before they can be used. If you have enough time and free time, you can do it slowly. But at this time, you have to move all the time in the void. So how can you have the energy to refine it slowly? Although Yi Chenyu had a military rank, he was only a private soldier and was not eligible for extra advantages. He could only swim slowly and honestly. After escaping from the initial landing point, about 1,000 kilometers in one breath, he felt a void storm coming from behind, and quickly poured more divine power into the divine shield to prepare for the impact. Bang! Lin Xiao felt the flying snake shake slightly, as if it had hit something, and looked at the observer at the bow in surprise. The observer said, "It should have hit some slightly larger void creature. It's not a big deal." "Oh, then it's okay." With that, he laid down with peace of mind and closed his eyes to rest. In the void, Yi Chenyu was spinning and flying for several kilometers before he stabilized his body. Looking at the outline that disappeared faintly in the dark void, he cursed, "Damn! Hurry up and reincarnate." The flying snake thought it had hit some void creature. How could he not know that he was hit by a void ship? If it was a normal lost void, he would definitely shout and ask for a ride. But at this time, he didn't dare to speak, not even to curse loudly, for fear of being noticed by the void ship. If it was a senior on the ship, no matter if he was a sophomore or a junior, he would be in trouble. On one side, swimming hard. On the other side, lying quietly on a big chair with eyes closed. This gap seems very unfair, but it is normal in college. No matter which university, even ordinary universities, such unfair things happen. The school uses practical actions to tell you what unfairness is, and also uses practical actions to tell you what to do when you encounter such unfairness. People born in wealthy families can use their family advantages to widen the gap with poor families, and poor families can also earn their own advantages with their own abilities. The first big class after entering college clearly tells poor students how to make up for the gap with wealthy classmates. That is, to join the army. This may not be the only way, but it is definitely the simplest, direct and fairest way. There may be personal relationships in the army, but as long as you can make contributions and improve your military rank, you will definitely get the treatment you deserve. Just like Lin Xiao. He was one of the worst students in his class, but with his own skills and military rank, he had already opened up a gap with other students at the beginning. And this gap will get bigger and bigger. The void is vast and boundless. The flying snake kept flying at full speed for more than 20 days before capturing the first plane. It was a light red ball floating alone in the void, which was accidentally discovered after passing through a void storm that spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Looking out the porthole, nothing abnormal was found, and it didn't look like a trap for void creatures. At this time, the flying snake was only thousands of kilometers away from that plane, and the number of void creatures in the surrounding void had decreased a lot. No matter from which aspect, it was in line with the rules of the real plane. After confirming that it was correct, Lin Xiao immediately ordered the flying snake to slowly approach. Soon they came near the plane, and could clearly see the black lines, like spider webs in the red plane barrier. The flying snake circled the entire plane, and the black spider web covered the entire plane. What is this? This is not normal. There are so many planes recorded in the main world, and there are many strange planes in the records. Generally, these strange planes are likely to be problematic planes. It can be said that more than 80 out of 100 are abnormal. What do you think? He asked Shen Yuexin, who came after hearing the news. His girlfriend observed it carefully, thought for a while and said, "Generally, there is a high probability that this plane has a problem. But there is a very small probability that it is a special plane. If you are not in a hurry, you can try to explore it." Lin Xiao was silent for a while, and said to the captain of the Marine Corps, "Flying snake. There should be a magic guide machine specially used for exploration on the ship. When the battleship approaches the plane, throw one down to see." Feisha nodded. There are 5 kinds of small magic machines on the warship. all of which need to be placed at the edge of the plane. Otherwise, they will be easily blown away by the void storm. Then let's go over and take a look. Then the warship slowly approached. And the closer it got, the clearer it could see the black network covering the entire crystal wall of the plane. Just like a huge spider web covering the inner edge of the crystal wall of the plane. But it was not clear because of the crystal wall of the plane. The warship stopped about 1 kilometer away from the plane. This is the closest distance for exploring the alien world. If it is closer, it will almost be close to the crystal wall of the plane. If something changes, it may not be able to escape in time. A flying snake made of machinery was put down. A metal mechanical wing spread out, and several nozzles at the back ejected air to push it slowly towards the plane. This is a pure mechanical component, and the power is a very simple jet system, which does not contain any extraordinary elements. There are not many functions and no combat power. But it is safe and secretive. You must know that the void is too dangerous. If you have extraordinary power, it is easy to attract the attention of some unknown eyes. This kind of mechanical creation that purely extracts void energy and then ejects it as power will basically not be noticed by extraordinary creatures. In theory, as long as the movement is small enough, it may not be noticed even if it crawls under the feet of a dragon. The flying snake staggered across the void of about 1 kilometer at a very slow speed and lay on the plane crystal wall. The 4 metal claws were directly embedded in it. And then the head turned into a sharp metal drill and pierced into the light wall. The plane crystal wall is essentially the same as the crystal wall of the crystal wall universe. Most of them are a layer of light film that isolates the void and protects everything in the plane. The light film itself is not very hard, and many things can easily drill into it, such as this detection machine. But it does not mean that anyone can enter. Generally, even if there is no plane will, it will self-reject the extraordinary power that does not belong to this plane. So even if it is only a small plane, it is extremely difficult for foreign demigods like them to enter. But they do not reject this detection machine. At this time, the flying snake has unfolded a light curtain, on which is a blurred and violently shaking picture. This is the detection machine passing through the plane crystal wall. It was not until nearly half an hour later that the picture gradually became clear, and a world shrouded in gray fog appeared in front of them. The fog was so thick that the image displayed on the screen was completely unclear at about 5 meters. Let alone the situation in the plane. At the same time, the information sent by the detection machine showed that the fog in this plane contained a corrosive component, which was slowly corroding the detection flying snake. According to the preliminary analysis of the exploration machine, this flying snake-shaped detection machine, made of high-strength alloy, can be corroded in about a year. 5 minutes later, Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "Take the detector back. This plane cannot be entered. Although it can be confirmed that this plane is not a trap for void creatures. From the preliminary exploration, this plane is not suitable for the survival of creatures. Even super strong alloys can be slowly corroded, and flesh and blood bodies will definitely be melted in minutes. The first plane found is worthless." He was not depressed. Exploring the foreign void is a long journey. Who doesn't wander in the void for many years before accidentally discovering a valuable plane? If he really encounters a valuable plane for the first time, he will be suspicious. He smiled and shook his head, and was about to turn back, when suddenly a huge black shadow swept past the gray fog on the light screen, and an invisible pressure arose, stirring up the gray fog to cover everything in front of him, and the light screen was blurred. So big, Lin Xiao pondered for a few seconds and ordered, "Flying snake, retreat a little further." 10 kilometers away, the scene in front of him quickly zoomed back, and the flying snake detector slowly rose from the crystal wall of the plane and flew backwards, slowly flying towards the flying snake. There was no surprise next, and there was no scene of a behemoth tearing open the crystal wall of the plane and killing it. After receiving the detector, the flying snake quickly turned around and left this plane. Lin Xiao called out the star map, marked a point on it, and wrote a note. Unknown plane, features gray fog, corrosive. Unknown supergiant creatures were observed, and it was uncertain whether they could leave the plane. As an explorer, drawing star maps is a necessary skill. The explored planes are marked on the star map, and when you return in the future, you can sell the explored star map for money or exchange it for merit. Chapter 439 Trap. Then, there was another aimless wandering in the void, which was also one of the necessary processes for the advent of the alien world. Few people could find a valuable plane at once, and they had to drift and search in the void until one day they suddenly found a valuable plane. And this time was generally measured in years. Since leaving the last plane marked as gray fog, there was no plane for the next 2 months. On the way, there were 2 suspected plane light spots and more than 10 unknown signals. One of the 2 suspected plane light spots disappeared out of thin air after flying in the direction for a while, and no one knew what happened. After the other light spot approached a certain distance, they guessed that it was probably a trap through clues, so they turned around and left. As for the more than 10 unknown signals, they didn't pay any attention to them at all. There are only 2 possibilities for signals in the void. One is a signal deliberately sent by an unknown evil existence, just like a trap. The other is a summoning signal. This crystal wall universe is a typical world with a large number of extraordinary creatures. The creatures found in many planes have similar spell-like extraordinary abilities, including the ability to summon, which can summon the existence in the unknown void. Normally, responding to the call and going to the unknown plane is a good way to find the plane. However, once you respond to the call, you must abide by the summoning rules according to the laws of the crystal wall system. The most common thing is to obey the summoner's orders and return after the call ends. Perhaps the summoned is strong enough to forcibly resist the rules and disobey the orders, such as demigods can barely do it. But the premise of this resistance is that the summoner is not strong enough to do it. If the summoner is strong enough, such as the level of 6th level extraordinary or above, the bonus of the world rules is enough to resist the backlash of the demigod for a short time and force the summoned to return. And the summoner who can send the summoning signal to the depths of the void must be quite powerful, and they are basically unable to help themselves when they are summoned. If they were simply summoned to be a thug, it would be fine with their strength. If they cannot beat the summoner, they can forcibly break the summoning and leave. If they encounter someone who summons them for ulterior motives and kills them as experimental materials, then they will be in trouble. Therefore, there is a warning in the Void Adventure rules. That is, do not respond to the summons casually. Of course, although the summoning signal has great risks. If you are trapped in an inescapable desperate situation in the void, you may be able to temporarily escape from danger by using this. Anyway, no matter how bad your luck is, you will die anyway. So you might as well try your luck. If you are lucky and the summoner is not strong enough, you can still rely on your strength to stay in the summoner's plane and escape from danger. In the 4th month, traces of a plane were found again. Approaching carefully, it was found that this was a small, uninhabited plane of no value. Just like most of the barren planets in the starry sky, this is a plane where the air is full of gases that are not suitable for the survival of organisms. The plane is basically a barren land, with only occasional lightning and terrible storms forming lightning storms that rage on the plain land. This plane is worthless, and mining is profitable with high labor costs. The flying snake only circled the plane halfway and left. Then, after waiting for a whole year, there was no trace of any plane, and even the summoning signals in the void were very rare. They knew that the flying snake should now be in the void between one plane group and another plane group, and they had to pass through this void to see the new plane. The long journey in the void was extremely boring. Lin Xiao vacated a cabin of the flying snake, communicated with his true body through the creation cube, and moved a set of magic experimental equipment out of the god's domain. While there was nothing to do, he and his girlfriend learned the spell system together, and practiced alchemy or magic equipment manufacturing related to spells, so that they could disguise their identities in the future. This crystal wall system has not yet discovered a unique power system. Just now, several other extraordinary systems of crystal wall systems have been discovered, such as the very common systems of mages, knights, etc. And there are also indigenous gods who believe in deification. When initially exploring the plane, the display of divine power is too high profile, which is easy to be detected by the will of the plane. If you disguise yourself as a mage and sneak in, it will not be easy to be detected. When there is something to do, the long time becomes not so long. Somewhere in the unknown void, a ball of light approaches a plane emitting light green life light after crossing the long void. The young student standing in the ball of light smiled on his slightly tired face after confirming that this is a real plane, and accelerated to rush towards the plane. The closer to the crystal wall of the plane, the golden light emitted by the ball of light began to dim slowly, and finally disappeared completely, and turned into an ordinary transparent ball of light, and fell on the huge crystal wall of the plane. This plane looks quite huge, and the spectrum exudes a strong breath of life. From the surface, it looks very much like a life plane. Lung Weiyun lay on the crystal wall of the plane, his right hand exuding circles of invisible distortions, and slowly pressing down to insert. His will passed through the crystal wall of the plane and entered it. And he saw a lush green, endless forest filling all his sight. The rich breath of life. The flourishing vegetation. The active birds and animals. This, just the first glance was enough to determine that this was a very valuable life plane. And the plane was not small. The specifications could at least reach the level of a medium-sized plane. A medium-sized high-quality life plane. Just discovering this plane was enough to make him stand out. When the space beacon was established and returned to the outpost, whether the coordinates were sold to the military or senior students, they could sell them for a good price. Yes, any valuable plane they found in the void, as long as they were the first to discover it, belonged to them. They could find ways to develop it themselves. Or they could sell the coordinates for a good price. Could it be that my luck is about to turn for the better? He looked around excitedly, then retracted his consciousness, and quickly flew around the edge of the crystal wall of the plane. He had to look for any marks left by others, or other anomalies. If there were marks left by others, it meant that this plane already had an owner or had been discovered by someone. So according to the rules, he couldn't rob it, because this crystal wall system was unique to Huiyao. There were no outsiders. Those who could come in to explore were all Huiyao's people, either the military, classmates or seniors, or forces related to Huiyao, etc. Strictly speaking, they were all our own people, and could not be robbed. Lung Weiyun prayed while flying, chanting, "Absolutely not. Absolutely not." He circled the entire plane at a very fast speed, and his face became more and more happy as he went back. He really didn't find any traces or anomalies along the way, which meant that he was the first person to discover this plane. As long as he entered the plane and successfully established a space beacon to return, this plane would be his. Thinking of this, he could not wait to find a place to forcibly tear a gap in the crystal wall of the plane and drilled in. However, not long after he drilled into the crystal wall of the plane, the crystal wall of the plane he entered suddenly had circles of ripples shrinking inward, and the light green halo accumulated, slowly floating up a charming woman dressed in emerald green leaves with most of her skin exposed. He looked in the direction where Lung Weiyun disappeared and showed a little. The hunter saw the joy of prey, and then slowly sank. At the moment she sank, the light green light full of life on the surface of this plane slowly began to change, turning into a deeper green, and soon turned into a dark green color, and began to burn like a flame. The strange dark green flame, above a forest somewhere in the plane. Lung Weiyun looked at the slightly different picture in front of him and fell into deep thought. What he saw before was an endless and prosperous forest, with many birds and animals in the forest, full of vitality. What he saw now was also an endless and prosperous forest, with many birds and animals in the forest, full of vitality. But this vitality was very different from the vitality he had seen before. The weirdest thing was that the birds and animals in the forest seemed different from what he had seen before. What he had seen before were ordinary birds and animals. But what he saw now were many birds and animals with strange appearances. For example, there were huge birds with various strange beast heads and human bodies, and the wings of the birds were like bats, with human arms growing on the middle joints. There were strange beasts with human heads and beast bodies, or strange beasts with strange appearances standing up like humans, etc. The weirdest thing was that these strange beasts did not look like natural reproduction at all, but like a hybrid of different creatures. Lung Weiyun sensed a strange aura of the same origin from these creatures. This strange aura was found in all the birds or strange beasts he had seen, almost in the entire plane, which made him hesitate to land. He tried to fly in the air several thousand meters above the ground, and all he saw was an endless forest. It seemed that this plane consisted of only forest and no other terrain. When he flew to the end of the plane, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. Lung Weiyun was about to look at the mountain covered with green trees, and suddenly found that there was a light green mist in the mountain, spreading around like a wave. He was about to fly down to get some light green mist to study, and suddenly found that the creatures in the forest around the mountain suddenly began to lose consciousness and madly kill after being covered by the mist, regardless of time, place, or even race. Bears and cats, tigers and big birds, etc., will kill and reproduce madly as soon as they see them. Oh my! He was so scared that he quickly retreated and pulled up quickly. This world is a bit weird. I can't stay here anymore. The faint warning in his heart made Lung Weiyun a little frightened. and he turned around and left in a cowardly manner. However, when he stretched out his hands to gather his divine power and grab the void, there was a flash of green light, and then a very dense green mist in the torn space sprayed on his face, quickly corroding his protective divine power. Damn! It's poisonous. Even though he reacted very quickly and exploded the green mist with divine power, a small amount of mist eroded through the protective divine power just now and touched him, and merged into his body without breathing. Then, he felt that his consciousness was a little lost, and he knew that he was hit. Then he quickly found out that this was not poison. Normal poison could not affect demigods, let alone the incarnation of God. It was a mixture of divine power and rules. But it was not divine power. It had super strong penetration and influence, and it could actually affect his will, slowly eroding his consciousness, and soon made him fall into a coma. In a daze, he seemed to see a very beautiful goddess walking towards him. Chapter 440, Genetic Adjustment of Intelligent Goblins. In Yushao realm, while the incarnation was bored and studying spells, Lin Xiao's real body was also very busy at this time. Busy adjusting the population structure of Yushao main plane, and then developing the surrounding subsidiary planes. Originally, he wanted to wait for a while, but now it seems that he can't wait any longer. When the mysterious boss planned this crystal wall system, there were other territories to provide resources, so Yushao realm did not have any plans for agriculture and breeding, except for the insect people. But the insect people's territory is underground, and the insect people eat different things from humans. They eat various fungi and underground meat. These can only barely feed the insect people, and there is definitely no extra to feed the human kingdom on the ground, and it is impossible to feed them. They have been mortal enemies for tens of thousands of years. After a few years, the food stored in the human kingdom has been eaten up. At this time, some places have begun to limit the supply, and the price of food has soared. It is definitely not worthwhile to go to the main world to buy it all the time, so you can only grow it yourself. Fortunately, the preparations were almost done before, and it was still the same plane. 500 steel golems plus a group of large and small nagas were deployed to slowly clear the beasts in the plane. Fortunately, this plane is not big, and 500 steel golems plus 2,000 large nagas and 20,000 small nagas can take care of it completely. When the plane was almost cleared, and the most powerful beasts were killed, a full 3,000 pioneer golems were deployed to start clearing the ground. There were only 1,000 pioneer golems before, and the other 2,000 were purchased later. This kind of golem can not only farm, but also cut wood, mine and fish, and can do almost all farm work. Tall trees can be cut down and made into wooden boats, wooden houses, wooden fences and warehouses, etc. In this small plane that is ready for complete transformation, there is no need to build high-end buildings, and ordinary wooden houses are completely usable. While this side is being developed in full swing, the human kingdom of the Moon Sky main world is also undergoing a huge change. His guard team, which includes 2 true gods and 20 demigods, has now arrived at the Moon Sky realm. They have signed the Gaia pledge with him and officially serve him. These subordinates naturally need to be used. Through the power left by the previous lord of the Crystal Wall system, they began to establish and pass on a huge pantheon church that includes many gods in the human kingdom. With him as the head of the supreme god, the 2 main gods of war and protection, strength and anger, and 20 gods with different priesthoods formed a huge church. However, the establishment of the church was not smooth, mainly due to the rejection of the upper nobles of the human kingdom. The civilians did not react much, but it was mainly the rejection of the upper nobles of the human kingdom with status, and the mages who held power. In fact, the upper nobles are easy to deal with, as long as they promise not to be involved in any secular power. The resistance will be greatly reduced. The rejection of the mages who hold power is mainly difficult to deal with. There are legendary mages in the main world of Moon Sky. Although there are not many, there are indeed some. Mages at this level have already touched the rules, and have touched on the conferred god in the dark. To put it simply, for a world like Uxiaji that used to be godless, the first legendary wizards are all qualified to be deified, and become the first gods of this world. Now a group of gods suddenly appear to divide the faith. Even if they don't know the inside story of deification, they will feel that they have lost something, and will naturally reject it. In addition, wizards themselves are a group of people who pursue the truth, and they are naturally repulsive to the deification system. If it were in the past, The wizards who controlled the power of the human kingdom refused to cooperate. And even if Lin Xiao held the Chaos Clay Tablet, he would probably be defeated. Although he is the master of the Crystal Wall system, he has no way to forcibly change their will. He can only use his authority to slowly win over and divide the wizard group. But now he has 2 true gods and 20 demigods, which can be said to have absolute force to suppress them. Lin Xiao didn't pay too much attention to this aspect. 2 true gods plus 20 demigods, as well as some members of the wizard organization left by the mysterious boss before. If they can't suppress the natives of the highest legendary level and less than 10 in number, then they might as well commit suicide. After the development of Yishao realm was on the right track, and there was nothing major to do for the time being, Lin Xiao returned to the divine realm. As he gradually developed Yishao realm, he suddenly discovered a problem that he had not noticed before. That is, although the clans in his divine realm were powerful, they seemed to have a huge flaw. That is, there was no race suitable for communicating with humans. Whether it was the Great Naga, the Small Naga, the Red Furnace clan, the Wise Goblins, etc., they were very different from humans, and were not suitable for coexisting with humans. You should know that in the Chaos Void Sea, the most mainstream species are common races such as humans, and orcs and elves. Almost every crystal wall system may find races such as humans and orcs. In this case, it is definitely easier and more willing to communicate with a species that is very similar to humans, and will not be rejected than using a race like the Great Naga, which is definitely a monster in the eyes of humans. In other words, he now needs a species that is very similar to humans, so that he can communicate with humans in foreign planes in the future, so that he will not be too repulsive when conquering the natives of foreign humans, and reduce losses. It is definitely unrealistic to find one now, and it is unnecessary to add a new clan. Then we can only rely on ourselves to adjust it, and choose an existing race from the god's domain to adjust it. Looking at the various races in the god's domain, it seems that there is only one choice. That is, the Wise Goblin. First of all, other clans have been adjusted several times, and most of them have been adjusted to the current race limit. There is no better reference for adjustment. The Wise Goblin was only adjusted once when it was first obtained, and its potential has not been tapped. Moreover, the Wise Goblin is a humanoid race, and its appearance itself is somewhat similar to humans. After the initial adjustment, it is more similar to humans, but the body size is too small. The most important thing is that all the clans in the god's domain have undergone major adjustments, basically adjusted to the limit of the race. Only the Wise Goblin has not been adjusted too much. It is time to start a new round of strengthening for them. Compared with before, Lin Xiao now has much richer resources. First, a batch of Sun Elves and Moon Elves were purchased through the campus network. It was just a small batch of Sun Elves and Moon Elves, not species cards. They were too few in number, and could not reproduce without males and females. Through the magic cube of fortune, the blood of these 2 high elves was extracted first for use. Then, a batch of mind suckers were purchased, and the talents of the mind suckers were extracted with the magic cube of fortune. Only the talents were extracted without the blood. The mind suckers are the legendary heart flayers. This thing looks ugly and disgusting. The blood must not be taken. Only the talents are extracted, and only one of the talents. Then a batch of spell-like talents or interesting talents were purchased. There is only one direction for the strengthening of the intelligent goblin. That is, the spellcasting profession, which naturally needs to be equipped with some spell-like abilities. After preparing everything he needed, Lin Xiao took out the intelligent goblin card and put it into the magic cube space, and began to adjust the genes of the intelligent goblin. First, extract all the talents and blood of the intelligent goblin. Then take the blood of the 2 high elves, the Sun Elf and the Moon Elf. Remove the conflicting parts and the redundant overlapping parts, and then continuously invest the energy of creation to merge the remaining blood. This time, gene modulation is very important to Lin Xiao. The expected investment is very high. He is ready to do it in one step to save the need for continuous modulation in the future. The 3 biological genes that are fused are mainly elves. After all, elves are the best in terms of appearance. People are visual animals. A group of adventurers encounter an elf and an orc fighting in the wild. If they want to help one, they will help the elf 99% of the time, regardless of the reason, just because the elf is more beautiful than the orc. And they will subconsciously side with the elf instead of the ugly and terrible orc. Correspondingly, when the fused genes are mainly elves, The new species after fusion is no longer a goblin. And it should be more appropriate to call it an intelligent elf. Of course, the adjustment has not been completed yet. And there are more important adjustments and enhancements that have not yet begun. It is a bit early to call it an intelligent elf now. First, remove the redundant and useless genes in the newly fused bloodline, leaving only useful genes, and then strengthen the existing genetic abilities. This point was familiar to him after adjusting other species many times before, and it was eliminated smoothly. Then, extract the original talents and specialties of the intelligent goblin. The talents are outstanding wisdom, time is money, and the afterglow of the goblin. The specialties are mental genius and dexterity. In addition, there are several talents that the Sun Elves and Moon Elves have, namely, the Son of the Sun and the Son of the Moon, spell talent, mental genius, archery talent, etc., and several powerful quasi-spells and talents prepared. This time, Lin Xiao is ready to spend a lot of good fortune energy to strengthen the newly adjusted intelligent elves to the level of a sub-legendary race in one step. So the upper limit of talents and specialties that can be accommodated will be very high, and the room for choice will also be very high. It's a pity that it's impossible to directly upgrade to a legendary species in one step. Or in other words, the racial talents of high elves and intelligent goblins combined are not enough to upgrade to a legendary species. This must be divided into two steps. First, upgrade to a sub-legendary species, and then get a super powerful and suitable bloodline to merge into the bloodline of the intelligent elves. Perhaps it can make it leapfrog to a legendary species. Referring to the requirements for the Great Naga to upgrade to a legendary species, it can be confirmed that this should be a long time in the future. Fortunately, sub-legendary species are also very powerful, and the intelligent goblins have always been on the pure mage route. The species level does not limit the upper limit of strength. Before, the intelligent goblins of the middle race could produce a large number of 6th and 7th level great mages. When they become sub-legendary species, they can definitely produce a large number of 8th and even 9th level legendary mages. Looking through all the talents and specialties, Lin Xiao first looked at several talents exclusive to the intelligent goblins. Time is money, and the afterglow of the goblins. These two talents originated from the ancient goblins. In the past, they could not be further strengthened because of the upper limit of the intermediate species of intelligent goblins. Now there is no such limit, so they can be strengthened, combined into one or strengthened separately. Lin Xiao pinched his chin, with several ideas in his mind.